The first time I treated someone, I mistook a stomachache for pregnancy, but the other party not only didn't get angry, but also rewarded me generously, all because 10 years ago, the emperor had a mishap while practicing martial arts, and everyone in the palace speculated that he had lost his ability to reproduce. Empress Lian Guifei, in order to compete with the empress for favor, would always have the imperial physician check her pulse whenever she had a stomachache. 3 imperial physicians have died so far. Whenever the imperial physicians hear news from the palace, they all take leave in advance and go home, leaving only me, a newcomer who has just crossed over. However, just as I didn't know what to say, a system panel suddenly appeared in front of me. 1. Tell the truth. Lian Guifei has a stomach disease and will receive the immortal body refining pill. Note, there is a high probability of being executed directly. 2. Tell Lian Guifei that she is pregnant, receive 1 immortal body refining pill, and achieve a basic level of Dragon Tiger Fist. Note, it may be exposed in 3 months and be dismembered by 5 horses. The noble consort Lian saw me standing there in a daze, her tone somewhat unfriendly. Imperial physician Mu. What's wrong? Are you dumb? Hearing this, I came to my senses. Congratulations, noble consort Lian. You are pregnant with a dragon seed. Nonsense. Little Hong beside her drew her sword directly at me. Noble consort Lian's eyes also darkened. Imperial physician Mu. It has been 10 years without offspring. You must not speak nonsense, otherwise it will involve 9 generations. I spoke with a stiff scalp. Your Highness, I dare not speak rashly. You indeed have a happy pulse. The fact that His Majesty has not had an heir in 10 years does not mean anything, but now that you are pregnant, it proves that His Majesty truly loves you. Who knew that concubine Lian Guifei burst into laughter after hearing it. Mu Yui, the divine doctor, is truly extraordinary. Well rewarded. By the way, Xiao Hong, close the door when you go out, and also inform Wan Gonggang about the pregnancy of this palace. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Hong nodded and quickly retreated. This Wan Gonggang is the emperor's personal eunuch. If I tell him, it's like telling the emperor, right? This concubine Lian Guifei wants to drag me to die together. I was just about to leave, but unexpectedly, concubine Lian suddenly pulled open the curtain. Her fair arms and slender legs were covered by light gauze, and her exquisitely beautiful face carried a hint of a smile. I was so scared that I quickly turned around. My mind went blank. Imperial physician Mu. I didn't expect that you are quite handsome. Turn around and let this palace have a good look. I dare not. Your Highness, your jade body is noble. If I offend, I'm afraid I will lose my head. What? Am I not good looking? Can't meet your standards? Hearing her say this, I could only squint and reluctantly turn around, staring at the floor and not daring to look around. Empress Lian Gui sat on the edge of the bed and looked at me. Imperial physician Mu. I am actually not pregnant, but since you have already said I am pregnant, what should we do? Do you need to come up with a solution? I quickly took 2 steps back and said, I am willing to go through fire and water for your highness. Although I have never been in the harem, I have watched a lot of palace intrigue dramas in my past life. At this time, the only way is to show loyalty. Perhaps there is still a way out. Empress Lian Guifei smiled at the words, her eyes showing a hint of playfulness. I didn't expect you to be quite clever. Much better than those wooden-headed doctors in the imperial hospital. Unfortunately, the emperor cannot bear children. So how do you expect me to get pregnant? My heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, tentatively suggesting, what if we try to see if the emperor's illness can be cured? She shook her head, sounding helpless. It's impossible. Since His Majesty went crazy, he has never touched a woman again. I've been in the palace for 7 years. Although I am deeply loved, I have never truly been a woman. I was stunned to hear that the emperor had never touched her, yet she claimed to be pregnant. Wasn't she asking for trouble? At this time, noble consort Lian stood up and said, however, Your Majesty got extremely drunk a few days ago, and he himself is not sure whether he did it that night. What happened that night is entirely up to me, and I even deliberately had the eunuchs outside eavesdropping to ensure that nothing fake could be done. These words sent a chill down my spine, and I asked nervously, so, Your Highness, are you planning to really get pregnant? Her eyes lit up as she nodded. His Majesty actually knows that he has a problem, but as long as I get pregnant, it will be what you call fate and true love. Don't you think? My head was buzzing, desperately thinking about how to help her deceive the world. After a moment of hesitation, I asked, deliberately miscarry after 3 months? To my surprise, concubine Lian shook her head. No, what I want is power. Only by giving birth to a real prince can I stand firm. After saying that, she smiled and took 2 steps closer to me. I instinctively stepped back and said, Your Highness, should I take my leave? However, concubine Lian Guifei just chuckled softly and asked, have you never experienced the taste of a woman before? This question made me blush. After all, even though I had lived 2 lives, I was still a virgin. which was quite embarrassing, judging by your reaction. I was right, wasn't I? She smiled, leaned in closer, and said, actually, I noticed you when you came in, instead of that old emperor. I'd rather have a handsome young man like you. The fragrance hit me in the face. Her snow-white neck shimmered dazzlingly. I was so scared that I quickly closed my eyes, but she got closer. Her voice gentle and seductive. Am I not pretty? My heart was in a panic. Your Majesty, please spare me. This is a capital offense. If I don't say it, who will know? She exhaled like orchids, almost sticking to my ear. Imperial Physician Mu, there is no one more suitable in this palace than you. I really want to run out now, but I dare not. I have to say that Lian Guifei is indeed very tempting. If she were not the Emperor's concubine, I might have lost control long ago. Seeing me silent, Lian Guifei approached a little closer. This palace liked you at first sight. If not, why would I take the initiative to get close to you? Do you really think I am a casual person? I dare not think so. I believe that the lady must have her reasons. Since you know that I have my difficulties, why won't you help me relieve my worries? If I were not the Empress, would you like me? I was taken aback by the question. How did we end up talking about this? It's our first meeting. She suddenly changed her tone, with a hint of sharpness in her eyes. You must help me today. Otherwise don't even think about leaving this door. However, at that moment, a system panel appeared before my eyes. 1. Firmly refuse. Obtain the great achievement of Xian Yang Zhengong, 10 years of cultivation, with a high probability of being killed on the spot. 2. Promise your consort, get the Pure Yang sacred body, Xuanwu Zhengong, 10 years of cultivation. It is likely that the east window will be split into 5 horses. Is that even an option? Xiaoyi decisively chose 2. Your Highness, concubine Lian, please also forgive me for being disrespectful to your Highness. Half an hour later, Xiaoyi sat up from the bed, not yet fully dressed, when a pair of jade hands wrapped his body around the. Although she had already felt concubine Lian's delicacy just now, she was still in a state of apathy at the moment, and concubine Lian softly said, My little lover, now that I'm yours, you have to treat me well. Your Highness, the humble servant is only helping you, but he doesn't dare to take your heart. Xiaoyi still did not dare to be careless. This is a concubine in the harem, who knows what is in the heart. Don't look to get her body, but if you were to kill you, it would only be a blink of an eye. Look, the red spots on this bed, isn't that enough proof? Noble consort Lian pointed at the bed and said accusingly. I know, but there is a difference between a ruler and a subject. I don't dare to overstep too much, and in the future, the humble servant will still be a subject. Noble consort Lian stood up a bit angrily. Before us, I thought the same thing, but after we made out in the square, I don't think that way anymore. In short, you have to come and accompany me more often in the future. But I'm the imperial physician. If I go in and out too often, I'll be suspected. Xiaoyi felt bad. This lord and lady had too much guts. There is no harm in my declaring to His Majesty that you are my royal physician. Just then, a cockney voice came from outside the door. His Majesty has arrived. Xiaoyi got up in a hurry, hurriedly put on his clothes, and stood aside respectfully. Chapter 3, Crazy Boost. Noble consort Lian was quite calm, and the bedsheet that was stained with the traces of the two of them was put away by her and disappeared. Some spices were then brought out to remove the peculiar odor of the house, and the traces of the two men dissipated. Draw the bed curtains, cover the quilt, and become the noble, mysterious concubine Lian again. Just as the door was opened, piercing light penetrated in, and Emperor Li Qinshian of Daqian stepped into the hall under the shroud of golden light. Xiaoyi clearly felt a wave of oppression that he couldn't resist surging in. Kowtow to your Majesty. Xiaoyi hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Li Qinshian walked into the room and the backlight disappeared, revealing a majestic face, probably in his 50s. Level off. Thank you, Your Majesty. Xiaoyi got up and said smoothly, Your Majesty, Your Highness is in good health. It's only because she's pregnant that she's causing all the discomfort. Really? Li Qinshuan's gaze narrowed slightly as an invisible pressure acted on Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi said with a straight face, 1,000 times true, Your Majesty, my Xiao family has served Daqian for 3 generations. Would I not tell lies? Well, but you've only been in the palace for less than a month, so I just asked one more question. Raise your head. Li Qinshian collected his breath. Xiaoyi did not let his guard down, looking up with a calm demeanor, his gaze leveled ahead. It's a handsome look, much better than your father, and with your looks, you're a few points more dashing than even I was back then. Receiving the emperor's praise, Xiaoyi said with trepidation, Your Majesty's dragon might is vast, that's something a grasshopper like me can compare to. Ha ha. Li Qinshian laughed twice, then sat down on the edge of the bed. Your Majesty, I'm not feeling well, it's inconvenient for me to ask for peace, please forgive me. Noble consort Lian's delicate voice came out from the curtains. Ai Fei good rest is, I did not expect me 10 years without a newborn heir, but it is Ai Fei to help me conceive. Li Qinshian smile. Look at the side of the heart of the Xiaoyi great doubts. Doesn't this emperor suspect that he's incapable? He's drunk and out of his mind, so he's just being fooled? I'm just afraid I fell asleep without taking my clothes off that day. It's not because Your Majesty loves me so much that we've been blessed, it's just that my body needs medicine to regulate it, and all that food makes me a little sick to my stomach. Oh, medicine conditioning. Li Qinshan glanced at Xiaohe who was standing by the side. Seeing that Xiaohe was handsome, he was a bit uneasy. But noble consort Lian jumped ahead and said, Your Majesty, I've watched Imperial Dr. Zhao's medical skills are quite good, so let him help me regulate my body during pregnancy. This Li Qinshan hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. He was the king of a country. Could he still be worried about a royal doctor, and with so many eyes and ears in the palace, who would dare to be bold? So he looked at Xiaohe and said seriously, Imperial Dr. Xiao, your Xiao family has been serving my royal family for 3 generations, and now that you've been rewarded by concubine Lian, you must do a good job and not be sloppy. Xiaohe arched his hand and said, Your Majesty, I will do a good job and won't let you down. Well, I still have important matters to deal with, so I won't disturb Ifei's rest. Li Qinshan left in a hurry, and when he left, he did not forget to urge Xiaohe for a few minutes. After the emperor left, only noble consort Lian and Xiaohe were left in the house again, while Xiao Hong came to the outer room knowingly. Concubine Lian, I also take my leave. Xiaohe wanted to go back early and try the system's rewards. Slow down. Concubine Lian pulled back the bed curtain and walked over barefoot, hooking Xiaohe's chin with one hand. Your Highness, the emperor just left. It's not good for us to be like this. The most dangerous place is exactly the safest. I'm afraid I won't be able to conceive once. You're not allowed to leave. My lady, if you say so, aren't we getting cloudy? Lian Guifei sniffed inwardly and began to float that scene now. Fong, you only let me feel a little bit of joy of being a woman, but it's not enough, you have to say something. Oh. But, Your Majesty, there is no such thing as walking by the river without wetting one's shoes. You just don't want to follow me, be my little mistress, it's not like I'll treat you badly. Noble consort Lian leaned her back against Xiaohe's arms, her hands interlocked with her fingers. Looking at Princess Lian Gui's unfulfilled intentions, her hormones increasing wildly, and her face flushed with red, she knew that this woman must have tasted the sweetness, and under some circumstances, really liked herself. Xiaohe glanced at the gate entrance, thinking that anyway, it is like this, might as well enjoy the moment. Your Highness Lian, I am offended. Princess Lian sniffed and a smug smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Xiaohe's legs were soft when he returned to his dormitory at the Imperial Hospital, he couldn't remember how many times. 2 times old virgin, is very scary, plus Lian Guifei into the palace to keep 7 years of widowhood, drywood meets the fire, that is very scary. Pushing open the door to his room, Xiaohe first lay on the bed for a while, got up and poured a cup of water, and drank it all down before he was much more comfortable. She's well past her period, 6 times over, so she should be able to get pregnant. But this child was born, to call someone's father I'm not becoming a Lao AI? Xiaohe was a bit reluctant when he thought of this, but all of this was only possible if concubine Lian was pregnant. But if you don't get pregnant, you're only good for 3 months, before and after. Strength, or strength. Xiaohe turned his gaze to the system space. Dragon Tiger Fist, small success, Xuanwu True Kung Fu, Pure Yang Sacred Body, 1 body tempering pill, 10 years of cultivation. Extraction. First, the Pure Yang Holy Body was added to his body, and Xiaohe only felt that his body was dry and hot. It was as if a volcano was about to erupt at the Dantian, and the bones and blood were amping up. Even if he didn't have cultivation, he could still feel the power of his own qi and blood. Whether or not it masks the breath of the Pure Yang Sacred Body. Yes. Xiaohe's qi and blood is too abundant, but any deep cultivation can see his special physique, don't want to cause trouble, when it is the best to hide. The Pure Yang Sacred Body has appeared a few times in history, with surging qi and blood, powerful flesh, born to be a supreme being, and growing up, every one of them is a top-notch character. I'm considered to have the conditions to become a saint. And Xiaohe was a little happy in his heart. That aspect of the Pure Yang Sacred Body is an invincible existence, and it has great benefits for women. If we meet concubine Lian next time, I'm only afraid that she'll fall right into it. This was followed by the Dragon Tiger Fist, and the Xuanwu Zhengong, and 10 years of cultivation. The Dragon Tiger Fist passed through his mind, as if he had been practicing for many years, his experience and skills rolled off the tongue, and there was also a wealth of actual combat experience, and even muscle memory. On the other hand, Xuanwu Zhengong was a martial arts technique that could be cultivated to the stage of transcendence. The advantage of this technique is that the breath is long, the strength is enough, and there are 9 variations, 1 sword, 2 guns, 3 swords, 4 halberds, 5 sticks, 6 fists, 7 palms, 8 legs, 9 fingers, and with the killing moves, 10 invincible, instantaneous seconds of the top masters, 10 killed, 10 silenced, the ultimate 10 ways, and the strongest divine ability, the heavenless sword in tiger technique, which can be devoured by the heaven and pierced through the sun, and it's very strong and extraordinary. The realms are divided into, first order * body hardening, second order * sinews and bones, third order * divine power, fourth order * dan qi, fifth order * 5 hidden, sixth order * foundation building, seventh order * divine sea, eighth order * psychic, and ninth order * divine transformation. After the 9th stage, it was the level of the devoid of mortality, which was the realm of the spiritual platform. As for the 9 stages of a path, each stage was divided into 4 subrealms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and consummate stage. After 10 years of cultivation was added, Xiaohi's aura began to climb crazily. Within a few moments, Xiaohi was like a patriarch getting up, his eyes became spiritual and powerful, and his physique was more robust, with six-pack abs showing up, the kind that has meat off the clothes and shows thinness in the clothes. Phew! Xiaohi tried a punch and the iron pot 5 meters away instantly shattered. It's actually a direct 6th order foundation establishment realm, 10 years of cultivation would never raise so much, it must be due to the pure yang sacred body. Xiaohi was excited. Just as he took the body tempering pill and wanted to take it, someone outside the door shouted, Imperial Dr. Xiao, the Empress has an order for you to come over. Chapter 4, The Queen's Crisis. The Empress is looking for me again? Xiaohi guessed that she was asking him about concubine Lian's pregnancy. What a pain in the ass. As long as a person is in the harem, they don't want to be at peace, unless they're dead. Xiaohi was wondering why the system was still not coming up with options when a blue light flashed before his eyes. 1. Refuse the Queen's invitation, get the body method ghost shadow misty trail small success, note, by the Empress on the hate, in the harem will never have peace, at any time GA transfer, the survival rate of less than 10%. 2. Agree to the Queen's invitation, obtain the 9th order magic mirror, note, go to the Queen, to observe the words, if not careful will also be given death, the survival rate of less than 30%. Looks like it's going to be a trip anyway. But Xiaohi found out again that this system would actually remind the survival rate, and from the several options so far, the system would remind the chance of survival after each option. And the times when they appear are all when one is faced with a crossroads to make a doable choice. It's just that it can't communicate, it's a bit rigid, and it seems rather uninteresting. I'm also not sure if the system will be upgraded in the future, so I'm hoping for a little more functionality. Warm tip, every time you complete an option and survive, the system will gain energy to a certain extent since it will be upgraded. The current system version 1.0, it's really upgraded, isn't it? So what's the progress now? 0.07%. So little? Looks like it's going to be hard to complete the upgrade. Shaw thought about the fact that he's also done 2 options so far, so could one add 0.035%? Xiaohi was too lazy to think about how much. As long as he continued to live and improve his strength, the system would naturally rise. Walking out of the room, outside the door stood the palace maid in blue. From her bulging temples, and her slender and alabaster unlike hands, it was obvious that this palace maid was an expert. Hands so white, at least it is over the Tendon realm. I don't know if it is over the 4th order of Danchi. A palace maid is so powerful. How strong should those guards, thousands of households and commanders be? Xiaohi's confidence after just having power was pressed down again. The courtesan was also sizing up Xiaohi, and her originally cold demeanor, upon seeing Xiaohi's handsome face, flickered slightly, and her tone became noticeably softer. Imperial Dr. Xiao, this way. Trouble girl. Xiaohi smiled gently, trying to become as amiable as possible. Following the palace maid silently into the harem, Xiaohi wanted to find a pool to look at his face. After all, after more than 10 days, I haven't looked in the mirror yet, and I've only been working part-time, and I've seen that every woman is fond of herself, so could it be that I'm really absolutely beautiful? Xiaohi found that following this courtesan into the harem was a different route, taking a somewhat grander gait and passing many forbidden soldiers in armor. There were even small commanders with deep breaths passing by, making Xiaohi feel the slightest pressure from a long distance away. The Empress's bedchamber was the Fengkuan Palace, the closest to the Emperor's Qiantian Palace, and in the entire imperial city, it was the 3rd tallest building. Just after entering the gate of Fengkuan Palace, Xiaohi felt that he was swept by a gaze inside and out. I don't know if it's the Queen's or some other master checking him out. Xiaohi lowered his head, not daring to look at it more, and silently followed the palace maid to the entrance of the palace. Imperial Dr. Xiao, the Empress is waiting for you inside go in. The palace maid said respectfully. Xiaohi nodded and crossed the threshold, stepping carefully into the palace, but found the main hall empty. Heart, this queen will not be the same lying on the bed, right? This harem of women have nothing to do every day, cannot get up and exercise? Sure enough, a voice came from the back of the hall. Imperial Dr. Xiao, come in, this palace is in the back. Xiaohi carefully came to the back of the hall, and not surprisingly, it was another more atmospheric boudoir. However, the bed couch was squarely covered by a layer of screen and could only be seen roughly, while the Empress did not lie on her side as enchanting as noble consort Lian. Instead, he was wearing a phoenix robe and sitting graciously on a bench that was 5 inches above the ground. On both sides of the bench stood 4 other palace maids, who were holding strange stones that emitted milky white gas, forming arcane patterns in the void that surrounded the Empress's torso. Xiaohi guessed that this was a means of quenching the body, or promoting cultivation. See you, Empress Dowager. Xiaohi saluted. Get up. Yes. Raise your head, this palace will see. When did this imperial hospital have a young man like you? This palace actually didn't know yet. The Empress's voice was deep and sounded majestic, carrying an order that could not be refused. Xiaohi raised his head slightly and met his 4 eyes. The queen's face into the mind, how to say it, worthy of being the queen of the great Qian. This face, although not counted as a scourge of the country and the people, but it is definitely the temperament of the mother of the world. With the pearl and jade, the country and the people are in peace to describe the best. The great Qian Emperor's vision is really good, this is too suitable to be the Empress. But Xiao He immediately averted his eyes, afraid of being misunderstood. The Empress laughed softly, good, looks also really handsome. Your father Xiaoyan died before letting you into the palace, is also regarded as inheriting his mantle, but how in the end you this medical skill, this palace would like to test. Empress mother, medical skills are usually more popular the older you get, and I'm only doing odd jobs at the Imperial Hospital, I'm still in the learning stage. Oh, a handyman dares to diagnose noble consort Lian as pregnant? The Empress' voice came over with a hint of pressure. Xiao He had long been prepared and said with a colorless face, reporting back to the Empress mother, procreation of these pulse-taking is a relatively simple in the medical arts, as long as you can read the pulse basically can determine, so it is not a difficult task. Oh, good, then this palace will test you. The Empress clapped her hands. There were 2 eunuchs outside the door, bringing over a woman dressed in linen, the woman's face timid, looking around in awe. I could tell the girl wasn't very old, just 15 or 16, bright-eyed but a little thin. Xiao He knew that this was the Empress testing her medical skills. Once he could not see the woman's illness, then he would be convicted, and the matter of noble consort Lian's pregnancy would not be solved, and from then on, it would not affect the Empress's position in the harem. Xiao He really want to get invincible power now, a slap to destroy this palace. In this day will have to experience 2 women's hookups, but also lost the virginity. Think about it is pathetic. This woman, my subordinate, has just found a random one outside the palace, and she has also reached the age of marriage. Look, is she pregnant, or is she barren? Xiao He nodded, yes, Empress mother. Xiao walked over and choked the woman's wrist. Within 5 breaths, Xiao He arched his hand and said, reporting back to the Empress, she is not pregnant. The Empress said, someone, have Imperial Dr. Zhang, Imperial Dr. Wang come up and diagnose. Yes. A short while later, 2 elderly men came along. Xiao He asked in surprise, didn't the 2 of you take a leave of absence due to health problems? Imperial Dr. Zhang smiled, it's not that the palace is busy with affairs, I've come to serve the court. Royal Dr. Wang didn't seem to like Xiao He very much and held the woman's right wrist to himself. After 10 breaths, Royal Dr. Wang said, reporting back to Empress Dowager, this woman is also pregnant. Imperial Dr. Zhang similarly stated, indeed there is a pregnancy. Xiao Xian nephew, your ability to take the pulse still needs to be practiced. I'm afraid that where noble consort Lian is concerned, you're looking at it the wrong way. Oh. The queen laughed lightly. It seems that Xiao Royal Doctor is not good at medicine, whether the pregnancy or not to see, really no need to stay in the Imperial Hospital. You can leave the Dakian Palace, the palace also does not pursue with you. Xiao He heard that he was expelled from the palace, which is not good. I'm afraid to go out less than a day will be assassinated. This Longkuan Xiankuan is not the king's land, where he can live he is still clear. Immediately retorted, Empress mother, this woman is bound to be infertile, I dare to vouch for her name. Nonsense, the old minister clearly took the resting pulse. Dr. Shang, what about you? Me too, Dr. Xiao, this woman who comes is a happy pulse, it's not that the 2 of us are cheating with you, if you don't believe me, you can let the other eunuchs try again. Empress Dowager got up and walked down, her slightly majestic eyes looking at Xiao He. What else do you have to say in your defense? Chapter 5, A Wave of Thrills. Xiao He said, because this woman is still a virgin. As soon as these words came out, the woman revealed a hint of surprise, and the bottom of her eyes glowed with a refined aura that was invisible to outsiders. Crown Physician Zhang and Crown Physician Wan looked at each other in dismay, then loudly accused. Nonsense, Dr. Xiao, I've been practicing medicine for 50 years, can I still tell if the wrong woman is pregnant? Nonsense, it's ridiculous. Who do you think you are? A pregnant woman can say she's a virgin, did that baby get shoved through your mouth? The Empress was not surprised, but asked calmly, what is your reason for saying she is a virgin? Xiao He patiently said to the woman, girl, I'm a gynecologist, I'll look at you anywhere, it's the same as looking at pork, please move a chair. Upon hearing that she was going to get her hands on it and inspect it, the woman panicked and waved her hands. No, no. The Empress also had a dark face, change it, or it will only be counted as your nonsense. Imperial Dr. Zhang muttered and whispered, it's not impossible to check. Shut up. The Empress seemed angry. Xiao He saw the situation and had to say casually, women who have experienced personnel, and the smell of virginity are different, virginity fragrance is unique, moreover, when I touched this woman, she was very shy, apparently rarely contact with men, or even the first time to contact, although her pulse, is pregnant, but the pulse in some cases will also be out of the question, cannot be done really. Xiao He secretly said that it was fortunate that he was a pure yang sacred body and had a special sense for women. At the moment of touching, one could feel that this woman's yuan yin was full and sufficient, and the pure yang power in his body had an urge to spurt out. As for the claim that she is pregnant, it is completely made up. The 2 eunuchs were about to retort when the beggar-like woman pointed at her brow. Empress mother, this kid is really capable, my method was seen through by him. The beggar woman withdrew her loose hair, followed by a turn and a flash of streaming light. Instantly transformed into a dainty long-haired girl, innocent and lively. But look at Xiao He's small face slightly red, so early exposure is also really afraid in the mess-down check. Empress mother, isn't this Princess Tai Ning? The 2 of them, Tai Dr. Zhang, were startled. At the same time, his heart sank, so will not be compared to Xiaohe? The Empress waved her hand. Well, I don't blame you two for not seeing it, but Imperial Dr. Zhao's medical skills are indeed far superior. Your Highness Imperial Dr. Zhang, and the two of them lowered their heads and did not argue, not knowing what they were thinking, but the causes and consequences were all obvious. This was clearly a bureau against Xiaohe. I just didn't expect to be broken by him. Imperial Dr. Xiao, you do have a few skills. Is that noble consort Lian really pregnant? The Empress was still undeterred and inquired again. 1,000 times true, she is indeed pregnant. I don't dare to speak rashly. Xiaohe thought to himself, there is always one hit in 6 times. Princess Taining stood in front of Xiaohe with her arms crossed, interrupting the Empress's question. You said I have a scent on me? How come I didn't smell it? The two of them, Dr. Zhang, sniffed and couldn't help but inhale a few more mouthfuls. Nothing because the princess was born with beauty. The micro-minister has a sensitive nose. Of course it's not something an old man can detect. Xiaohe said with a straight face. The two of them, Dr. Zhang, snorted coldly and said that we are not normal? Hearing such praise, Princess Taining blushed. I don't believe it. There are many beautiful women in the palace. What do I count as? No, you are the most beautiful Dechen girl I have ever seen. Xiaohe's attitude was sincere. He must praise this princess at this moment. The light Taining's unbridled attitude in front of the Empress can tell that Taining's status is extraordinary. But the Empress is much better looking than me. Aren't you talking with your eyes open? 1. Indicating that Taining is right. You are indeed better looking than the Empress, obtaining a resident face pill. Note, but there is a possibility that the Empress will hold a grudge against the Empress, and if she is caught, she will retaliate back with 10,000 times the amount of torture. 2. Deny, say that the Empress is better looking than her. You are inferior to the Empress. Get 3 pills of Tai Ching San. Note, you will be hated by Princess Taining, and you will be subjected to inhuman abuses in the days to come. No 3? How are those too bad? 3. Clever words, to resolve the crisis by themselves, to obtain 10 years of training experience, can be allocated by themselves. Note, life and death of their own control, not good, but not live that day. Xiaohe coughed, cupped his fists and said, the beauty of the Empress is submissive, spontaneous beauty in the heart. The Empress needs to be remembered in the heart, not thinking about her beauty, not to mention that she is originally the head of the harem, the first lady of the great Jin dynasty. The ranking of this beauty, why not give it to the young people? Of course, if Princess Taining meets with the young Empress, then naturally, it is a double phoenix out of the sea. But alas, the two are not in an era and cannot be compared, making me feel differently in my heart. So how can I compare them? Xiaohe's words came down so that the Empress mother couldn't help but laugh softly as she listened, and Princess Taining couldn't help but let out a laugh as the corners of her mouth rose. The two eunuchs cursed when this kid's mouth was so slippery. This horse's ass padding. The Empress sighed, but no matter how good the face is, it can't beat the ravages of age. Otherwise why doesn't His Majesty come to this Fengkuan Palace day after day, but instead goes to Qingluan Palace many times? I, as a sister, still have a number in my heart, since it is not as good as Princess Taining. Seeing this, Xiaohe hurriedly said, Empress Dowager, in my heart, the Empress has never been a sister, nor an Empress. You are just an 18-year-old girl, and to say that you are an Empress is just an honorary title for your position. You. The Empress looked at Xiaohe's handsome appearance, her eyes flickered with a strange luster. It was the first time she had been complimented so much. It sounded like compliments and flattery, but it was so nice that it warmed her heart. Married to the Emperor of Dakian for many years, but never enjoyed the care that a woman should have. Every day is either to hook up or face the uninteresting life. Apart from practicing is practicing. If it wasn't for the sake of her family's marriage, she would have wanted to leave this hellish place long ago. Imperial Dr. Zhang, the two of you go down first. The Empress waved her hand. Yes. Eunuch Zhang, Eunuch Wang both glanced at each other, both seeing the uneasiness in the other's eyes. Until he walked out of Fengkuan Palace, Imperial Dr. Zhang cursed with displeasure. How come this little white boy is so good at talking? If La Fu had half of his eloquence, what woman couldn't be picked up? Shoo, keep your voice down. The Empress is probably keeping him because she wants to use him against concubine Lian. What kind of person is the Empress? Not to mention how strong she is in her own right. It's her family's situation and status that won't let her be easily hooked by a white boy. Let's see what happens. If this Xiaohe really makes us lose favor in front of the Empress, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Didn't his father die because he was too forward and mouthy and offended some people? Imperial Dr. Xiao, you stay, this palace wants to talk to you. The Empress stopped Xiaohe, who wanted to slip away. Taining, you go out as well. Imperial Dr. Xiao and we have something big to talk about. I don't want it. It's obviously quite fun. Princess Taining was stubborn, her big eyes staring at Xiaohe. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration. Then, Empress Mother, this Imperial Doctor is very smart. When you're done with it, send it to me, okay? No, Imperial Dr. Xiao is not some eunuch. How can he be sent at will? And you are a princess, playing around with an Imperial Doctor. What is the decency? The Empress said seriously. I don't care. If you don't promise, I won't go out. Princess Taining clasped her hands and beamed. Alright, I'm afraid of you. How about this? I'll have the Milan duo send him over in a while. Only after receiving the Empress's permission did Princess Tai Ning leave in a flurry of excitement, and as she left, she even winked at Xiao He. The Empress obediently let her personal courtesan, Melancholia, go down as well, leaving behind a bewildered Xiao He. Holy, it's not possible that the Empress is going to do that to me as well. I'm just an imperial doctor, not some absolutely beautiful Li Xuanhuan. It's not like that. Xiao He shouted furiously inside. Chapter 6, Your Majesty, I dare not. Xiao He secretly wondered if it could be that what he had just said was too sweet and had impressed this woman. The Empress walked around Imperial Dr. Xiao a few times. Sit, Imperial Dr. Xiao. Thank you, Empress. The Empress looked at Xiao He's restrained face and couldn't help but laugh. What? You were sweet-talking just now, but now you're mute? Could it be that you just lied to the palace? Xiao He said fearfully, the humble minister does not dare. I speak from the bottom of my heart. Okay, not to tease you, you're so oily, this palace is afraid of really being coaxed happy by you. The Empress sat back in her seat and suddenly said, Noble consort Lian's pregnancy is definitely a fake, and if she really has an heir, it will definitely be some other wild man's. Xiao He did not dare to reply, wondering in his mind whether the Empress believed in herself or was convinced that the Emperor was incapable of having children. But it looks like the odds are believing that Princess Lian has a man. Xiao He, this palace lets believe you once. You help me find out the wild man beside noble consort Lian. Once you find it, not to mention the small Thai hospital, let you head to the court. The official position of the positive third grade is not impossible. You have to know that the higher the official position, the more resources for cultivation, in this world where strength is the most important thing. If you have the power and the resources, the strength and cultivation will be naturally there. Xiao He didn't dare to refuse, but he also didn't dare to agree right away. He didn't know if the Empress was continuing to test him. But the system gave two more options at this time. 1. Refuse, get reward, flesh strength increased by 1%, note, refusing the queen, not 3 days, very likely to be assassinated by experts, survival rate, 1%. 2. Promise, get reward, life expectancy increased by 30 years, acquire dragon elephant prison suppressing strength, note, if you promise the Empress, there will be constant errands for you, and your future life will be as dangerous as walking a tightrope. There is no option 3, so it seems that you can only choose 2. And even if there is no option, Xiao He won't be stupid enough to reject the Empress. It's not a problem for the humble servant to help the Empress inquire about this, it's just a pity that the humble servant's ability is weak and can't pry into anything. The Empress laughed softly, oh, Imperial Dr. Xiao, you are modest, noble consort Lian is very optimistic about you, requesting that His Majesty specifically allow you to regulate her body. Apart from you, who else would be the most suitable? Xiao He was shocked. This thing can know. This is just how long has passed. The queen's eye line is also too deep. Fortunately, his own and Lian Guifei's matter has not been discovered, or finished. I didn't expect the Empress to be so well informed. I will do my best. As long as you serve me, I won't treat you poorly. I remember you have a sister, right? Living alone outside the city, not much of a specialty. If it's convenient, you can let her enter the palace to get a job with me. Xiao He remembers that he does have a sister, who was picked up by the side of the road when his father was practicing medicine. Only, my sister wasn't very bright, she was dull in everything she did, but she knew to run to the house when it rained, she could cook, do housework, etc. Ever since his mother had died of illness due to a failed cultivation breakthrough, his sister had been doing all the heavy lifting in the house, and he had been studying medicine under his father, and now that he was dead, his sister was the only one at home. Xiao He, on the other hand, went back every half a month. After all, his sister had no income and needed his help to buy some food and drink, otherwise his sister would starve to death. The good thing was that the security within the imperial city was good, plus he was an imperial doctor, the court had a small house assigned to him, and his neighbors were all from the palace, so he didn't have to worry about danger. My sister was born stupid, she can't do anything. If she came to the palace, she would only be able to say anything. It's really inconvenient. If that's the case, then I won't force myself, but remember, if you stonewall me, you'll end up miserable. The Empress also knew that in the palace, words were not enough, and those who didn't know to shut up would die very quickly, and would even implicate many people. Invisible pressure from the queen pressed over. Xiao He was shocked. He was at least a 6th order expert, but in front of the queen still seemed like a small chicken. Xiao He didn't dare to slack off. Don't worry, Your Highness, I will not let you down. Go down, I'll have Melancholia let you know if anything happens. Xiao He hurriedly got up and had just taken 2 steps out when the Empress suddenly asked, Imperial Dr. Xiao, am I beautiful? Of course it's beautiful, Xiao He said without thinking. Then, if this palace were not an empress, but a husbandless woman, would you wish to like me? Xiao He took a deep breath. This was a giveaway. Of course I am loyal to the Empress, how dare I dislike her? Xiao He asked himself if this answer was seamless. But the queen pursued, that's not what I meant when I asked. When I said like, I meant the like of male love. This Xiao He's heartbeat accelerated. How can this be good? This is the Empress. How to answer is problematic. Sure enough, the system gave the choice again. 1. Say like, get reward, charm plus 10%. Note, this word out of the king's crime of deception, if found dead and buried. In addition, there will be the suspicion of seducing the queen. If the queen stared at, then the consequences are unimaginable. 2. Dislike, get reward, iron skin kung fu great success. Note, the queen dislike, will not believe you, as long as you find you have problems, on the spot kill. Empress mother, micro-minister dare not say like, but the activities in the heart cannot lie to themselves, the mother is after all the mother of a country, I dare not blaspheme, if it is really an ordinary woman, can get the empress such a good person, it is my Shaohui 10 lifetimes of cultivation of the blessing. Ha! The empress laughed at this, covering her mouth as she rose and walked with light steps. A pair of big bright eyes seriously surveyed Shaohui. You, this mouth is really sweet, can talk, make this palace heart itch, pity, pity. Empress mother. Shaohui bowed respectfully. You go down, remember my words, otherwise, I won't spare you. It's much simpler for this palace to kill you than to pinch an ant, understand? Understood, understood. The moment Shaohui walked out of Feng Koan Palace, it felt like the world lit up. The mood was unprecedented, the empress was testing him at all times, even the sudden attack at the end, making him not understand the empress's intention until now. He didn't believe that the empress was starving for his body because he was handsome, and those seemingly seductive, love-hungry gestures must have had other intentions. Shaohui now wanted to go back to his quarters in the Thai hospital, or even leave the palace to go home for a visit. But now, they could only follow the empress's personal palace maid, Mei Lan and the two girls, to Princess Tai Ning's chambers, Tai Xian Palace. While passing through the main road of the harem, he stumbled upon a row of a very large procession, two red-colored beasts, pulling a carriage, flanked on the left and right by guards clad in silver armor, imposing. The carriage was even engraved with dangerous array patterns, and the cost was evident from the glowing material. Such a big show in the palace, which big shot is this? After walking away, Shaohui couldn't help but ask, two sisters, the party, which one is it? Mei Lan spoke in unison, that is the seat of the Third Highness. Nowadays the Third Highness is also known as the King of Taiyan. He is distinguished in battle, powerful and respected, and is the son of Princess Xian. Princess Xian? I've never heard of this person. Is it not favored? By the way, where is the queen's son? The third prince's row is this big, so the empress mother's dragon son and daughter must be even better. Mei Lan and her duo stopped their steps and coldly said, Lord Shao, you haven't been in the palace for a long time, we don't blame you for that. Because of certain reasons the empress doesn't have an heir, but even if the empress doesn't have an heir, her status isn't something that other concubines can touch. Understood. Shaohui shut up, while his heart turned over, the empress wouldn't still be a yellow flower girl, would she? But thinking about it should not be possible, it is probably due to some reason that cannot bear children. Next time there is a chance to ask noble consort Lian. The three of them quickly arrived at the entrance of Tai Xian Palace, a palace of birds and flowers, hung with pink lanterns, and a girlish atmosphere. Chapter 7, Is this a bad idea? You're finally here, come play with me. Princess Tai Ning jumped and rushed out, holding a long whip in her hand, looking at Shaohui's heart jumping. The two Milan girls glanced at each other and said gloatingly, Lord Shao, we'll send you here, have a good time. Hey, don't go. Before Shaohui could finish his words, the two Milan girls disappeared with an extremely fast stance. Get in here, Princess Tai Ning ordered. Your Highness, I have to go back and grind the medicine, or else I'll be delayed in my work. Come in when I tell you to, do you hear me? Hurry up. Princess Tai Ning smacked her leather whip on the floor, and the sturdy floor suddenly had an additional 5-inch wide gully. This whip hit on the body, shall not be a green piece of purple Shaohui helplessly followed. There weren't many people in Tai Xian Palace, except for a palace maid, and two eunuchs with swollen noses. When the two eunuchs saw that a newcomer had arrived, they both breathed a long sigh of relief, as if they had gotten a savior. Seeing this scene, Shaohui stopped at the door and hesitated to enter Princess Tai Ning's boudoir. Tai Ning could see his concern and explained, Don't worry, I won't beat you, these two eunuchs didn't listen to me, that's why I beat them, you're an imperial physician, not a eunuch, if I beat you, and father knows about it, they'll still punish me, don't worry about it. Shao hesitated to go in. Princess Tai Ning got angry, she was not tall, 1 meter 6 head, only to Shaohui neck chin, tilted her head and stared at him hard with wide eyes. Lord Shao, don't you listen to what this princess says? I don't dare, but a lone man and a woman, it's not appropriate, right? Shaohui looked at the room behind Princess Tai Ning, a moment of hesitation, the house was pitch black, as if the giant mouth of the abyss was going to devour him. Not coming in Princess Tai Ning lifted her toes and took off the white stockings she wore on her feet, then rubbed them together. If you don't come in, I'm going to shove a sock in your mouth so you won't be allowed to spit it out for a day. Princess Tai Ning stood on one leg, her little white and red feet curled. Just as Shaohui was about to resign himself to his fate and walk into the house. Outside the Tai Xian Palace, a palace maid hurriedly came to report, Your Highness, noble consort Lian is not feeling well and urgently needs Imperial Dr. Shao to heal her. Princess Tai Ning glanced at Shaohui suspiciously, You must have done it on purpose. She then put on her shoes and walked to the door, and Shaohui followed her out to see that it was Shao Hong who had arrived. Tell your noble consort Lian that Imperial Dr. Shao is my man now, and I'll return him to her after he's been playing with me for a while. Shao Hong said unabashedly, Your Highness, noble consort Lian is pregnant with a dragon child. Currently the other Imperial doctors Your Highness is not at ease, if the condition is delayed, the consequences are unimaginable. Although Princess Taining was capricious, she also knew how to be considerate, and unwillingly gave Xiaohe a blank look. You go, I'll look for you when I'm free next time. Thank you, Princess, I will definitely accompany the princess to have a good time next time. You said oh. Princess Taining's eyes lit up and she was happy again. The princess is so lovely, of course I won't lie. Xiaohe laughed. He didn't want to offend this master. Little girls are just good to coax, much more simple to than those women in the palace. In the midst of laughter, Xiaohe left the Taishian palace. At the moment the sky was darkening at the moment, when he stepped onto the Green Lawn Palace once more. Xiaohe's heart surged with a feeling of peace of mind. This is not good, this is the palace of the concubines, take this as a home, sooner or later, you will be divided into 5 horses, must not have this idea. Re-enter the Qinghuan Palace. Lotus noble consort changed a long fuchsia dress, mainly from the side can look at the legs, I do not know if it is intentionally so dressed up, wearing a famous headdress, white arm resting on their lips smeared lipstick. Xiao Lang, do I look good to you? Noble consort Lian asked without looking back. Of course you look good, concubine Lian. Perfunctory, if I hadn't gone to save you this time, would you have been able to come out unharmed from the hands of that wench from Taining? Noble consort Lian turned around, her long slender snow-white legs extending out from the side of her skirt, and walked quickly to Xiaohe. The slender white palm of his hand rubbed Xiaohe's face, and looking at Xiaohe's mute expression, he couldn't help but rub it vigorously with his hand. Concubine Lian. Still calling me concubine Lian? Call me Xinu. Lian Xinu moved closer to Xiaohe, her body pressing against him. Xiaohe intuited that the full flesh touched up. Xiaohe swallowed his saliva. Xinu, it's almost dark, it's not good. I know it's not good. What? Can't I touch your body? Noble consort Lian took a few steps back and spun around, deliberately revealing her wonderful body. It's okay, but dash. That'll do, come on, give me a hug. Xiaohe hugged noble consort Lian from behind. Noble consort Lian turned back, and the exhaled gases of the two near each other fused together. Xiaohe, although Princess Taining looks harmless, but she doesn't know what to do, there are several eunuchs who have been played to death by him. Don't be stupid to go next time, do you know? Aha! Xiaohe then realized that noble consort Lian's body was soft and warm, and as he spoke, noble consort Lian gently kissed him with her rosy lips from time to time. Did this woman really like herself? Xiaohe was more convinced it was because of loneliness. How is Princess Taining's power in the palace? Xiaohe asked. Xia, the one who can't be messed with the most is her. In short, she's special, even the emperor doesn't dare to make her angry. That's serious? Xiaohe was shocked, but fortunately he had handled the situation properly. What did the queen call you over and ask you? Asked you to spy on me, did she? Noble consort Lian turned around and sat across Xiaohe's lap, hooking her hands around Xiaohe's neck. Long, slender legs stretched out at the sides like crabs, toes on the ground. 1. Confess generously, get reward, strong soul fruit. Note, after confessing, you will get more favor from Princess Lian, and when you are completely devoted to you, you can unlock other functions. 2. Lying, get reward, Ling Bo Weibu. Note, after lying, concubine Lian will be suspicious of you, and there will be suspicion between the two of you, and you may not be trusted. And finally, in order to ensure the secret of the child in the womb, you will be killed. Xiaohe sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this message, not because of the system's function, but because the system said about the child inside concubine Lian's stomach. How long has this been going on and how can there be a baby? The system seemed to know his doubts and reminded, the system is only guessing, whether there is a child in the belly or not, we still have to know in 15 days. Seeing Xia sends a sigh of relief, he really doesn't want a child yet. The empress asked me to spy on you, and she dashed. Xiaohe told the empress all about her intentions. When noble consort Lian heard this, she was not surprised. Instead, she looked like she had guessed it. This old hag, she still thinks she can turn you. You are my little lover. How could you betray me, isn't it? Lian Xinyu said, twisting her waist and arching forward. That's of course, concubine Lian is my first woman. Xiaohe was originally a pure yang sacred body, but at this moment, under Lian Xinu's eagerness, he could not help himself somewhat. It's hot, what's wrong with you? Lian Xinu blushed. She was on the verge of melting even when she wanted to say something, her head buried in silence. After an hour had passed, Xiaohe got up in a hurry, dressed himself, and finally stood at the edge with a look of calmness. Xiao Lang! Lian Xinu realized that Xiaohe was completely different this time, causing her to completely fall in, forgetting for a moment that this was the palace. Xinu, on the empress's side, don't worry, I won't show my face. Xiaohe knew what she was worried about, but Xiaohe was still a little worried about the others. Well, of course I believe you, you're too bad. How long has it been, making this palace's heart melt completely? I really hope you can spend the night here, accompanying me through every lonely night. Lian Xinu climbed over, twisting her water snake waist, lying on Xiaohe's back. I should go, there will be gossip for a long time, we should be careful with our affairs. Xiaohe was calm. Lian Xinu said, Xiao Lang, don't worry, I won't let the emperor touch me for a moment in the future, even though he hasn't touched me much before. Aha! But Lian Xinu was worried again and said, I'm still afraid that the emperor he broke through, if he breaks through, he might be able to get up normally, when that time comes. Breakthrough? What realm is that, Emperor? Lian Xianyu shook her head. I don't know, anyway it's very strong. He's lived for almost 400 years, this kind of old monster, I can't tell. Got it, I'll keep an eye out. Lian Xianyu nodded her head, then reluctantly bid Xiaohui farewell, and when she left, she didn't forget to ask for a few passionate kisses. Alright, we're in broad daylight like this, sooner or later we'll be exposed. Xiaohui quickly separated. Well, I'll restrain myself, Xiaohui, I'm all yours, don't you dare get hooked by another woman. Xianyu, I can't thank you enough for your love for me. After a brief goodbye, Xiaohui returned to the Imperial Hospital. It was already evening. Lying on the hard bed, he could finally sleep. Today has been richer in excitement than a lifetime. I didn't expect such a beautiful woman like concubine Lian to become mine. The pure yang sacred body is really extraordinary. It clearly feels like she's even more infatuated with me. Xiaohui sighed and opened the system space. The exciting moment of receiving rewards had arrived. Chapter 8, Similar Kinds of Mutilation, Strength Explosion. In the system item bar, strong soul fruit, life expectancy increased by 30 years, dragon elephant prison suppressing strength, charisma increased by 10%, 10 years of time cultivation experience, can be allocated by oneself. There were 5 rewards in total, of which all were passive rewards except for the strong soul fruit, dragon elephant prison suppressing strength. A 30-year increase in life expectancy added up to nothing for him. I don't know much about the lifespan of the cultivation realm. Take the time to ask concubine Lian, her cultivation level is a little higher than mine. Charisma plus 10% doesn't feel like much either, looking in the mirror. Handsome indeed, and manly. Xiaohui was satisfied with his image. As for the 10 years of cultivation experience, it depended on whether it was allocated to divine powers or cultivation realms. With the addition of a dragon elephant prison suppressing strength, there was even more at the disposal of 10 years of cultivation experience. Dragon elephant prison suppressing strength was a superb body refining technique that could infinitely stack power as it was cultivated, from the power of 1 dragon and 1 elephant to the power of 1,000 elephants and 10,000 dragons at the back of the room. How terrifying it was. 5 years of Xuan Wu Zhengong, 5 years of dragon elephant prison suppressing strength, and that's how it'll be distributed. With Xiaohui's choice, the 2 forces within his body exploded like a monstrous river. His cultivation began to rise again in a straight line, and the most important thing was his physical body, which was also undergoing distinct changes. His torso did not become swollen and remained as usual, but now his bones, flesh and blood, and internal organs were undergoing a radical metamorphosis. All over his body, black blood began to emerge, which seeped out from his pores and 7 orifices. These were the impurities of the body. The bones began to crackle, the internal organs were trembling, especially the heart beating like the sound of a great bell. Adding to the fact that he was already a pure yang sacred body, now that he had been enhanced by the dragon elephant prison suppressing strength, he was even more like a tiger with wings. Phew! Xiaohui got up and walked towards the bath to wash off the dirt on his body, and while bathing, he realized that Zi's own skin was smoother. Take out a fruit knife and stab it into your arm. The fruit knife broke with a clink. My flesh is so strong now? So hard. Xiaohui looked at his little brother and thought to himself, why don't you try it too? Better forget it. According to the description of the dragon elephant prison suppressing strength, I now possess the power of at least 1 dragon and 10 elephants in combination with my cultivation. 8th ranked psychic, complete. 5 years of cultivation has brought me to the peak of the 8th rank, and my speed has slowed down a bit. But it's understandable, the realm is getting more and more difficult later on. It's just that how strong I am with this 8th order psychic, in addition to the power of 1 dragon and 10 elephants, has yet to be verified. Now delayed to the extreme, or to understand the specific strength of the great Qian, otherwise they are in what class do not know. Xiaohui washed for almost an incense stick of time before finishing. Now October days, the temperature plummeted, the temperature at night is very low. But he didn't feel anything, his whole body was like a furnace. Just got dressed and ready to rest. Tomorrow I'll go home outside the palace to see that sister I've never seen before, and there are so many things about the family that I don't know, and I need to find out how father died. Although it is not Xiaohui's own father, but this is the palace, someone can kill his father, and in the future, it is impossible to guarantee that he will assassinate him, the potential enemy. It is necessary to understand clearly. Just then there was a knock at the door. Knock knock. Imperial Dr. Xiao, are you asleep? It was Dr. Zhang's voice. Is there something wrong with Dr. Zhang? Half of Xiaohui's body was propped up, looking warily at the door. Oh, it's not that the people from the Imperial Hospital are all back at work. The Emperor said earlier that he wanted us to develop medicines that could solve the impurities in the meridians, and wanted you to come over and take a look as well. Dr. Zhang, Xiaohui, am just a newbie. It's enough for you old-timers to drill. But Imperial Dr. Zhang is not willing to give up. Xiao Royal Doctor today in the Queen's great show of power, our Imperial Hospital can be known. You do not come, is not at a loss. I and Wang Tai Doctor, Shui Tai Doctor are waiting in. You do not come is not too much to give face. Seeing that Dr. Chang kept chattering, Xiaohui got up and walked out. The Imperial Dr. Zhang who was outside had been waiting impatiently for a long time, and was just about to directly break the door, when the door was suddenly opened, and a fierce aura came over him. scaring him to take 2 steps back. Fong only felt a beast rushing out of the house to tear him apart. Fixing his eyes, it was actually Xiaohe. Dr. Zhang, it's so late, are you sure you want to ask for medical advice? Xiaohe asked with narrowed eyes. Imperial Dr. Zhang surveyed Xiaohe, his breath was smooth, or the previous thin image, only his eyes have become quite sharp, fixed his mind, thinking that the party was just an illusion. Cough cough, yes, Imperial Dr. Xiao was not in a hurry for this moment, right? Okay, I'll go with you. Although Xiaohe was not sure what cultivation level Dr. Zhang was at this moment, he could not feel any pressure on Dr. Zhang. Adding to the fact that the people in the Thai hospital, immortal martial cultivation was already average, the old man in his own memories, his strength was also very ordinary, and even inferior to the current him. Imperial Dr. Zhang was delighted at the sight. Follow me. The Imperial Hospital was not big, but Dr. Zhang had taken Xiaohe out of the Imperial Hospital and even to a silent no-man's land in the Imperial Palace. Dr. Zhang, didn't you say you were discussing medical skills? Why did you come here? Dr. Zhang laughed, switching into a smug and sinister face. Xiaoxian nephew, the Empress left you, with you in the end said something, you'd better give an honest account, as well as Lian Guifei's pregnancy in the end is true or false. At the same time, 2 more people came out from the surrounding area, it was Dr. Wang, and a Dr. Shui who was clad in a blue coat with a high hat, both of them had their hands hidden inside their sleeves, most likely holding the murder weapon. Wang Tai doctor came up and reached out, took out a long knife and set it on Xiaohe's neck. Give an honest account, if you don't make it clear, at most, the Imperial Hospital will die suddenly of a small Imperial doctor, and no one will know about it. Just think about your father's death, who is going to ask about it? How did my father die? Xiaohe said in a deep voice. So what if you know? Tell us about the Empress and noble consort Lian. Imperial Dr. Zhang sneered. I see, even if I say it, you guys won't let me go. After all, I made you lose trust in front of the Empress, right? Xiaohe had long since seen the little minds of these 2 old things. Within the palace, the ratio is ruthless, just did not expect that these 2 old things are so impatient to strike. Yo, very smart, if you give an honest account, death will be easier. Imperial Dr. Shui stepped forward and also took out a long, chilly knife. But in the next second, a sudden change occurred, as Eunuch Shui's long knife stabbed directly at Eunuch Wang and sent him flying with a punch. The scene that rose abruptly made Xiaohe freeze. Imperial Dr. Zhang yelled, "You're crazy, old man Shui." Humph. Eunuch Shui's maneuver was clean and sharp, attacking furiously at Eunuch Zhang, his blade raging and slicing through the sky. This amount of swordplay was not very powerful in Xiaohe's eyes, and he felt that it could be crushed with a single punch. It's only the 6th rank, is the power of this Thai hospital so average? But that Imperial Dr. Zhang was even worse, undefeated by Imperial Dr. Shui's frenzied attack, and had his head severed by an internal knife. 2 old doctors just died at the hands of another old doctor. Imperial Dr. Shui came panting, Xiaoxian nephew, your father and I are close friends, no one knows about this matter. Fortunately I am a superficial brother to these 2 old things, otherwise this time you will be finished, or else the old Xiao will be extinct. Thank you uncle. Xiaohe arched his hand, do you know how my father died? Chapter 9, Sister Zhu Xiaoming. I'll talk to you later, clean up this place first. Dr. Shui's face was full of wrinkles and he looked over 70, but he was alive and well. Here, help get rid of the body first, there's a dry well here that specializes in dumping corpses. Oh. Xiaohe followed to a dry well, which was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom, leaving a corpse behind, and not a single movement was visible how deep it was. At the same time, Imperial Dr. Shui took out some powder and sprinkled it on the ground, and many of the bloodstains disappeared into thin air. Xiaohe sighed, this is the benefit of no surveillance people as long as there is no, the scene traces do clean, dead no evidence, even if people suspect, but also take you no way. After cleaning up the traces of the scene, Imperial Dr. Shui led Xiaohe to a quiet and unoccupied place. Taking out a leafy cigarette in his hand, smoke? You can try. Shaw took it. I saw Dr. Shui take out the fire folders and light them for Xiaohe. Cough. Xiaohe gently inhaled a mouthful of it will be choked head dizzy, which is smoke and what is the difference between direct drugs? And Eunuch Shui smiled and patted Xiaohe's back, I admire your father was a very upright person, but upright people, they don't live long in the palace, so he died. Don't look at our imperial hospital is not big in the palace, but there is a lot of oil and water in it, it is even related to the imperial court as well as the outside world's herbal medicine profits, put it this way, you get it, don't you? Xiaohe asked tentatively, isn't it true that some useless medicines, or medicines whose prices are actually very cheap, explode into sky-high prices? Imperial Dr. Shui took a deep breath of leaf smoke and muttered, what you said is just the tip of the iceberg. For example, now the court sells the most chi-gathering powder to the outside world, as well as the immortal spirit herb. Most of the chi-gathering powder used by the royal family is more than 100 times more effective than the sold chi-gathering powder, but the price, it is indeed the same. This Xiaohe thought that he also had a chi-gathering scatter in his hand, but he had bought it outside and it was very expensive, costing 300 Qian coins. The Qian coin is a currency issued by the Great Qian to the entire Great Qian nation. Xiaohe's monthly salary was also only 100 Dakian coins, but this was already a year's income for the high-paying class of ordinary people. Most of the commoners have only 30 Dakian coins a year. 10 years of hard work in exchange for a chi-gathering dan, only 1/10 of the effect of the royal nobles. If this exploded, I'm afraid that the world will be shaken. But the vested interests won't talk about it and are keeping their mouths shut. This is still the tip of the iceberg. There are many spiritual medicines that roam the mountains and simply can't be used up, but are being sold extremely expensive. These are small operations, and your father actually hopes that the emperor will liberalize these resources, so that the whole world will be treated equally. You say that this is not looking for death is what? This Xiaobi was speechless for a while. He didn't think his old man was so rigid. This obviously touched everyone's interests. It's hard to live. Still, he was in awe. He would never have been able to do any of this if it had been him. And now you want to avenge your father? At least we know who did it. We can't just do nothing. Imperial Dr. Xue nodded. To say that the murderer who killed your father, that above the court, everyone is, but the direct murderer, is the dean of our imperial hospital. Although after your father's petition, the emperor did not say anything, the ministers, princes and lords did not say anything, but our dean is not waiting for them to state their position, and directly do it. Got it. The dean is the one who gave the order, and the one who did it was the Jinshin division, 100 household chief Liu Liang. Xiaoyi said, Jinshin C? What department is that again? This department has a lot of power. There are a lot of feudal kings and nobles in the dynasty, and the emperor set up the Jinshin division in order to control these people. This department is responsible for protecting the safety of the royal family, and also has the duty of thoroughly investigating the courtiers. It dawned on Xiaohe that this was not the same as the brocade guards, but much more powerful. And is there a powerful department of eunuchs besides the Zenshinji? No. Eunuch Xue shook his head. Eunuchs are only made by poor people. How can you cultivate when your bull is gone? When a man lacks it, he can at most cultivate up to the third order of divine power. He can't get lucky at all. After all, when there is chi in the dantian, it slips away along the gap underneath you. So that's how it is, Elder Dr. Xue. Thank you for your help this time, a great favor. You are much more flexible than your father. Don't be a fool, live well, marry a wife, keep a queen, in this palace. No one dare to say live until next year. By the way, what is the cultivation level of the head of the Imperial Hospital? He is an expert who has passed the 9th order. Ling Tai realm, our Tai hospital's strength is not great, mainly powerful in poison making, and that 100 households chief, Liu Liang, his cultivation is the 9th order of divine transformation. This Liu Liang has raked in a lot of benefits in the Tai hospital, and most likely broke through the Ling Tai in the near future. Thanks for telling me. Do you know what cultivation level the empress, noble consort Lian and the others have? This, I'm not too sure anymore. The cultivation level of these concubines varies from high to low. But the strength of the empress is definitely not to be underestimated. Even some of the princes and lords are afraid of her. Dr. Xue shook his head blankly. Looking at him, it was more like he didn't want to say more, and after a cigarette was finished, he parted ways with Xiaohe in the night. Xiaohe, who had returned to his dormitory, had gained many more insights into the whole of Deqian. Certain aspects of Dakian were somewhat similar to that of Daming in his previous life, but since it was an immortal martial world, the position of the royal aristocracy was immensely secure under the suppression of personal force. Today's Chen Emperor, Li Qinshian, reigned for 200 years, and the entire Dakian, after more than 8,000 years of history, still flourished, which was enough to explain a lot. Xiaohe was busy collecting things and thought, if not for the hanging, and my handsome and compelling face, I am afraid that I would have died at noble consort Lian's place. As long as he settles down, develops silently, and doesn't expose his strength too early, Xiaohe has great confidence in surviving. With the anticipation of the future, a deep sleep fell. Early in the morning, Xiaohe got up and went forward to ask for a leave of absence. Each imperial doctor can ask for 2 days a month to go back to see his family. Sha has not been used yet this month and has not been given a hard time for taking a vacation. The people in the imperial hospital were indifferent to each other, and along the way they met a few old eunuchs who did not greet him with a. As for Imperial Dr. Zhang, who died yesterday, and Imperial Dr. Wang, no one paid any attention to them. Everyone seemed to be robots busy with their own business. Walking out of the palace gate, Xiaohe felt that the weight on his head disappeared. Much more comfortable. It's too depressing inside the palace. Sha ran all the way to his house. Knock knock. Sis, it's me. Xiaohe knocked on the door. After a while, the door was opened a slit, a small head poked out, crescent eyes curiously looking outside. Seeing that it was Xiaohe, the sinister figure behind the door opened the door. Walked out of a dressed-in cloth, obviously clear and small face, but through the maturity and poignancy, perhaps too much work at home, coupled with wearing coarse linen clothes, the back of the head of the hair high coiled up, looking like a married woman. Xu Xiaoming's eyes flashed with joy as she hurriedly walked up and pulled Xiaohe. I made the potato pancakes that you love to eat. Oh yeah, it's cold. I'm on my way to make you a lamb stew. After pulling Xiaohe into the house, Xu Xiaoming closed the door and rushed to his room, taking out a wide coat to put on Xiaohe. Xu Xiaoming added, it's so cold, why are you wearing so little? Quickly go inside, I'll raise the fire. Looking at Xu Xiaoming's busy back, Xiaohe's heart warmed. Not long after, a pot of carbon fire was served by Xu Xiaoming. As far as I can remember, this sister has always been a hard worker, just not much of a talker. But now for the first time to meet, Xiaoyi sighed. This cheap sister let him feel what is cozy. Have sister, so what else to ask? There's no mutton at home, I'll go buy mutton, you eat these meals first. Xu Xiaoming carried the basket to go out. Xiaoyi got up. I'll accompany you. Ha? You accompany me? Xu Xiaoming was surprised. The previous Xiaoyi had never accompanied her to do any housework except for giving money to her. Every time she came back the two of them words were not much, but it was already very satisfying for her. And now, Xiaoyi actually took the initiative to go grocery shopping with her, making her feel a little uncomfortable inside, but more than anything, warm. Well, what if you're a girl out in danger? I'll accompany you. Watching and cooking, and making a fire, and even helped him change his shoes, clothes, ready to go wash. Xiaoyi can't do nothing as if he were a grandpa. You've been tired for so long, why don't you rest and accompany me? I'm your sister, it's only right to take care of you. Xiaoyi had long since ceased to be the old Xiaoyi, and said in a tone that brooked no refusal, I'll accompany you. Xu Xiaoming saw that Xiaoyi insisted, so he could not say anything else. The two of them walked out of the room one after the other, the corners of Xu Xiaoming's mouth slightly raised, but quickly converged. Chapter 10 Immortal Wind and Cloud Body, Sister. The Imperial City is also known as the Heavenly City in Dakian. Xiaoyi's home is located in the east and west of the Heavenly City. Within a 10-mile radius of this place are all the residences of the officials in the court, but all of them are not of high rank. The bazaar was right at the entrance to the whole residential area, and it was only about 3 miles from Xiaoyi's house. The people in the bazaar all knew Xu Xiaoming and greeted her warmly when they saw her coming. Zhu, you're not alone today. Isn't this your brother, Lord Xiao, who serves as the imperial physician in the palace? Good day, Lord Xiao. You're welcome. There are also people who are pushing for marriage. Lord Xiao, your sister has also reached marriageable age, and I heard that the son of Lord Zhao of the Qin Tian supervisor has also reached marriageable age. Do you need me to help you pull strings? The one who spoke was an old uncle. Xiaoyi had heard his sister say that this old man had someone in his family who was an official, and that coming out to sell vegetables was just idleness. And the Qintian supervisor is a big official of the 5th grade, the status, and the director of the imperial hospital of the same rank. If Xiaoyi's sister could really marry as a full wife, it would be a high climb. Thanks a lot, my sister has no plans to get married for the time being. Xiaoyi politely refused. The old man didn't mind and laughed. If you have an idea, feel free to tell me. Oh. Xu Xiaoming bought 10 pounds of mutton and many side dishes for the pot. Xiaoyi wanted to help take it, but Xu Xiaoming just didn't want to, had to carry it herself. More than 10 pounds of things, in her hands could not feel a trace of weight. When they got home, Xu Xiaoming started to get busy. Xiaoyi couldn't cook and thought about cleaning up the house, but found the house neat and tidy, nothing to clean up. His house had a kitchen, a front room, 2 bedrooms, an outhouse, and about 20 square feet of yard at the entrance. One of the bedrooms was where his parents slept, and he and Xu Xiaoming had grown up together, so there were only 2 rooms. Hurry up and eat, this mutton is your favorite. After an incense stick of time, Xu Xiaoming came out with a large bowl of lamb hot pot. I didn't know you were coming back today, so I didn't prepare much. Then you still prepare potato pancakes? Xiaoyi said without a trace of anger. Because it's your favorite, so I make it every day, and besides, I love it. The hot mutton hot pot was delicious and much better than the rough and tumble of the palace. Xiaoyi, when you go to the palace this time, pack more of the snacks I made for you. You lose weight every time you come back. Obviously you didn't eat well in the palace. Xu Xiaoming was holding a cloth bag on the side, helping to pack things, as if she was a worried old mother, taking care of Xiaoyi. There are many people in the palace, it's not that I don't bring them with me. If you're not careful, someone will frame you with something unwarranted. Hee, I noticed that your body is much stronger this time back. Xu Xiaoming came and pinched Xiaoyi's arm. Where once you could pinch Xiao's skinny bones in a single grip, now they were not only muscular, but hard. You practiced martial arts? Xu Xiaoming asked in amazement, her large eyes looking straight at Xiaoyi. Practice some, I guess. It's not safe to be without some martial arts. That's also true, but you used to have bad qualifications. Dad taught you for a few years and didn't grow at all. It's a good thing you have a good medical talent, otherwise there's no way for you to enter the palace. Sis, don't be so busy, just eat, look at how thin you are. Where have I lost weight? Xu Xiaoming turned around and crossed her arms, holding out her chest unhappily. Xiaoyi did not dare to look at it, buried his head in dry rice, unknowingly, ate 5 big bowls, 5 pounds of mutton quickly to the bottom. Xu Xiaoming, on the other hand, was dumbfounded at Xiaoyi's much larger appetite than before after eating a bowl. You're being opened up to the Runwu 2 chakras? Xu Xiaoming reached out and pressed Xiaoyi's stomach. I'm surprised your stomach doesn't rise. Where have you been eating? He, I have a good appetite lately. Xiaoyi didn't know how to explain. He couldn't admit his pure yang saint body. Xu Xiaoming's hand was ice cold, and when it touched her stomach, it felt like an electric shock. You're such a good eater, I should have known I'd make more. I'm going to cook it while I'm at it. Xiaoyi refused. Don't, I'm almost done. If you get more, I won't be able to finish it. It was past noon after the meal. Xu Xiaoming was doing the laundry. Xiaoyi had some nothing to do and couldn't intervene even if he wanted to help. This is the ordinary life, right? Daily meals, housework, work, and coming back for company. Xiaoyi sighed as he looked at the busy Xu Xiaoming. In the evening, Zhu Xiaoming made a table of good food, watching Xiaohi's appetite, wind up eating 6 bowls, then sat down in a chair and closed his eyes. It wasn't until the second shift that Shaw intended to go to bed with a bath. Zhu Xiaoming took the initiative to bring a bucket of water and went to undo Xiaohi's clothes. Sister, I'll wash myself, Xiaohi said evasively. In his memory, it was his sister who helped him bathe since he was a child. All accustomed to it, now are so big, although his sister to help him undress, helped to rub the back, the key parts of their own wash outside. Spare a thought, Xiaohi was still embarrassed. Since I was a child, it's always been like this. Don't you like sister anymore? Zhu Xiaoming stared with wide eyes, those eyes covered with some panic, aggression, and godly sorrow. No! Xiaohi quickly waved his hands. 1. Let sister help broadcloth bathing, get immortal wind cloud body art small success. Note, sister bathing can enhance feelings, if sister and your feelings to a certain extent, can unlock sister new function. 2. Help sister bath, get the wonderful Dr. Saint hand. Note, this method is cautious, may increase the two people's feelings, may also destroy feelings, sister angry consequences are very serious. Shaw, system, are you decent? 2. Shouldn't it be disapproving of a bath? What's the difference between that and a reverse clock? 3. Refuse to take a bath, get 3,000 dry coins. Note, it will hurt your sister, make her sad, and she will think you don't like her anymore. The reward is so small. Looking at Zhu Xiaoming's somewhat reddened eyes, he couldn't bear to say, then it's still the same as before, just rub your back. Aha! You wait until I'm done stripping myself and you turn around when I'm in the tub. Zhu Xiaoming knew Xiaohi was embarrassed and had to turn around. Xiaohi, you've grown up, you didn't care about that before. I would have grown up, before is before, although you are my sister, but we are also men and women, always like this, not good. The point is that the current Xiaohi is not the previous Xiaohi. The former Xiaohi, who grew up with Zhu Xiaoming, in his eyes, Zhu Xiaoming is really the same as his younger brother and brother. But now Xiaohi can't do it. Zhu Xiaoming, even if not dress up, have a face comparable to Lian Guifei, although wearing rough linen clothes, usually eat not much, but the place should be the same as not weak, especially when one is aggrieved and his eyes are red. He can't bear to see Xiaohi. With the immortal wind and cloud body technique arriving, Xiaohi sat inside the bathtub, a comfortable touch coming from his back. Your body is so much better than it used to be. Before I could see the bones in your back, the muscles in your back now, they're all much thicker. Hee, your skin is so smooth too, it feels so good to touch. Sis, just rub your back, don't touch it. Zhu Xiaoming couldn't help but rubbing Xiaohi's back. Now Xiaohi's body would have a natural attraction to women. Looking at Zhu Xiaoming couldn't help herself. Sis, the back will do, I'll do the front myself. Oh, I forgot. Zhu Xiaoming's cheeks blushed slightly, forgetting for a moment that Xiaohi was his brother. Xiaohi, Zhu Xiaoming said softly. You haven't helped me wash since father started letting me bathe myself 5 years ago, so why don't you help me, today? No, this is absolutely not okay. Xiaohi decisively refused. It's not my real sister, but it can't really become an invasive sister. Chapter 11, say, it was that woman who took you. The system option is still here. 1. Promise your sister that you will get 5 golden pills. Note, this act will greatly enhance their relationship. 2. Reject sister, get 1 sherry. Note, sister will be sad, but the effect is not big. What's the point of choosing? Of course it's 2. Xiaohi asked himself to be half gentleman and half decent person, and he won't just take advantage of it. Zhu Xiaoming wanted to say something else, but Xiaohi suddenly rang up that there was still a body tempering pill in his pocket that he didn't use. He took out a black elixir pill. Eat this. How did you get this elixir? You have 100 Xian coins a month. This one is equivalent to 100 days of your income, isn't it? Picked it up. Xiaohi didn't know what excuse to think of and said casually. Hey, anyway, don't you care how I got here? You eat up, and I've washed up, so I'll go to bed first, and by the way, it's better to sleep in separate rooms tonight, after all, we're both older. Xiaohi remembers that the two were still sleeping together before, after all, they were used to it since childhood, but Xiaohi himself is not used to it. Such a beautiful woman slept next to her, and although she was nominally a sister, she was not related by blood. Just look at the name. Dad said he picked it up with the word Zhu Xiaoming around his neck. It means she has a story too. His predecessor had no feelings because he was used to it from childhood, but he, Xiaohi, had feelings. Zhu Xiaoming was not happy to hear this and hurriedly stopped Xiaohi, who was about to get up. Her long hair tilted and fell on top of Xiaohi's chest. Xiaohi was not paying attention and was actually pressed back by Zhu Xiaoming. What did you say? Sleeping in separate rooms? We've been sleeping together for 20 years and you want to sleep in separate rooms? Sis, we're grown-ups, we have all the places we need to be, and I'm a man, in case dash. I don't care, you're supposed to come back once or twice a month, and you're sleeping in a separate room from me, you're leaving me out in the cold, and you still think I'm your sister. No. It's precisely because you're my sister that I'm separating, and you're going to be married later on, and that's if you let dash. Shut up. Zhu Xiaoming heckled. She was angry to hear the word marry. His face was all wrong, scaring Xiaohi. When was my sister so scary? Fine, I won't say any more, I'll go back to sleep first. Xiaohui secretly got up and hurriedly put on his clothes, afraid of being exposed. In a flash, he slipped back to his room, then hunkered down inside the covers in his white pajamas. It smells good. Xiaohui sniffed and realized that the bedding was clean, but there seemed to be something inside the bed. Lifting his hand, it was a purple belly band. How to throw it around? Shaw placed it neatly on the table. Outside came the sound of Xu Xiaoming's busy movements, pouring water, washing clothes, and cleaning up the house. Xiaohui, do you want to use the restroom before you go to sleep? Sis, no need, you go sleep in my parents' room. Xiaohui shouted and then didn't move. Until an hour passed, Xiaohui saw that his sister did not come over and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he thought that Xu Xiaoming obeyed and did as he was told, the bedding that covered him was lifted. Without waiting for him to turn around, a soft and warm body pressed up against him. Sis, why are you over here again? Xu Xiaoming didn't hug him, but slept with his back to him, in a back-to-back position. I've been sleeping here for 20 years, this was supposed to be my room. Xiaohui was speechless as he tried to get up and leave, and just as he sat up, he was yanked down by Xu Xiaoming. In the process, he lifted his right leg and pressed him down, then cupped Xiaohui's chin and broke his face over, half of his body pressed against Xiaohui's chest. Xiaohui only felt soft on top and hard on the legs. Sis, you're a bit too strong. Xiaohui didn't dare to exert himself for fear of hurting Xu Xiaoming. Tell me honestly, did you have that with another woman? Xu Xiaoming's big eyes stared daggers at Xiaohui. That one? Sister, I don't really understand. Xiaohui was a bit vain, always feeling that he had done something wrong. That thing with noble consort Lian, it wasn't something he did on purpose. But looking at Xu Xiaoming's slightly reddened eyes, the guilt in his heart intensified. Don't you pretend, I've seen it in the shower, you're not a boy anymore. Xiaohui always felt that Xu Xiaoming's tone was a bit dark. Sis, Xiaohui didn't know what to explain. Say, who is that woman? I'll kill her. Xiaohui looked at Xu Xiaoming's serious eyes and saw Xu Xiaoming so angry for the first time. It's not like she thinks I'm her husband. They grew up together, slept together every day, though they didn't do that, didn't make out, and when he came back, Xu Xiaoming washed his clothes, cooked, cleaned up the house, and bathed him. All of this is so much more in place than a wife would do, it's almost more than a good wife. And this kind of relationship, long above men and women, if you add the nourishment of love will certainly be even more wonderful. What are you thinking? Xiaohui mentally slapped himself a few times. 1. Admit your relationship with concubine Lian, get a reward, star in moon eyes. Note, admitting it will make Xu Xiaoming hostile to concubine Lian. 2. Make up a lie, get reward, Hadong Lian's roar, De Chang. Note, lies will only make Xu Xiaoming feel angry and disappointed with you in the end. If she finds out the truth, she will still be hostile to Lian Xinu and lose control. Hiss, this election to some serious but the first, and worried that she did something stupid, but, Lotus noble consort in the palace, the two cannot be met, it should not be okay, but, seeing Xu Xiaoming looking at him with an angry face, Xiaohui's heart felt guilty. Sis, I'm telling you, but listen to me slowly, there's a reason for this. You said, I still know you very well, you're not that kind of casual person, after all, we've been together for so long, you've never even made a move on me. Xu Xiaoming slightly tilted her head sideways as she said this, her cheeks flashing a hint of redness. Xiaohui tells the whole story, and Xu Xiaoming learns that Xiaohui was forced to do it. Eyes erupted in fire, as if the food that was rightfully theirs had been taken from them. Bastard, this Lian Xinu, I must destroy her, she actually took away your most precious chastity. Sis, don't think so much, I'm in the palace, I'm lucky to be alive, and I'm a guy, what chastity? No, you have to be in the wash. I've washed it many times already, I'm not going, it's cold outside. Xiaohui was not wanting to move. Xu Xiaoming reclined again, flat on his back, staring blankly at the ceiling without a word. Xiaohui saw that she was very quiet and looked sideways. Xu Xiaoming's side face was very three-dimensional, with a kind of beauty that was a combination of ancient charm and modernity. Sis, what's wrong with you, you're not happy? It's not like I'm a girl, and that Lianfei was also a first time, I didn't suffer, so don't be upset. You don't understand. Xu Xiaoming muttered. Xiaohui didn't dare to say anything, and he didn't know what Xu Xiaoming thought. You're my brother, everything about you is mine. Xu Xiaoming muttered. If you are seduced by her, you won't want to come back, you won't sleep with me, you won't want to eat my food, you'll be with that woman, have children, have a family, and I, in the future, will only be left alone inside this courtyard, to die alone. Xu Xiaoming's eyes became even redder, and there seemed to be tears turning inside. Xiaohui, which could not hold back, hastily wiped away the tears. I will never abandon you, we have been together for 20 years, behind 80 years, 800 years, will not change, I swear. Are you sure? Xu Xiaoming beamed. Sure, a million times sure, with Princess Lian, I'm just trying to save my life, I'm not trying to start a family. Xu Xiaoming shrunk his head and turned his back to Xiaohui again. Seeing that Xu Xiaoming was quiet, Xiaohui finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Xu Xiaoming suddenly asked, is that comfortable? Chapter 12, I won't believe Xiao if I don't kill your 9 clans. Xiaohui asked rhetorically, sis, that's not the point, how did you find out I was out of my first time? Of course I could find out, you used to have no concept of male and female, when I gave you a bath just now, I noticed the abnormality. Xu Xiaoming's voice came from inside the quilt. Apparently she was embarrassed too. Is that all? Or else, you seem to know a lot about women now, that's why I concluded all this. Xiaohui was speechless, and could only say that a woman's intuition was terrible. Now make it look like you're cheating. But Xu Xiaoming seemed to be undeterred, and kept asking after him, is it comfortable? 1. Answer comfortably, get starry moon eyes, consequences unknown. 2. Answer uncomfortable, get 1,000 coins, consequences unknown. Seems like a better reward for 1. Doesn't matter what the answer is anyway. Xiaohui would not have known how to answer. It's kinda comfy. So what does it feel like, can we talk about it? Xu Xiaoming leaned toward him and could feel the softness of her side. Sister, it's not good for us to talk about this in this state, I'm really sleeping. Xiaohui felt that in saying that, something is going to happen, simply directly pretending to be dead, closed his eyes, began to snore away. Forget it if you don't say it. Xu Xiaoming rolled over and turned her back to him and went to sleep on her own. It was only in the middle of the night, when he was sure that Xu Xiaoming was asleep, that Xiaohui began to check the star and moon eyes. It's a kind of pupil technique, or you could say it's a special physique. In the darkness, Xiaohui's eyes emitted a bright color like moonlight, and the light disappeared with a thought. So amazing, not to mention the enhanced vision. I feel like there is a powerful force inside my pupil that can be released at any time. Xiaohui suppressed the urge to get up and go out to test his pupil power. As for the Hadom Lion's Roar, it was a sonic divine ability that was somewhat different from the imagined Hadom Lion's Roar, and it could break down one's divine soul with greater power. But it's also more physically and pneumatically demanding. Xiaohui slept peacefully in his thoughts. Xu Xiaoming had also fallen asleep a long time ago, and Xiaohui's presence beside her made her sleep more peacefully. In the evening, Xiaohui felt something pressing down on him, and by morning that feeling was gone again. Xu Xiaoming's life starts at 5 in the morning. It was still light when the stove was lit inside the kitchen, hot water, a fireplace, all being prepared. By the time Xiaohui got up, the house was warm, and hot water for washing his face, hot tea, and delicious noodles and dumplings were on the table. When Xiaohui saw this, he felt happier than that, right? There was even the urge to just keep living like this with Xu Xiaoming and not go inside the palace. But he was unable to get away now, and under the high pressure of the empress and noble consort Lian, to dare to leave this area was to seek death. Strength, or strength. Hurry up and eat, what are you thinking about? If you don't eat it will get cold. Xu Xiaoming patted Xiaohui's head. Xiaohui let out an oh-so-subtle sound and finished it in a few bites. Having to rejoin the palace at night, Xiaohui jumped up to the roof of the building to look at the huge palace compound wall in the distance and sighed helplessly. Change your shoes, I've re-washed them for you. Xu Xiaoming took another 2 pairs of shoes and 5 pairs of socks and wrapped them up. Change these socks once a day, your feet stink every time you come back, and these shoes, don't always dislike a pair of them, wear them more often, and your feet will be more comfortable. Got it. Xiaohui thought of something and took out 100 large Qian coins and handed it to Xu Xiaoming. Take this month's salary. What do I do with all of it? I'll leave 10 dry coins and that's enough. You'll have to take care of the rest up and down the palace. And didn't you say that you'll have to honor the dean with 30 dry coins every month? When Xu Xiaoming reminded him, Xiaohui remembered that at the end of the month, he had to give 30 Qian coins to the head of the imperial hospital. There were more than 70 imperial physicians in the imperial hospital, and each one was given 30, which was a huge sum of more than $2,000. Dean stated that the money was their life-buying money. But Xiaohui very much does not want to pay this money, because this dean takes money and does not do anything. Before the 3 eunuchs died in the hands of Princess Lian, he did not dare to put a fart. But it's time to give, after all, people have to bow their heads under the roof now. Alright, then I'll take 40 Qian coins, and you buy yourself some more nice clothes, shoes, and rouge, isn't that good? What am I doing dressing up for all this? Who's going to see me at home every day? Xu Xiaoming broke his fingers and counted the money in his hand. The pleasant day passed quickly into the evening. Shah had to go back to the palace after dinner, as he had to get up at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning to get busy. If you sleep at home, you mustn't get up at 2 o'clock, simply don't sleep at all. 100 days. At the gate of Zhao's house, Xu Xiaoming reluctantly sends Xiaohui off. You must be careful with your words and actions in the palace, and don't let anything happen to you when your sister is not in the palace and has no way to take care of you. Don't worry, I'm smart now. Xiaohui set off with a large bag full of a change of clothes and snacks. Walking down the road at night was extraordinarily quiet. Not many people were out in this area at the 11th hour. Just as Xiaohui was thinking about how to deal with the head of the imperial hospital when he returned to the palace. Suddenly, he heard shouts of murder coming from the distance, and the sound was familiar. It's Dr. Shue's voice. A few flashes of Xiaohui quickly arrived at the courtyard wall of eunuch Shue's house, and as soon as he appeared, he was spotted by the people who were letting the wind out. 3 concealed weapons shot straight at him. Xiaohui subconsciously dodged and the concealed weapons passed close to his body, only to see a man in black standing on the roof of the building, looking at him in surprise. Xiaohui unfolded the immortal wind and cloud physical art, the distance of tens of feet between the two of them. Xiaohui arrived in the blink of an eye. The latter couldn't be surprised in time. Xiaohui's fist had already struck his head. With a bang, the black-clothed man's head directly dented and smashed on the ground without moving, actually directly died. Xiao He immediately rolled over and entered the compound, and just as he leaped down, a knife blade chopped out of the house and went straight to the face. Xiao He could not dodge in time, and his luck dragon tiger punched out, and then the tiger roared and boomed. That blade aura was crushed by him. Ha! A softie came from inside the house. Xiao He kicked open the door of the room, and the smell of blood immediately hit his nose, only to see all 13 members of Imperial Dr. Shue's family perish, including his granddaughter, who was not yet married, lying in a pool of blood. As for Imperial Dr. Shue, he was nailed to the wall with a knife, and it looked like he wouldn't live for long. Seeing Xiao He enter, Imperial Dr. Shue summoned up his last strength and shouted, "Run, it's the Dean who's behind this. He found out about us killing Imperial Dr. Zhang and Imperial Dr. Wang." Beside him stood a man dressed in a black robe with a celestial god design engraved on it. When he saw Xiao He come in, a touch of joy appeared on his face. "You came just in time. It was meant to get rid of this old undead, and going to look for you, and also spared me a good search." "You're Li Yulian?" Xiao He put down his backpack, not wanting Zhu Xiaoming's thoughts of packing to be spoiled by the battle. "You actually recognize me? You're smarter than your stupid father, and strength? It seems like it's okay," Li Yuliang said as he drew out his long knife, picking out Imperial Dr. Shue's 5 viscera and 6 bowels in the process. This kind of injury is hard for the gods to save. Seeing this, Xiao He's anger rose up in his heart. New hatred and old hatred were settled together, and he immediately roared, "Li Yuliang, if I don't kill your 9 clans, I don't have the surname Xiao." Chapter 13, The shop is confusing, noble consort Lian is inviting. Li Yuliang's originally frivolous expression was greatly changed by this roar, raising his sword to block, and a large shield of blade chi coalesced in front of his body. However, with Xiao He's angry roar, Eunuch Shue's entire house creaked, all the furniture in the house was shaken into powder, and a wave of fluctuation that was difficult for human beings to match swept over. Not good. Li Yuliang hurriedly retreated, but he could no longer avoid it. Boom! He was shaken by this violent impact and crashed through the wall, tumbling on the ground for 100 feet. Then, with a rumble, Dr. Shue's house collapsed. Spare me, the surrounding neighborhood as if they did not hear or see, not a single person came out to watch the show. Cough cough, aren't you a waste with no cultivation? How can you be so strong? There's something wrong with the intelligence. Li Yuliang was horrified to the extreme, struggling to get up. He was a half-step spirit stage. He was actually shaken by a roar and suffered internal injuries. Without waiting for him to think more, there was a sound of wind in his ears, and a person instantly appeared beside him. It's Sha. Li Yuliang's pupils contracted, so fast. Boom! A fist fell. The might of the dragon tiger fist plus the pure yang saint body made Li Yuliang feel like a mountain was pressing down on him. Open the mountain! Li Yuliang roared, raising his sword to deliver the strongest strike. But only a clanging sound was heard, the knife was knocked away, and Li Yuliang's remaining light saw that there was an additional nick in the knife. No way, are you a monster? Shall we kick Li Yuliang in the heart? His chest dented and clicked as his ribs broke. Li Yuliang spat out blood with a wild sound from the corner of his mouth, and the broken flesh and internal organs were mixed together. Say, what exactly was the reason for killing Imperial Dr. Shue and me, and who else instructed it besides the head of the Imperial Hospital? Xiao He stepped on Li Yuliang and condescendingly forced the question. It was the first time he had killed someone, but the hatred was so great that it caused him to not feel the slightest bit of guilt or nervousness. Li Yuliang was also afraid and prayed, "Don't kill me, I'll just say it. Are you qualified to bargain? If you say it, I can spare your family. If you don't, your 9 clans are gone." "Do you mean what you say?" When Li Yuliang heard his family, his eyes obviously turned evasive. "Well, but you don't have a choice now." Sha nodded. After Li Yuliang coughed twice, he seemed to recognize the situation and didn't ink, slowly said, "Dean Lushi gave me 10,000 Qian coins to kill Imperial Dr. Shue and you. In fact, it's not relevant to kill you in Imperial Dr. Zhang's death. The main thing is that the 2 of you might be the Empress's people, and nowadays the one who has the most trouble with the Empress in the palace is noble consort Lian." "Nonsense, who else but noble consort Lian?" Xiao He aggravated his strength, and the pain caused Li Yuliang to cry out in pain, his face pale. "I really don't know, I'm just hearing about it. It seems your family is not as important as your master. Goodbye," Xiao He said in a deep voice. Seeing that Xiao He was about to kill someone, Li Yuliang hurriedly spoke up, "Slow down, I'll talk. It is the intention of Lord Zhom, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue. As to what the cause is, I do not know." "The minister of the household?" "This is a third-grade official, managing the country's taxes, land, household registration, and so on. Why would such a character want to kill them? Could it be that he and Dean Lushi have some kind of unseemly affair? Or maybe Dr. Shue found out something and was silenced." "Young Master Xiao, can you let me go?" Li Yuliang had just finished speaking when his head was chopped off with a knife. "Father, at last I have avenged you. The man who killed you has been put to death." Xiao He rushed back to the ruins and plucked away the collapsed walls, and Eunuch Shue still had a breath hanging. Seeing him come back, Eunuch Shue's face flushed, seeming to return to the light. "Xian nephew, you're hiding deep enough but with this strength of yours, I can also rest assured that I can account for some things to you." "Dr. Shue, speak. Your father's death, in fact, involves a lot of people. These people's energy is so powerful that we can't imagine it. The minister of the household department, Lu Shi, is one of them, but his is already a mountain that we can't overcome. Dr. Shwe, that Dean, what will happen if I kill it? Imperial Dr. Shwe laughed, a director of the Imperial Hospital, who sits as not sitting, as long as your background is hard enough and the reason is sufficient, killing is also killing. Got it. Imperial Dr. Shwe suddenly started coughing, his chest heaving violently, and finally inquired, Imperial Dr. Xiao, I'm asking you, what exactly is going on with noble consort Lian? She is indeed pregnant. Xiao he remained tight-lipped. Imperial Dr. Shwe smiled at his words, a pair of dark eyes that seemed to see through something, only to see him murmur, good for concubine Lian, right, besides concubine Lian, you might want to check out concubine Lu. Princess Willow? Who is she? Xiao he had just finished asking when Imperial Dr. Shwe gulped. Dead. Xiao he looked around, and it seemed that still no one was paying attention to this place. Not caring to collect the corpse of Dr. Shwe, he flew away after a few rises and falls. When he was gone, a few more men in black came tumbling over the roof. When they saw Li Yuliang's corpse, they all showed surprise. Dead? What power? It looks like it's eunuch Shwe's helper. Let's go and take a look at eunuch Zhao's side. There's no need to go, just now someone came to report that Imperial Dr. Xiao has returned to the palace. To be able to kill Li Yuliang is at least in the realm of Ling Tai. It seems that there are still experts. The death of Imperial Dr. Shwe is considered a mission accomplished. That Imperial Dr. Xiao is much younger and shouldn't know about those things. Wait to go back and report to His Excellency before making plans. Chief, what about the body? Take it away. Li Yuliang is at least from the Jinshin division. It's not a good impression to be seen attacking and killing the Imperial Doctor. Subsequently, several people in the scene some arrangement that Shuetai Doctor was finally characterized as enemy spies killed. When Xiao He returned to the palace, he went straight to his quarters, and along the way, he encountered a number of eunuchs who were busy. These eunuchs lowered their heads and didn't even look at him. The coldness to the extreme of the working environment was depressing. Just stepped into the Thai hospital and the system actually came out with options. 1. Kill Lu Shi, get the golden snake pattern soft armor. Note, Lu Shi is the director of the Imperial Hospital, killing him is likely to become a criminal and be imprisoned and sentenced. 2. Kneel down Lu Shi, get the water spirit pearl. Note, if you don't kill this person, you may lose your heart and turn into a man or a ghost. Xiao He, who had just returned to his dormitory, didn't think that option could pop up. Lu Shi was definitely going to be killed, but how he was going to be killed hadn't been thought of yet. The other party is the head of the Imperial Hospital. This matter can only go through the hands of noble consort Lian. Early the next morning, Xiao He climbed out of bed, and at 4 o'clock in the morning the Imperial Hospital was already at work. In addition to the Imperial Hospital there was also the Imperial Catering House that was busy. The palace at night gradually became more crowded. Xiao He came to the east side of the Imperial Hospital, where medicines were made, grabbed 3 herbs and began grinding them with a pouring mortar and pestle. To the side stood the same Imperial physician as him, busy with the work at hand. Perhaps they had gotten up too early, none of them were interested in saying hello, and one of them stared into dark eyes, none of them looking like they had slept well. On the left side was Imperial Dr. Zhou, in his 50s, with grandchildren in their teens at home. This person did not have much contact with Xiao He and was a quiet person in Xiao He's eyes. The seat on the right side is empty. This is the position of Dr. Zhang. It wasn't until 7 o'clock in the morning that Dean Lu Shi returned from his morning court, followed by several followers who came to patrol. Xiao He secretly glanced. Lu Shi looks fat, small eyes, in the Imperial Hospital, and the Emperor seems to be, behind the 4 Imperial doctors full of compliments, beside him Fox and Tiger, 2 other Imperial doctors scolding constantly. How can this medicine be handled like this? Your force is too light. What if the furnace blows up when we are refining the medicine? Use some force. And you, hurry up, haven't eaten. The man pointed at Xiao He and cursed. Xiao He didn't reply, and the inverted medicine pestle in his hand became even more forceful. But the man didn't seem to be able to get over it, and came up and snatched the medicine pouring pestle out of Xiao He's hand. Xiao He, you're the youngest, it's already a problem that you can enter the Imperial Hospital, and now that you can't even pour medicine, you might as well get the hell out of here. Xiao He knew that the other party was trying to make things difficult for him. Now who doesn't know that he's related to concubine Lian and the Empress? It's not a matter of words to dismiss him. It's only best to provoke him and force him to make mistakes. Dr. Jia, what can I say if I want to be guilty? Xiao He said. How dare you question me? I've been practicing medicine for 50 years, can't I see what's wrong with you? If Dr. Jia is not convinced, why don't you show me the powder you grind? Imperial Dr. Jia wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lu Shi. Xiao He, you've been here in this Thai hospital for half a year. With his obese body, his voice was all heavy, a smell of fat compressing his vocal cords. Yes, Dean. Xiao He politely arched his hand. Our Imperial Hospital, there will be an examination every year, and it will start in 10 days. By then, if your medical skills are not up to par, then you will be expelled. Do you know that? I know. I'll work hard. Humph. Lu Shi gave a wink to the person behind him, only to see another imperial physician walk forward, take out a gold foil, and hand it to Xiaohe. Xiaohe understood that this was the collection of money to come. Without saying a word, the rest of the imperial doctors were wise enough to put 30 qian coins into the gold foil. There were 10 large qian coins, similar to the denomination of silver coins, which made a clanking sound when thrown in. Xiaohe gritted his teeth, and although he was reluctant, he still threw in 3 $10 shares of de qian coins. In just a moment, it took away more than 2,000 dry coins, really black. Xiaohe looked at it and itched. Xiaohe, Imperial Dr. Shui didn't come, do you know what's going on? Lu Shi suddenly asked. I don't know. Xiaohe's expression remained unchanged, pondering in his mind whether Lu Shi was deliberately hammering him and scaring him by saying this. That's strange, the Imperial Hospital is always short of people these days, you all need to be more careful, don't get victimized by bad people. Yes. Working in the Imperial Hospital until the afternoon, Xiaohe hoped for the stars and the moon. Lian Guifei finally called out to find him. Imperial Dr. Xiao, noble consort Lian is not feeling well and needs you to go and help with some conditioning. I'll go over right now. Imperial Dr. Xiao had been impatient for a long time, of course not for the sake of noble consort Lian's body, but to kill Lu Shi. Chapter 14, Noble Consort Lu also has a stomachache? Inside the Green Luan Palace. If the Emperor of Daqian, Li Chenxian, is here, I am afraid that Xiaohe will be executed by the lingering death, and the 5 horses will not be too much. The noble consort Lian, who was so poised in front of outsiders that it was enough to drive any man crazy, was now completely conquered by his pure yang sacred body. If the world knew about this, they would not know how envious they would be, and would be willing to die under the skirt of noble consort Lian. I don't know how many of them there are, not to mention, like Xiaohe, who conquered her. Xinu, I want to kill someone. You said noble consort Lian winks. Xiaohe took the opportunity to make a demand, kill Lu Shi. No problem, it's just a Lu Shi, if Xiao Lover wants to kill him, he deserves to die. At this point in time, Lian Xinu was only afraid that she would agree to whatever Xiaohe asked for. Xinu, you're so nice. Good. 1 hour later, Xiaohe stood refreshed in the center of the house, while noble consort Lian sat demurely in a chair. Little mistress, this Lu Shi, how do you want him to die? The sooner the better. No, he can't die in vain, there will be an examination at the Imperial Hospital in 10 days, you will strive to get a good ranking, and after Lu Shi's death, I'll strive to let you be destined. Although Xiaohe was moved, he felt that it wasn't too presumptuous. Xinu, I'm the least senior, I'm just afraid that the others will be unconvinced. Don't worry, I'll have the Emperor personally seal you. This, Xinu is not good, is it? Then won't it be cheaper for the Emperor? Xiaohe deliberately said so. What are you talking about? How could I cheapen him, little lover boy? Are you jealous? Lian Xinu was happy when she saw Xiaohe was not too willing. Lian Xinu has reached the point of being in love with you, so please keep up the good work. Love, have deep feelings for the owner, unlock 20% of the function, can view the data of the Lotus Princess. Xiaohe hurriedly looked at noble consort Lian, only to see rows and rows of exclusive data appearing above noble consort Lian's head. Name, Lian Xinu. Cultivation level, 4 poles after Ling Tai. Relationship, love affair. Progress, 20%. The introduction was short, but the cultivation still surprised Xiaohe to the point that noble consort Lian's cultivation was actually this high. It was actually 4 poles, which was a notch higher than spirit stage. The 100 households of the Jinshin division were also the 9th order to Ling Tai cultivation, and the 4 poles could all be 1,000 households. Any higher than that and you're a vice commander. Why don't you say anything? What are you staring at me all the time? Lian Xinu was a little shy from Xiaohe's look, her cheeks slightly red. Xiaohe smoothly said, you're beautiful. What are you praising me for? It's weirdly shy. Lian Xinu looked outside, intentionally wanted to close the door after, but was worried that it would be late in the day and the Emperor had come. Xia knew it was time to go, and when he didn't go voluntarily, Lane Cindy Moon hated pulling him down and clearing her head. When he left, Xiaohe hugged Lian Xingyue and nibbled 2 mouths of wet lips, leading Lian Xingyue Qingxuan to tinkle. Walking out of the Qingluan Palace, walking alone on the path of the harem, occasionally encountering some people with rowdiness, Xiaohe hastily bowed his head and saluted. While passing by a hoop, ahead of Xiaohe came a group of people, 10 eunuchs carrying a sedan chair, accompanied by 10 good-looking palace maids. The row showed that the people in the petite center came from an unusual place. Xiaohe stood silently to the side, his head lowered, quietly waiting for a line of people to pass by. But Jiaozi stopped in front of him and didn't move. You are Xiaohe? A bright voice came from inside the sedan chair, and it could be heard as a young woman. Xiaohe arched his hand and said, it is precisely me, I don't know who your honor is? How dare you don't even recognize noble consort Lu, why don't you kneel down? The palace maid loudly scolded. Yuner, don't be rude. The woman inside the sedan chair immediately stopped it. Yes, your highness. Xiaohe, on the other hand, was astonished beyond belief that it was another noble consort. Imperial Dr. Xiao, I've heard that you're an excellent healer, and that you're the one who confirmed all of noble consort Lian's recent pregnancies, can you take a look for me? This Xiaohe was a bit hesitant, afraid of entering the tiger's den, but now that his strength was low, he didn't dare to disobey. Is Imperial Dr. Xiao afraid that this palace will eat you? Or are you already noble consort Lian's man? I wouldn't dare, Your Highness, you are in such good health, how could you possibly be ill? Xiaohe said in fear. Whether there is a problem or not, is not your mouth to say, Xiao Imperial Doctor is not busy to, for me to delay a quarter of an hour cannot? 1. Help Lu Guifei to see a doctor, get 10 9 turns golden pills. Note, Lu Guifei is ruthless, but deeply liked by the emperor. Since the arrival of Lian Guifei, it is coldly left out. This help to go to see a doctor, there will be an unexpected harvest. 2. Refuse to let noble consort Lu see the doctor, get the necklace Night Rain in Jianghu. Note, if you refuse noble consort Lu, you will be defaulted as an enemy by noble consort Lu, and you will be assassinated at the earliest tonight. Survival rate, 5%. Hiss, so ruthless? Do these women have to be so over the top that they're going to kill me for just refusing to see a doctor? No wonder the Imperial Hospital is recruiting year after year. It is also a risky occupation to see a doctor in the Imperial Palace. Xiaohe said with a straight face, it is my honor to treat noble consort Lu, and I hope that I will not be blamed for my poor medical skills. How can your medical skills be poor? The two old Imperial doctors, Crown Physician Zhang and Crown Physician Wang, are not as good as you. Noble consort Lu laughed lightly. Obviously Xiaohe's promise to treat her made her very happy. There was no telling what would happen when this news reached noble consort Lian. As for noble consort Lian's pregnancy, she was 100% unconvinced that there must be something fishy, which naturally lies in Xiaohe. Go, follow me back to the palace. Noble consort Lu said. The news that Xiaohe's side had followed noble consort Lu away naturally quickly reached noble consort Lian's ears. What? He was taken away by noble consort Lu? Noble consort Lian jolted up and looked at Xiao Hong in front of her. Yes. There are also quite a few experts in noble consort Lu's palace, so it's not good for me to go in and explore. Noble consort Lian got up and took 2 steps in the room, her hands wrapped around her chest, thinking of the lingering with her lover just now, that kind of nourishment. She didn't want anything to happen to Xiaohe. Her heart became more and more worried, and her hatred towards noble consort Lu grew bigger and bigger. Little Rainbow, go inform Moon Shadow and tell her to keep an eye on noble consort Lu, but whenever she finds out that she's going to make a move against Xiaohe, she must save the person no matter what. Xiao Hong was slightly stunned. Does noble consort Lian care about Xiaohe like this already? Moon Shadow was her bottom card, and she was actually willing to go out of her way to do this. But still, he immediately went forward and did as he was told. Thousand Lakes Palace, Xiaohe stood quietly at the entrance of the palace as noble consort Lu stepped out of the sedan chair. Xiaohe sneaked a glance, high cold paradigm, white long shirt, hair translucent, decorated with very little, giving people a cool refusal to people outside of the lofty, wearing also very bold. Anyone who sees, the most in the head is that pair of big white long legs. But Xiaohe didn't dare to look at it more. After all, this noble consort Lu was a ruthless master. The palace maid on the side reached out to signal Xiaohe to follow noble consort Lu inside. The Thousand Lakes Palace, as its name suggests, has 3 lakes in it, which were specially built by noble consort Lu. The main hall of the Thousand Lakes Palace, on the other hand, was situated in the center of the lake, and from the shore to the entrance of the hall, some kind of stone paving that could be suspended over the water was used. However, Xiaohe sensed that these stone slabs should be wrapped in a special spell formation in order to be suspended in the air. You guys go down first, I'll talk to Imperial Dr. Xiao alone. Noble consort Lu walked ahead and signaled to all the palace maids around her. Yes. 2 of the palace maids looked at each other and had to give up. Xiaohe became more alert in his heart and silently followed noble consort Lu as she stepped into the palace in the lake. As soon as the door, Lu Guifei will close the hall, and then sat sideways on a bench, the luxurious decoration of the hall. Xiaohe is not in the mood to see into the eyes of all the Lu Guifei's pair of long legs, too shaky, when the emperor married her also because of this bar. Imperial Dr. Xiao, my stomach has been hurting a bit lately too, so help me take a look, I want to know if I'm pregnant too. Chapter 15, Fighting in the Harem. This Xiaohe muttered inwardly, noble consort Lu wouldn't be like noble consort Lian. But he immediately dispelled his idea. Being handsome didn't mean that a woman would take the initiative to send her to the door, let alone a big person like a noble princess. Your Highness, I am offended. Xiaohe walked forward and placed both fingers on noble consort Lu's wrist. Xiaohe didn't dare to feel the delicate skin too much, following certain pulses he remembered. Imperial Dr. Xiao, is this my stomach not feeling well, or, am I pregnant? Noble consort Lu leaned back in her chair, her right hand propped up on her neck, her right leg gently resting on her left leg, her silky long skirt sliding down her tracked buttocks. A pair of cool eyes looked at Xiaohe with a light smile. Being stared at by such a gaze, Xiaohe was uncomfortable. 1. Answer pregnant, get 10 peacock red plants. Note, Lu Guifei may just be testing, it will cause bad consequences and implicate Lian Guifei. 2. Deny the pregnancy and gain 100 paths of healing. Note, Lu Guifei is just testing, a bad answer will cause her suspicion and resentment. Even the options have bad consequences, but the first one is clearly worse. Xiaohe replied, noble consort Lu's body has always been in good health and she is not pregnant. Noble consort Lu didn't get angry when she heard this, instead she laughed. His Majesty hasn't come to see me for 8 years. If you say that I'm pregnant, I'm only afraid that I'll have to convict you of a crime of slander. Xiaoyi's heart was greatly determined, fortunately did not casually answer, hastily arched his hand and said, Noble consort Lu is so beautiful, the emperor is just busy, if you can let him take a look at you, perhaps he can. Noble consort Lu raised her legs and sat up, lifting the hem of her skirt to block her legs, not quite happy to say, there are so many beauties in the harem. What is this bit of me? The emperor's health is not good now, he can make noble consort Lian get pregnant, so what is possible for me? Xiaoyi did not dare to talk back, he did not know how to do, so he had to listen silently. Too many words in the harem is the hard truth, cannot give advice unless. But noble consort Lu said, Imperial Dr. Xiao, in fact, all of us concubines in the harem know about the emperor's health problems, and that it's impossible for him to get pregnant because we've all tried. AI. Xiaoyi's head bowed even deeper, and beads of sweat were secreted on his back. Are you kidding? Everyone in the harem knows that the emperor can't have a baby, so aren't you being roasted on the fire? But this is something that no one dares to say or point out, and as long as the emperor himself believes it, no one dares to poke at it. After all, if the truth came out, there would be absolute bloodshed. Thinking of this, Xiaoyi also understood at once that these concubines, instead of poking and prodding noble consort Lian, were interested in themselves. I should have known that the first day I came to the harem, I would have taken my sister far away, and now I can't go at all. When noble consort Lu said this, her gaze once again looked at Xiaoyi. Do you know how much favor noble consort Lian got after she got pregnant? I don't know about the microcosm. Just being pregnant, noble consort Lian has already obtained 3,000 yuan stones, the cultivation qualification for the Qiankoan Tower, and 1,000-year ginseng fruit. When noble consort Lu said these things, great jealousy flashed in her eyes. Xiaoyi was equally shaken inside when he heard this. If he hadn't obtained the pure yang sacred body, his other rewards would have almost failed to catch up with noble consort Lian. The 1,000-year ginseng fruit, which could increase one's lifespan by 50 years, was already priceless. There were also 3,000 yuan stones. This kind of yuan stone was a cultivation tool, and the market price of each yuan stone was 100 qian coins. This was equivalent to 300,000 qian coins, and using qian coins to buy yuan stones might actually be more expensive. The preciousness of the yuan stone was reflected in its cultivation efficacy. Holding the yuan stone in both hands for cultivation could increase the cultivation speed by more than 5 times. Because of the richness of the elements of heaven and earth within the yuan stone, these elements are positive and do not conflict with the cultivator, can be well absorbed, so it is loved. The better the qualification, the higher the absorption rate. Lian Guifei got this yuan stone, together with the Qiankuan Tower. I think her cultivation is going to skyrocket in the near future. No wonder noble consort Lu was so jealous. You say this kind of benefit, who does it rare? This is still the beginning. When next week, next month, half a year, when her belly slowly gets bigger, that benefit can drown people. The more noble consort Lu spoke, the more excited she became. Xiaoyi hadn't dared to speak, his heart was in turmoil, and he only thought that noble consort Lian had a lot of guts. Most importantly, is the status. Do you know that now with the Lotus noble consort related family, relatives in the court above, speak are much louder, those associated with her ministers, get the benefits is not only its number, and even a lot of marquee initiative to find them cooperation. When noble consort Lu said just the right thing, she suddenly turned her words around. Imperial Dr. Xiao, the source of this matter is right here with you. There are some things that I can't force you to do, but I need you to do me a favor. Your Majesty, please. Noble consort Lu raised her beautiful eyes to look at Xiaoyi. Come here. Yes. Xiaoyi approached. Closer in. Maiden, if you come closer, you'll be too close. Come when you're told, come closer. Get in closer, yes, that's it, on your knees. Although Xiaoyi does not want to kneel, the man's knees have gold. But this is in the palace, kneeling is just a daily operation, anyway, before also kneeling used to. When he knelt down after, noble consort Lu lifted a small, shoeless foot on Xiaoyi's shoulder. Mother! Xiaoyi thought that noble consort Lu was going to have an attack as well, but who knew that noble consort Lu kicked him in the head? Xiaoyi, how dare you? Xiaoyi leaned back, the kick almost stepped on his face, and said hurriedly, Your Highness, I don't know what mistake I've made. You lied about Princess Lian, didn't you? But noble consort Lian is indeed pregnant. Xiaoyi's mind was active, wondering what went wrong. Oh, you're so sure? Then I'll find a royal doctor in to take a look now? How? Noble consort Lu coldly said. Seeing Xiaoyi did not speak, noble consort Lu added, Whether noble consort Lian is really pregnant or not, I don't care, but there is one thing that I need your help for, otherwise, my big deal is that the fish is dead and the net is broken. I'm not good in this harem, and I won't let others be good either. Your Highness, please speak. Xiaoyi had a big headache. This noble consort was trying to force him to help. I'm going to get pregnant too, and I'll find a way in the near future to make the emperor sleep with me. My lady, this is something that you need me for when you are pregnant with the emperor? Although the emperor's cultivation is profound, he likes to drink, the stronger the better. When the time comes, I will see if the emperor can do it. If not, you must sit for me. I'm pregnant. But the stomach can't deceive people. Xiaoyi was worried. he wouldn't have to have an affair with noble consort Lu as well, right? It was good that noble consort Lu already had an underhanded plan. I have a medicine that can make my belly look the same as if I were pregnant, don't worry about this matter. Xiaohe was secretly relieved. He was really afraid that this harem would be full of his own children and grandchildren by then. He hadn't developed himself yet, and if he was discovered by the emperor, he was bound to end badly. But this, my lady, why did you come to me? If you can help noble consort Lian, why can't you help me? Noble consort Lu waved her hand, signaling Xiaohe to get up. Then noble consort Lu raised her hand and the palace door opened. You can go down now. I will look for you when I have something to do, and I'm sure noble consort Lian knows that you've come to me. I'm sure she's worried sick, huh? Shaw arched his hand and bent back. After leaving the Chitose palace, his mood only slightly improved. You can go back to the imperial hospital in peace. But the peace seemed to be gone, and soon after returning to the imperial hospital, there was a knock on the door of his room. Imperial Dr. Xiao, Princess Tai Ning's foot is sprained. I'd like you to take a look. Chapter 16, Princess Tai Ning. 1. Go out to see the princess, get 10 golden pills of 9 turns. Note, after going there, you may encounter the mistreatment of Princess Tai Ning. 2. Refusal, obtain 10 sherds. Note that after refusing, you may encounter Princess Tai Ning's dissatisfaction, and will continue to ask you to agree until you do so, when there will be even more cruel abuse. Hiss, how is this only a yes? Xiaohe externally shouted, can you wait a moment, I'll change my clothes. At this moment when it was still dark and being targeted by Princess Tai Ning, Xiaohe felt miserable. Taking out the rewards from the system first, the 9 revolutions golden elixir was an elixir that efficiently increased cultivation, but at the moment there was no time to take the medicine and cultivate. The market price of the 9 turns gold pill was very expensive. Xiaohe remembered that one of them cost more than 20,000 qian coins. The 100 Paths of Healing, on the other hand, is a compendium on the art of healing, with hundreds of thousands of conclusions and knowledge about medicines, pulse-taking, diagnosis, and so on. Sort of make up for the shortage of Xiaohe's medical skills, but also so that he now really has the ability to be a doctor of imperial medicine, and his waist is also much straighter. As soon as Xiaohe was ready, he went out the door and was suppressed by an energy he couldn't resist. Even if Xiaohe was overly strong and possessed the pure yang saint body, it was difficult to resist, while a mist enveloped him. Xiaohe instantly passed out. When he woke up again, he found himself inside a box in total darkness. He tried to push the box and it didn't move. There was a formation pattern flashing. The material of the box was some kind of metal. Could this be a coffin? Ta Ning wouldn't do this to me. Could it be that Dean is harming me? Xiaohe tried his best to calm himself down, and judging from the external shaking, it was moving fast. I just don't know how long I've been unconscious. He tried striking the metal box, it wouldn't budge, not even when he used 100% of his strength. It's over, I'm going to be assassinated within a few days of having a good time? The thought of being bound by a completely uncontrollable pressure just moments after leaving the house, followed by a fainting spell. The visitor was super strong, he was completely incapable of resisting, and the other party had even brought poisons that could make people unconscious. There's no way out of this. I can only pray that whoever tied him up didn't have any thoughts of killing him. The metal box fell to the ground with a loud thud. The box was opened and a light source gradually penetrated, along with a cheerful voice. Iya, now I'll see how that noble consort Lian will take you away from me. Princess Tai Ning's little head popped out from above. Upon seeing that it was Tai Ning, Xiaohe was relieved instead, at least there was no danger to his life. But soon he realized something was wrong and sat up from inside the metal box with a smile. Your Highness, if you ask the micro-minister to come over, I can always come to keep you company, so why bother with this special way? Xiaohe looked around, the house was big, but looking outside through the window, there were low buildings, as well as the hustle and bustle of the downtown area. This didn't seem to be the palace. Could it be that he had gone outside the palace? Last time when we were about to play, that nuisance, noble consort Lian, shouted you back. This time, I don't want to be interrupted. Princess Tai Ning was wearing a long brown dress today, with 2 ponytails, no makeup, and 2 small tiger teeth when she smiled. Only the whip in her hand was chilling, and she waved her hand, signaling her men to leave. Xiaohe looked at her subordinates, which were 2 palace maidens, but these 2 palace maidens, except for their clothes, which were the costumes of palace maidens, looking at their temperament and demeanor, which had the appearance of a palace maiden. Especially the courtesan on the left side, with her right hand finger carrying a storage ring and her hair straight down, giving a stern and sharp feeling. This is definitely an external aid. Come on out, hey, Imperial Dr. Xiao, let's play a game you're familiar with. Princess Tai Ning immediately pulled Imperial Dr. Xiao to his feet when she saw the people go out, a thieving smile on her face. Xiaohe wanted to escape, but the masters at the door gave him no chance. Moreover, this Princess Tai Ning's strength didn't seem to be weak. Her seemingly small and tender hands could actually lift him up at will. Princess, a game I'm familiar with? Yeah, aren't you the Imperial Doctor? Look, I've prepared so many things. Princess Tai Ning took out many thousands of strange things from her storage ring. Look, I've brought lots of toys, and yes, there are poisonous mushrooms that make people hallucinate, as well as the god Bushyung that makes people excited. Princess, let's forget about Shin Tsongrong Rong. Xiao He had just gotten the healing 100 paths, and he couldn't be clearer about what Shin Song Rong Rong was. It's something that can be interpreted as some kind of herb that's 100 times stronger than adrenaline and that, when taken, makes a man act like a perpetual motion machine. This thing, you want to eat it? I'm still not happy about it, we'll be half each in a while. Princess Tai Ning smiled mysteriously. Princess, this joke can't be Xiao He screamed miserably as Tang didn't know what to do. Xiao He's body suddenly had an additional wound, and his clothes ripped, revealing blood. Your body is so strong. Princess Tai Ning became even more excited. Xiao He was so scared that he dodged, but he was still smacked in the back, and he was bouncing around the room in pain. Still running, I'll let you run, let you taste my immortal binding rope. Princess Tai Ning became more and more excited the more she fought. Xiao He finally didn't want to compromise anymore after the intense pain he had endured. I'm sure I'll get killed at this rate. Xiao He fought to turn around and grab the long whip as soon as he could, otherwise he was killed. Enough. The power of pure yang erupted within Xiao He's body, and the Xuanwu Jingong was drummed up. A godlike aura rushed up, shocking Princess Tai Ning for a moment. Xiao He took the opportunity to seize it, and pushed away Princess Tai Ning, who was pushed to the ground without noticing, and Xiao He was now naked and covered in blood, with a hideous appearance. Without waiting for Princess Tai Ning to get up, he stepped on her body with one foot, and then struck down with that had drawn him. Instead of being played to death, it would be better to resist. Even if the royal family blamed him, he would let the princess be buried with him before he died. Holding the idea of fish death, Xiao He also gave up. It snapped like a blow to metal. I can't believe I'm wearing soft armor with amazing defense. There's soft armor, right? And I don't believe you have it anywhere else. Pia. The princess ate the pain and cramped her scalp in pain. Still hitting me? No, don't think I'm afraid of you. If you want to play with me to death, the big deal is that I'll die with you. Xiao He asked fiercely. He stepped on Princess Tai Ning like a wild beast kidnapping a beautiful woman. You dare to hit me. Princess Tai Ning looked back at Xiao He in aggravation. What's there to be afraid of? You'll kill someone like that, you know? Then, you change this. Princess Tai Ning hemmed and hawed. Xiao, Chapter 17, Too Much Haste. Xiao He was only exclaiming in his heart, I've got a big chow. A thunderous bombardment erupted outside the house. The two maids guarding the door outside looked at each other. Should we go in and take a look? Princess, how she seems to be bullied. No need, the princess won't be bullied by a eunuch. Even if something does happen, the princess will call for help. Just keep watch. The indifferent woman on the left side was holding her sword with a cold look. It was her who made Xiao He defenseless. At this moment, there was a more anxious one, and that was noble consort Lian. What did you say? Xiao He was kidnapped? The person is missing? Noble consort Lian paced back and forth, her face full of anxiety. My little lover boy, don't let anything happen to you. Noble consort Lian mouthed. Your Highness, my men have searched the harem all over without seeing any trace of him. Noble consort Lian slammed the table. You go to noble consort Lu's place and take a look. Yes. Noble consort Lian took a few steps back and forth, and in her heart, she could only pray that something would not happen to Xiao He, and then she touched her belly. I don't know if I'm pregnant or not. If I am pregnant I can at least leave a queen for Xiao He. If you don't get pregnant, within a few months, you'll have to find a way to pack on the big belly, and a year from now, you'll have to find some other way back. No matter what, Dr. Xiao can't die. Feng Kuan Palace. Empress Jiang was lying on the jade couch, simple green silk draped over her body for her own comfort and ease, and there was no one else in the room except for the two palace maids who were serving her. With a turn, the green silk that rested on top of her caterpillar hips slipped away, revealing a landscape that made her throb. Your Highness, Imperial Dr. Xiao seems to have been kidnapped. Outside the door walked in a palace maid in white clothes and reported. Eating grapes, Empress Jiang did not care and said, there is no need to take care of this matter. You continue to guard the site of the Imperial Hospital. Imperial Dr. Xiao will be back in a few days. Yes. After the people left, Empress Jiang took out a jade slip and handed it to the courtesan dressed in plum blossom clothes beside her. Go pass it on to Princess Tai Ning. Tell her to take it easy. Don't play people to death. I have great use for Imperial Dr. Xiao. Yes, Empress. The Empress whispered, let's hope that Dr. Zhao's chess piece can pry some of the scales. Inside the attic outside the Imperial City. How dare you bully people? Don't dare. Xiao He got up and lifted Princess Tai Ning and threw her on the bed. It was already 4 o'clock and he had to get up and go to work. Princess Tai Ning let out a cry of pain and looked at Xiao He with a complaining look back. I'm going to work at the Imperial Hospital, so I won't have time to play with you. Don't I haven't played enough yet. You are so manly, I still. Princess Tai Ning also disregarded the fact that her clothes were scattered, and a large piece of Snow White came up and grabbed Xiao He's pants leg. Xiao He didn't spoil him either and directly pinched her head. You don't listen anymore, do you? No, I wouldn't dare. I'm your man, do what you want. So I'm leaving and you don't agree? No, that's not what I meant. It's just that we're not there yet. Which step? Xiao He's eyes widened as he watched Princess Tai Ning squirm and couldn't help but guess what was going on. This princess is actually so open? Could it be that I'm going to talk to the Imperial Hospital. Can you not go? You said your healing saintly hands are great. I haven't tried them yet. 1. Agree to Princess Tai Ning's request. Get a reward of 5% increase in self-healing ability. Note, after agreeing, something unbelievable may happen. 2. Reject Princess Tai Ning. Receive a bonus divine soul ability enhancement of 1%. Note, after rejecting, Princess Tai Ning's experience of you will be reduced, and her servitude to you will decrease. The Imperial Hospital listens to you? Xiaoyi's eyes flickered. If he really got on the boat with Princess Tai Ning, then he would be more secure in the palace. He didn't need to be too afraid of certain noble concubines, at least the stream of Lu Guifei. He didn't have to be particularly afraid of it, right? Xiaoyi smiled evilly. In that case, hey. Boom! Another blast of thunder sounded in the outside world. An hour later, Xiaoyi sat up refreshed, Princess Tai Ning lying on his sturdy back, her eyes full of adoration. You're awesome. You are? Xiaoyi didn't understand, pointing to a red spot in the center, which was Princess Tai Ning's trace of innocence. This woman is actually innocent. It's not like that. You're saying this, I'm naughty, not a, and you are indeed the first one who dared to hit me. All the previous ones were bullied by me and didn't dare to fight back, but you're different. Princess Tai Ning finished and bit Xiaoyi's shoulder. I'll let you in on a secret. My father is not born well, and I've known it for a long time. Ah, didn't he expect the Qian Emperor? Xiaoyi did not dare to continue to say, after all, his daughter is here. But Xiaoyi thought of the Empress's fierce face, and thought that it must be because the Emperor did not favor her that she was so resentful. Look at Lian Guifei. When they first met, the tone of voice rushed to the death. Now how gentle, how obedient, womanful. Xiaoyi cannot help but think back. It's so early, are we having fun? Tai Ning couldn't get enough. But Xiaoyi is not willing to stay here anymore, afraid that something will happen in the long run. He is just a royal doctor, and the princess's matter spreads out. Absolutely finished. Behave yourself, not full yet? But am I a glutton for punishment? In that case, I won't feed it later. I'm going back to the Imperial Hospital first. There's a lot going on. Alright, then I'll listen to you. Princess Tai Ning had wanted to keep Xiaoyi for a while longer, but she had also received a summons from the Empress, and reluctantly let Xiaoyi go. Xiaoyi changed his clothes so that he wouldn't be seen. When he was escorted back to the palace by the princess's guards, it was almost noon. After returning to the Imperial Hospital, he noticed that quite a few people were looking at him differently, and there was some surprise, as well as excitement, in those gazes. It seems that the princess is the one who got to know that she gave me a leave of absence. Jealousy is jealousy, that's nothing. Returning to his room to prepare for a nap, he extracted a 5% increase in self-healing. Chapter 18, 3 Men in a Row. He already possessed the dragon elephant prison suppressing strength, his physical body was already strong, and his recovery ability was naturally not bad. Combined with the 5% boost, the damage from yesterday's whipping by Princess Tai Ning was recovering as far as the eye could see. Imperial Dr. Xiao, His Majesty has decreed that you should gather at the Xuanwu Gate and follow the other Imperial doctors, as well as the Divine Guards, to escort your Highness to the Fiery Ridge to hunt. The Divine Guards were the forbidden army that guarded the Great Qian Imperial Palace, and it was also an army that could only be mobilized by the royal family. It is also the ultimate violent means of stabilizing imperial power, and there are so many masters in it that it is said that the Grand Commanders of the Divine Guards are all only available to the direct lineage of the royal family. As for the Fiery Ridge, it is located in the northern part of the Great Qian dynasty, stretching over 100,000 miles, with the widest place horizontally being 10,000 miles and the narrowest being 1,000 miles. The interior of the burning ridge was filled with demonic beasts, and was the place where most cultivators practiced, as well as the place where they buried their bones. And this area is also a big mountain that Dakian has not succeeded in conquering for thousands of years, but instead has suffered heavy losses and finally had to give up. Nowadays, where the royal family goes to hunt has become a recreational activity for the emperor. But most emperors don't do it themselves, they leave it to their imperial sons, or their concubines to have fun and make games. Mindful of this, Xiaoyi remembered that this should not be the time period for the emperor to go out hunting. But it was too late to think much about it, and pushing the door open, he saw a round-faced eunuch. This eunuch, Xiaoyi recognized, is Eunuch Chen, although not the highest status of the entire palace eunuch, but also from time to time at the entrance of the Qiantian palace to help pass the message, is considered to be early to know some of the meaning of the emperor. Although his cultivation level was low, many high officials and nobles would go to curry favor with him, hoping to learn some of the emperor's intentions from him. Eunuch Chen. Xiao, he said with a smile. Imperial Dr. Xiao. Eunuch Chen was full of smiles. After all, he had heard that Xiaoyi had recently gone to noble consort Lian and was rewarded. The empress had some relationship with him, and with Xiaoyi's youth, he could have a great future. It was thanks to Eunuch Chen's life in the palace and his ear to the ground that he was able to learn this information. Imperial Dr. Xiao, this time, when we go hunting, there are only noble consort Lian, Princess Tai Ning, and the empress, as well as the fifth highness. Eunuch Chen whispered. Xiaoyi smiled at his words, knowing that this was Eunuch Chen secretly revealing information to him. Thank you, Eunuch. Xiaoyi wanted to take out benefits to Eunuch Chen, but the 9 turns golden pill was too expensive. Such a valuable thing, one's own a powerless imperial doctor take out unlike, the origin is not easy to explain. So he said, Eunuch Shen, 10 days later, there will be a medical competition at the Imperial Hospital, and from that day on, I'll be thanking you properly. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Shen revealed a look of understanding and let out a long oh, then congratulations to Imperial Dr. Xiao. Where? Xiao he compensated with a smile. The two walked down the aisles of the palace, and along the way, they also encountered some palace maids and eunuchs, and when they saw that it was Eunuch Shen, they would all take the initiative to greet him. At the same time, he was surprised that this Imperial Dr. Xiao was actually led by Eunuch Shen himself. Xuanwu Gate is located in the northern part of the palace. This place is strictly defended. It is the northern part of the palace. At the same time, the killing formation and defense spell formation are concentrated in this place. When Xiaoyi came over, he saw hundreds of divine guards riding black iron beasts covered in black scales from afar. This black iron beast had a bad name, but it was particularly resistant to being beaten up, and was a demonic beast with the same size and appearance as a horse. The main thing is that it has a strong defense. It is difficult to kill even a spiritual platform realm powerhouse with an all-out attack. It is fast and obedient, and it doesn't consume a lot of ingredients. The only thing that is difficult to give birth to is that it is basically used by the nobility, or the royal family in Dakian. The divine guards didn't expect this 100 or so people, each and every one of them, so it was evident that this unit was extremely highly configured. In front of the divine guards, there were 3 other chariots that were very eye-catching, with the center one being the tallest and most luxurious, which should be the empress's. The one on the left side is engraved with a green luan pattern, which must be noble consort Lian's, while the lively carriage on the right side is Princess Tai Ning's. The carriage on the left side is engraved with a green luan pattern. Just as Xiaoyi arrived, she saw Princess Tai Ning's head sticking out of the car curtains, and when she saw Xiaoyi, her eyes glazed over and she kept giving Xiaoyi a hint with her eyes to let her come over. Xiaoyi pretended not to see and ignored her. Instead, they came in the direction of the Imperial Hospital, where there were already more than 20 people, including the president, standing neatly together, with a huge bronze carriage behind them, which was pulled by 5 black iron beasts. Apparently, this is the seat of the Imperial Hospital for traveling. When Dean Lushi saw Xiaoyi arrive, he didn't give any good face but waved his hand. You go to the end. We are traveling to ensure the safety of the princess, the empress, and the noble concubine. There is no room for sloppiness. A novice like you can just play on the sidelines. I know, my lord. And the micromanager understands himself. Humph. Lushi looked at Xiaoyi's back and was very upset, because this hunt was an opportunity for him to get on good terms with the empress, but he didn't know whose intention was to name Xiaoyi to come over. Most of all, this time the hunting was a temporary idea, and it was not known whether it was the evil intention of the emperor, or the empress's intention, or the intention of noble consort Lian. The empress has decreed that you may depart, with a palace maid at the very front bellowing. The whole group began to leave the palace from Xuanwoman in a great procession, as if so many people were waiting for Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi sat in the innermost part of the carriage and was stared at by the other eunuchs with unkind gazes. Yo, Dr. Xiao, your face isn't small. The empress only ordered the departure after you came. This is really the emperor's treatment. That's right, our imperial Dr. Xiao is young and strong and persistent and capable. Of course Princess Guifei likes it. It's a pity, when hunting, our imperial physician has to look at the horse in addition to looking at people's injuries, I think. If the horse is injured in a while, let imperial physician Xiao take care of it. How's that? It should have been like this. Imperial Dr. Xiao is inexperienced in medical skills. It would not be good if he looked at your consort's body. Xiaoyi looked at the crowd. You a word, these 20 are the dean of the heart, can be said to come out of the imperial medical door. In addition to his own, others are outsiders. If it were not for the 2 cards of noble consort Lian and Princess Tai Ning, together with his own cultivation not so much that he could not resist this trip, the body might be buried inside the ravine of the fire ridge. But now that these people were gathered together, it was clearly Princess Lian's tactic. Xiaoyi only wants to kill a Lushi, good guy. Lian Guifei wants to destroy all of them. It is true that the hearts of beautiful people are the most poisonous. It's a long way to go just to keep them company. Finished? Xiao he asked. What, does Imperial Dr. Xiao still have grievances? A middle-aged old man on the left grabbed Xiaoyi's shoulder. His name is Zhao Jinyuan, is the patriarch of the Imperial Hospital now, and he grasped Xiaoyi's fingers very hard, pinched Xiaoyi's meridians and intentionally destroyed Xiaoyi's nervous system. Zhao Jinyuan's technique was old-fashioned, and familiar with the structure of the human body. He was confident that Xiaoyi's arm would be wasted in 3 days. If Xiaoyi didn't have the cultivation only to be pinched by this, he was afraid to faint from the pain. Xiaoyi pretended to be in pain and shouted, ouch, pain, 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 I'm not disgruntled. Oh, it's good to know how powerful it is. Being honest is better than anything, and pay more filial piety to Lord Lu, okay? Zhao Jinyuan withdrew his hand and was satisfied only when he saw that Xiaoyi knew what he was doing. I know, of course I know. I will set my mind to go through fire and soup for Lord Lu in the future. Xiaoyi arched his hand repeatedly, rubbing his arm with a smile on his face. That's right, Xiaoyi, your sister is also at the age to get married, right? Some other day, I'll go to your house to take a look. How about it? On the right side, an imperial physician in his early 50s touched his beard and thieved his eyebrows. Dr. Son, next time, how about it? Xiaohe held his hand and smiled even more brightly than he did. Is it really possible? Dr. Son's eyes widened. Xiaohe smiled mysteriously, like you know what I'm talking about. Imperial Dr. Xiao, you are much smarter than your father, is that right? Aren't you all? It's true that the blue is better than the blue. Imperial Dr. Sun thought Xiaohe agreed and laughed. I thought Imperial Dr. Xiao was like his father, but I didn't expect him to be so intelligent. The rest of the people were also surprised. When did Xiaohe become so knowledgeable? Lord Lu, this Imperial Dr. Xiao is a promising talent. Imperial Dr. Sun strongly recommended it. He had once seen Xiaohe's sister, Zhu Xiaomeng, and had long had an idea. Lu Shi said, all be quiet, what a shame. Lu Shi looked at Xiaohe a few more times, his scrutinizing gaze constantly hovering. Xiaohe pressed on, talking and laughing with the several eunuchs on the sidelines, and even offered to invite them to the most luxurious Tianxian Lu in the imperial city. Dr. Xiao, where is your income enough to play? Did you guys forget that the treasure house doesn't have a credit loan, where I can go to get a loan of 10,000 Dakian coins, enough for all of you seniors to dash around? Imperial Dr. Xiao, break the bank and break the bank, haha. While Xiaohe was laughing with them here, someone outside the door returned the favor. Imperial Dr. Xiao, Princess Tai Ning has asked you to accompany her in the carriage. Chapter 19, The Depression Clears Up. Gentlemen, excuse me, I have to go out. Go. After Xiaohe left the bronze carriage, the laughter of the rest of the eunuchs stopped. One immediately resumed his old cunning look. This Imperial Dr. Xiao is even more cunning than his father. Humph, and you know how to throw yourself at us to make us happy. Dr. Son, what if people are real? Didn't you say that his sister is beautiful? Whether it's true or not, who knows, this kid is much more savvy than his dad, I wouldn't be stupid enough to believe that. Lu Shi said, Xiaohe is now in the eyes of noble consort Lian, the empress should be in the use of him, this hunt, in fact, is the empress he Lian noble consort's open and shut battle, he Xiaohe is just a pawn, we only need to maintain the empress can, this Xiaohe cannot live long, this fire ridge is likely to be his burial ground. It's still Lord Lu who sees things through. After Xiaohe got out of the carriage, he followed the courtesan who sent the message and walked quickly to the front. The whole troop was not traveling slowly. Princess Tai Ning had prepared a horse for Xiaohe. Imperial Dr. Xiao, please get on the horse. Song Miao Miao said. Xiaohe looked at this white-clothed female swordsman and didn't dare to refuse. This one was a fierce person who had subdued and kidnapped him to the princess with a slap. Many thanks, girl. Xiaohe rolled onto his horse and rode to Princess Tai Ning's carriage. Princess Tai Ning pulled back the curtains of the car, poked out a head, and whispered, come up and play. You're crazy, next to the empress and noble consort Lian. Xiaohe glared at him, this little ninny simply don't want to die, she dares, he doesn't dare. No. Princess Tai Ning beamed with a face full of grudges. Xiaohe rode on, pretending not to know. Aha, dash. Already some of the divine guardians were casting strange looks. Xiaohe was helpless and took out a banana and handed it to Princess Tai Ning. I really don't have time for you right now, take it and top it off. Hoof. Princess Tai Ning took the banana and broke it off in dissatisfaction, wanting to say something more to Xiaohe. A palace maid rode up in the distance, it was noble consort Lian's palace maid, Xiao Hong. Imperial Dr. Xiao, noble consort Lian, her body is a little unwell, I don't know if the bumps in the carriage have moved the fetus, I would like to ask you to take a look. The micro-minister will go over immediately. Xiaohe breathed a long sigh of relief, finally getting rid of Princess Tai Ning's pestering. This scene was seen by Lu Shi and the other eunuchs in the back. This Xiao Imperial Doctor is really favored after Princess Tai Ning Si, Lian Guifei Si, what exactly are his specialties, so deeply loved? If only I knew what specialties he has, I hope it's really a specialty and not a specialty, if that's the case, this Xiaohe is the one to be envied. Imperial Doctor's son muttered. Yes, noble consort Lian has the title of being known as the first beauty in Diqian, such a beauty. All shut up, if these rumors are known by His Majesty to be from you, our entire imperial hospital will be purged. Lu Shi droned lowly, scaring the rest of the people into hastily withdrawing their gazes. Only after watching Xiaohe get into noble consort Lian's carriage did a few of the eunuchs withdraw their gazes. It's not that I haven't seen you for a long time and missed you. Noble consort Lian did not allow Xiaohe to get up and escape. That's how the ducks sit. There are people outside, you are crazy. Xiaohe whispered, he was really afraid, this is too reckless, he is just a small eunuch, he does not want to really be played to death. But Lian Xinu was not concerned and said quietly, this carriage of mine is equipped with an isolation spell formation, so even an earthquake will not be heard by the outside world, don't worry. One incense stick later. Xiaohe walked out of noble consort Lian's carriage with a calm face. Still, he was a bit vain, looking down at his pants leg, his head looking around for a second, and realizing that there was nothing special going on, he let his heart drop. Thinking of the plan that noble consort Lian had told him, Xiaohe felt a thrill in his heart, not realizing that noble consort Lian's calculations were so seamless. Imperial Dr. Xiao, the next time you dare to contradict this palace like this, you will be punished. Noble consort Lian's voice came from the carriage. Outsiders mistakenly thought that it was Xiao He who had said the wrong thing to noble consort Lian. The eunuchs in the back were gloating when they heard that. And Princess Tai Ning, on the far right, with a banana stuffed in her mouth, barfed on it and muttered, "Is it really just a top? Or dash?" Xiao He replied back, "I don't dare, it's just the words from my heart. If I bumped into the queen and made her uncomfortable, I hope to atone for my sins." Noble consort Lian's voice came out again, "There's no harm in it. Although you have contradicted this palace, certain depressions of this palace have been cleared, just don't be so reckless next time." "Yes, your highness." Xiao He's face was flat, but his heart was beating furiously. Noble consort Lian intentionally said this in the hope of making it obvious that the two of them were not on good terms, but Xiao He which did not know the hidden mystery. Lian Guifei in the carriage, on the other hand, is covering her moist mouth, her face is full of blush, smiling not to mention how happy, a heart also jumped extremely fast. Xiao He naturally did not know the crazy thoughts of noble consort Lian and coughed twice as he rode his horse, ready to return to the very back. Just then, a large group of people came running from the rear. The leader is a handsome young man, fresh clothes and angry horse, so elegant, he is sitting on a white horse with a dragon's horn, white horse feet on the clouds flying in the air. Behind them followed 9 black-clothed cultivators, each riding black iron beasts with astonishing cultivation and a sense of oppression. Fifth Highness. Fifth Highness. The divine guard stepped out, a man in crimson armor, with a dragon's walk and a stunning aura. This person had been at the very front, belonging to one of the 1,000 households in the divine guards. Fang Xiaoyi didn't say anything when he walked around the army and shuttled between Tai Ning and noble consort Lian. It wasn't until his fifth highness came over that he hastily turned his horse to greet him. "Xian Huyu, this hunt is actually led by you." His fifth highness rode his dragon horse to the front. "The safety of the empress is of utmost importance, it is only right that I come over." 1,000 household you're underestimating the cultivation of the empress mother, even though you're one of the best amongst the 1,000 households of the divine guards. His fifth highness looked towards the empress carriage. Yu Qianhu waved his hand to signal the troops to stop. "My humble servant is just doing his duty, his cultivation naturally cannot be compared to the empress." The conversation between the two was heard in the front. The empress's voice came out from inside the vehicle. "Old 5, it's fine for you to follow over here to hunt and travel with us, but we won't help you with your own personal matters." "That's natural, Empress Mother, it's been a long time since I've seen you, my child misses it." His fifth highness was full of smiles, intent on meeting the empress. This scene felt strange in the ears of Xiao He in the rear. Although the royal prince called the empress or mother no difference, but after all, it is not biological, this fifth highness is not too enthusiastic. At this moment, noble consort Lian also pulled open the curtain of the car to greet his fifth highness. The moment his fifth highness saw noble consort Lian, he obviously froze for a moment, seemingly unaware that this noble consort was coming, and hurriedly said, "So it's noble consort Lian, I was slacking off just now, I didn't know it was you. Your fifth highness is busy with work, and the other day I heard that he even went to the North Sea to conquer the war, and he was able to get credit for it." Noble consort Lian's hair was a bit casual, with a strand blocking in front of her left eye, charming to the extreme. Chapter 20 The difficulty of choosing between 3. Speaking of the North Sea, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across the face of the fifth highness, and did not want to say more on this topic. Looking to the rightmost side of the carriage, he laughed, "Isn't this my good sister Tai Ning? Why, you don't come out to greet your brother when you see him." Princess Tai Ning stuck out her head, glanced at the fifth highness, and said with full concern, "What brother? My brother is mighty and domineering, not a fine dog like you." Princess Tai Ning secretly glanced at Xiao He, who pretended not to see it, not wanting to be seen by the others. His fifth highness's face stiffened, but this sister was indeed favored and lawless, so he didn't bother to say more to her. Suddenly, the afterglow saw Xiao He, a small imperial doctor, actually rode a black iron beast alone, and could not help but ask, "And this man is?" Noble consort Lian explained, "He's my imperial physician, and he's better at gynecology than the other old eunuchs, so he was left alone out there so that he could take care of this palace in a timely manner." "Oh, so it's a gynecologist." His fifth highness shook his head, obviously looking down on Xiao He. The mouth also muttered, "It's not good to study anything but a gynecologist." Although the voice was small, it was still heard by Xiao He. Departure. The brigade started up again, and when the fifth hall came down, as he rode the dragon horse, and had been wandering about outside, noble consort Lian and Princess Tai Ning were not molesting Xiao He. Xiao He thought that the empress would look for him to talk to him, but who knows that the empress didn't look for him at all, as if she didn't recognize him. The imperial physicians who traveled with him reverted to their previous ways, treating him with disdain and even isolating him. The march was fast, and the black iron beasts traveled 4,000 miles a day. 2 days later, it reached the edge of the fiery ridge. But the fire ridge didn't match its name, an endless black jungle, and from a height of 1,000 feet, the entire mountain forest was submerged in a layer of black fog. After reaching here, Xiao He invariably felt a sense of depression. It was as if the entire mountain forest was an abyssal maw, and if you went in, you would be swallowed up. Even the fifth highness, who had been unruly along the way, had stared up and was not heckling. "Mother, my son will part with you here." "Well, you take care." Noble consort Lian, Sister Tai Ning, farewell. The Fifth Highness finished his greeting and rushed up to the sky with his own men and horses. The dragon horse's hooves were borne with green flames, carrying him into the mountains and hills, and in a short while, he disappeared. Xiao He noticed that his route went towards the east. The eastern part of the fire ridge was said to be rich in elixirs, but the danger factor would also be much higher. After his Fifth Highness left, Princess Tai Ning popped out of the carriage. Waving a long black whip in his hand, his face was full of excitement, as if a child had seen the beach. Mother, let's go hunt fire rock rabbits. Tai Ning licked her mouth, looking at her that was a desire to hunt, but rather a desire to cook. The Empress walked out from inside the carriage as well, and the palace maid on the side hurriedly raised her hand to support her. I think you don't want to hunt, you want to test the fire rock rabbit. This demonic beast is fast, not good to catch, and to cook immediately after death. The flavor is delicious, even the dignitaries and nobles are rare to eat a few times. Lianfei's sister, what do you think? Noble consort Lian smiled as she stepped out of the carriage. She had changed her clothes because the party's clothes were torn. This detail was only noticed by Shaw. Noble consort Lian stepped down into the void, her expression indifferent, completely different from the madness and daughterly stance that Xiao He had when they were alone together, giving people only a cold, lonely feeling, but that kind of bone-deep femininity that makes people eager to conquer. While the Empress was beautiful enough, she was missing the point of desire that made men rush until after Lian Guifei walked down. It was only then that Xiao He noticed that many of the divine guards' unblinking gazes were beginning to focus. It's only with a comparison that I realized that noble consort Lian is so beautiful. Xiao He was in a bit of a trance. At the very front, Tai Ning stood on the right, the Empress in the center, and noble consort Lian came down last to stand on the left. But his gaze subconsciously fell on noble consort Lian, moving from the long slender alabaster legs, hidden in the hem of her skirt, to her proud upper body, and finally to the cold and colorful blooming face that was completely different from his own in private. As noble consort Lian turned around, the clothes' nylons flipped under the breeze, and under the light gauze skirt, the perfect curve of the plump buttocks flashed vaguely. Xiao He gulped, just realized she looked so sexy from behind, should have known Thinking that such a beauty had percolated her heart to herself, and had even ascended with her many times, Xiao He couldn't help but feel a little proud. Just as Xiao He was rambling, noble consort Lian spoke, I have no problem with it. This time out, it was meant to be entertainment-oriented. The last time I ate a firestone rabbit was 5 years ago, and that flavor does make one's mouth water. Princess Tai Ning smiled wryly, then how about this, how about we race? Mother brings some people, I'll bring some people, concubine Lian will bring some people, and we'll see who catches more. How about that? The Empress said, Sister Lianfei is pregnant in case something happens to her. What should we do? Noble consort Lian laughed softly, I can stay out of the way, I'll just pick some competent generals. But there are many dangers within this fire ridge. If you are in danger and I am not there, what then? The Empress had a concerned look on her face. Noble consort Lian knew what the Empress meant. The other party was still just testing her. Noble consort Lian smiled, if Sister Empress is worried about me, let Qianhu you follow me. How about assigning me a few more eunuchs? Speaking here, she secretly sent an autumn wave at Xiao He, and Xiao He, who already had thoughts, only felt a burst of fire in his belly. This little girl, more and more seductive, but how can you Qianhu follow play? Could it be wild? Moreover, the Empress seemed to have her own intentions in coming here, intentions that seemed to be directed at noble consort Lian. Xiao He only hoped that for this hunt, it would be good for the eunuchs to die out and for the others to return to the palace in peace. The Empress swept back at the crowd. In that case, how about we make a team of one, each picking 20 people, and the others staying put? Okay, I'm the youngest, I'll choose first. Princess Tai Ning clapped her hands and shouted, those big thieving eyes directly locked onto Xiao He in the crowd. I want him first. The crowd followed Princess Tai Ning's finger to Xiao He. Originally, Xiao He had previously stayed in noble consort Lian's carriage for an incense-sticking period of time, making the divine guardsmen all jealous. Now that Princess Tai Ning was the first to ask for him, and didn't even want them, the battle-hardened divine guards, it made everyone quite unconvinced. Isn't this kid just a gynecologist who can be this popular? Could it be that there's something we don't understand about this gynecology? Don't talk nonsense, I think it's still this kid who is handsome. I really want to sell him to the hooker. There are many dignitaries within the heavenly city who have the love of the dragon and yang, they must like him. Naturally, noble consort Lian would not let Xiao He fall to Princess Tai Ning. Imperial Dr. Xiao is my royal physician. Who will take care of this palace when he goes to where you are? Didn't he contradict you just now? With such a bad attitude, you wanted to? Princess Tai Ning looked at noble consort Lian suspiciously. Noble consort Lian was positive, although Imperial Dr. Xiao bumped into me, but he topped in this palace's heart, top deep, topped me painfully. What I want is not a lackey who will only tend to the situation, but a talent like Imperial Dr. Xiao who can talk and is competent. I don't care, mother, I want Imperial Dr. Xiao. Princess Tai Ning pulled on the Empress's sleeve, twisting her body and shaking it around. The Empress said, I'll look at it this way, let Imperial Dr. Xiao follow me, and you guys don't argue, how about it? Noble consort Lian wasn't afraid of the Empress now and continued to be tough. How about letting Imperial Dr. Xiao choose who to follow on his own? The Empress revealed a hint of inexplicable smile at her words. Good, this method is interesting. Imperial Dr. Xiao, come here. Princess Taining looked at Xiaohe aggrievedly, her hands making strange gestures that only Xiaohe understood, the 2 fingers of her right hand resting on the heart of her left hand twisting constantly. Xiaohe's scalp tingled as he rode the black iron beast to the near front. At that moment, the system did come up with 3 options. Chapter 21, Hugging the Queen Mother's Thighs. 1. Choose Princess Taining, and obtain the divine sword of the 5 elements. Note that choosing Princess Taining will arouse the suspicion of the Empress and Princess Lian, who will be jealous, and the Empress will think that you are having an affair with Taining. The 5 elements go, a middle-grade weapon of the Xian rank, its color is greenish Xian, its sound is sounding of springs, and the lines on the body are visible as stars and dots. The grade of the incoming artifacts is divided into holy, heavenly, earthly, spiritual, and metaphysical, and each stage is divided into lower, middle, and upper grades, all ranked 1 to 9 below the entry level. 2. Choose Princess Lian to obtain the Avatar Vajra bodyguard. Note that after choosing Princess Lian, it will cause serious suspicion of the Empress. Princess Taining is jealous, Princess Lian can't hold the host's strong body may be discovered by the Empress of your affair. The death rate is very high. 3. Choose the Empress, get the mind skill Dang Dang. Note, chose the Empress, will not cause 2 people jealousy, need to pay attention to the Empress let you do things. Originally, Xiaohe thought of choosing Noble Consort Lian, after all, Noble Consort Lian was the most familiar with himself. Moreover, Xiaohe was attracted by Noble Consort Lian's body just now, and his heart was on fire, thinking that he could also do something sneaky after going in with Noble Consort Lian. Luckily, the system warned me, and almost went to my head. The Empress has spoken, so naturally the microcosmic minister would not dare to disobey, so my humble servant will follow the Empress. Humph. Princess Taining snorted coldly and turned around in dissatisfaction. Noble Consort Lian, on the other hand, gave Xiaohe a grudging look, but did not blame him too much. Since Imperial Dr. Xiao is following me, then come over here, Sister Lian Fei, you are pregnant, let me arrange for a few more Imperial Doctors to follow you. Well, Noble Consort Lian casually pointed out a few, among those pointed out were Lu Shi, Imperial Doctor Sun and the others, a total of 7 Imperial Doctors. Of the other 10 or so, half followed the Empress and half followed Princess Taining. The Empress stepped onto a white-hoofed black iron beast, a horse in the lead, quite a woman's demeanor. Gather here at noon tomorrow, if you encounter an irresistible crisis, crush the explosive brief. The palace will rescue you in time. Depart! The Empress kicked her horse's belly, and more than 20 people rushed out from the large troop. Xiaohe was at the very end of the line, casting an apologetic look at Noble Consort Lian as he was leaving. Half an hour later, Xiaohe had followed the Empress deeper into the fire-burning ridge. The trees in this place were very tall, averaging around 500 feet. You can't see the sun or the moon when you raise your head, and it's pitch black during the day. Here, unless you have transcendent cultivation, try not to ascend and fly. Even the Empress wouldn't dare to fly up into the middle of the black haze. One can only leap high into the air to check the view from time to time. The hunt was boring for Shaw because he didn't need to make a move. Mostly the Empress and the divine guards that followed him were doing the work, and along the way, they also encountered a few demons with powerful sense. However, in the face of the strong divine guards, they all became everyone's dish, and some of the demonic beasts whose bones and flesh were worth money were also collected. By evening, the divine guards on the queen's side had caught 8 fire rock rabbits. These rabbits are the size of a hyena, with dark pupils and fire-red skin. The fire-rigid night was calm, but Xiaohe felt it wasn't that simple and rode the black iron beast leisurely at the back with nothing to do. Occasionally, when a divine guardian was injured by a demon, they, the Imperial Doctors, came forward to heal their wounds. When it was Xiaohe's turn to heal the wounds of a young guy, the guy couldn't help but ask, Dr. Xiao, can I ask you something? Speak. Xiaohe took out the herbs from the medicine chest and applied them to the youth's leg. What exactly did you do when you went to Noble Consort Lian's place just now? Ouch, that hurt. Xiaohe deliberately pinched the wound. You're suspecting Noble Consort Lian? No, Imperial Dr. Xiao said it was serious, so I just asked. That youth was told this by Xiaohe, so he knew better than to ask any more questions. Just at this moment, there was suddenly a vibrating sound coming from the ground at the back, which was getting louder and louder, and even the entire ground was vibrating in a 100-mile radius. Rumble! The ground shook and trees fell. The Empress Mother came close with a flash. Her face changed slightly after she sidled her ears and furrowed her brows as she sensed something. Then he rushed up to the sky and looked into the distance, only to see the ground turning over, in which it seemed like a huge thing was traveling through the ground. Go, someone has startled the clan Earth Raccoon. The Empress's tone was permeated with a sense of panic, and she subconsciously grabbed Xiaohe, who was already fleeing, and fled. Roar! Looking back, a black beast, more massive than a mountain, the beast's claws are as tall as a titanic terror, and a slap will kill the other people traveling with him, including the 5 Imperial Doctors and 20 Divine Guards. Clan Earth Raccoon? How could there be such a mythical super monster in the fiery ridge? Xiaohe hugged the Empress's long legs to death. Although his head was wrapped inside the long skirt, at the moment he had absolutely no intention of looking under it. The clan Earth Raccoon in the rear was like a destructive beast ravaging the mountains. This isn't the clan Earth Raccoon body, it's just the shadow of the clan Earth Raccoon. The shadow of the clan Earth Raccoon? What is that thing? Shouty grabbed the queen's calf, swung away the long skirt that was blocking her view, and looked upwards at the. He swore the packet wasn't intentional, he just saw purple because he was going to go talk to the queen. Luckily, the Empress was too busy rushing and didn't notice any of this, explaining sullenly, the shadow of the T2 raccoon, it's a monster projected by the T2 raccoon's main body, and I'm afraid that if the T2 raccoon's main body is here, only a transcendent existence would be able to resist it. Xiaoyi's knowledge of the T2 raccoon was not in this world, but in his previous life, among the 28-star constellations, there was a true god named T2 raccoon. It was a godlike existence, and the Empress scared Xiaoyi when she said it was a clan 2 raccoon. But spare the shadow of the Earth Raccoon, it also made the Empress, the head of the harem, hold her head in her hands. The Empress was relieved to see that the shadow of the clan Earth Raccoon did not follow her. But the next moment, a golden light in the distance rises up to the sky, a Buddha flashes, it is the shadow of that clan's Earth Raccoon, actually swallowed the 100 feet Buddha in the air in one bite. Not good, that's Princess Taining's confidential Buddhist treasure, she's in danger, let's go over quickly. Luckily it was the shadow of the Earth Raccoon that didn't stay long, growling in place for a few moments before burrowing into the ground and disappearing. By the time Xiaoyi and the Empress arrived, a mountain had been chipped away, and all of Princess Taining's men were dead, herself huddled inside a shattered shell. It was only after seeing the Empress and Xiaoyi come over that Princess Taining rushed out in tears and fear. The Empress thought that Taining hugged her, but it turned out that Taining hugged Xiaoyi like an octopus, hanging on to Sha. Oh, I'm so scared, brother Xiaoyi. There, it's all safe, the creature's gone, you come down first, the queen's here. Xiaoyi looked at the Empress next to him and saw that the other party was calm and did not say much, but only stared at Xiaoyi with a warning. Come down. Xiaoyi wasted half a day to get off, and he felt that Taining was deliberately rubbing against him. The Empress looked around and said in a cold voice, this is the shadow of the Earth Raccoon, someone must have intentionally lured it in, or maybe it's harming this palace. Xiaoyi thought, it can't be noble consort Lien, but he was there, and noble consort Lien has the strength? It doesn't look like it in any way. Not waiting for the three to take a break, the roar of a fight came again from 30 miles away, and there was even the sound of Yu Qinhu being exposed. Acacia sect scum, you dare to lay hands on my great Qian noble consort, all of you die for me. 1. Go to the rescue of Lien Guifei, to get the strange and obscene Acacia. Note, you are not strong enough, the coming person is very strong, you cannot beat it. After the success of the relationship between Lien Guifei increased by 1 layer. 2. Stay put, wait for concubine Lien to solve the problem herself, get, loose bones and broken tendons pill. Note, you will get the name of soft man, by the knowledge of concubine Lien, may refuse to fly up with you. Chapter 22, Acacia Sex Madness. Xiaoyi hurriedly said, Empress Dowager, I am the imperial physician of noble consort Lien, she is in danger now, I must go and save her. After saying that, it was like an arrow jetting out of the string, only to run too fast, hit a tree, and flip twice in the air to adjust its posture. Running all that handsome, I'm so happy. Princess Taining murmured with glowing eyes. HM? The Empress looked at Princess Taining in surprise, was it so exaggerated? Your cultivation is not high, return to the palace on your own first, I will go and take a look. The Empress floated away and caught up with Xiaoyi in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyi was not slow now, plus there was the immortal wind and cloud physical art. The distance of more than 10 miles arrived in the blink of an eye with his desperate running, only to see the fire in front of them, swords, and also mixed with the lewd laughter of a man. Jia, I didn't think that there is such a beauty in Dechen, this male is really lucky on this trip, beauty, you obediently follow me, let me use the Acacia technique so that I can let you know what is heaven on earth. Chu Xiaoyun, noble consort Lien is Emperor Qian's most favored consort, are you looking for death? Yu Qiandu interspersed his roiling swordlight and rushed towards the white-robed man stepping into the void. Xiaoyi was close enough to see that the man looked red lips and white teeth, full of peach blossoms, and looked like the image of a flower picker. There were already a large number of corpses lying on the ground, and Lu Shi was actually still alive, old and strong. He fought with the 2 Acacia sect disciples. In the distance, noble consort Lien sat cross-legged, seemingly healing her wounds, and a few divine guards around her could no longer hold on. Xiaoyi saw this and rushed over without saying a word. Noble consort Lien, I've come to save you. He let out a loud shout, mixed with the power of a river lion's roar, shaking many people's scalps. Many people looked over in surprise at the sound. What a man, what a voice. There were also a few female Acacia sect disciples whose eyes glowed when they saw Xiaoyi. What a handsome man, he has such a well-developed larynx, he must be great. Perhaps it was Xiaoyi's pure yang sacred body that was sensed by these female Acacia sect disciples. It caused them to throb and their legs to clench involuntarily, only to see one of the wheat-colored skinned female disciples' belly begin to glow, her torso began to emit an ethereal fragrance, only to see her cry out in incomparable pain. My netherworld is seizing up, I have to find a man, this is the one, don't even try to steal it from me dash. The wheat-colored woman seemed as if she had been hit by chicken blood, tearing the divine guard in front of her actually in half with her hands. Holy, hand tearing the little day Xiao He rushed halfway and was shocked to see the scene. Only to see that the woman rushed over with red eyes, and still halfway there had already begun to undress. A look of some great thing to be accomplished in the midst of all this gunfire. Put up a fight. Xiao He didn't expect the Acacia sect in this world to be so crazy. This was totally the proper obscene sect. This woman is too tough. Noble consort Lian had long seen Xiao He coming and had opened her eyes. Too late to yell at Xiao He to leave, she had already seen Xiao He rushing over despite everything. Her heart was so touched that it was melting her. It's better to be my lover boy. But the next moment, she saw that a woman from the Acacia sect was going to force herself on her young lover in front of her. How could she endure this? Enduring her injuries, noble consort Lian got up and sacrificed a green-colored sword, fluorescent light flickering as she charged straight at that Acacia sect female disciple. How dare you luck out after being hit by my heart-destroying poem, looking for death? Xu Zhaoyun laughed coldly and smashed Yu Qinhu's gun main with a slap. The battlefield below. That wheat-colored woman was so aggressive that she was actually an expert of the spirit stage realm as well. As Xiao He prepared his dragon tiger fist to crush her, a green-colored sword pierced through her chest. Xiao He had thought the woman was dead, but the woman actually rushed up despite her injuries. I'll die trying to drain you. Crazy. Xiao He subconsciously punched her in the face, and the tremendous force directly sent her flying 100 feet. Xiao He broke through the barrier and came to noble consort Lian's side, wanting to reach out and put his arm around her, but thinking that it was inappropriate to have so many people here. So he could only stand aside and ask, how to raise the kind, is the injury serious? It's not heavy, it doesn't hurt when I see you. Noble consort Lian looked at Xiao He's caring eyes and her heart throbbed more and more. Hate to think this would be dedicated to him. It's good that it doesn't hurt, the Empress is here too, we should be safe. Xiao He looked up. Where is the Empress? Didn't she come up with us too? Why is she gone? Deliberate death? Don't with me. The airborne Yu Qinhu was no longer an opponent, his armor shattered from the beating and the lance in his hand broke. It was a good thing that the rest of the Acacia sect had been pretty much killed as well. In the distance, Lu Shi actually did not lose the wind when he fought 1 against 2. Xiao He saw the chaos at this moment and secretly said it was a good time to shout, Lord Lu, let me help you. Lu Shi was delighted at his words, but after seeing that it was Xiao He, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. You're just in time, after letting you stay a few more days, I won't be able to keep my position as dean. Lu Shi stepped back and feigned defeat. Imperial Dr. Xiao, quickly help me stop someone. Okay. Xiao He rushed to the front. The two men's eyes intertwined with each other, and from the bottom of each other's eyes, they both saw a touch of ruthlessness. Lu Shi's palm glowed black and secretly attacked Xiao He's abdomen. Got it. Lu Shi was confident. Just as his hand was about to touch Xiao He suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes and appeared behind him, facing the 2 Acacia sect disciples. At this moment, the 2 Acacia sect disciples had already stabbed out with their double swords. Xiao He skillfully dodged it and hooked Lu Shi with his back foot. The long swords of the 2 disciples of the Acacia sect stabbed straight into Lu Shi's back, and then Xiao He flashed behind the 2 of them, and his 2 fists bonked the 2 of them in the heart. Boom! This place was immediately dented to reveal a large crack. Lu Shi unwillingly looked at his heart pierced through. You brush bomb! Lu Shi lifted his finger to point at Xiao He. He was even more shocked inwardly at Xiao He's strength and why he was so strong. But there was no more time for him to regret. The world in front of him gradually darkened and finally fell straight down. After Xiao He finished killing the people, he rejoined noble consort Lian, and the lusty male in the air had already defeated Qian Tuyu, and one man stood proudly in mid-air, pressurizing the crowd to catch their breath. Beauty, come with me, what's the point of Qian? Follow me to the Acacia sect, I'll make you nice and comfortable. Xu Zhaoyun looked at noble consort Lian, the lust in his eyes was almost overflowing. I think the people of the Acacia sect are looking for death, daring to come to my great Qian territory to cause chaos. The Empress' mighty and domineering voice came out as an ice blade cut through the void, carrying the heavenly mountain snow vision across the sky. The pupils of that unstoppable Xu Zhaoyun contracted violently. How come there are still such experts? Withdraw. But the Empress's cultivation far exceeded his. The ice blade shattered his protective divine light, the protective magic treasure broke, and the terrifying ice blade pierced through his abdomen, sending blood flying. Xu Zhaoyun was knocked down and rolled down 1,000 feet distance between the mountains and forests, and he also fled away in blood directly despite his injuries. Xiao He was relieved to see this. He thought the Empress was prepared to deliberately watch something happen to noble consort Lian. Many thanks to the Empress for saving my life. Xiao He arched his hand to the Imperial maiden walking in the air. The Empress's scene just now was too domineering, intuiting her unfathomable strength, making Xiao He sigh that he could not reach his whip. This hunt, someone has backstabbed this palace and someone has backstabbed noble consort Lian. Make sure to investigate properly when you return to the court. The Empress' tone is cold, and after landing, she glances at noble consort Lian, not knowing whether she is suspecting her or not. Several people quickly returned to the compound, where there were still more than 40 divine guards. Princess Tai Ning also knew the seriousness of the matter and didn't pester Xiao He to be petulant. Since all the imperial doctors died out, leaving Xiao He alone, Xiao He could only follow noble consort Lian into her exclusive carriage, with the beautiful name of healing her wounds. Chapter 23, Minister, Imperial Dr. Zhao's medical skills are amazing. Night, on the official road. The remaining divine guards silently rushed along, everyone's complexion tense, as Yu Qianhu rode the black iron beast, his eyes closed as he recuperated from his injuries. But he was nervous inside because the loss was too great this time, with more than 50 divine guards dead. One must know that the divine guards started off as 7th order experts, which were the elite of the elite. I hope that noble consort Lian must be fine. Imperial Dr. Xiao has been in noble consort Lian's carriage for half an hour now, and there is no sign of him coming out. It's really worrying. If something happens to noble consort Lian's child, I'm only afraid I'm finished. Yu Qianhu could only pray for Imperial Dr. Xiao to give some effort. However, the strength of Imperial Dr. Xiao really surprised him, that the Acacia Sect's spiritual terrace realm woman, although injured, was also sent flying by his punch. In the Imperial Doctor so young there is still this kind of strength, has been very unusual. I couldn't help but look at the back of noble consort Lian's carriage, traveling quietly, with a smooth body and no shaking. And at this moment inside noble consort Lian's carriage, noble consort Lian's injuries had long since healed, but she was just full of doubts as she twisted her head to look at Xiaohe. Why do you keep making me turn my back on you so I can't even see you? It's nice to see. Xiaohe silently enjoyed the visual feast. At the same time, Xiaohe did not expect that his pure yang sacred body could also heal wounds. But talking about business is most important. This time it was too dangerous. Xiaohe asked, did you call out to the Acacia sect? Xianu shook her head. How could I possibly be connected to those lecherous scoundrels? I originally asked Yu Qianhu of the divine guards to help get Lushi killed, who knew that the Acacia sect people came. I was scared to death. Then how did the Acacia sect come? Could it be that someone else shouted it? Xiaohe alluded to Empress Jiang. Princess Tai Ning, who only knows how to play horse riding games all day long, surely wouldn't be able to do these things. It's possible that it's her. The Jiang family is so big that it's too easy to contact the Acacia sect. It's a good thing that the Na clan's Earth Raccoon suddenly appeared this time, or else there's a real possibility that something might happen to me. Noble consort Lian turned around and tried to lean into Xiaohe's arms. Lean over back first, with your back to me holding you. You're odd. Concubine Lian did as she was told. Just then, another message came from the system. Lian Xinu's emotion towards you has been raised to lick your calf. Currently 40% unlocked, developing to 100% will unlock Lian Xinu's full function. In short, there is no danger. If the Acacia sect is really instructed by the Empress, I am afraid that you will have a hard time in the future. Xiaohe is a little worried. The Empress is too ironic to take ah. Just as the two were discussing, Princess Tai Ning arrived. Noble consort Lian, let me take a look at your injuries. Lian Xinu immediately sprinkled some deodorizing powder and quickly tidied up her clothes, and Xiaohe also sat respectfully at a distance, mixing herbs in his hands. Come in. Princess Tai Ning poked a head in, first glancing at Imperial Dr. Xiao and then at noble consort Lian. The former was boiling medicine, and the latter was sitting on a plate to heal his wounds. Seemingly everything was normal. You guys are really looking at the doctor? Princess Tai Ning walked in and smoothly came to Imperial Dr. Zhao's side and even sniffed. Your Highness, if the micro-minister doesn't give the Empress a medical treatment then what is he doing? Xiaohe smiled bitterly. It's better to see a doctor. Sister Lianfei is so good-looking. Imperial Dr. Xiao is born handsome. You are alone in this closed place, and you don't go out for a long time. Who knows what you're doing? Princess Tai Ning intentionally pinched Xiaohe with her hand when she was talking, seemingly complaining about him, and didn't play with him this time when she came out. Xiaohe saw that Princess Tai Ning was getting bolder and bolder, and immediately a glare went over, his eyes exuding the will of his master. It made Princess Tai Ning instantly honest. Imperial Dr. Xiao, I'm almost better. You can go out. But stay around this palace or I won't be able to call out to you. Noble consort Lian also knows to take what she can get, but she is afraid that Xiaohe will be abducted by Princess Tai Ning, thus she tells him not to go far away. Yes, Your Highness. After getting out of the car, Xiaohe rode the black iron beast and walked beside noble consort Lian's carriage. Imperial Dr. Xiao, this princess is also not feeling well, come and give me a look. Princess Tai Ning ordered. This Xiaohe looked at the Empress's carriage, and noble consort Lian's carriage. He can't make a decision. If I tell you to come and see, just come and see. Grating, this princess's words, don't you listen to them either? Princess Tai Ning said with an increased tone. The other divine guards and Yu Qianhu were silent, sensing something was wrong but not daring to say anything more. Tai Ning, you really want to see a doctor? This palace will show you. Don't delay Imperial Dr. Xiao from treating noble consort Lian. The Empress also saw some of Princess Tai Ning's perverted thoughts and interrupted. Poof. As the night faded and the sun rose, the blazing sun hung high in the east, and a row of heavenly soldiers and generals appeared before the end of the official road. Bathed in the early blazing sun, it stung Xiaohe's eyes. It's His Majesty coming. Quick, quick, it's the Emperor coming to see us. Emperor? Xiaohe's heart skipped a beat. He was most afraid of the Emperor right now, but still with a straight face, he followed the large troop up to the front. One could only see Li Qinshian with hundreds of elites, waiting in strict formation, each riding a different demonic beast as they stepped into the void. Li Qinshian, on the other hand, was half sitting on top of the throne in the air, majestic and solemn, his eyes glaring. Kowtow to the emperor. Yu Qianhu raised his head. The crowd knelt down and saluted. Noble consort Lian and the empress also walked out of the carriage one after another, while Princess Taining bent down and lazily shouted, "Father." Li Qinxian nodded to her, then his gaze fell on noble consort Lian, and Xiao Haoji felt an invisible idea spread out, and it was as if everything about him was being seen through. Only to hear Li Qinxuan's surprised voice came, "Ha, your injuries are actually all healed. I heard that you were hit by the acacia sect's heart-destroying palm." This emperor was very worried, and he came to see you after he was busy with the affairs of state. Noble consort Lian owed her body and softly said, "It's all because of Imperial Dr. Zhao's excellent medical skills. All the wounds on my body were healed by him. I've heard all about what happened, Imperial Dr. Xiao. You have the Empress to thank for your survival this time, you know?" Li Qinxian had already learned about what happened this time. Clan Earth Raccoon, Hoan Clan, Xiao Imperial Doctor can survive also because of the Empress. Li Qinxian also feel reasonable, so did not much doubt. That's of course, Empress Dowager is my regenerative parent. This life of mine is all Empress Dowagers. Xiao he said. Well, your healing skills are indeed good. The injuries from the hypnotic palm can be healed so quickly. I wonder what kind of method you used? Xiaohui will not say that with the pure yang sacred body he Lian Guifei flipping clouds to heal. Well, in their own medical theory of 100 ways, they looked for a few medicine, defense. Back to your majesty, the heart-destroying palm looks like skin and flesh and internal injuries, but in reality, it is destroying the 5 elements and fundamentals of the human body. It is good that my Gongfu was on the masculine side, and noble consort Lian is on the yin side, combining with the Buddha's hand that I brought, the scarlet tea grass, as well as the clear water immortal herb these medicines, in order to assist at least, but there is also an element of luck, and the reason why noble consort Lian's injuries are not heavy. Not bad. I heard that you were meritorious in escorting the driver this time and swore to protect noble consort Lian. Say it, what do you want? I can reward you. Li Qinxian nodded, although he did not know medical skills, he did feel Xiaohui's extraordinary medical skills, a talent. Reward this comes. Xiaohui didn't dare to really ask for it, but humbled himself. The humble minister doesn't dare, this is my accusation. Noble consort Lian was thinking of letting Xiaohui follow her, who knew that the empress opened her mouth and said, I see that Imperial Dr. Xiao also has some talent in cultivation, and his strength is good, so I'll look at it this way. 5 days from now will be the examination of the Imperial Hospital's medical skills, and if he is able to come out on top, the position of this house envoy, let him be the one who does it. How about it? Li Qinxian looked at Xiaohui. Imperial Dr. Xiao, are you willing? If you don't feel confident, I can make you a principal. 1. Choose the Imperial Hospital examination, get the cultivation speed increased by 5%, pay attention to, the Imperial Hospital messenger position a lot of people to compete, there is a certain risk. 2. Listen to the Emperor's choice to be the Chief of Staff, get the drug gene Xiangyu 5, pay attention, more guessing the Emperor's intention. Chapter 24, A Headbutt, Harmony Scattering. Xiaohui exclaimed, I'm still young and want to make a break for it, and I'm willing to try out for a courtyard messenger. That's a big official of the 5th rank, and the master of ceremonies is a 6th rank at most. Moreover, when Lu Shi was the ambassador of the courtyard, he had an extra few thousand income per month, and there was other oil and water in addition to that. It's a pity that Lu Shi died and didn't go to copy the family himself, otherwise, this oil and water is absolutely big. Well, my Dakian is in need of young and promising men like you. Li Qinxian nodded, then said aloud, the Acacia sect has committed a crime against my Dakian, and will be executed even though it is far away. Return to the court first, and summon the civil and military officials to discuss the matter of the expedition against the Acacia sect. Back to the court. With the eunuch beside Li Qinxian, Eunuch 1 let out a loud cry, the trombone sounded low, and the demonic beasts roared low, just like the heavenly soldiers returning to the imperial court. The scene was grand, and Empress Lian Guifei also obediently returned to the carriage. Xiaohui was especially small in the large army, following the huge march back to the court. Xiaohui naturally didn't take care of the matters in the courtroom, but he was praised by the emperor himself today, but he got into many people's eyes, but also just into the eyes, and did not return to the imperial hospital after many people came up to send gifts, climbing and so on. On the contrary, this time, the matter between the Acacia sect and the clan Earth Raccoon has attracted the attention of the upper-class hierarchy in Deqian. Xiaohui returned to the imperial hospital after mealtime, and returned to the house and ate a few bites of the dessert made by his sister Zhu Xiaomeng. If I can become a court minister, I will have 4 days of vacation every month. Finally I will have a single day off. Double day off must be the 4th grade to be able to do. The 3rd grade will need to go to the court on top of the court, but I can also go home every day, to accompany my sister. Xiaohui felt that the future was bright. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Knock knock. Imperial Dr. Xiao, it's me, Quan Zhong, here to pay you a visit. Xiaohui opened the door, only to see 5 eunuchs standing outside. What's the matter with you guys? These people were very low in the imperial hospital, but they were also old, so they must have heard something to come to themselves. Sure enough, they pulled out some black cloth bags with a crisp money clattering inside. Imperial Dr. Xiao, this is some of our thoughts. I hope that when you become rich in the future, don't forget about us. These Xiaobi waited and felt that there were more than 200 Qian coins, which was very generous for him. These words are still early, but you have this heart I remember, all go down. Yes, Imperial Dr. Xiao have a good rest. Several people nodded and bowed as they retired. Xiao He had keen ears and heard them discussing the fact that he had been rewarded by noble consort Lian, praised by the empress, and complimented by the emperor. It seems that my news should have spread all over the palace. It's a big deal to these people at the bottom of the palace, but to those really big people, it's nothing. Xiao He's imperial physician can only be considered an 8th grade in the palace, which is a sesame official. It wasn't as powerful as a common soldier among the divine guards, the Jinshin division. The status of these eunuchs was no higher than that of eunuchs and palace maidens. Xiao He was lying on the bed, feeling alive and well. It was good that it was the pure yang sacred body, otherwise letting noble consort Lian toss it like this, who would be able to bear it? In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the arched and rounded buttocks of noble consort Lian when she was carrying herself. Can't think, this little ninny, she's a siren, she's getting more and more flavorful, look at her reward. Withdrawal of rewards. The heart of the mentalist, the kinky harmonizer. The latter is a good one by the name. Xiao He looked at the jade bottle in his hand and didn't dare to open it. As long as this thing is opened, even a chaste woman can be turned into in the next second, and a eunuch can be turned into a maniac. Strange lustful harmony scatter, as long as it is spread out, no need to touch, any cultivation will fall into the most primitive crazy instincts, and it is immediately effective, without the slightest foreshake. Note, after use, please make sure that the object of release is of the opposite sex, a human being, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Hiss, against all odds, if this takes a swing at the queen? Xiao He immediately shook his head. The empress is the head of the harem, the emperor's woman, how can I think like this? However, thinking of the empress' serious, unsmiling, and dignified appearance, I wonder what would happen if she encountered the strange and obscene harmony scatter. Don't think about it, if you think about it again you might not be able to resist committing a crime that day, and if the queen is drugged, she'll definitely slap me to death afterward. Heads up. After Xiao He extracted it, a stream of arcane scriptures emerged in his mind, densely packed. There was also a magnificent Zen voice recitation, as if thousands of Buddhas were whispering. This is a Buddhist scripture? Xiao He took a look at the golden fonts, although he did not understand them, but since it was the system that had already made him learn them, he was able to read them all roughly. At that time Shakyamuni, with his dependents. Xiao He muttered about 30,000 words, and as he read, a golden Buddha appeared in Xiao He's mind. That Buddha had kind brows and closed eyes, holding a devil-subduing rod and sitting in the middle of the sea of consciousness. When the head of the rod, if one is deeply trapped in illusions, charmed, etc., and loses one's autonomous consciousness and loses one's heart, this Buddha will use his demon-subduing rod to awaken oneself. This is a Buddhist mind technique, and it also has some protection for one's divine soul. Although it wasn't a great power of offense, this was definitely of great use at critical moments. After reading the Gongfu again, Xiao He just fell into a deep sleep. I woke up to find that it was late in the evening, with no clock and no idea what time it was. There's still the 9 Revolutions golden pill that hasn't been used, let's cultivate first. The 9 Revolutions golden pill was an elixir that increased cultivation, and one was worth more than 20,000 Dakian coins, making it invaluable. After taking it, a wave of pure energy exploded in his body, and Xiao He hurriedly operated Xian Wu Gong to digest this medicinal power. I don't know how much time passed until the rooster crowed and Xiao He slowly woke up. Although I haven't made a breakthrough, my cultivation has grown quite a bit with the naked eye. If I eat all 9 of them, I should be able to reach the peak of the 9th order divine transformation realm. Unfortunately, this will be going to work. Xiao He put on his clothes and diligently came to his workplace in the Thai hospital and came to his workstation as usual. But before he could open his mouth, a loud cry came from the distance. Xiao He, where were you last night? Why didn't you come to take your medicine? Walked a fat man with a black beard and an official hat. This person is the court judge of the Imperial Hospital, can also be said to be the vice president, named Wang Rui. His face is not good, big aggressive color. Behind them also followed more than 10 Imperial doctors, the only head of the look. Xiao He said, I just came back from following the Empress on a hunting trip yesterday, so according to the usual practice, I don't have to go to work. Whose convention? Yours? I don't have this rule in my Thai hospital. Are you seeing that President Liu is dead so you are lawless and don't put the rules in your eyes? Wang Rui finished his gaze sweeping around, recognizing his authority. Lord Wang, I am only working for the Emperor and for the Empress. If you have to say that I am lawless, this is a crime of desire. I can't do anything about it. You are an adult. I am a small one. What you want is also a matter of your words. Xiao He is not afraid of him. His own strength is stronger than him, and he has the backing of Princess Guifei. This Wang Rui is nothing more than wanting to be the ambassador of the courtyard, worrying about being snatched by himself, so this will come to the horse's head, and even want to drive him away. You have big guts. The Emperor is remembering it in his heart. Not on your mouth like this, Xiao He. In the name of the court judge, I will remove you from the position of imperial physician. You can get out of the palace. Xiao He sniffed and stared at him with a face that looked like a look. The micro-minister will be dismissed and returned to his hometown. Chapter 25, the 5th grade, Princess Shun has also been hit by the heart-quenching palm. Xiaohe didn't say much, took off his own Imperial Doctor's official uniform, and just swaggered out. He's really gone? I don't feel like it's that simple. Wang Rui let out a light laugh. Fight me, one word and you can get lost. I'll do a good job. President Liu sacrificed his life for his country, don't be too upset, as long as everyone pays as usual as before, I won't even ask questions. Wang Rui yelled. The rest of the eunuchs were not happy, but they didn't say anything and lowered their heads with an honest look on their faces. Others feel that Shaw won't leave that easily. Wang Rui led the people like an emperor, patrolling the hall, seeing a person who did not look up or nod his head when he saw him. Unable to help himself, he was furious. Quan Zhong, when you see this official, why don't you salute? Quan Zhong, who gave Xiaohe a gift yesterday, knows more information and will definitely not surrender to Wang Rui at this moment. I'm working, why do I need to salute? And since you're from the 5th rank, according to the Dakian rational laws, I don't need to salute you all the time, I only need to salute you at specific times. Quan Zhong vibrated, not the least bit intimidated. The asshole. Pop. Wang Rui slapped his face twice in a row and was about to slap a third time when a loud shout came from the doorway. Where is Wang Rui? Is a cold woman in the doorway low heckle. This woman although wearing is a palace-maid clothing, but the hair is not similar to other palace-maid coiled up, green silk cloaked, and holding a red sword. Cool, colorful, and clean, not a hint of makeup, but just comfortable to look at and make you look good. It was the same courtesan who was by Princess Tai Ning's side, who didn't follow her when she went hunting a few days ago. This time, instead, she was mounted by Xiaohe, who followed silently at her side. As this woman bellowed, everyone looked over. Wang Rui's heart shook as he ran his ass over, and when he saw Xiaohe, a trace of ruthlessness flashed under his eyes before he carefully asked, "Dare I ask who this girl is?" "I come by the order of Princess Tai Ning. You, Wang Rui, can get lost and shall not enter the palace in the future." "What? On what grounds? I'm the court judge of the Imperial Hospital, you have no right to be like this, it's not like I've done anything wrong." Wang Rui yelled unwillingly, backing up several steps, his backside slammed into the table, spilling medication all over the place. He looked at Xiaohe, how could he not understand how this guy could get the princess to help him just after he went out? What kind of person is this kid to the princess? On what grounds? Just on the basis that you will be using your private power for public use. This is a great offense in the Dakian rational law. Princess Tai Ning, as a royal relative, has the right to criminal punishment for corruption and abuse of the law. The cool woman took out a token. It was engraved with the words Qian, Ning, the very token of the princess. Once this order was issued, Wang Rui immediately felt that the sky had collapsed. Then he looked at Xiaohe, his eyes showing a fierce light. "Xiaohe, it's all you, it must be you who drugged the princess and compelled him. You ruined my career, you won't let me have a good time, I want you dead too." Wang Rui pounced up with a stomp, his palms transformed into eagle claws to grab Xiaohe. But before the man could take off, his head was chopped off by a sword blade. Only to hear that cool woman said, Wang Rui openly attacked the court officials, and in the palace, there is a suspicion of enemy spies assassins, so I beheaded. Yes, what the girl said is really right, Wang Rui is the spy. Farisama, we'll just come and collect the corpse. Lord Xiao, we've done your job for you, just go back and rest. The imperial physicians following Wang Rui were instantly honest and fawned over Xiaohe. Go. The cool woman turned around. Xiaohe hurriedly followed. After all, this woman was not invited by him, but met on the road. Xiaohe intended to go to find Lian Guifei to help. After all, this does not sleep, and want to Lian Guifei's hot body. The errand by the way can also be done. But halfway there, he met this cool woman, Princess Tai Ning, who was looking for him. Originally, Xiaohe refused, but the woman told him that noble consort Lian had to investigate the case of fire rage during this period of time, including the empress, who was also investigating the Acacia sect. And it's all the eunuch Wan beside the emperor who's asking questions in person, and I'm afraid he won't have time to see him this time. Xiaohe had to tell the woman about himself, who knew that she would take him back to the imperial hospital without saying a word. Girl, your name, you were very valiant just now, Xiaohe asked with a smile as he chased after her. Meow meow song. Song meow meow? What a good name, Song meow 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 meow, I'll go, it's all water dash Xiaohe muttered. Song meow meow turned to look at him. What? Something wrong with that name? No, it's quite nice to have a lot of water. Xiaohe touched his head. My old home is indeed in a place surrounded by water on all sides. What's the point of talking to you so much, just go. Song meow meow turned around and continued to walk ahead. Xiaohe carefully tasted up, the green silk is soft and smooth, the body is slender, although not as seductive as Lian Guifei, but it has a different flavor. But this woman didn't seem to be a courtesan in the palace, and had come here for some other purpose it seemed. Although Xiaohe was puzzled but did not ask much, he followed Song meow meow to Taishan Palace. Go inside, the princess is waiting inside. Xiaohe took a deep breath and pushed the door open, and shortly after entering, he was entangled in a rope. Ha, Xiaohe, you're trapped by me. Today you play the turtle and I'll teach you a lesson. Princess Tai Ning leaped down from the roof. You dare to hit your master, let's see if I don't clean you up. Xiaohe instantly broke free and snatched the long whip, flipping his hand and pulling out. Princess Taining was then chopped under his horse. Honest yet. Honestly. For Princess Taining, Xiaohe showed the most primitive ferocity. For 3 consecutive days, Empress Lian Guifei didn't look for Xiaohe, and Xiaohe didn't have to do the work of the Imperial Hospital. Xiaohe smoothly used up all the 9 revolutions golden elixir. His cultivation had also increased to the late 9th stage of divine transformation. Inside the dormitory, Xiaohe lounges around the house in his soft gold armor. This was the treasure that was rewarded by the system after killing Lu Shi. This thing actually didn't enter the product, it's just an 8th order treasure, it's a bit of a crotch pull. Xiaohe felt like he could cut it up with one slash. Take the time to give it to my sister, she's safer at home with this software. Taking off the gold silk soft armor, Xiaohe put on his official uniform. Today is the day of the medical examination of the Imperial Hospital. Those responsible for the assessment are also veterans of the Thai hospital. When Shah showed up, one of these old employees was more enthusiastic than the other. Lord Xiao, how did you sleep? Lord Xiao, my granddaughter is 18, do you need to consider it? Lord Xiao, the first of this examination has already come out, you don't have to come over, we'll just send the award over to you. Xiaohe waved his hand, how can this be, the examination should have the appearance of the examination, how should it be, otherwise let outsiders see, our Thai hospital is not pandemonium. That's, let the examination begin. Xiaohe walked to his position, and a total of more than 50 imperial physicians, in their positions, were already standing by. Xiaohe held his head and secretly sighed when he started to speak official language as well. Now that the dean and vice dean are dead and Xiaohe is being cared for by the princess and the noble consort, Xiaohe is number 1 in handing in blank papers. What's more, Xiaohe cured noble consort Lian's heart-destroying palm with great speed, and this matter was spread all over the palace. That was a vicious tactic of the Acacia sect, which was difficult to eradicate, and Xiaohe was able to cure this kind of injury, so there was no need to doubt his medical skills. So the first place finish naturally went to him. On the second day, Xiaohe had just gotten up and walked out of his room when Quan Chong and some other imperial doctors were greeting him with the dean's official uniform and hat. Lord Xiao, in the future you will be the master of this Thai hospital of ours. Someone come, serve Lord Xiao to broaden his clothes. Xiaohe gladly put on his official clothes. From today onwards, he is the Great Qian's Imperial Hospital of the 5th grade hospital minister. Gentlemen, there are some things that I would like to make clear. Most of the work in the institution does not need to be so busy, and there is no need to stand, sit, and work as you feel comfortable, and then you can rest when you are done with your own tasks each day. However, 30 Qian coins per month, this official still has to collect. I hope you all understand. Can understand. Lord Xiao let us sit and work. Resting after a busy day is good enough. 30 Qian coins, that's the rule. Will naturally be sensible. Even if Lord Xiao doesn't say it, we'll still give it. Xiaohe nodded. You remember, this to Qian coin? Don't look at him hard and cool, in the future it is your lifeblood. When you find that you can't carry it on your shoulders, and you can't lift it with your hands, who are you going to rely on? Rely on this 30 big Qian coins? Know it? These imperial doctors are not little cute. They instantly understood what Xiaohe meant. We understand, of course we do, Lord Xiao, we'll give the last 30 when first now. Quan Chong took the lead. Someone gave first, the rest of the people also acted quickly, just for a while. Xiaohe here will be more nearly 2,000 Dakian coins, from a poor, suddenly rich. Everyone, Lord Xiao is busy, so we won't bother him. Quan Chong dismissed the crowd with good sense. Xiaohe looked at the flowery Qian coins in his hand and sighed, this is the right only the first day I got 2 years of my income, TSK. Just as Xiaohe was overjoyed, several men clad in black armor walked in the distance, led by a divine guardian 1,000. Is it Imperial Dr. Xiao? The black-armored man who rushed over asked. Exactly, I wonder how many of you are. We're from the Shunwang mansion, and we've come to ask for Dr. Zhao's help because the king has learned that Dr. Xiao is able to cure the heart-destroying palm. Xiaohe asked with a calm demeanor, dare I ask who was hit by the heart-destroying palm? A few people glanced at each other, and the man on the left stepped forward. It's King Shun's 5th royal consort, Jin Yunxi. This Xiaohe very much did not want to go his means of healing was purely relying on the pure yang holy body. It was not a high level of medical skill at all. In addition to the use of special formalized spiritual medicines, it was to use a more powerful cultivation to heal. You can't treat Princess Shun deeply. Chapter 26, Your Highness, where is this injury? Imperial Dr. Xiao, what's wrong? Is there a problem? The armored man reminded Xiaohe when he saw that he was fuming. Oh no, how did Princess Shun get hurt? How do I know? The process is better for you to ask the patient. 1. Go to see Princess Shun, get rewarded for revolving the star and moon eyes once. Note, the heart catalyst palm is very difficult to cure, and if you fail on this trip, you may lose your reputation. 2. Refuse to see the doctor, get the reward black auger liquid. Note, the other party is the Shun Wang, is a royal relative, power. If you refuse him, the other party will also force you to go there, even without a beating. What? Refusal is not yet possible, but will be beaten instead. What is the origin of this Shun Wang? Even if he is looking for someone in the palace, he is still so arrogant. But looking at this option one can only go over and take a step. However, Xiaoyi still found a reason to say that there was something not dealt with at the Imperial Hospital and delayed for a moment, so he went to the main hall of the Imperial Hospital and asked Quan Chong to find a way to inform noble consort Lian of his visit to Shen Wang's mansion for treatment. Afterward, Xiaoyi numbly followed the two guards out, and since he was now the dean, he didn't need to take a leave of absence and had a certain amount of freedom. The rewards come straight to you as a result of choosing to go over. Just to be on the safe side, Xiaoyi boosted Star Moon Eyes decisively. Although it was still the star and moon eyes, Xiaoyi realized that if his eyes gathered power, he could see elemental trajectories that were hard to detect with the naked eye, such as the 5 elemental forces in the heavens and earth, and a wide variety of elemental energies. All of these energies were used to enhance the cultivation level of the practitioners when they were practicing and absorbing them. And I don't know if these eyes will help me heal. Xiaoyi followed the two armored soldiers already out of the palace, not even arranging a seat. It seems that the tiny 5th grade official, who is no S in the eyes of King Shun, helping him to see the doctor may be the kind of thing that is justified in the eyes of King Shun, and even to be thankful for it. Both of you, I would like to ask, when did this 5th Wang Fei pass through the door? Xiaoyi opened his mouth and asked. Like 30 days ago, why? The armored soldier on the left turned around. Nothing much, I'm just asking. Xiaoyi pondered for 30 days, King Shun was also a normal man, so this woman should already be a young woman. No, what am I thinking about that for? So once again, he asked, where the princess was originally from. I've heard that it seems to be the 4 great families of Sky City, the little princess of the Jin family. The Jin family? The 4 great families? He hadn't heard of them at all. Imperial Dr. Xiao, you don't even know the 4 great families? The armored man on that right side had a look of disgust. After all, if he didn't even know about the 4 great fathers, he must be at an extremely low level. Haven't heard of it later to understand it yourself. These 4 great families can be powerful, they are inseparable from the royal family, powerful, and even half of the people in the imperial court are all people of the 4 great families. Why are you talking so much? We know all this, don't we? Hear it from the head. Xiaoyi followed without asking any more questions, but he gained a further understanding of Diqian. Suddenly thinking of the empress surnamed Jiang, he asked, by the way, is there a Jiang family in those 4 great families? Who knew that the two armored men shook their heads blankly? No. Oh, I see. Xiaoyi always felt that the background of this empress was even more intimidating. Although the Shanwang mansion was also in the imperial city, it occupied an area of 100,000 square meters exclusively, and the streets in front of the entrance were not allowed for civilians to pass through, and were guarded by powerful soldiers. Xiaoyi saw that after coming here, his heart sighed, this is the strength and power to reach the peak, to the bottom of the civilian. One actor not acting, directly tell you, I took the initiative to get out of the civilian. At the entrance of the king's residence stood 2 black qilin, and there was a spiritual light flowing within the qilin. Xiaoyi felt that if the king's residence was attacked, the 2 qilin would come alive to produce a horrifying kill. Imperial Dr. Xiao, when you arrive at the royal residence, don't look around or walk around, otherwise if something happens, don't blame us, the armored man reminded. That's for sure. Everything within the royal palace is the king's, even the maidservants, they are the king's private property. If you look at it, that's thinking of his private property. Even if the king isn't interested, you can't move your eyes up. Understood. Hearing this, Xiaoyi became even more bitter. How can this be treated? A maidservant can't even look at it. If he and his consort were to engage in intensive treatment, would he not be chopped up and fed to the dogs? But this shows that this Shun king is no good. If he really wanted to screw him, Xiaoyi vowed to make King Shun wear an oversized green hat. Let's hope Princess Lian's energy can free me. Xiaoyi lowered his head and followed the 2 armored men to a quiet courtyard, and as soon as he came in, he smelled a fresh fragrance, and good smell, and it was mixed with some kind of body fragrance. How come all beautiful women have body odor? Imperial Dr. Xiao, go in, the crown princess is inside. The armored man stood at the doorway and reached out. Xiaoyi nodded and crossed the threshold. First, he saluted and said, kowtow to your highness, the humble minister Xiaoyi has come to help heal you. Come in. The interior of the house was decorated in a quaint manner, not as ornate as your princess's palace, but it had a different atmosphere. On both sides stood the maidservants in charge of getting up and down, while the female's voice with a feeble voice came from behind a high wall, and it was obvious that behind the high wall was the boudoir of that princess. Xiaoyi lowered his head, not to look at the maidservants on both sides, and came behind the high wall, and his eyes were channel screens. On the bed and couch within the screen, a woman whose face could not be seen was lying on her side, and only the woman's perfect silhouette and figure could be seen vaguely. Imperial Dr. Xiao, I heard that you cured noble consort Lian's heart catalyzing poem. Some time ago, I encountered the acacia sex lecherous thieves. It's a good thing that I had a lot of guards around me, or else I would have really been victimized, so help me take a look at it. Jean Yunqi stretched out her white arm from within the gauze curtain. The 5 fingers were unadorned, slender and elongated, perfect as crafts. Xiaoyi was still praying in his heart about how noble consort Lian's people hadn't come yet, but in order to stall for time, he still used the most basic look and smell. Your Highness, this door injury is not good just by looking at the hand and taking the pulse, but I heard that the king is very mindful of Xiaoyi wanted to stop. Jin Yunchi also understood what he meant and smiled. I understand what you mean, there's no one else here, I'll have the maidservants on both sides, wait in the hall. You guys go down and stay at the door. In addition, the process of Imperial Dr. Xiao healing me, no nonsense, got it? Yes. A few maidservants were obedient, they left the boudoir and came to the hall at the entrance and did not go to wait outside the house. After the people left, Jin Yunchi laughed softly and said, say, how do you want to be treated? Xiao he actually had a set of treatments in his heart for the hypnotic palm, but it couldn't be cured at the root, so he could only use this method to delay it for the time being. But the requirements of the princess is bound to be all cured, and can only think of other ways in the future. Cannot be princess, he said, let's try human reproduction can be cured. I'm just afraid he'll be killed right away. Your Highness, I'm going to look at the injuries first, as well as your cultivation and against the opponent's cultivation for those. Jin Yunchi within the gauze curtain paused for a moment when she heard that she wanted to see the location of the wound. Is this how you and noble consort Lian were treated? Noble consort Lian's injury was on her shoulder. Xiao he said with a calm demeanor. In fact, he didn't know which palm of noble consort Lian injured where. In any case, the energy of pure yang entered and cured it. I have two injuries, one on my chest and another on my inner thigh. Jin Yunchi's voice was a bit embarrassed. Chapter 27, it's still noble consort Lian who knows how to play. This is not playing with me. Xiao coughed twice and said righteously, don't worry, your highness, a healer's heart, I'm still a gynecologist. In my eyes, even the most perfect body is nothing more than a sick flesh, and there won't be any small-mindedness. Jin Yunchi within the gauze curtain seemed to be moved by these words, and the mustiness in her heart relaxed quite a bit. If this Dakian had more righteous people like you, how wonderful the world would be. AI, Jin Yunchi's words contained a hint of sadness. However, Xiao didn't have the time to care where this grief came from, but instead, he put down the herbs on his own and then honestly took some common herbs. Then start following the process to see the doctor. Your Highness, let's start with your legs. Well, I'll stay out. Not a moment later, there was a rustling sound within the gauze curtain, and Jin Yunchi didn't come out, only stretching out a snow white like porcelain. Xiao was at least a man who had seen noble consort Lian, and although this did look good, he was able to hold it. On the inside, there is indeed a slap mark. How did this hurt? Jin Yunchi coincidentally this would explain, this injury, is when I kicked the other person with my leg technique, that person hit me with a palm, the person who injured me, is not the young patriarch of the Acacia sect, but a man in red, that person has a demonic look, I don't recognize him, but his cultivation I estimate to be in the late 4 extreme stage, and me, I'm just in the early 4 extreme stage. So it is. Xiao he nodded and stretched out 2 fingers and pressed them. Jin Yunchi couldn't help but grunt lightly in pain. Does it still hurt? Aha! Xiao's pure yang body also began to passively seize, and he realized that this Jin Yunchi was actually still a virgin. What's going on here? It's been a month and Princess Shun hasn't touched him? Imperial Dr. Xiao, your hands are so hot. Jin Yunchi sat behind the gauze curtain, not sure how, but her voice was clearly much softer than before, even gentler. And through a gap in the gauze curtain, he began to sneak glances at Xiao He. This is a maneuver, bear with it, if you can't bear it, say it. Xiao He knew the situation of his pure yang body and casually explained blindly. Well, it's okay, and it's getting somewhat more comfortable. Xiao He realized that this injury was indeed not easy to treat, and the heart-destroying palm was a lethal tactic of the Acacia sect. It is very famous in the Jianghu status, and if not for the super high cultivation to forcefully get rid of it, it will basically leave dark wounds. Now looking down through medical maneuvers, the complexity of the injury was more difficult than he had thought. No wonder he healed noble consort Lian's heart-destroying palm instead more out of the circle. Trouble. I heard that noble consort Lian's injury was still inflicted by Chu Zhaoyun, an expert of the Acacia sect, whose heart-destroying palm has long been out of this world, and may have even cultivated into the great destroying divine Buddha palm, and you were able to cure it in an hour or so my injury shouldn't be much of a problem. Jin Yunchi laughed softly. The problem is nothing, it's just. Xiao he didn't know how to explain it for a while. Hands frozen in midair also do not know how to go next, because according to the process, this will use his boiled medicine paste up, in the use of manipulation massage, open a few pills to eat. Finally, she was told how to run her true chi to regulate it, which eventually led to temporary relief, but still could not be eradicated. It can't be eradicated unless the king spends a lot of time and cultivation to help you. But that wouldn't be good for Xia. What's the matter, Imperial Dr. Xiao? Could it be that there's something difficult? I was just thinking that I can't diagnose the injury on your chest without being able to look at it. Xiao was going to bite the bullet on this one and see if he could be fooled. He has already tried to use the eyes of the star and moon to see the injury, but it is still not good to heal. How is it that the people of this harmony sect are always studying these messy feats? Just when Xiao was having a hard time, a voice came from outside the door that made Xiao ecstatic. Noble consort Lian has arrived. Jin Yunchi's legs immediately retracted, and queried, why is noble consort Lian here? Imperial Dr. Xiao, step back first, I'm going to broaden my clothes. Yes. Xiao hurried to the door and saw noble consort Lian walking slowly from afar, surrounded by a row of palace maids. After seeing Lian Guifei, Xiaoyi's hanging heart finally landed on the ground. Noble consort Lian was unsmiling and serious as she walked up to Xiao He and asked, Imperial Dr. Xiao, how is this Wang Fei's illness? It's okay, not as bad as Mama's. So you're cured? Microcosm hasn't started yet? Xiao He thought to himself, this noble consort Lian is afraid that she has cheated on him with another woman. It's quite possessive. Hearing that it hadn't even begun, Lian Guifei looked slightly relieved. Follow me in to take a look. Jin Yunqi had stepped out at this moment, wearing the same gold silk dress as her namesake, with bejeweled teeth and red lips, a goose-egg face, large eyes, and vivaciousness in her voluptuousness, in a completely different style from that of noble consort Lian. Your Highness. Jin Yunqi bowed slightly. Well, I heard that you also suffered an attack from the Acacia sect. I personally came to take a look. I didn't expect to come early. Imperial Dr. Xiao hadn't started treating you yet. It's the palace that's disturbing you. Jin Yunqi always wore a smile. After all, his status wasn't as high as noble consorts and he was very formal in front of noble consort Lian. That's not true. You've come just in time to see the scene of Imperial Dr. Xiao treating me. That won't be necessary. Noble consort Lian said, taking out a thumb-sized jade bottle, and said, this is the medicine that Imperial Dr. Xiao has conditioned and can cure the heart-catalyzing palm. You drink it. This must be very precious. How can I be so kind? Jin Yunqi was a bit terrified. It's fine, my injury has healed. This medicine can also beautify and nourish your face besides curing your illness. If it wasn't for the fact that the Jin family is friendly with my father, I wouldn't even bother to give it to you. Take it. Noble consort Lian seriously turned her head to Xiao He and said, Lord Xiao, there are still more than 300 herbs that need to be counted on the side of the Imperial Hospital. You neglected your duties. I'm not going to ask you about your faults. You go back and do it right now. Yes, but this Xiao He was puzzled. What was inside this bottle? How come he didn't know? And it could cure the heart-destroying palm. Lian Guifei gave Xiao He a you-know-what look without a trace, and Xiao He instantly came to a realization. Thinking of the emperor over, Lian Guifei was afraid that there was an omission to be discovered, and used a jade bottle to put it away. Xiao He couldn't help but glance at Jin Yunqi's cherry mouth. Now what was one's relationship with this princess? Sister Kim, this will be quick to eat. Jin Yunqi sniffed and no longer hesitated, opening the bottle and sniffing it. This flavor is quite strange. Xiao He exclaimed that it was fortunate that Jin Yunqi had not been with the king, or else he would have been exposed. After watching Jin Yunqi drink it in one gulp, Xiao He couldn't help but have a strange feeling in the bottom of his heart. What are you looking at, Dr. Xiao, why don't you go? Yes, Your Highness Lian. Xiao He knew that noble consort Lian was upset and immediately fled. And Jin Yunqi's body was really gradually getting better at the moment, and the hypnotic palm injury in her body was really healed after half an hour. Thanks a lot Sister Lian, this Imperial Dr. Zhao's medicine is really amazing and warm. These medicines, can you give me more? Jin Yunqi felt that this medicine was quite effective and that it helped her cultivation. Lian Guifei heart-cold snort, you think of the beauty, in order to no longer have people harassing Xiao He in the future, explained, this medicine is Xiao He's ancestry, it is difficult to mass-produce, the last copy to you, he next time to have I do not know when and how. Chapter 28, Bullying Me Too Much for the Hospital? Flying Hung Chasing Snow. Under the escort of noble consort Lian's men, Xiao He returned to the palace very smoothly. No sign of King Shun in any of the royal family's actions. This shows that the other party did not take him seriously at all. But if he knew that his untouched beauty wife had drunk the pure yang liquid, I wonder if he would just kill him in the palace and cut him into 5 pieces. It was a good thing that he had seen Jin Yunqi drink all of it without a single drop when he left, even sticking his tongue out to lick the bottle empty. Now King Shun is here and doesn't know what kind of medicine it is. When he returned to the palace, noble consort Lian did not come to him, but had Xiao Hong come over to deliver a message. Noble consort Lian has already explained it clearly for you, and no one will be looking for you in the future with the cure for the heart-catalyzing palm. That's great. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiao He sighed in relief. This was great. The Acacia sect is not weak, there are many disciples, all have no bottom line. Interspersed within the Dacian, there is always the female family members of the dignitaries suffered. It would be a horrible scene to think about if he was asked to help in the future. Xiao Hong continued, nowadays, De Qian has arranged for a large pile of people to besiege the Acacia sect, and noble consort Lian has been injured by the Acacia sect, so she's getting a lot of attention, so it might be inconvenient to talk to you these few days. By the way, Xiao Hong said, revealing an odd color. What, you say? Noble consort Lian said, don't worry, she made a pastry to thank you, and that pastry will only wait until you go before opening it for you alone. Oh, I understand. Thank you for your consort's kind words. Xiao He understood what this meant. Nai tells him that concubine Lian will not let the emperor touch it. At this point, Xiao He still believed in Lian Guifei's ability. This woman was smart. The word has been brought. I will go down first. Thank you, little Miss Rainbow. Xiao Hong blushed. This is the first time someone shouted at her girl. Inside the palace or being shouted at maidservant and whatnot are used to it. Watching the little rainbow girl trot away, Xiao He couldn't help but smile. But when I think of this matter of noble consort Lian always being the emperor's consort, why is it that I just don't feel comfortable in my heart? Hey, it's damn possessive. but after all, it seems like I'm the one stealing the food. Xiaohi shook his head and stopped thinking about this, these things he couldn't change at the moment. Hiking up to the entrance of the Imperial Hospital, he heard chaos inside. Approaching, more than 20 old eunuchs, surrounded in the center, pointing, in a state of righteous indignation. Lord Xiao, you're here. It's Lord Xiao coming. Quickly get the seat for Lord Xiao. In the center of the crowd, Quan Chang's face was covered in blood, and he had been beaten so badly that he couldn't even recognize his mother. How cruel must it be, to do such a cruel thing? Lord Izumi, what's wrong with you? Been beaten by your daughter-in-law? Xiao he teased. He knew Quan Chong had married A with a temper. Moreover, the witch was a step above him, a seventh, and could not be fought at home. That's why Quan Chong has the least amount of vacation time of all the doctors. When Quan Chong saw Xiaohi coming, he crawled over in an aggravated manner. Lord Xiao, you have to be the judge for my little one. Don't be anxious, speak slowly, remember what I said? The 30 Dakian coins you paid as your lifeblood, as long as you pay the money in place, suffered the wrongdoing, I will naturally come out, speak slowly, and I will listen. In the end, is it not you who received the wrongdoing? Xiaohi sat on the chair. The surrounding eunuchs nodded their heads in succession. Hearing Xiaohi's words, everyone's hearts were somewhat touched. In the past, when Lu Shi was around, they were wronged and humiliated, and not only did they not help out, instead, they blamed them for going around causing trouble. And this young Lord Xiao is actually so righteous. After Quan Chong heard Xiaohi's words, he felt snotty and said, Lord Xiao, it's that group of bastards from the Imperial Horse Division. This group of bastards, who have enriched themselves, have raised horses that don't eat well, and used some inferior food, which has caused those mounts to fall ill, so they asked me to go and check it out. After I looked at it, it took me a day to find the problem, but these assholes, they actually didn't pay, said I was a quack, and beat me up. I just ran back. This group of people, too lawless. Lord Xiao, do it for me. Xiaohi got up in a rage at this. Outrageous, it's just a bunch of bandits, more than bandits. My lord, what are we going to do? My lord, it's better to calm down. This Imperial Horse Division, our Thai hospital can't afford to mess with it. The people of the Imperial Horse Division have close ties with the people of the military ministry. Many of the Divine Guard's mounts rely on them for training, and the same goes for the Jinshin Division. They're too powerful, and the backstage is filled with those terrifying martial artists. If we go, I'm afraid we'll only be hitting a stone with an egg. Some of the older eunuchs didn't want to cause trouble and analyzed the pros and cons. Xiaohi naturally knew about the Imperial Horse Division, a place that was inside the palace but far from the harem, had a separate area, and bordered a prairie outside the palace with a large range. There are quite a few people in there, and they are masters of their craft. The most frightening thing was that they relied on the Divine Guards and the Jinshin Division behind them. After all, the mounts of these two large forces were all relying on them to raise them. This kind of corruption, unless it is a big man to investigate, a small Thai hospital, the Imperial Horse Division is certainly not in the eyes. 1. For Quan Chong out of the head, to get the reward a stringent technique, spirit level middle grade divine weapon Fei Hong chasing snow. Note, offended the Imperial Horse Division will have endless consequences, may hit the small to come to the old. 2. Be a shrunken head turtle and stay out of the way, get the bonus martial arts aptitude meteor fist. Note that being a shrunken head turtle will have a bad reputation in the Imperial Hospital. Xiaohi took a look at the rewards, and pick one actually had a spirit order medium grade divine soldier. This is really good stuff. Plus, just now he had bragged about his words. If he wimped out, wouldn't he be slapped in the face? Fei Hong chasing snow, long-range offensive bow and arrow, no need to arrow draw bow straight shot, is Yu Qinglong stone, Ju bird stone to build, fully activated, can kill the 4 extreme experts, heavy damage to the realm of the dragon, as long as you can lock the place, the killing range of thousands of miles. Hiss, this introduction, Xiaohi didn't need to think much about it, he himself was currently still at the 9th order divine transformation realm. Together with the terrifying power of the pure yang sacred body, he should be able to pull this bow, and the killing distance could be up to 1,000 miles, and everyone in the imperial city could be his target. And to be able to kill someone without exposing yourself afterward. After his heart was greatly settled, Xiaohi got up. Lord Quan, go, take me to the Imperial Horse Division, and all of you, although my Thai hospital is full of old men with no hands and only scalpels, it's not without blood, go, follow me to the Imperial Horse Division to seek justice. His words were impassioned and rolled with fervor, infecting the older people in the audience as they listened. Lord Xiao is mighty. Go, old man, I have suffered from a lifetime of fecklessness in the Imperial Hospital. The last time I gave a eunuch a medical treatment, damn, said I couldn't cure his infertility, slapped me. I have to avenge this one too. The Imperial Horse Division's group of dog scumbags I've long since looked down on. The veterinarians are expensive and don't want to pay, and they specialize in pitting us, the eunuchs, and they don't pay. I didn't pay for the last time I looked at 2 black iron beasts, either, saying something about my medicine keeping them from mating. Me too, they bully us too much and owe us at least 800,000 Dakian coins. So much? Xiaohi was really shocked. This is a large number, a little exaggerated, equivalent to the total salary of all the doctors in the Imperial Hospital for 7 or 8 years. This is more than just greed. Simply do not take the Imperial Hospital as a person. Lord Xiao, let's go over there together. With you here, none of us are afraid. Xiao He looked at everyone's anger, and it did seem that none of them could stand it anymore, and raised his arms and shouted, "All follow me." Chapter 29, I'm just a gynecologist. Zhang Quan was a squad leader of the Imperial Horse Division, with 50 men under his hand, although inside the palace, he was still a bottom. But it's a high on the bottom. Those eunuchs, palace maids, and even some of the freshly arrived divine guards had to give him a good look. The Imperial Horseman's office is large, with thousands of people in total, and can be managed in a decentralized manner. The small stable of his had cultivated over 1,000 black iron beasts, and over a dozen red flame foals. In this small place, he acted as if he was the emperor of the land, and when he met the head of the 100 households he communicated as an equal. It was only when Shito nodded his head and bowed. As for those imperial doctors of the imperial hospital, in his eyes, there was no difference between them and the slaves, so bullying was just as good as bullying. Lord Zhang, a few of the black iron beasts from East Sizhou have started vomiting and having diarrhea again. A subordinate ran over in panic. Zhang Quan put down the wine cup in his hand, a face of displeasure. What's the hurry? Let the people from the imperial hospital come over in to take a look at his. But we haven't paid them in the morning, they're only reluctant. They dare, if they don't come, there will be good fruit for them to eat, a bunch of handless eunuchs, what the hell? But, suddenly another person came to report from a distance, Lord Zhang, it's bad, someone has come to cause trouble. Who? Zhang Quan was startled, could it be that his embezzlement had been discovered? It's that group of imperial doctors, they injured Wanger Matzi and Zhang Tai, we couldn't stop them, and said that if we don't settle our previous accounts, we'll be demolished today. A group of imperial doctors? I think they've eaten leopard's gall, daring to spread wildness in my place. Lucy is trying to die. No, my lord, you are too busy not to know that the director of the imperial hospital has changed. Lucy is dead. Zhang Quan laughed even louder at his words, so it's a new official. Come with me, haven't you all not been able to move your muscles for a long time, and this is delivered. At the entrance to the stables, a group of imperial doctors were imposing, and across from them stood more than 30 horse breeders. Everyone had colors on their faces and looked at the leader, Xiao He, with a look of fear. That is, until a commotion came from the rear, and someone shouted that Lord Zhang had come. These people are re-energized. Lord Zhang, do justice, these imperial doctors are crazy, they beat me. I can't hear out of my ears, Lord Zhang, take revenge for me. Zhang Quan squeezed through the crowd and looked around. More than a dozen people under his hand were injured, and in the stables on the right stood a few imperial doctors, rummaging through something inside the black iron beast's food trough. Only to see that the imperial physician suddenly blurted out, Lord Xiao, the grain of these black iron beasts are all expired. Eating these, the black iron beasts are bound to get sick. The horsemen here are definitely corrupt. Xiao He walked up to a distance of 5 feet away from Zhang Quan. See, you should be Zhang Quan. You also see, my brother's door are old and sick, and I am a gynecologist doctor. Not much ability, only a bit of medicine. If you do not settle the previous account for me, this stable inside the expired ingredients, fake ingredients, I may one day talk about the leak. But Xiao He's words didn't worry the people of the Imperial Horse Division, instead they laughed out loud. Because this embezzlement is not about them alone, but about many organizations up and down the line. You are the new hospital ambassador? The Thai hospital is really living back more and more. A bunch of old ones don't take office, letting a brat whose hair hasn't grown to dictate. Your name is Xiao He, right? Zhang Quan waved his hand. The 20 or so people he brought surrounded Xiao He, the imperial doctor. Xiao He noticed that these people were all experts of the 8th level realm, and Xiao He was a bit surprised by this. But this was only the Imperial Horse Division, and most of the Divine Guard soldiers were also at the 8th or 9th level, with the elites only at the spiritual platform realm. And most of the eunuchs on Xiao He's side were at the 5th or 6th level, or even lower. Before Lucy are free to our medical treatment, you are good, actually dare to charge money, in my opinion, is that you have not been cleaned up. I'll give you a chance, kneel down and kowtow to me, apologize, today you can go, otherwise dash. Boom! Before Zhang Quan finished his words, his eyes went black for a split second, and he only felt that there was dizziness in his head. Without waiting for him to react, there was a pain in his abdomen, and then his entire body floated up in the air, and before he could rise, he was slammed into the ground by a huge force. When Zhang Quan slowed down, he was already seriously injured, spitting out blood and no longer able to fight back. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao He with one foot on his chest, looking down on him. Or else what? Zhang Quan coughed twice, inwardly incomparably shocked. He is a spirit platform cultivator, actually unopposed to be killed in seconds. What is the origin of this new imperial doctor? And this aura seems to have a large background, emboldened appearance. How dare you hurt me? This is the Royal Horse Guards. What? I can't hear you. How dare you say I'm nigh dead? Grass? Xiao He stomped on it again, and several of Zhang Quan's ribs were broken, and he opened his mouth in pain and couldn't even scream. Xiao He looked around. You guys saw it. He was the one who scolded me and said my mom died. Would you not be angry if someone insulted your mom? And I'm just a gynecologist, why be aggressive? The surrounding imperial horsemen had been stunned, each nodding or shaking their heads. Just now, they only saw a flash of Xiao He's silhouette, and within a few moments, their boss Zhang Quan was knocked to the ground. And you call yourself a gynecologist? Lord Zhang, our previous accounts, a total of 80 Dakian coins, we all have records in the Thai hospital, counting the interest, plus the medical expenses of my brother who was beaten up by you, a total of 1,100,000 Dakian coins, handed over. Zhang Quan still talks tough at this moment, although he is in pain, but it is destined that Xiaohe does not dare to kill him. Oh, $1,100,000, you're dreaming, do you have any concept of money? Kill me if you're capable. Ah, gentlemen, he mentioned this himself, did you hear that? Xiaohe looked back. Those imperial physicians also nodded their heads. I heard that he asked for it himself, to have Lord Xiao kill him. In that case, take him back. Xiaohe is dragging Zhang Quan's feet and is about to leave. Zhang Quan would be a bit flustered this time, yelling, my uncle is the deputy secretary of the Imperial Horse Division, if you dare to kill me, your whole family will die. Who said I killed you? Zhang Daoren and I. This gynecologist Dr. Fight accidentally injured, this too Dr. Achek. The original is the recurrence of the old disease, this is a big disease not to mention that I'm a gynecologist doctor, not internal medicine doctor, so medical treatment is not in time, and finally Zhang Daoren was tortured by the disease and died, due to this as a disease, there is contagious nature. We also had to 2 hospitals will have to burn the corpse to prevent the toxin outreach. Xiaohe's words made the imperial doctors nod their heads as they listened, it was too seamless. But in the ears of the people of the Imperial Horse Division, as if the devil, listening to the back of the cold sweat straight scalp numbness. Zhang Quan had a chance, but after hearing about this operation, he lost his confidence as well. Is this too much for a hospital to handle? Healing the big man cannot heal, these imperial doctors are likely to be given death, but healing them these bottom, cannot heal, no one cares Wait, slow down, there's something to talk about, Zhang Quan was propped up on the ground, struggling with his hands swinging. Payback. Shaw reached out, the purpose of his visit was to ask for money. Chapter 30, what's a surprise? Zhang Quan had a bitter face, big brother, more than $1 million, I really can't get it, these years, we also spend a lot, there really isn't much This bracelet of yours is good, this storage ring of yours take it over. Xiaohe didn't listen to him and snatched the treasure in his hand. The bracelet was probably an 8th or 9th grade auxiliary treasure when looking at the material, and wearing it on the body would help with the efficacy of the true cheese operation. A storage ring is a prestigious thing. Big brother, this storage ring is all I have. Zhang Quan's face showed bitterness. The cheapest storage ring on the market is also 1,000 Dakian coins, and there are a total of 10 squares of space in it, and you're in here There are actually 100 square spaces, not bad. Yo, there's actually 5 yuan stones left, Dakian coins, 70,000, hiss. Xiaohe roughly calculated, the small horse division small master, actually have more than 100,000 family. Much richer than he could be, but there must be a lot of grease in Lushi, he just didn't get a chance to see it. Big brother, I'm saving for decades, it's not easy to have these. There's still $1 million left, how are you going to make up for it? Xiaohe squatted down and forced the question. I'll do this, I'll write an IOU, you want me to give it, I just can't get it at one time. Whether you can get it out or not is none of my business, now give it up and come up with your pants down. Xiaohe said and tore Zhang Quan's clothes, this time I did not expect to find something new. This one actually carries a storage belt. Xiaohe took a look, good guy, there is actually more than $300,000 of property inside this belt. You guys go and strip these imperial horsemen naked and search them one by one. Xiaohe told the imperial doctors in the back to search the others. In a moment, all the imperial horsemen were plucked. Some even stood bare indigo in place. Lord Xiao, these people together have scavenged a total of 200,000 Daqian coins. There's really a lot of oil and water, more than 70 people have more than $200,000 with them. Xiaohe knew that he wouldn't be able to find anything even after scavenging. Patting Zhang Quan's face, there is still a difference of 400,000, you find a way to I one half well, I will come to pick it up in 10 days. Well, I'll make sure to get it together for you. Xiaohe got up and said aloud, go back to the Imperial Hospital. Hooray for coming, hooray for going. Until Xiaohe walked away, Zhang Quan angrily yelled, Thai Hospital, I'm not done with you until I kill you all. Big brother, call up the brothers and let's kill them. Snap. Kill your mother, this is the palace, that's the royal physician. Are you trying to rebel by killing over there? So what do we do? What to do? They're imperial doctors, the only way to screw them over is to use the palace rules, or, go for the kill outside. Big brother, so what do we do? Use the rules of the palace, we're not good at it, we're all a bunch of roughnecks. Mainly this Xiaohe, you guys take turns arranging people to keep an eye on him for me, and by the way, check his address outside the city, as long as he has a family, I don't believe that I can't mess him up. Zhang Quan's heart was already twisted. Yes, big brother is wise, we'll go check it out right now. Inside the courtyard of the imperial doctor, there was a chair, Xiaohe was sitting on a chair, and the people around him served him tea and water, and there was even someone serving to wash his feet. Lord Xiao, you are too brave, for the first time, our imperial hospital has come out with this bad breath. I've been in the imperial hospital for 40 years, and I've never felt so free, that Zhang Quan, who bullied us into not paying every time, is finally comfortable. It's not that Lord Xiao is awesome and wise. Lord Xiao, that Zhang Quan is ruthless and will definitely retaliate in the future. Lord Xiao, you still need to be careful, especially with your family members outside. Xiao He of course knows these problems. The people in our Thai hospital are still too few. Quan Chon, you these days, go outside and do a good job of searching to see if there are any suitable people to recruit in. Remember, good medical skills at the same time, but also to be able to fight, understand? My lord, I understand. Quan Chon grinned. As for splitting the money, they didn't dare say. Well, I'll go down first. Xiao He changed his clothes and left the palace in the night. He can now go in and out of the imperial hospital as he pleases, but he can't go through the main door. He can only go through the side door, and he has the permission to go home and visit his family for 10 days in a month. Although the range of autonomous movement was small enough that he couldn't sneak around the main areas of the palace, it was enough for Xiao He. Xiao He hoofed it home and saw his sister Zhu Xiaoming taking a bath. Xiao He didn't disturb her, but Zhu Xiaoming was sensitive and asked from inside the room, "Who is it?" "Sis, it's me. I saw you in the shower so I came in over the wall." Hearing that it was Xiao He, Zhu Xiaoming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. I thought it was someone who came in." "Sis, when you're done washing up, let's move. It's not very safe here." "Moving? Well, the other day all of Imperial Dr. Shui's family was killed, so I'm afraid something will happen if I let you continue to live here." Zhu Xiaoming got up, and from the door, he could see her delicate silhouette reflected in the window through the candlelight of the window. The body of the bumpy, convex and curvaceous figure through the screen window caused infinite reverie. Simply dressed in a long skirt and wrapped in a coat, she walked out, her hair wet and draped over both shoulders. Due to the simplicity of the dress, the huge gully formed by the chest's pride made it impossible to take one's eyes off of it. Xiao He thought, "Sin, this is a sister, don't look at it." "What's wrong? Did you get into trouble in the palace?" Zhu Xiaoming looked worried and pulled Xiao He's hand. "I am now a court ambassador, and yesterday, in order to stand up for the people below me, I went to the Imperial Horse Division and offended someone, so just in case they come to make things difficult for you, I'll take you to a different location." Xiao He apologized slightly. After all, he had done this on impulse, for the sake of his baby. However, Xiao He also had a certain bottom line. There were many highly secured areas within the Celestial City that contained better security systems. Now that he had a 600,000 Dakian coins on him, guarding against villains was definitely enough. Zhu Xiaoming's sandalwood lips slightly opened. Her body could not help but lean forward, and inattentive against Xiao He's chest. "How could you be promoted so fast? Father has been an imperial physician in there for decades. You mustn't be deceived." "Don't worry, I'm absolutely fine, but in this position, you want to be alone. It's simply impossible. I've only been here for a few days, and there are already people revealing that they want me to collaborate, some who don't know their identities, asking me to buy their medicinal herbs, and so on. In short, if you don't want to be greedy, you'll only get killed. Such a troublesome horse." Instead of being happy, Zhu Xiaoming had a sad face after hearing this. "It's good for you to be promoted and get rich, but the risk follows. I just want you to be safe and sound. It's good to see you every month." Zhu Xiaoming's eyes are a little red. The sad beauty is the most painful for men. Not to mention Sis, with whom he had spent so much time and who had treated him so well. And it's not even there is no blood relationship. That kind of unknown ambiguous relationship. Let Xiao He feel a bit sunk. Seeing this, Xiao He's heart softened and raised his hand to wipe Zhu Xiaoming's eyes. "Well, don't worry, I have a number in my heart, this era. If you want to be alone, without the ability, the right, then we can only look at the sky to live. Once we encountered the matter, there is only the road to death. Since I set foot on this officialdom, this road, we'll certainly not let anyone bully you. But you must be careful, but don't let anything happen. You're all I have." Zhu Xiaoming pressed up and leaned into Xiao He's arms, her naked arms holding him in a death grip, her wet hair resting at his chin. Feeling the warmth and softness in his arms, Xiao He subconsciously wrapped his arms around them, but then immediately let go and patted Zhu Xiaoming's back. "Go to bed, I haven't been able to sleep well without holding you," Zhu Xiaoming said softly. Chapter 31, Night Attacks and Killings, Roots and Shoots. "You go to bed first, and I'll go see Dad tonight." "Well, it's been a long time since you've paid homage to Father as well." Zhu Xiaoming didn't force the issue. After sending Zhu Xiaoming back to visit, Xiao He came to the hut on the left side of the compound, where his father and mother's spirit table was placed. Even though he's not his own father, Shaw went up and posed, subsequently extracting the astringent technique and chasing the snow with Fei Hong. With Zhang Quan's character, he will quickly investigate the location of my home, and will definitely act tonight. This Fei Hong chasing snow of mine can kill even a 4 extreme realm expert. I'll wait here for you to come. After running the breath convergence technique, his aura was completely hidden. Tried Fei Hong chasing snow. It is indeed very heavy, not good to pull. Good thing he is the pure sun holy body. To less than the cultivation of the spiritual platform can come to open half. According to the introduction of Fei Hong chasing snow, this force is enough to shoot the 4-pole cultivators. Xiao He just hid inside the shrine and waited until 4 o'clock in the middle of the night. Surprisingly, Zhu Xiaoming didn't come to him again today, but fell into a deep sleep inside the house. Sure enough, it's here. There were 3 black shadows flashing on the roof of the building. They were extremely fast and attacked with residual shadows. There was another person who was slightly slower and seemed to be injured. These three people rushed into the courtyard of Xiaoyi's house as if they were ghosts. No one? There's breathing next door, I think it's his sister. According to the intelligence, didn't they say that Xiaoyi went home? Why didn't they sense his aura? Whatever, his sister I heard has good posture. First kidnap his sister, then after capturing Xiaoyi, I want him to watch his sister being ravaged by me. That slightly slower person said viciously. Let's go, first to catch Dash. No good, watch out Dash. An unreadable arrow attacked from the shadows, and the one who was a little slower was directly fixed to the wall with a sword through his heart. The arrow was not solid, it was formed by some kind of energy, but it was as if it was substantial. Yuan Qi actualization. This is the dragon transformation realm, run. The man at the head with the highest cultivation level said in a shocked voice. In the next moment, a more powerful arrow shot straight at his chest, and the man was quick and drew his soft sword to fend it off. However, he still underestimated the power of Fei Hong chasing snow, and the arrow formed from energy contained a power that made it difficult for him to match. Only heard the soft sword in his hand gave a sorrowful cry and broke directly, not being able to react in time, he was pierced through by the arrow, and with a boom, this person's body was dragged and buried in the midst of the smoke and dust after collapsing a layer of houses. The other person was directly stunned when he saw this. What, Lord Chen, how are you? This person's cultivation level was only Spirit Terrace. Seeing that his boss was already alive or dead, he immediately had to escape, and had just crossed out of the courtyard wall, not waiting for him to take a few more steps, when he was caught up by a death arrow and pierced through his head. 1 dead, 2 wounded. Xiaoyi walked out from within the shrine, his arms were trembling. Even if he had a strong physique, he couldn't afford to draw his bow 3 times in a row at this moment. Xu Xiaoming had already run out after hearing the commotion, and only breathed a long sigh of relief after seeing that Xiaoyi was fine. They are your enemies in the court? Xiaoyi nodded and lifted the middle-aged man from the rubble, as well as the man nailed to the wall. Tearing off the masks of the 2 men, one of them was none other than Zhang Quan, and the other Xiaoyi didn't recognize, but his breath was very strong, and he estimated that he was at the early stage of the 4 extremes. Elder Zhang, letting you raise money, how come you raised it to my house? It's not good. Zhang Quan did not expect that the hands of the hands is actually Xiaoyi, and 3 arrows to shoot them? Even their own uncle was defeated. This is too magical. Isn't he an ordinary royal doctor? The arrows of the party were sent from a spiritual treasure. How did he come by such a supreme treasure? Countless questions tumbled in his mind, but Xiaoyi didn't have time for him to think. A pinch on his neck. Say, where's your house? Zhang Quan's heart sank. Woe is not as bad as your family, Lord Xiao, don't go too far. And you know it's excessive? I forgot about it until you told me, and there's a family I forgot to take care of. After Li Yuliang died, a few members of his family Xiaoyi almost forgot. In this day and age, to not cut off the roots is to get yourself in trouble. Lord Xiao, there's no need to involve your family in the feud between you and I. Isn't it enough for you to kill me? It doesn't matter if you don't say, I'll take my time to find out. Xiaoyi settled him with a slap, not even giving him a chance to regret and beg for forgiveness. Zhang Quan fell. The other middle-aged man was paralyzed on the ground, unable to move, watching his nephew die, and knowing that there was no good ending for him, he still wanted to sneak in and fight for his life. But as soon as he made a move, he was pressed down by Xiaoyi and twisted his limbs. Xiaoyi found a token from his storage ring. You're actually the deputy director of the Imperial Horse Division, an official position from the 5th rank. Now that you know, you're killing me as murdering a court official, and you're still not letting me go. Naive, Deputy Director, your Imperial Horse Division is corrupt. If I report it to certain people, I'm afraid it would be a great honor, and even pull many people down. What do you want to do? The man flashed a flash of panic. His family was big. If he really got stabbed up, maybe his family would be affected. There wasn't much I wanted to ask, but I have something I want to ask now. How much do you Imperial Horse Division and Divine Guards embezzle from each other every year? I don't know about that. The exact amount is all with the director. Lord Xiao, you are strong. I can serve you in the future, but there is no benefit for you to kill me, is there? There's no good in killing you, but there's definitely bad in not killing you. Bye. Xiaoyi solved one person again with a slap. The 3 died here. Xiaoyi had to dispose of the bodies. After all, the deputy director of the Imperial Horse Division, at least, is an official from the 5th rank. After consuming half an hour and the bodies of the 3 were disposed of, Xiaoyi didn't have the heart to sleep at home. Pulling Zhu Xiaoming out of this area. Strange to say, this time in the last fight no one came out to watch the fight. It seems to be here in silence. Do not speak, do not look, do not say much, and to some kind of consensus. This also sidesteps the 6 system of officials in Dakian. There weren't many people on the streets of Celestial City in the evening, and there were no more illuminations other than the lanterns on the side of the road. There comes the restaurant. Xiaoyi pulled Zhu Xiaoming into the store. Xiaoer, who was sleeping, was also awakened, and with a face full of reluctance, he led Xiaoyi upstairs. Guest, pour your own tea, I'm going to bed. After entering the house, Xiaoyi barked at Zhu Xiaoming, I'm going out. Is it wrapping up? Zhu Xiaoming understood that Xiaoyi was preparing to kill Li Yuliang's family. Xiaoyi nodded and silently walked out of the room. Looking at Xiaoyi's disappearing back, Zhu Xiaoming murmured, you've finally grown up. Xiaoyi didn't come back until dawn. due to the fact that Liu Liang's house was farther away. When he came back, he looked sullen, obviously not used to this kind of extermination. Seeing that Zhu Xiaoming hadn't slept all night, Xiaoyi cleaned up. Are you hungry? It's been a while since we've eaten outside buns and breakfast. Well, kind of. Zhu Xiaoming didn't ask her say much the whole time. Even when he was forced to leave his old home, he didn't complain. Just a little worried about Xiaoyi's state. You killed those women and children. I'm worried that you'll harbor a heart demon in the future. It's alright, I convinced myself so, though I don't kill women and children, but those women aren't children, and those children aren't women, isn't it? Zhu Xiaoming for a moment, he didn't know what to say. It seemed that his worries were redundant. The sun rose, people were getting busy, and the smoke and fire of Sky City was thick as hell. People were in good spirits in the morning, and when I went downstairs I saw a row of baozi stores and noodle shops on my left. I'm going to eat which little bitty bun? Zhu Xiaoming pointed to a store on the left. The store is more than 10 square feet. The front of the store is hot, 3 small tables in front of the entrance. Many people are lined up there to buy buns. A family of 3 was on the bakery, working their way through it. Xiaoyi pulled Zhu Xiaoming over. Zhu Xiaoming was dressed in plain clothes, but her stunning look still easily attracted everyone's attention. Boss, 2 cages of buns, 2 bowls of thin rice, and a plate of squash. Okay. Zhu Xiaoming sighed. Xiaoyi, it's been a long time since we ate breakfast out together like this. The two said as they found an empty seat and sat down. I thought I didn't have time before. It's a really nice feeling. There's a kind of smoke and mirrors, but where are we going to live from now on? Some of the mansions on the west side of the city have specialized guards, and they are inhabited by high-ranking officials' families, so I'm relieved to know where you'll be living in the future. Remember Luxi's family will live there, the west side of the city. There are 100,000 square meters of the scope of the construction of the luxury compound. Each family not only has a magic array protection, there are guards patrol. Where all the officials of the dynasty above the 5th grade live, where the rich want to buy a house, no relationship has not yet qualified to buy. By letting his sister stay there, Xiaoyi was quite at ease in the palace. While the two were eating their breakfast, Xiaoyi raised his eyes and saw an acquaintance walking over. Good morning, Dr. Xiao. The person who came was none other than Song Miao Miao. Good morning, Shui Shui. Xiaoyi's face stiffened. This woman is here. Doesn't that mean Princess Taining is also here? Don't let your sister know that you and Taining play those messy games every day or completely social death. I'm afraid that in the future, my sister will not hug herself to sleep even if she dies. It's Miao Miao, not Shui Shui. Song Miao Miao's face turned cold. Oh, forget it. Forgot. Chapter 32, Where It's Good. Song Miao Miao was too innocent to realize that Xiaoyi was driving. Seeing Zhu Xiaoming on the side made her eyes light up. Your mother is so beautiful, if she dresses up a bit, I'd say she'd catch up to noble consort Lian. This is my sister. Xiaoyi explained. But Song Miao Miao glanced at it suspiciously. She felt that the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Kissing sister? Not pro. So it's dry? Sort of. Xiaoyi looked at Zhu Xiaoming, who had her head down and her cherry mouth was sipping kanji, a little shy and embarrassed to greet her. Is the princess around too? Xiaoyi asked. I'm here, of course she's in the neighborhood. Next door to the Qianyun painting boat was opened by her good friend. This will be inside. You want to go over there? 1. Choose the past, receive a reward of 10 years of Xian Wuzhen Gong hard work. 2. Refuse to go over and get Dragon Tiger Fist perfection. Note that the princess will come for you even if she knows you're not going over. Xiaoyi just hesitated. I'll go check on her later. You're on good terms with the princess now. You can even talk about visiting her, but your local buns are okay. Can I have one? Xiaoyi said loudly to the boss. Boss, another cage of buns. A man and 2 women, and 2 beautiful women at that, eating buns here, naturally attracted a lot of attention. But Xiaoyi had a natural look on his face, and in no time at all a few people had finished eating. Senior sister, why are you running around in the pandemonium? I've been looking for you for half a day. In the distance came a man dressed in blue, who wore a costume similar to that of a certain sect. When his gaze saw Zhu Xiaoming, his eyes clearly lit up and brightened, and were difficult to leave. It wasn't until Miao Miao Song spoke that his gaze moved away. What brings you here? Aren't you in charge of the princess's side? The princess has come over, the man said with a smile. Behind him, who was it if not Princess Taining? And seeing this scene, the bun in Xiaoyi's mouth suddenly stopped smelling good. Moreover, the moment Taining saw Zhu Xiaoming, a flash of hostility immediately surfaced under his eyes. Good, Dr. Xiao, yesterday someone said that you were neglecting your duties and were actually having an affair outside. Humph. Princess Taining snorted coldly. You've got it wrong, this is my sister, you but know it if you ask around. Xiaoyi would have smacked her ass by now if it wasn't for the crowd. Your sister? Princess Taining's tone suddenly turned gentle and lovely. A flash came to Zhu Xiaoming's side. Sister, you're so pretty, your hands are so white. What are you doing over here? Xiaoyi didn't want too much contact between Taining and his sister. I came out to play, I just happened to see you. What are you doing out here again? Princess Taining beamed. The two spoke in a tone that made the man who rushed here, Song Miao Miao, feel unusual, but because it was Tu Ning so they didn't say anything more. Xiaoyi whispered, didn't I get promoted? There are too many enemies in the dynasty. It's not safe for me anywhere. I want to find a new house for my sister. Tai Ning snapped his fingers. This why don't you look for me? I have a set of houses in the south of the city. The left side of the 8 governors living Lord Pao. The right side of the living is General Su Kan. You don't even have to do anything. It's all very safe. Really? Xiao He was a little heartened. Seriously, though, I have a small request. I understand. I'll talk about it when I get back. But my sister? Xiao He stretched his voice, pretending to be hesitant. Understood. Princess Tai Ning waved her hand and looked at the male cultivator. San, you send them to the south of the city, to my unused mansion, remember? Remember. I'll wait for you at the winter snow pavilion. Princess Tai Ning whispered in Xiao He's ear. South of the city, there were also few people in this area, and the mansions on the left and right were huge and imposing. Xiao He couldn't even see what was inside when he jumped up, and the same was true for the mansion they were in. Princess Tai Ning had already given them the mansion's spell array disc. From now on, you'll be staying here. It's so safe. I also rest assured. Xiao He received it rightfully. It was all by his own tireless labor and waste strength. In a while, I still have to go to the winter snow pavilion to serve Tai Ning properly. But Shaw feels how he's become a duck. Nope, I'm soft and hard. Xiao He, were you threatened by that princess? Xu Xiaoming was a little worried. Don't worry, I'm fine, the main place is safe. That's why I agreed. The princess and I are on good terms. It's only lent to me to live in. It's not like it's given to me. Besides, she has a lot of houses. It doesn't matter if there's one more or one less. Xiao He, I just hope. Xu Xiaoming wanted to say something. Hopefully what? Hey, it's nothing. When Xiao He still wanted to say something, the male cultivator beside him spoke. Lord Xiao, the princess is urging you to go over. Xiao He had no choice but to part with Xu Xiaoming reluctantly, so that his sister's safety was implemented. Following the male cultivator who was suspected to be in the same sect as Song Miao Miao, he returned to the winter snow pavilion. Just after entering and closing the door, a shadow jumped in the air. Princess Tai Ning rode directly on Xiao He's neck, her 2 feet dangling in front of him. Hey, it's my turn to ride you. You come down. Don't, if you kiss my feet and legs, I'll come down. Princess Tai Ning's big toe was about to poke Xiao He's nose. Where did you learn that? And if you don't come down, believe it or not I'm going to punish you by holding you right now. No, I've heard that a man kissing a girl's feet is a sign of love for a woman. Do you not love me and only want to play with me? Princess Tai Ning's legs deadlocked Xiao He's head. Kiss it. I'll let you kiss it. Xiao He grabbed Tai Ning's feet and started to frantically hand-forgive them, and soon the two went from jostling to a different style. In the meantime, inside the Dakian Palace, Xian Palace, Li Qian had just finished his morning court. Most of the courtiers have retired. Only a few Daqian giants were left standing in the hall, waiting for the emperor to send his orders. Li Qian looked at the Zhangfu on the table and looked doubtfully at eunuch Wan, who was on the side. What's going on lately? The people in the imperial hospital, how come so many have died, and all of them are accidental deaths, and also, last night, 3 people from the imperial horse division died, so why are they at the entrance of the families of the imperial hospital again? Eunuch Wan reported truthfully, these are all casualties caused by them hurting each other in their struggle for power. I'm not asking about this, but why does the Imperial Horse Division need 300 million Dakian coins for this year's expenditure, another 20 million more than last year, but, my divine guards, the Jinshin Division, are not seen to be strengthened, so how is this money being consumed? Li Qinchuan's voice was low, and the few people on the stage clearly detected his displeasure. The left side of a white-bearded old man, eyes as sharp as an eagle, voice resonantly said, report to His Majesty, this year, due to the impact of the northern cold climate, and most of the food shortages, resulting in high costs, and an increase in the number of diseases, the Imperial Hospital side of the hospital are many times healing the Imperial Horsemen in free help. Oh, Prime Minister Chao is also concerned about the tiny Imperial Horse Division? Li Qinshan asked with his eyes closed and his hand propped up on his head. Prime Minister Chao said in an unassuming manner, back to your majesty, because this Imperial Horse Division's expenses 5 months ago were suspected by me, I made it a point to find out more. Prime Minister Chao has a heart. Li Qinshan nodded, Eunuch Wan, go and call President Liu here, I'll ask him personally. Eunuch Wan reminded, your majesty, the head of the Imperial Hospital has been replaced, have you forgotten? Changed, who is it? Your majesty, have you forgotten the Imperial Dr. Xiao who was instrumental in escorting the emperor when he came back from the fiery ridge some time ago? Li Qinshan drifted off, it's him, I remember, he did a good job with noble consort Lian. I'll ask him to come over. Eunuch Wan slowly walked down. Go and inform him, and tell him, in the afternoon, to come and see me in the imperial study. Yes. Prime Minister Chao, on the other hand, had his eyes flickering as he thought to himself, this new director of the Imperial Hospital shouldn't be talking nonsense. Chapter 33, The Shura. At the same time, noble consort Lian's Qingluan Palace. What, he's been abducted by Tainin again? Xiao Hong nodded, 1,000 times over, they went to Winter Snow Pavilion. What the hell is this Tai Ning going to do? No, I'll go find him. Noble consort Lian was in a hurry. Your Highness, it's not good for you to leave the palace privately. What's wrong with me going home to see what's going on? Change my palace's clothes and follow me to the Winter Snow Pavilion. Xiaohe naturally didn't know what was going on in the palace yet, and was now lying on the ground, cozy and comfortable. Princess Taining's beautiful eyes rolled upwards, revealing the whites of her eyes. Her legs were in a big shape, her face flushed in rest. Princess, I don't know what your name is yet. Li. Su. Princess Taining said weakly, lazily. So, that's a nice name. Tired? Xiaohe patted over. Princess Taining nodded. She just wanted to sleep now. Tired, but okay, not impossible, huh? Li Su's voice was like a mosquito. So go on? I thought that Li Susu would beg for mercy, but I didn't expect her to just raise her snow-white neck, posing as if she was a June picker. You're not afraid of overdraft shock and death? Xiaohe was astonished beyond measure. The saliva at the corners of Li Susu's mouth couldn't be controlled as she spoke and flowed down her sandalwood mouth. Not afraid, hey, Sha. But without waiting for Xiaohe to roll over, Song Miao Miao's voice came from outside the door. Your Highness, noble consort Lian is here. What? Noble consort Lian is here. The two were so frightened that they sat up at the same time, and Princess Taining, who looked weak and delicate and ready to be ravaged by meat, instantly came to her senses and Xiaohe was very vain. This if Lian Guifei saw himself so hard on another woman, shall not be finished. And Taining is equally vain. She is a princess, by the noble consort no with a royal doctor so act. Report to the father emperor, she will be finished. I'm afraid a lifetime don't want to return to the palace to play. The two of them dressed quickly, while Tainin was obviously inexperienced and focused on getting dressed, leaving the smell and certain traces in the house untouched. Fortunately, Xiaohe was experienced and packed up in a hurry. Just at this moment, noble consort Lian's stern voice came from outside the door. Get out of the way, if Princess Taining injures my people, I'll take you all to task. Concubine Lian was tough and pushed open the door to the room despite the obstruction. The scene in the room caught her eye. Xiaohe stood at Taining's side, holding a silver needle and testing something on Princess Taining's head, as if she was being treated. When Xiaohe saw noble consort Lian come in, he hurriedly walked up and saluted. Greetings, your highness. Are you all right? Noble consort Lian's voice was soft, and the words sounded a bit expensive to outsiders like a master caring for his subordinates. But in Xiaohe's ears knew it was genuine concern. Sha nodded. But Princess Taining would walk up this time. She had just finished exercising and the flush on her face had not yet faded. Does Lady Lian care too much about Imperial Dr. Xiao? What's wrong with this palace being compassionate to its own imperial physician? Noble consort Lian's beautiful eyes lifted, looking for something on Taining's body without a trace, as if she was looking for some trace she wanted to see. Xiaohe noticed noble consort Lian's eyes. After all, some of his heart is weak, he whispered. Consort Lian, don't hurt yourself on a long journey. I'll send you back to the palace. But Princess Taining immediately interrupted him. Is it really compassionate to your subordinates? I don't think it's caring too much, a royal doctor. It's worth you personally going out of the palace to come here. Lady Lian Fei, if his majesty were to go out, would you be so concerned? Noble consort Lian didn't get angry when she heard this, although this has implied that she is not clear with Xiaohe, but her powerful inner self is still as steady as a dog. Instead, she laughed softly. That princess has repeatedly messed with my subordinate, and even met him alone on many occasions. The outsiders have sent their soldiers to guard them, not to mention that. While you guys stayed inside the house for a couple of hours at a time, and even when I came in, why is your face so red? After all, Princess Taining was not as good as noble consort Lian in this regard, and was said to be a little flustered for a moment, looking back at her flushed face in the mirror. Coupled with the temperature inside the house, a time of some panic, already legs soft, this is even more have a slight tremor. But she still huffed and puffed. So what? I'm the princess. I can spend as much time as I want talking to the imperial physician. What do you care? How long was the chat? Then princess, tell us properly what you party talked, spoke, and did. I would really like to hear what you have to say. Seeing that the two women's fight was getting more and more intense, Xiaohe knew that he would be finished if he didn't make a move. Going up and looking at noble consort Lian with tenderness, he transmitted his voice. Xinu, stop arguing, let's go home, I miss you. These words fell on Lian Xinu's ears, instantly melting her, and all the doubts of the party immediately dissipated. Looking into Xiaohe's tender eyes, the longing within her could no longer be suppressed. Well, Imperial Dr. Xiao, this palace is a little unwell, you send me back to take a look. Your Highness, the humble minister has work to do, so I won't accompany you. Xiaohe also drew back in a hurry. Looking at the departing Xiaohe, Taining stomped her foot unwillingly. Damn it, just like that, damn you, concubine Lian, you're hurting my good deed again. Sitting in the house, the more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Xiaohe was so handsome and fierce, making her fast and furious. Most importantly, Li Susu felt that her cultivation had strengthened quite a bit more. So men can really promote cultivation. No, this should be Xiaohe's exclusive secret. Can't let other women know, then he won't be mine alone. It can't be, Princess Lian also knows, right? But Princess Taining thought it was unlikely. After all, it was her father's woman. How could she sleep with her lover? No, I'm still uneasy. Noble consort Lian is too concerned about Xiaohe. In the eyes of outsiders, noble consort Lian only loved her subordinates, but Taining was a woman. And a woman who likes the same man as Princess Lian. River. Tai Ning shouted. In. Song Miao Miao walked in. Your Highness, what are your orders? Keep an eye on Xiao He and noble consort Lian for me, and keep me informed if anything happens. As you wish. Returning to the Green Luan Palace, Xiao He rushed to the moon to shake the sky. It was only at this time that Xiao He sincerely felt the power of the pure yang sacred body. In his mind, the once unattainable perpetual motion machine that had materialized was himself. If he had been free to choose, Xiao He could have droned majestically and dominantly at this moment. I'm going to hit 10,000 of them. My little mistress, you are too charming. I'm really afraid that if I leave you one day, this palace won't be able to live. What should I do? Noble consort Lian died and stuck to Xiao He's arms. Looking back at the tender and infinite gaze, so that this moment of the two, to reach an unprecedented love, deep love. Concubine Lian's feelings for you have reached 60%. Li Soso's feelings for you have reached the point of love. Progress 20%. Chapter 34, Traitorous Prime Minister Chao, powerful in the palace. Xiao He's heart was relieved. At least the more affectionate they are towards themselves, the safer they are themselves, the more secure their position in the harem becomes, and at least they won't harm themselves. At least Princess Lian here was really fond of him. If she is not a noble consort, I really want to marry home every day and night. 10 years do not get out of bed. Little lover, you are now the dean, there will be many temptations waiting for you in the future, you don't want to be seduced, oh. Xinu, there is another that woman in this world who compares to you. Xiao He had just finished speaking when Xiao Hong's voice came from the doorway. Your Highness, Eunuch Wan has come to inspect Lord Xiao. It's Eunuch Wan, quickly tidy up, this is a high master of high masters, don't let him see the signs. Noble consort Lian got up and dressed. Isn't a eunuch without cultivation? Xiao He did not take 3 breaths clothes to put on and stand by the bed. He's very special, his cultivation is very high not to mention, and by expert I don't mean his cultivation, but he's able to tell when men and women are different after having sex. That good? Well, he was also a means used by the emperor to check the chastity of his consorts. Will that tell you that you've been broken? Xiao He was a little worried. No, I'll just run my power and close it tight. I see. Xiao He slightly turned the power of pure yang into motion, purifying all traces of noble consort Lian on her body. Not a moment later, Eunuch Wan had walked in. See your highness. Eunuch Wan had white hair, a hoarse voice, and a polite manner. A pair of wise eyes felt like they were being seen through a bit when they landed on Xiao He. But the pure yang sacred body was hidden by the system after all, it wasn't something he could see. Eunuch Wan, does his majesty come for anything? Xiao Taiyi is the new house envoy, and his majesty has some things he would like to ask him. Xiao He slightly arched his hand. I know, I will go over. In passing, he walked behind Eunuch Wan. Your highness, now that you are pregnant, you should not move around recently, and his majesty is worried about your body. Thank you, your majesty. Noble consort Lian owed her body slightly. Eunuch Wan smiled and nodded, shaking his duster before turning to leave. Xiao He followed Eunuch Wan without speaking. This eunuch gave him a feeling of lifting a heavy weight. This emperor's personal eunuch really isn't a simple one. This one is also said to be the chief eunuch. It was a good thing that he didn't see his relationship with Princess Lian. Following Eunuch Wan all the way to the imperial study room, on the way, many eunuchs were discussing who this was again, so young that he could be summoned by the emperor when they saw Xiao He. Lord Xiao, please come in, his majesty is waiting inside. Yes. The gate seemed to have a sense, and it opened automatically when Xiao He approached. See you, your majesty. Xiao He saluted. Well, level off. Li Qianxian held an ancient book in his hand, there were streams of light running behind his head, and the energies of the heavens and earth were quietly converging. Xiao He was slightly shocked, this was cultivation? Imperial Dr. Xiao, I have something to ask you. Li Qianxian slowly said. Your majesty, please. However, just at this moment, a loud cry came from outside the door, Prime Minister Chao has arrived. Seeing this, Li Qianxian frowned slightly and looked towards the doorway, only to see that Prime Minister Chao directly stepped into the hall with a full aura. It even overshadowed Li Qianxian, and Xiao He only felt that a supreme devil walked behind him and swept the earth world. Prime Minister Chao, I didn't summon you, why did you suddenly come here? Li Qianxian was somewhat displeased. Your Majesty, I am really anxious about the war in the north, and today I have waited for half a day without seeing a reply, so I have rashly ventured to come. After Prime Minister Chao came in, he was followed by more than a dozen important ministers, who knelt outside the hall without saying a word, but gave Li Qianxian a lot of pressure. Prime Minister Chao, how dare you, are you threatening me? Li Qianxian similarly exuded a terrifying aura, but it was soon unloaded by Prime Minister Chao. Your Majesty, I am not threatening, just consider for the world for Diqian. Zhao Qim wanted to look at Xiao He, and then smiled. I think this is the new director of the Imperial Physician, the cost of the Imperial Horse Division is too high, I hope that you more to bear 1 or 2. Xiao He looked at Li Qianxian and then at Prime Minister Chao with a bewildered look on his face. Mentally, he had already taken the situation in his stride. Li Qianxian went off the deep end in his training and old Chao seized the opportunity to seize power? Now the emperor is being forced to send troops by the Prime Minister? Instead of sending an army, it was meant to weaken the emperor again. Although personal force is important in this era, no one can be truly invincible. Li Qinshian also said at the same time, Dr. Xiao, tell me about this Imperial Horse Division. You have been giving free treatment to the Imperial Horse Division, right? Xiao made a mistake. How to say this is to offend people? This Prime Minister in the end, what is the origin? Why so horrible? How come I'm not involved in this big man's fight? 1. Tell the truth, expose the corruption of the Royal Horseman's office, get the reward Dragon Tiger Fist Multiplication, Immortal Wind and Cloud Body Art Consummation, after consummation, can be divided into 100 to 1000 residual shadow, blurring the line of sight. Note, said this, will offend Prime Minister Chao, is regarded as a thorn in his side, he will arrange for people to kill you, but Li Chuanxian will try to save you. 2. Cooperate with Prime Minister Chao Lai, get reward 9 turn golden pills 10, Xuan Wuxian Gong 5 years of cultivation experience. Note, you helped Prime Minister Chao after you can only help him to do things, and offend the Emperor. The Emperor is not assured that you are in the harem medical treatment, may not be able to see Lian Guifei again. What's the point? Xiao had to admit that if he couldn't see noble consort Lian's sexy and charming buttocks in the future, that was indeed no fun. And how can he lie when he's an honorable man? Most of all, from the first two options, helping Prime Minister Chao did not help. Chao was purely oppressing him, and if he was liquidated by the Emperor, I guess Chao would not protect him, but the Emperor would protect him. Reporting back to your Majesty, the microcosmic minister yesterday 3 people from the Imperial Horse Division died in front of his house. They are coming to kill my family only because I found out that they are corrupt and that the Imperial Horse Division owes my Thai hospital a total of more than 1 million Dakian coins. And the microcosmic minister also found out that the grain and grass used by the Imperial Horse Division are expired foodstuffs. Xiao finished in one breath and lowered his head in silence, but he already felt the killing intent coming from the side. Your Majesty, the ignorant child has made up his mind, you mustn't believe him. Prime Minister Chao said coldly. And dozens of court officials behind him spoke in unison, Your Majesty, don't believe in one side of the story. However, Li Qinshian will not seize this opportunity, gritted his teeth and said, Chen thought, Xiao Imperial Physician's character I still believe, this matter I will investigate, if what he said is true, that the Imperial Horse Division corruption is serious, but also called to lead to the current does not have enough money to send the army, the matter of the North Cold, put it on hold first. Your Majesty, the siege was prepared for dozens of years for Great Qian, and just because of this yellow mouth, you refute me? Prime Minister Chao was visibly agitated upon hearing this. 1. Help the Emperor to speak to solve the siege, get the reward Dragon Image Shinjin 10 years of cultivation experience. Note, help the Emperor to speak, completely and Chao Chancellor on the opposite side, but will be reused by the Emperor. The benefits, in the future, you can always go in and out of Lian Guifei, the residence of the 2. Silence and wait for things to develop, get rewarded 10 9 turns golden dan. Note, say nothing just won't go completely on the opposite side, Prime Minister Chao has already remembered you. 3. Speak for Prime Minister Chao, get a reward, the top grade Longquan sword of the Xian class. Note, the Emperor will remember you very well, and Prime Minister Chao will praise you, give you encouragement, and then ask you to work for him, eating and drinking at his own expense. Chapter 35, Prime Minister Chao's anger. The annotated description of the system already explains how to choose the best value for money. After all, the Emperor was the Emperor, and even if Prime Minister Chao was powerful, the Emperor always had the possibility of turning the tables. Besides, Prime Minister Chao has not yet reached the point of lawlessness, and the Emperor still seems to have the means nowadays. At the same time, the system's notes also explain the character of Prime Minister Chao. This guy is vindictive and unselfish. I'm afraid that in his eyes, there is only profit, and he practiced hegemonic rule. Wait! Xiao suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Prime Minister Chao. His cry caused Prime Minister Chao and the Emperor to freeze for a moment. Xiao Aiqing, what do you have to say? Li Qinshian didn't blame him for the interruption, instead he supported it. Your Majesty, this person interrupts our deliberations and should be dragged down and beaten with 1,000 lashes. Prime Minister Chao said. When Xiao heard this, he was still hesitant, but now his heart is more determined. If this Chao thief doesn't die, he won't have peace for a day. Prime Minister Chao, His Majesty has already opened his mouth to let me speak, and you're dragging me to the beating board. Is His Majesty the Emperor, or are you still the Emperor? How dare I? Your Majesty is of course the Emperor. Prime Minister Chao was shocked and hastily took 2 steps back. Li Qinshian, on the other hand, his eyes lit up. This Imperial Dr. Xiao was still a little clever. Humph, since His Majesty the Emperor, what are you doing here pointing your finger? Moreover, His Majesty is the king of a country, his cultivation is transcendent, and he is revered by all people, and when we see His Majesty, we all shout like this. Xiao He made a very standard gentleman subject salute, greetings, Your Majesty. And you, this imperial study door as if you kicked open seemingly, that is to see the Emperor? Those who don't know still think it's a rebellion? The tone of your voice, have you put the Emperor at ease? Obviously did not put His Majesty in the eyes. I see you are no king law, the following offense, woe to deceive the king's crime. Chao Prime Minister listened to feel wrong, and quickly kneeled down on one knee and said, Your Majesty, the small man stirring up trouble, don't use the heart, but also please immediately sentenced, the Micro Minister of His Majesty a piece of loyalty, absolutely no double-mindedness. But Li Qinshan didn't answer him, instead using his eyes to signal Xiao He to continue speaking quickly. Xiao He coldly laughed, only now no salute? Finished. You have already committed deceiving the king, the following offense, to the emperor disrespect all sorts of, the crime, this but 9 clans will be enough. Somebody, give the chancellor a guillotine to behead him. Xiao He's words made all the officials inside and outside the room drop their jaws. Well, he immediately added, forget it, Prime Minister Chao on the Great Qian many merits, it will be exempted, but the death penalty can be exempted from the living crime is hard to escape, you will be punished to go back to today is not allowed to eat beef. A bunch of nonsense. Prime Minister Chao rose to his feet with eyes that spewed fire. It's up to the emperor to say if I'm talking nonsense, your majesty. Xiao He stood next to the emperor, this Prime Minister Chao's aura was so terrifying, as if he was being stared at by a huge tyrannical dragon that could swallow him at any time. And Li Qinshan at this time took the opportunity to say, Prime Minister Chao, the matter of the North Cold indeed cannot send troops, now the treasury deficit, the immediate need is to generate money, the Imperial Horse Division corruption, I have long heard of, but also need to be thoroughly investigated, you first go down. Your Majesty, these things. Prime Minister Chao was a bit anxious, suddenly realizing that the situation had reversed. Secretary Chao, go down, I'm tired. I Ching, could it be that my words don't work anymore? Li Qinshuan's tone was low, and there was even a dragon shadow emerging from his back. Prime Minister Chao's eyes flickered for a few moments before he took a few steps back. I wouldn't dare, I'll take my leave. As he walked away, he gave Xiao He a hard look, and those eyes seemed to be pulling him into an abyss and crushing him directly. Luckily, Xiao He had a strong core and forced it down, and when his vision cleared, Prime Minister Chao had already led his people out of sight. Oh hoo! Xiao He breathed a long sigh of relief as the pressure finally disappeared. Dr. Xiao, it's fortunate to have you this time, otherwise this Chao dog would have forced me to send out troops, and by then, my strength would have been weakened by him by a hair. Li Qinshuan's words came from the back. He had sat back in the dragon chair, but his brow was thick with sorrow. Your Majesty, I am only doing what I should do, that Prime Minister Chao is too much, completely disregarding your Majesty. I do not worry, this Chao thief chance is good, Cultivation has been able to threaten my, Naui, after I failed to close the door, many times nibbling at the other forces in the dynasty, now what to do him, difficult and if he has an accident, the power of the Great Qian country will also decline. The northern plains have another enemy state watching over them, and there are other vassal states around them, so if Tichen wants to be solid, he can't leave him either. Xiao He asked carefully, Your Majesty, is there no solution at all then? Not at the moment, Prime Minister Chao's power is spread all over the world, nowadays the barbarians in the east are rampant, they all rely on his Chao family to hold down the fort, and many of the production in Diqian also relies on the Chao family, together with his connections all over the imperial court, to move him, it can also be said to be moving our Diqian's foundations. Xiao He only felt troublesome after hearing this Prime Minister Chao's power is so horrible, or his Chao family's power has been so powerful that it can shake the foundation of the country of Diqian. Xiao He stood silent, quietly waiting for Li Qinshan to issue instructions to him. Sure enough, Li Qinshan returned to his seat and wrote a decree. Xiao He, since you reported the Imperial Horse Division, but the evidence is insufficient, and what I want is not the evidence of the Imperial Horse Division's embezzlement, I hope that you can make a good thorough investigation of the Imperial Horse Division and certain relationships between them and the Divine Guards. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao He, I understand. This emperor was clearly asking him to weaken Prime Minister Chao's control over the Divine Guard through the Imperial Horse Division. Xiao He was not clear about how huge the power of the Divine Guard army was, but currently this army was the most extensive in the Imperial City. Only with complete control of this army would Heavenly City be considered to be completely in the hands of the Imperial power. The Divine Guard has two major commanders, the East King and the West King. Of these two, the West King tends to favor the Chao traders, so you have to keep an eye on him, got it? Xiao He asked carefully, dare I ask how strong the Western King is? Above the dragon transformation, the three blossoms gathering, it is a princely class now, if you can find him out, I will grant you the second rank of Diyuan. Thank you, Your Majesty. But you are an imperial physician, many things are not good to do, while it is best for you not to use my oracles to do things. Li Qinshan pondered for a while. I understand. Xiao He secretly said that this emperor was trying to take himself off the hook, but it also sidestepped that the Li family was indeed a bit weak within the dynasty. Lian Guifei there, you can go there more often, the Lian family is also a dignitary, there are also part of the industry maybe involved in the imperial horse this piece, you go to ask her more. Xiao He looked calm and collected, I understand. Well, Lianfei people are very smart, once you say, she may understand what I mean, but, after all, she is my woman, you pay attention to the degree of control. Your Majesty, I am a gynecologist myself, so outsiders won't notice anything unusual. You are a gynecologist? Li Qinshuan's expression stiffened, but then he shook his head, thinking that he was overthinking it, after all, a doctor wouldn't have any desire to look at a woman. Yes, the micromanager always is. Li Qinshan saw straight and said, the investigation of the Imperial Horse Division is the heaviest, in a moment you can go to the Qinghuan Palace, find noble consort Lian to discuss, do a good job. Xiaoyi laughed, I will do a good job and go through fire and water. Chapter 36, The Flying Fairy from Heaven. Inside the Green Luan Palace. Xiaoyi is indeed doing a good job and Princess Lian is happy. Looks like the Emperor is going to promote you. Noble consort Lian sprawled on the bed, her arched buttocks slightly raised. Xiaoyi pressed on her back and whispered against her ear, it's a pity that I have offended Prime Minister Chao, and I am a small fifth-ranked official who has been caught up in such a big turmoil, and I don't know when I will be killed. Lian Guifei's ears reddened, by Xiaoyi's breath spit her body tingling, her back unconsciously gently twisted, charming eyes confused for a moment, sandalwood mouth slightly open, lightly hummed. Why are you so sensitive? Xiaoyi noticed noble consort Lian's abnormality. It's not because you always deliberately tease my easily electrocuted parts. Noble consort Lian murmured, Prime Minister Chao is indeed troublesome, the help I can give you is limited, but I can help you find out some evidence of embezzlement in the Imperial Horse Division through the Lian family's connections, AI. What's wrong? What's the sigh? Noble consort Lian bit Xiaoyi's lower lip and enjoyed it for a moment. Worriedly, she said, you are in charge of the first line of investigation, you will definitely encounter many more hidden arrows, and after you go out from me, I'm afraid that there are only many people looking for you, and every day someone comes to make you stand in line, you have no background and your own power is weak, I'm a little worried. Little lover, you can't have an accident, if you're gone, what should I do? What should I do with this empty body that will be alone day after day? Xiaoyi looked at the time, then it's time to have some fun in time and properly serve the Empress in a good way, and it seems that the Empress cultivation level has broken through. Noble consort Lian said softly, then cheer up and let me break through this time, I've been stuck at the Four Extremes realm for a long time. My humble servant, go through fire and water, and sprinkle dry the last drop of sweat for the Empress. Thai Hospital. Xiaoyi sat cross-legged in his room, it was evening at the moment. When he came back from Princess Lian, he encountered nothing, and there was no one to give him a hard time, to find him. When he knew that it was the calm before the storm. The only thing that made Xiaoyi feel satisfied was that he had once again conquered noble consort Lian. Even though it had been half an hour since he had returned, the scene of the party made him unable to resist recollecting it over and over again. This woman, hey, it's a disaster. Withdrawal of system rewards. Dragon and Tiger Fist multiplication, Immortal Wind and Cloud physical art consummation, Dragon Elephant prison suppressing strength 10 years of training experience. After the rewards of the first two were incorporated into Xiaoyi's mind, the muscles of his body were bulging, and his body instinctively gained more years of experience with the two divine abilities. It's as if you've been practicing in person for years without the slightest sense of blockage. As for the 10 years of Dragon Elephant prison suppressing strength cultivation experience in the back, even more so, his physical body was further strengthened. Boom! Xiaoyi got up and opened his hands wide, his clothes were directly shattered by his strong power. The naked torso was filled with power and bronzed skin that showed off the county's manly charms. Xiaoyi came to the mirror and looked at his appearance also more stern and aggressive. My appearance has become more manly? With this appearance, if I were to go to the Blue Planet, I'm afraid I'd only be able to compete with Baigu. Getting dressed, he paced back and forth in the house, thinking about how the Imperial Horseman's side should be thoroughly investigated. I can't, mainly I don't have enough manpower, there aren't many available in the entire Imperial Hospital, I can't just go and check it out by myself, can I? Just at this time, someone outside the door came to report, Lord Xiao, Noble Consort Lu asks you to come over. Noble Consort Lu? It's not good for me to meet with her in this dark light. Noble Consort Lu is waiting for you at the entrance to the Imperial Hospital, saying that it would be fine for you to go out and have a word with her outside. Xiaoyi opened the door to the room, it was Quan Shong, his head holding the gate well, revealing one eye, looking rather funny. Lord Xiao. Well, I'll go over there myself, so you go about your business. In front of the entrance of the Imperial Hospital, there was a rather large carriage parked, followed on both sides by more than a dozen palace maidens. When Xiaoyi came out, the courtesan on his right stepped aside and gestured for Xiaoyi to walk over. Concubine Lu, this late, come to see the micro-minister for something? Xiaoyi looked around and wondered what this noble consort Lu wanted to do, this front and back are all eyeballs, it might have spread to where? Remember what I said last time? Noble consort Lu's voice came out from inside the sedan chair. Xiaoyi was shocked that it was a fake pregnancy. Remember, your highness, please speak. Just remember, and besides, you just need to be at peace with yourself and you'll be safe. My humble servant understands. Xiaoyi arched his hand and stood in place. Noble consort Lu had just finished saying this, the palace maids on both sides gave a low heckle to return to the palace and carried the carriage away. When noble consort Lu left, Xiaoyi returned to the house, but instead, his heart became heavier. Is this noble consort Lu one of Chao's thieves? Telling me to stay out of the Imperial Horse Division's business? Or is she reminding me that if I bother with this, I'm bound to die? Ignore that for now, and wait for an opportunity, you can't take the initiative. This night, Xiaoyi slept uneasily. On the second day, there was nothing much going on in the palace, so Xiaoyi had nothing to do except look at the work of the Imperial Hospital. But in the afternoon, a mysterious man handed over a package to the Imperial Hospital and said it could only be opened by Xiaoyi himself. Inside the house, Xiaoyi looked at the three ledgers with a surprised expression. These are the embezzlement ledgers of the Western King's subordinates and the Imperial Horse Division? This, actually 50 years of embezzlement, are well detailed, with the Divine Guard 1000 household embezzlement, embezzlement on procurement, declaration of embezzlement. This is before and after the left and right up and down to eat 50 years, actually embezzled, 50 years of embezzlement of more than 3 billion? My god, so much. This is just an Imperial Horse Division. The director of the Imperial Horse Division is only a 4th level cultivator, right? This is too much, almost $500 million per year. The ledger is there, but we still have to find out the supplier, and the stolen money before we can do it. That Imperial Horse Director is surely cunning, we can't scare the snakes. Now it's kind of a clue, but Xiaoyi still feels that something is lacking. We need to start the investigation from Zhang Quan's house. This guy is dead. What I thought of, the Imperial Horseman must have thought of more. I guess something happened to Zhang Quan's family. Suddenly, Xiaoyi saw some unusual expenses in the ledger. How is this money not available? Every month is missing a few tens of thousands, or even a dozen of Diqian yuan. And the prices are all pretty even, what with 79,800, 69,800, and this 119,800? It shouldn't be. Xiaoyi immediately thought of something as he looked at the slightly familiar numbers. In no time at all, he called out to Quan Chong. Ahem, let me ask you guys, are you familiar with the windy and flowery places in Sky City? Quan Chong thought Xiaoyi wanted to have fun and whispered, my lord, if you want to go, my humble servant can secretly take you there. There are more than 800 places like this in Tiancheng less, but there are only less than 10 of the most cost-effective ones, and we are the Imperial Court explicitly managing to go to this kind of place where the influence is definitely not good, so it's better to go in disguise. Oh, does that price point have 79,800? My lord, how do you know this price? This is the best and most expensive place to seek pleasure in Tiancheng, named Tianwai Feishan. 79,800 is also just the ordinary price inside. I heard that the flower girl inside can sell as much as $1 million a night. Xiaoyi listened to a mouthful of cool air. The director of the Imperial Hospital only embezzled more than $200,000 a month. This woman makes millions in one night. Sha, so expensive? From heaven? That's not known. My humble servant is too weak to see. Show me in a couple days. Ah, my lord, it's expensive there. My humble servant can't afford to spend money. Chapter 37, Noble Consort Lose Agony. The 2 days flew by. There was no special news from the Imperial Horse Division, but Xiaoyi heard that the ingredients and many of the basics of the Imperial Horse Division had been changed recently. I guess all the evidence will be destroyed by the time he gets there. From this Xiaoyi also smelled a hint of something unusual. But really, when he was ready to rush with Quan to that heavens beyond, Princess Lu's people had approached him again. And it was the one that stopped him just as he was about to turn the corner onto the main road after leaving the palace. Lord Xiao, noble consort Lu specially asked you to come over. She has an upset stomach. The personal palace maid beside noble consort Lu was handsome, but her behavior was more ferocious. The knife in her hand pointed at Xiaoyi's neck. On the side, Quan Chong stood by Xiaoyi's side and rebuked loudly. How dare you? This is our Lord Xiao, the 5th rank. Positive your ass, shut up. Xiaoyi immediately stopped Quan Chang's descending wisdom behavior. 1. Follow this woman to Noble Consort Lu's place and get the reward Star Moon Eyes upgrade again. Note, if you go to Noble Consort Lu, you will be spared a calamity, but you will also be caught in another whirlwind. 2. Refuse, receive a reward, 5 million Dakian coins. Note, other calamities may occur. With your current strength, the survival rate is only 20%. If you look at this option, it's obvious that someone is trying to assassinate this official. I guess it's that guy from the Imperial Horse Division who made the move. Dealing with him as a little Karami is not enough for Prime Minister Chao to make a move. Xiaoyi said with a straight face, since noble consort Lu is sick, I, the head of the Imperial Hospital, am of course obliged. Girl, lead the way. Lord Xiao, then are we still flying? Quan Chong looked at the street to his left and asked in confusion. Next time, you go back to the Imperial Hospital first and don't run around. Re-entering noble consort Lu's attic, it still felt like a cold place, permeated with a mysterious flavor. But that unique cold fragrance of Princess Lu remained. Xiaoyi came to the door and was led in by the palace maid. Familiar palace, familiar layout, only noble consort Lu was wearing a wide robe, leaning back on a chair, her white jade thighs bent at the side, the silk only covered her thighs, her calves and slightly slender white feet were exposed. Seeing Xiaoyi come in, noble consort Lu lazily said, come and give this palace a look, my stomach hurts too. Xiaoyi walked over and pretended for a moment, not bothering to look at those long slender alabaster legs. Asked, dare I ask if your highness has slept with his majesty some time ago? Noble consort Lu laughed softly, 3 days ago. It's only been 3 days. Xiaoyi was tempted to say, do you know any common sense? Pregnancy can only be seen after at least 20 days or so? How am I supposed to judge you for 3 days? Noble consort Lu, do you think this palace is pregnant, or is it a stomach bug? 1. Said Lu Guifei is pregnant, learned the amazing god skill. Note, 3 days to determine the diagnosis of pregnancy too early, will cause suspicion, there is unnecessary trouble. 2. Say Lu Guifei has a stomach problem, get divine boots chasing electricity, top grade of Xian rank. Jui, refusal will make Lu Guifei unhappy, she will target you. 3. Other, receive a reward of either 1 or 2. This system is also very heartfelt and knows that refusal and yes are both good, so it gives an extra 3 options. Xiaoyi took a step back and arched his hand, reporting back to your highness. I can't be sure since the time is so short, but what I can be sure of is not a stomach bug. Noble consort Lu lifted her right leg and pulled her robe to cover the last of her bare foot. How long will it take to see it then? At least 15 days and nights. This message, you put out for me, I hope it will make the emperor take it seriously. I understand, but your highness, aren't you afraid of revealing yourself with this method? Xiao He was surprised, although noble consort Lu had medicine that could pretend to be pregnant, but it always reveals itself after a year. It's not reliable. Then what do you think there is to do? Do you realize that it took me a great deal of effort to get the emperor to want to spend the night at my place? Noble consort Lu said, revealing her own arm. Her robe fell down and a 6-inch long scar was visible on her back, which was tinged with a purplish bronze color and was obviously still poisonous. This is the poison of the purple underworld snake? Xiao He was surprised. One bite of this purple underworld snake and the spiritual platform cultivator would surely die, the 4 poles would be abolished, and all the transformation dragons would have to be careful. But isn't this kind of snake in the fire ridge? How did it bite Princess Lu? In order to let the emperor come to see me, this palace went to the fire ridge to look for healing medicine for him, and ended up being bitten by the purple Medusa snake. That's how it got to his ears, and only took a look at me, and that was just for one night. Noble consort Lu's eyes suddenly reddened as she spoke. Xiao He knew that this time it was definitely not a pretense. A woman gave up her life just to have that man come over and stay with her for a night, which naturally made her unwilling to do so. As for feelings, such things are long gone. Your highness, don't feel bad. What if there really is a little baby? Little what? He sleeps so dead, the clothes are all taken off by me for him. How can there be a baby? And the emperor really can't. How can I get it? He can't get up. In the end, I give up. Noble consort Lu was full of helplessness. Xiao He couldn't help but conceptualize that scene in his mind, looking at Lu Guifei's hibiscus-like appearance and charming figure. As a man, he actually let the beauty return home in defeat, which was too much. Your highness, don't feel bad. Although my humble servant can't help you, I can still listen to your grievances. If you're in a bad mood, you can let my humble servant come and listen to your pain. Lu Guifei sniffed a little touched, carefully measured Xiao He, the appearance of a clear and beautiful, but with a different sharpness, and the body is also very well proportioned. Younger than the emperor, and with a partial bronze complexion, he had a manly charm. Quite handsome looking. Why didn't this palace realize that before? I'm just an ordinary looking person, who doesn't look like this, Xiao He said, very modestly. If you were ordinary, then the world would be full of big handsome men. It's a pity that you're so good at talking, not the emperor. And also, this palace is old, over 30, if I didn't know how to cultivate, I'd be a human old man by now. What? You are 50? I thought the queen was 15, my god, that's amazing. Hee, this little mouth of yours, to the point that it can amuse people. For the sake of your mouth being so sweet, I will reward you with 10,000 great Qian coins. Noble consort Lu casually waved her hand and a stack of Qian coins fell down. Xiao He quickly refused. Your highness, my humble servant, not for this money, just suddenly have a feeling. See, your highness alone in the deep palace is very sorrowful. I know that this feeling is not good. A woman is in the prime of her life, but can't be appreciated by a man. This is how painful it is. Xiao He's words completely touched noble consort Lu. Both eyes were a bit confused, and finally let out a sigh. Maybe this is fate. Dr. Xiao, if you were the emperor, would you choose me or noble consort Lian? I've heard that demoness is very good at seducing people in bed. I don't believe it. She can be better than me. Chapter 38, Noble Consort Lu's Helplessness. 1. Answer the question and choose Princess Lian. You will get a 9-turn soul recovery pill. Note, Princess Lu will dislike you and deal with you at every turn, so be careful of being a eunuch for the rest of your life. 2. Choose to answer to Noble Consort Lian. Get 10 gold fragrant medicinal jades. Note, Noble Consort Lu is a heavy climber. She will tell this news to Noble Consort Lian, who is not happy, and it will affect the relationship. What? It's not a good choice between 1 or 2. Could it be that we're giving up the reward? Good thing the system has a third option. 3. I want them all. Get lucky plus 3. Attention. Take care of your health. Xiao He adjusted his posture, after coughing 2 times, containing his soft and tender voice. Concubine Lu, hey, you can let me how to choose. I'm not the emperor. I don't know the depth of you, and did not communicate closely with you. How can I know, however? But what? Princess Ryu would be eager to hear an answer to what she wanted. But I'm a man, and to be honest, you guys, I sure as hell don't want to give it up. Noble consort Lu rolled both her eyes and twisted her head. Boring. You men are just like this, horny to the core. You want more after having a beauty. There are so many beauties in the world. Can you eat them all? Xiao He immediately changed his words. But Lu Guifei, you it is more let me blossom. Let me have a kind of warm feeling. And you that is more than 30 years old, I see is only 15 years old young girl just. Your highness, you think too much. I'm not trying to pander to you, it's just that my heart feels something. I'm just a grasshopper. How have I ever seen a beauty? if it wasn't for the identity of this eunuch, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to see your highness's true face, but unfortunately, your highness is the queen, and the microscopic minister can only see from afar, not understand. Noble consort Lu lifted her long legs and got up to leave the recliner, a pair of phoenix eyes staring at Xiaohe in surprise, softly saying, "What? You still want to understand this palace? I dare not." Xiaohe took a step back. "Then why are you saying all this? Are you trying to escape?" Noble consort Lu pressed on step by step. Her height was already about the same as Xiaohe's, and her pair of long legs pressed against Xiaohe, forcing Xiaohe to have no way to retreat. "Your highness, you are joking. Lust is only useful for men who are capable. My humble servant is only a bit more handsome. So what is there to attract your highness?" "Oh, Lord Zhao's speech is quite interesting, but unfortunately, this palace has seen quite a few men, and you're not bad, even one of the best," Noble consort Lu said, reaching out and squeezing Xiaohe's arm. "So hard? Your body bones are so sturdy?" Noble consort Lu came to be interested. "Your highness, if this is seen, I will be killed." Xiaohe stepped back in fear. "What? The palace can't joke with you anymore? But like this, isn't it a little ambiguous?" Xiaohe looked at the door, very afraid of being seen. "This door is not even closed, can you pay attention?" Still Xinu was reassuring. "Every time the door is closed and the formation is raised, even if the sky is falling inside, it can't be heard outside." Noble consort Lu hummed lightly. "You're overthinking it. This palace is the emperor's woman." But she immediately added, "Take off your top, and this palace will see how well you have cultivated your flesh." This is not good. Xiaohe felt that the atmosphere was not right anymore. This woman would not be bold enough to start fooling around. "Daring, this palace is suspecting that you have a concealed weapon on you. I'm just taking a look." Noble consort Lu slammed the table, her tone sharp. 1. Take it off. Get a reward Earth Escape Talisman. Note that this move will only make your relationship with Princess Lu more and more dangerous. 2. Refuse. Get 10 pills of blood revitalizer. Note, if you don't take it off, Noble consort Lu will force it off as well, and you'll look embarrassing then. Xiaohe was helpless and could only say that this ability to plant evidence was really outrageous, but he still did as he was told. Sparingly, he undid his top, revealing his firm, bronzed body. It was the first time that Princess Lu had ever seen such a perfect body, with a powerful and deep color, perfect lines, and every inch of it radiating androgynous hormones. For a while, he looked a little dumbfounded and didn't come back to his senses until Xiaohe had put his clothes back on. Mother? Xia shook his hand. "Oh." Noble consort Lu's gaze dodged, somewhat not daring to look directly into Xiaohe's eyes. "Is there anything else, mother?" "No, you go on down, I'll slow down alone. Then the microcosmic minister will leave." Until Xiaohe left, Lu Guifei sat down with a jolt, but then she felt that she was not dealing with it, and immediately got up again and came outside the house, looking at the departing Xiaohe and biting her lower lip. "This man has gone to Noble consort Lian's place many times, plus the emperor can't do it in the first place, can he?" Noble consort Lu had a very bold guess, and her eyes widened quite a bit, as if she had discovered an unbelievable secret. "If the two of them are really cheating on each other, there's bound to be traces leaking out. I'll have to poke around a bit." However, when she thought of that demoness, Noble consort Lian, and such a handsome man like Xiaohe flipping off clouds every day, she actually became a little envious. Walking on the path of the harem, Xiaohe directly extracted the system reward. The star and moon eyes are uplifted again. In addition to sharper eyes, there's the ability to see the dynamics of your opponent when sparring. There's more real-world ability. The second option is either the amazing god technique or chasing electricity. Xiaohe chose the surprising god skill, although the electricity chasing was great and wearing it on his body could strengthen his escape speed. However, the surprising god technique was a divine soul enhancement technique that could increase the strength of the soul, and could also release the surprising god thrust after cultivating to the Mahayana level. This is a little better in the long run. 9-turn soul rejuvenation pill. Although the system didn't say the level, this 9-turn soul recovery dan is definitely considered a heavenly elixir. As long as the time of death doesn't exceed 1 hour, it can all be pulled back, only that it can't be healed. Xiaohe treasured this elixir. It was too precious, it was like a second life. At least as far as he could remember, there was currently no such heaven-defying divine elixir in Diqian. But this elixir isn't perfect. Although the 9-turn soul recovery elixir can bring you back to life, your injuries should still be there. If you don't get timely help, you'll still die, but spare me that it's already quite anticlimactic. I hope I don't have to use this potion. Pills are also divided in Dakian according to holy, heavenly, earthly, spiritual and Xian. The last reward, the Earth Escape Talisman. But the level is not high, it can only allow me to vanish 100 miles away. According to my current speed, 100 miles is only half an incense burner's time. If I meet a dragon transformation expert, this distance is nothing. The only good thing about being underground is that the enemy can't get a feel for where you are, and you can take advantage of the situation to get rid of the other side. Xia organized everything he had so far. Realms, aptitudes, and items were all listed in order. Realm, late 9th order. Aptitude, Dragon and Tiger Fist, complete. Immortal Wind and Cloud Body Technique, complete. Hadong Lion's Roar, complete. Concealment Technique, Shielding Breath. Mindfulness, the head of the game. Technique, Xuan Wu Gong, Dragon Elephant Prison Suppressing Strength, Amazing God Technique. Physique, Pure Yang Sacred Body, Star and Moon Eyes, in progress. Items, 1 Sherry, Heart Protector Realm, Fei Hong Chasing Snow, Spirit Grade Medium, Chi Quan Huan Huan San, 9 Turn Soul Recovery Pill, Earth Escape Talisman. Skills, Healing the 100 Ways. Passive, 5% increase in self-healing ability. The gold silk soft armor obtained earlier had been used for my sister. Lord Xiao, so you're here, the princess is invited. Song Miao Miao walked over. Princess? What's the point of calling out to me? Xiao he still wanted to visit the sky. The princess is going to burn incense at the Heavenly Dragon Temple and asked you to accompany her. Tianlong Temple? That mustn't go for 10 days and half a month? I'm not going. Xiao he shook his head repeatedly. Being far away from the imperial city made him feel uneasy. There would be too many variables. This is not up to you. The princess went to Tianlong Temple this time, in place of the Empress Dowager to go to the incense. The journey is long, and you are a gynecologist. Your technique is good, you can relieve the fatigue. The Empress Dowager felt that letting you accompany the princess is also to relieve the fatigue for the princess. Song Miao Miao said with a smile, this is the Empress Dowager's hand-picked order. If you don't go, the consequences will be terrible. Chapter 39 The Tai Wai Palace. As luck would have it, the option of a system had arrived. 1. Choose to accompany the princess and return safely, receive the reward of the 9 changes of the true spirit. Idea, this trip is extremely risky, but accompanied by great rewards. 2. Insist on refusing, get rewarded with divine boots to chase electricity. Idea, the princess's feelings will be lowered, the Empress Dowager will have opinions, lose the position of the court ambassador in 3 days, and die horribly on the street in 10 days. Hiss. The second one so heavy? Xiao He reckoned that it was because after he lost his official position, many people who wanted to kill him would strike, not least of which were the royal horsemen, and even Zhang Quan as well as Li Yuliang's men. In addition to these, there is even the possibility that the emperor does not want to live himself. After all, it is best for those who have no more use for them to die. Maybe even Tai Ning would take a shot at himself. But this shows the outrageous power of the Empress Dowager. But I've never heard of this old man. Could it be that she is the big brother of this great Qian? Lord Xiao, asking you, what are you staring at? Song Miao Miao reached out and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Xiao He looked back. When do we leave? Immediately, go back and get ready. The princess is waiting for you at the entrance of Taishan Palace. Song Miao Miao left with a dashing stride after saying that. While looking at the back of the mannequin, Xiao He was filled with sadness. It's quicker not to go and easier to die, so some preparations must be made. Xiao He turned back to Princess Lu. When the palace maid at the door saw him, she asked suspiciously, why is Lord Xiao back again? I have something important that I would like to talk to the queen about. Lord Xiao, wait a moment. The palace maid entered the door and came out after a long time. The empress has asked you to go in. Xiao He didn't see noble consort Lu in the main hall of the palace and turned a corner around the antechamber before seeing noble consort Lu's hazy figure blocking behind the gauze curtain. Sleeping so early? Xiao He muttered in his heart. Lord Xiao, what are you doing back again? Miss this palace? Quick, come closer, let this palace in to see your pecs. Noble consort Lu's voice was soft, and it carried an inexplicable meaning. Your Highness, this is not good. Xiao He secretly said that this noble consort Lu has taken medicine? Only the shadow of Princess Ryu on the bed twisted for a moment, her knees raised. Come over when I tell you to. What are you waiting for? Xiao He cast ing this Lu Guifei must be taking drugs, but now is not the time, so straight said Your Highness. I want to understand what is the situation of the Empress Dowager. I immediately want to accompany the Taining District Tianlong Temple incense burning. The road is long and dangerous. If you can't come back, Your Highness's plan will not be completed. Lu Guifei immediately sat up straight when she heard the words, and after rustling, she walked out of the gauze curtain with a long skirt. Her hair was messy, her face was red, and her eyes were soft and charming. You said you're going to Tianlong Temple? The Empress Dowager asked you to accompany Princess Taining? Yes, I don't know much about the Queen Mother, so I came to ask you. Noble consort Lu sniffed and walked back and forth, biting her middle finger for a while, thinking for a moment and said, you must go, and you must protect Taining. Wherever she loses a hair, you will die. In short, although the Empress Dowager does not ask about the imperial government, if she gives her word, no one dares to disobey, and if she wants to ask about the imperial government, even His Majesty will have to give up half of her position. So powerful, what kind of person is she? Xiao He was shocked. No wonder Princess Taining was so lawless in the palace. If the Empress Dowager knew that she was whipping Taining every day, she wouldn't have to lynch him. In addition to being the Empress Dowager of Great Qian, she was once also the Holy Maiden of the Taishu Palace. Got it? Taishu Palace? Again, Xiao He's intellectual blind spot was involved. Noble consort Lu explained, Taishu Palace is more than 30,000 miles away from the border of Dakian, located in the western part of the Divine Continent, with a longer history than even Dakian, and has been bowed to by billions of people in the West for countless years. In other words, Taishu Palace is a god in the hearts of some people. So powerful? Wouldn't that be stronger than our Daqian? Noble consort Lu laughed softly, that's just symbolism, who knows which is weaker or stronger. However, there is a saying that has been passed down from ancient times to the present, a religious family of iron, a dynasty of running water, get it? Xiao He instantly understood what noble consort Lu meant. The Taishu Palace was a clan as its name implied, but clans were usually formed by religious beliefs and lineages, thus they could survive for a long time but could not expand. The country is huge, but it is growing too fast to be fine-tuned, and there are other reasons why imperial power often struggles to last. So that's how it is, Taishu Palace, Empress Dowager, Princess Taining, Taishan Palace. Xiao He muttered. You are here to ask for help, right? Afraid of danger on the road, your business. I know something, the Emperor asked you to investigate the Royal Horse Division, but this is the stuff of Prime Minister Chao, plus you also humiliated the Prime Minister in front of the Emperor. Humiliation doesn't count, I guess, at best. Now you know you're afraid? It doesn't matter if it counts or not, if Prime Minister Chao really wants to kill you, I can't do anything about it. Xiao He said, but if I die, no one will dare to help you prove your pregnancy. Noble consort Lu paced back and forth, a jade pendant surfaced in her hand, the jade pendant's spiritual light flowed. At a glance, it was not a mundane object. I can't let anyone protect you, this is Princess Taining's team, I can't intervene. The Star Luo jade pendant, it can save your life, you beg for your own good fortune. Xiao He took the jade pendant, the purple jade pendant was cold and icy, but it carried the body fragrance of noble consort Lu. Thank you, your highness. Xiao He examined it and realized that it was at least a Xian rank middle grade or above treasure, and was grateful. Say thank you and leave. Hey, wait! Noble consort Lu suddenly called out to Xiao He. Is there anything else, my lady? Noble consort Lu paused, her voice suddenly sad. If you can't come back, what should I do? If I can't come back, the Empress can just say that she is not pregnant. Xiao He said. Noble consort Lu had an impulse in her heart, but she never dared to overstep, murmuring, if you can't come back, noble consort Lian won't want to be well either. Tell me honestly, is noble consort Lian related to you? Xiao He inwardly thumped, this woman's intuition is too accurate, right? Decisively denied. Also please Lu Guifei do not talk nonsense, how would the micro-consultant dare to overstep these? If you don't have it, then how did noble consort Lian get pregnant? The Emperor's body I am clear but, she recently with you and off in contact, if not you and her have ghost. Xiao He saw that what noble consort Lu was saying was becoming more and more detailed and reasoned in a way that was almost difficult to refute. The hearts were filled with the urge to kill and kill. Dr. Xiao, all are women and have seen the Emperor's situation, who doesn't understand this, why don't you just admit it in a big way and work for me? I will definitely protect you on the way to this Tianlong temple. Noble consort Lu walked forward and stared at Xiao He with hooked eyes. Looking at Lu Guifei who was close at hand, threatening him with such a thing, Xiao He was naturally unwilling. Noble consort Lu, you're a matron of honor, how can you say this? And it's not like you've been testing my bottom line all this time is it? Xiao He grabbed noble consort Lu's left wrist. Taking a step forward, the two of them just pressed their foreheads together. Noble consort Lu subconsciously stepped back, but almost fell, but fortunately was blocked by a big strong hand on her back. Be careful, don't fall. Xiao He leaned back and pulled the beauty back, and noble consort Lu subconsciously leaned forward in a forward motion. What are you doing? Noble consort Lu's eyes were panicked, but also mixed with a sense of anticipation. 1. Cheer up, get rewarded with 10 years of cultivation experience in True Spirit 9 transformations. Note that this move will make noble consort Lu pester you, and if noble consort Lian finds out she will fight over it. 2. Go away restraint, get the reward snake spirit wine. Note, your flirtation makes Lu Guifei itchy, will always remember you, because you cannot get satisfaction, will do something out of the ordinary, may be able to report you and Lian Guifei. Chapter 40, Dr. Xiao has a problem. Even if there were no options, Xiao He would have picked one when noble consort Lu showed her cards and said she would deal with noble consort Lian. Xiao He then wanted to get rid of her, and when noble consort Lu planned to report him and noble consort Lian again, Xiao He's killing intent was even greater. But this was the palace, he couldn't possibly kill noble consort Lu. There was no other way but to use the strength of the pure yang sacred body. Your highness, you were mesmerized when you looked at Wei Chen just now. Xiao He purposely whispered in her ear, a hot air he exhaled drilling into noble consort Lu's ear hole. In an instant, Lu Guifei was like a lightning strike, as if the arid Gobi, attracted a storm, and her originally reserved heart, and proud posture, instantly disappeared, would have liked to angrily rebuke some of the words to the edge of the mouth and cannot speak. His mind was filled with the fascinating appearance of Xiao He from the party. Xiao He's eyes were getting more and more mesmerized as he looked at noble consort Lu. What's wrong with you, mother? Noble consort Lu didn't say anything, only wanting to enjoy such an embrace. How long had it been? Decades since it had felt like this, a hot embrace making her melt. My lady, if you don't say anything, I have no choice but to leave, perhaps this is goodbye forever, and I will never see you again. Don't you go. Princess Lu moved. I don't know what to do, your highness is the master, what your highness says is what she says. Noble consort Lu murmured, exhaling her breath like an orchid, do you have to have this palace say it in person? But, so shy. I am a lackey, I only listen to orders. Xiao He's voice was calm. The palace has made you. You little villain, you are too bad. Xiaohe left the Thousand Lakes Palace already after the burning of an incense stick, cleaned himself up and rushed to the Green Lawn Palace. Lian Xinu was embroidering in the house, trying to make a scarf. See, Xiaohe came hastily, put away the scarf, came up small, said, how do you suddenly come? This palace I line so much. You come not to say hello will be suspected. Concubine Lian's hands were dishonest, stuck in the field of vision, sneaking around and scratching. Xiaohe made a wink and took a step back to say loudly in the hall, the humble minister kowtow to see the empress. As the humble minister will soon accompany the princess to the heavenly dragon temple, he has come to prescribe some tonic medicines to nourish the empress' body. What? You're going to the heavenly dragon temple? With a wave of her hand, noble consort Lian closed the gate and raised a spell formation to isolate the people outside who were secretly peeking in. Xinu, this is the empress dowager's intention, I have no way to refuse. Noble consort Lian naturally knew the seriousness of the situation. It was too dangerous for Xiaohe to leave the palace now. Who knew if the Imperial Horse Division side with the Divine Guards would make a move? Xinu was concerned to the extreme. When the princess travels, she usually brings her senior sister with her, but the team that accompanies her, almost all of them are Divine Guards, and these people are all very unsafe. The elder sister of hers you mentioned, is it Song Miao Miao? Xiaohe asked. Well, I'll try to think of a way to see if I can get the Divine Guards to replace someone, but, most of the Divine Guards are Prime Minister Chao's people inside, it's troublesome. Xiaohe saw Lian Xinu's sad face and hugged her. Xinu, I'm afraid that I won't be able to see the Empress in the future, so let the Micro-Minister serve the Empress one last time in an effort. What last time? You can definitely come back alive. I'll have Xiaohong send a message to Commander Pang to bring some people to follow as well, so at least there's something to look after. Who is Pontus? Yes. The fat commander was a subordinate of the Eastern King of the Divine Guards, Pang Qing, 1,000 household, whose strength was similar to that of 1,000 household Yu, an expert in the Divine Guards. With him along for the ride, Shaw was at least much safer. But it also puts Princess Lian on the opposite side of the fence from Prime Minister Chao. This makes Xiaohe incomparably touched. Pang Commander is a bottom card of Lian Guifei just like this to himself. Xiaohe decided that he would treat noble consort Lian properly in the future, at least let her cultivation level rise. The entrance to Taishan Palace. Princess Taining was dressed in a dignified and beautiful manner, and the temperament of an imperial princess was reflected in this moment. Shaw arrived just as she was about to depart. Thought Princess Taining would joke about Xiaohe, or even something more excessive. But when Xiaohe came, Princess Taining just nodded her head and didn't even give him a second glance. Such a contrast made Xiaohe a little uncomfortable, but it was good. Dr. Xiao, your mount. Song Miao Miao brought in a black iron beast. Thanks a lot. Xiaohe mounted and then surveyed the escort this time. 50 Divine Guards, observe the breadth of these 50 people, all in the 8 or 9 orders, 10 of them in the spirit platform and 4 poles or so. The leader of the man's breath Xiaohe cannot see, is a back of a long gun stout man. This person should be the Western King's subordinate now, and it seems to be a formidable Qianhu. Depart! Song Miao Miao bellowed. The entire procession began to set off, with Princess Taining sitting in a suspended mid-air carriage that was fully automated without the need for people to carry it, and was protected in the center by the Divine Guards. Song Miao Miao and Xiaohe rode side by side in front of the carriage, and Xiaohe looked at Song Miao Miao. Riding the black iron beast of Song Miao Miao valiant, long hair scattered, white clothes, white shoes, white hairband, the waist of the green long sword with her the Jianghu temperament, but also has another sense of beauty. Such a woman often makes it easy to overlook his face and body. Miss Water, I would like to ask, are you from a certain sect? Miao Miao Song frowned. My name is Miao Miao, how many times have I said it? Ahem, that word isn't recognizable, I'm illiterate, sorry. Song Miao Miao rolled her eyes. You are a eunuch, who does not know that eunuchs are at least well read in poetry and books. You are illiterate, then there are no schoolchildren in the world. I'm from the Red Peak Sword sect. Why? The princess has also practiced here? Well, the princess has been cultivating with us for 8 years. The princess is very talented, and since the Red Peak Sword sect has always been supported by the Great Qian, I have been ordered to protect the princess's well-being. So it is. Xiaohe thought it was a very powerful sect, turned out to be just a vassal of De Chen. Song Miao Miao seemed to see Xiaohe's contempt and explained, if you think that the Red Peak Sword sect is very weak, you are wrong. Although the Red Peak Sword sect has support from Dakian, but only a small part of it is supported, the main body of the Sword sect is actually still the Green Lotus Sword Dao lineage, and they are the masters of the Sword sect. Green Lotus Sword Dao? How does it compare to the Taishu Palace? Naturally that can't compare, but the Red Peak Sword sect is also a top sect in the world, at least it doesn't fear the Acacia sect. Some time ago, the Great Qian crusade against the Acacia sect, although it taught a lesson to the Acacia sect, but it's not good for itself either. Don't underestimate these sects. So that's how it is, Miss Water knows so much, be taught. As the large group reached the palace gates, they were stopped in their tracks by another group of Divine Guards. Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered that the Acacia sect has recently been at war with Great Qian, and is worried about your safety, thus increasing the protection, and the last general has come to escort you. Pang Qing stood neatly at the intersection with more than 20 Divine Guards, imposing. Princess Taining was fine with it, but the gun-wielding man at the head of this side was not happy. His tone was unfriendly as he said loudly, Pang Xianhu, the princess going to Tianlong Temple is a directive from the Empress Dowager, and I did not receive an oracle from His Majesty, so what are your intentions in coming here to block her? And Pang Qing was prepared. Behind him, Eunuch Chen stepped out, wearing a faint smile, Thousand Household Zhao, I'll speak this oracle. Eunuch Chen? Greetings, the gun-wielding man immediately got down from the black iron beast after seeing this eunuch. Pass on the holy oracle, the princess has a long way to go to Tianlong Temple, send Pang Qianhu to increase the guard force, you two should protect the princess well, if she loses a single hair, you two will come back with your heads. The last general will definitely protect the princess, Zhao Qianhu said as he arched his hand and bent over. Eunuch Chen nodded and glanced at Xiao He without a trace. The latter was touched in his heart, although this eunuch Chen was not as good as eunuch Wan, he was also the eunuch standing outside the door of the imperial study room, and his words also represented the words of the emperor. I didn't expect Lian Xinu to use all this energy for herself, it's not a waste of her hard work. After joining the team, Shido Pang didn't talk much with Xiao He, but it gave Xiao He an extra layer of security. Depart! Song Miao Miao droned once again. The Royal Horse Guards. Inside a courtyard, Si Changwen Chenlei rose violently and said in surprise, what? Pang Qing is going too? Didn't the Western King promise to only let Xianhu Zhao go? But Pang Qing is the East King's man. No, I have to go and communicate with the King of the West on this matter. Meanwhile, inside the imperial study, in front of Li Chenxian stood a middle-aged man with a big red face and ears. Secretary Zhong, what is it that you are in such a hurry to come over and report? Can't you see that I am practicing? Your Majesty, I have recently heard some whispers in the palace. Some people say that the new director of the imperial hospital has some bad gossip with noble consort Lian. Snap! Li Chenxian slammed the table. Asshole, my beloved consort can't have you talking nonsense. Pull out and beat 10 thunder whips. Your Majesty, I'm just reminding you. Pull it out and beat it. Li Chenxian didn't care about this. Only to see two people with horrible breath come in and drag him away. The dignitary of the household ministry, a person of the third rank, was dragged out just like this. Li Chenxian snorted coldly, ridiculous, Imperial Dr. Xiao was specially arranged by me to let him and noble consort Lian help deal with Prime Minister Chao, the two of them occasionally plotting in their room, I can understand. Saying that, Li Chenxian took out a pair of gloves. Ifei gave me gloves that I just hand-embroidered, so how could Ifei betray herself? Eunuch Wan, you say it. Eunuch Wan walked up with a smile, back to your Majesty, we all have witnessed consort Lian's love for your Majesty. Well, I heard that Imperial Dr. Xiao just came out of noble consort Lian's place, didn't he? Yes, sire, for he was set to go to the temple of the heavenly dragon, and I presume to seek your consort for help. Li Susu this girl, how has she been pestering Dr. Xiao, to say doubt, I am quite skeptical of her, if Dr. Xiao can get through the crisis this time, it means that he has some skills, and can be reused in the future. If he dies on the road, it can only be said that his strength is not good. Li Chenxian looked into the air and muttered, let's go, I'll go see noble consort Lian. Not a moment too soon. Li Chenxian then saw noble consort Lian lying limp on the bed. Your Majesty, the child inside my concubine's stomach is making a lot of noise. It's hard to get up for a moment with weak legs, unable to get up to greet His Majesty. I hope I'm not to blame. Noble consort Lian's voice was weak. Li Chenxian pulled open the gauze curtain and saw that noble consort Lian's face was red and hot, seemingly deflated. I couldn't help but ask with concern, what is this? Didn't you ask Imperial Dr. Xiao to take good care of you? Why are you still so sick? It's my concubine who is not competitive. Eunuch Xiao took good care of me and gave me medicine. When noble consort Lian thought of Xiao He's appearance just now, her legs couldn't help but soften. That body was actually bubbling with golden light. What kind of physique was this? It made her think of a certain pure young physique. No wonder her cultivation had skyrocketed since combining with him. It's really not his problem? When he comes back, I'll punish him properly to give you an outlet. He's very good now, Your Majesty, I'm so tired, I want to rest. This Xiao Tai doctor, really unlike, let him do a good job, make it like this, I will not disturb the love consort, you have to rest well, do not move the fetus. Only after watching the emperor leave the room door did noble consort Lian get up, holding onto the edge of the bed. Pang Qing should have passed, I hope nothing happens to you. Chapter 41, the princess is sick and needs medicine. The heavenly city was huge, but the moment he left it, Xiaoyi's mind was nervous and excited and expectant. Because I've long heard that this world has waves and waves of mysterious stories out there, as well as myths and legends. As far as he could remember, when he was a child, his father had told him that there were all sorts of demons outside of Deqian, as well as the pristine and dense forests like a fairyland. Miss Water, have you ever heard of demons? Xiaoyi rode on the back of his horse. This time the sky was gradually darkening. The civilians on the official road all rushed to get out of the way when they saw their procession, and some cultivators also rushed to sidestep or salute when they saw it was a royal procession. Song Miao Miao didn't bother correcting her name with Xiao He, so she let him. Of course I've seen it, I've killed not 100 demons, but 1 or 2 dozen. These demons are very cunning and brutal by nature, humans are their best tonic, and if they are cultivators, it will enhance them even more. Xiao He knew by looking at Song Miao Miao's expression that she didn't have much love for demons. Such brutality, what kind of demons are these? Are they dangerous or powerful? Song Miao Miao said seriously, weak cannot be belittled, powerful even more cannot be belittled, they are very thorough study of human beings. Weak demons, like to use human kindness and the 7 feelings and 6 desires to deceive human beings, in the come to kill you. Powerful is to kill you directly. They are made of grasses and trees, of spirits of grievances, of people whose souls are tainted with certain special energies after death, and of wild beasts. I see, so what fox demon, wolf demon, these are also considered demons? Xiao He asked. Of course forget it, especially the fox demon flower demon these, most like to imitate beautiful women. My red peak sword sect of a senior brother, is the way to fall into the way, was fascinated by the soul, that senior brother was originally our sword sect of a genius, but a pity, and finally died tragically. Xiao He was not surprised to hear, after all, the fox demon turned into a beautiful woman to harm people. These previous life has heard and read a lot. So there are dragons, phoenixes, unicorns and all that? Do they count as demons? Song Miao Miao was quite surprised, blinked and looked at Xiao He. You still know this, the dragon, phoenix and unicorn can be legendary true spirits, what about them? They can't be considered as demons, but demons can also become very powerful, take on human form, and are generally the same as human beings, and they can even cultivate human techniques. These demons, they must be careful. That's natural, I will definitely pay attention. Xiao He nodded, and began to think to himself, but the Great Qian fight against demons is almost zero tolerance, so the Great Qian territory is not much of a demon. The so-called Great Qian can prosper for so long, but also because of this policy, making the reputation outside, attracting many people to come to live and work in peace and happiness. More people, talent naturally more. The Great Qian's masters can be more than just in the imperial palace. Listening to Song Miao Miao's words, Xiao He deeply felt that the system of this Dacian dynasty was very solid. It can be said that the individual's cultivation and power can be viewed as a technology tree, and because the individual's power because you can cultivate to become strong, so the management is lax, and high welfare, and the imperial power is the core of the Great Qian in the great benefits obtained, but also paid a lot, recognized by the world, so that the more prosperous dash. What are you talking about? Muttering. Song Miao Miao was surprised. Oh, just lamenting, it's not easy to keep it going for thousands of years. That's natural, if Dacian can last more than 10,000 years, it will be one of the few 10,000-year dynasties in history. It is said that a dynasty that can last 10,000 years will have an unexpected metamorphosis. Song Miao Miao said and looked at the carriage. The princess was inside not knowing what she was doing, not saying a word. The 10,000 years dynasty? It's getting dark, shall we keep going? Song Miao Miao looked at the carriage. Your Highness, it's getting dark, should we continue or? Is there an inn up ahead? Princess Tai Ning's voice came out. Xiao He felt the fluctuation of yuan qi inside the carriage. It seems that this princess is practicing. When did you become so hardworking? There will be a small town 50 miles ahead, there should be an inn. Inside, Tai Ning paused for a moment and spoke, go on, there's no need to stop. Yes. Still amazed at how the princess had become so proper, Xiao He surveyed the man in front of him who had been robbed, and his divine guards. Unsurprisingly, these people will strike at me halfway, depending on what timing they look for. Xiao He's spirit was highly tense, observing his surroundings. The system's rewards are pitiful, and it's not complete until you return. Thus resulting in the second true spirit 9 transformations. 10 years of cultivation experience could not be taken. Hey, this true spirit 9 transformation should correspond to the realm after the spiritual platform realm. 10 years of cultivation time, it may be possible for me to directly elevate to the peak of the spiritual platform. But now you can only think about it, and in any case, you can't leave the princess. Imperial Dr. Xiao, this princess's cultivation was a bit forked just now. Her breath is not flowing smoothly, come and help this princess to get through. Finally, the princess's voice came from inside the carriage. Yes, princess, Xiao He thought to himself, this little ninny finally couldn't help herself. When he entered the carriage, Zhao Qianhu, who was at the front of the group, and Pang Cheng both looked back. Song Miao Miao, on the other hand, pondered for a moment, an intriguing smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. The princess really likes this little white boy. Inside the carriage, Xiao He had just come in and wanted to speak when Princess Tai Ning immediately made a shushing gesture. And with a gesture, she indicated that anything she said now would be heard by outsiders. Xiao He heard directly, the fiery heart directly quenched. He also thought of clinging to the princess thigh. Seeing that Princess Tai Ning meant that this carriage was made of special materials, it was filled with eavesdropping spell formations. Dr. Xiao, come over and take a look at me. My Dantian Fong has an icy cold feeling. Help me take my pulse. Yes, I will come over here. Xiao He came to Princess Tai Ning's side. I wanted to go and take my pulse, but the princess covered her mouth and let out a thief's laugh, then lifted up her long skirt and pointed behind her with her finger. Xiao He understood. Imperial Dr. Xiao, do I need a prescription for this? Princess Tai Ning leaned into Xiao He's arms and struggled to adjust her pronunciation. Of course I need to, but this problem of your highness, I reckon that when practicing, the sitting posture is not right. Please also sit in the right posture to practice, otherwise the breath will not flow. So is this practice sitting right? It is possible, the princess has amazing cultivation talent, the micro-minister sighs that there is such a genius in the world. Just then, Zhao Qianhu's voice came from outside the carriage. Your Highness, just now the last general heard that you were sick, and seeing that you were late to come out, he came here to care and concern. Princess Taining sniffed and signaled Xiao He not to panic, and pressed down on him to prevent him from moving around. Imperial Dr. Xiao is here, this princess is fine, you don't need to worry, go down. But Zhao Qianhu dead bite not let go, seems to want to see what seems to be, Your Highness, the princess, the micro-minister is not assured, can look at you the same. Upon hearing this, Xiao He signaled that he wanted to get up and hurry to the side, but Li Susu pulled his hand and didn't let him move. Outside the carriage, Zhao Qiandu's eyes narrowed as he stared at the carriage, and within a moment, the curtains were pulled open, revealing Princess Taining's small head. See, satisfied? Where's Dr. Xiao? Zhao Qianhu was undeterred. Eunuch Xiao is boiling medicine for me, and this is the position where I lie down to rest, and you're letting Eunuch Xiao get into my bed? That's not what I meant, princess, why is your face so red? It's up to you, get lost and go back. Taining couldn't help but bellow out, then hurriedly took the curtain and looked back at Xiao He with winks. Chapter 42, The Man Who Killed the Cold Ice Giant Yuan. It was already half an hour later when Xiao He got out of the carriage, and the aura of the princess's breakthrough coming from inside the carriage surprised the crowd. You're a divine doctor, Dr. Xiao, you're a divine doctor, you're through when you say you're through. As soon as you went, the princess made a breakthrough, awesome, awesome. Pang Qing couldn't help but praise. Zhao Qiandu then looked at Xiao He suspiciously, was it really so powerful? Dr. Xiao, at the princess's age, she has already reached the late stage of the four extremes, you deserve a lot of credit. Xiao He humbly said to the crowd, the princess celestial capital is great, it's just that I happen to meet it, even if I don't go, the princess has broken through in 10 days and half a month. Only he knew that the pure yang sacred body, which the princess's breakthrough could not be separated from. Dr. Xiao, it seems that you are very good at this piece of complacent technology of breaking through bottlenecks, that day you also helped me to penetrate through? Pang Qing laughed, his bearded face coupled with his lanky body made Xiao He feel intimidated. Huge people are wise and wise, through and through to the point where it is not necessary, in the future there will be trouble, I will help. Xiao He coughed twice. Well said, well said. Pang Qing laughed, completely ignoring Xiao He's other linguistic meanings. Amidst the crowd's compliments, Xiao He sat back down on his black iron beast. Song Miao Miao leaned over and asked in amazement, how did you do that? What how? Song Miao Miao looked at him sharply, the princess's cultivation is only in the middle of the four extremes, to be in the later stages I estimate that it will take at least a year and a half or so, how did you make him suddenly break through? Could it be that you have a panacea? Miss Water, do you think a strength like mine is worthy of an elixir? Song Miao Miao smiled, I've recently reached a bottleneck as well, why don't you help me get through it as well? I've been stuck in this realm for a long time. Xiao He sniffed and hit Song Miao Miao in the face for a moment, valiant, wide long skirt to hide the proud figure, those long legs, powerful and shapely, it is difficult to imagine if the resistance to. Xiao He hastily shook his head, thinking of nothing. This is the princess's senior sister, the jungle lady, the simple water waif. You, what cultivation level? Late stage of dragon transformation. There was a look of complacency in the bottom of Song Miao Miao's eyes, obviously a genius would be a little proud. Hiss, so powerful I think you are at most 20 years old. Xiao He sighed that there are so many geniuses in this world, this body is still hovering at the 4th rank after almost 20, it's too trashy. Awesome what, I'm over 30, the princess is in her prime, but 2 or 8 years old, already 4 pulls this is genius. Xiao He feels like a waste, according to the cultivation time given by the system self-cultivation for 25 years, right? How come it's only the 9th rank? It's too bad. This is the pure yang sacred body? There's no use for it except to give Princess Lian pleasure. Perhaps hearing Xiao He's inner spewing, the system couldn't help but speak. You are a bitter cultivator without any resources, and the secret room for light cultivation can't even catch up to 1/10 of the heaven and earth energy within other people's secret rooms. Xiao He heard this heart feel better, so the contrast of that understand, this princess cultivation resources do not know how many, I am afraid that the 9 turns of the golden dan and eat sugar beans to play like it. Turning his head and thinking about it, he had only used more than 10 days in the real world to reach the peak of the 9th rank, which was truly heaven-defying. What's the matter? Don't want to help? Seeing that Xiao He didn't speak, Song Miao Miao thought that she was troubling people. That's not true, this will help you break through your cultivation sometime later. Xiao He coughed twice. Princess Taining suddenly pulled back the curtains, senior sister Song, if you want to break through your cultivation, I can give you some pills, you can't use Elder Dr. Zhao's method. Yeah? There's still this kind of thing. Song Miao Miao grew suspicious, sizing up Taining and Imperial Dr. Xiao, as if trying to find some strange evidence. That's natural, we'll talk about this topic later, catching up is the main thing. Catching up is the main thing. Xiao He sensed Taining's jealousy and hurriedly stopped communicating with Song Miao Miao. The subsequent road was quiet, and since it was a Dakian convoy, no ungrateful people came over to look for trouble, and it was still led by the 2 Qianhu. Because the princess's cultivation breakthrough was successful with Xiaoyi's help, Tai Ning shouted for Xiaoyi to come in and help from time to time along the way. This was a delight to Princess Tai Ning. Until 7 days later, safe and sound at the foot of the Tianlong Temple. Passing through 3 large cities on the way, he did not stop along the way and crossed many high mountains and rivers before arriving here. Tianlong Mountain is 3,000 zhang high, and you can't see the end of it at a glance. The crowd began to climb the peak, and the flat road of 3,000 meters was nothing to them. But this was Tianlong Mountain, and as it got higher, the pressure increased. Many ordinary people can only stay in the position of 3 or 5 feet will be difficult to go up, can only burn incense and pray in the same place. And at 1,000 feet, it had stopped many third-order cultivators. Those who could go up to 3,000 zhang were those whose realm came to the 8th order of Tongling or above. When you reach the peak, you see the ancient temple gate. Since Tenryuji Wakai is only accessible on foot. Thus Princess Tai Ning was also finally able to squarely refrain from practicing in the carriage. After disembarking from the carriage, we couldn't wait to enter the temple. The journey had been a painful and joyful one for her. There are quite a lot of people. Xiaoyi looked around the modest temple. There were no less than thousands of cultivators. These were all outsiders, and today was just an ordinary day. The Heavenly Dragon Temple is said to really be able to communicate with the gods. The presiding officer inside is very mysterious. Even the Empress Dowager respects him, so be careful when you go in. Song Miao Miao reminded. Beware? Could it be that someone dares to commit a murder in Tianlong Temple? Xiaoyi was startled. It's just a temple, who cares if you live or die? Xiaoyi took a deep breath and followed Miao Miao Song as she stepped inside the temple. Their arrival attracted the attention of many people. After all, it was the Deqian royal family. It was hard not to keep a low profile. That girl in the middle, so small, gives me so much pressure. It should be the Tai Ning Princess of Deqian. Nowadays she has the biggest reputation, known as the first female cultivator of Deqian. No matter its appearance or talent, it's deservedly the first. I remember that there's a high disciple of Tai Su Palace who likes him very much, and even wants to be engaged to him. You say it's all about the man who chopped the cold ice giant Yuan for his sword? Yes, that's him. All I know is that his last name is Han, and he carries a green rainbow sword. And I've heard about it. He's getting ready to approach Deqian to propose marriage. Hearing the chatter around him, Xiaoyi mistakenly walked up quickly. Your Highness, the micro-minister will wait for you outside. The Qin Hu Zhao in front of him looked puzzled when he heard this. No, I still have some things I haven't explained. You must follow me. Princess Tai Ning finished her sentence, stopping her footsteps, letting Zhao Qiandu, Pang Qing to the back, must keep a distance of 10 feet from her. Princess, this won't work. 10 feet away, if we encounter an expert, it's too far. Zhao Qianhu hurriedly knelt on one knee. What, you can't handle 10 zhang? If you can't do it, don't do it. Go back and resign and go home to farm. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people to do it. Your Highness, you can't. You're making it really difficult for the last general to follow your orders. Zhao Qianhu still refused to budge. Chapter 43, It's over. The Empress Dowager knows. Seeing that these people were unwilling to leave, Li Susu had to call out to Song Miao. It's always fine if I have her follow me around, right? If senior sister Song can't even block it, it's useless for you guys to come. But what? Li Susu was a bit upset. It was not easy for her to get out of that tracking carriage built by the royal family and be able to talk freely. These people were always interrupting her and Xiaoyi from catching up with each other. Chancellor Zhao, a distance of 10 feet is nothing. Let's go back. Miss Song is already safe with the princess by her side. Pang Qing walked up and spoke. As he spoke he gave Xiaoyi a wink, imploring him to be safe. Pang Qing, that's what you said. If something goes wrong, you'll bear all of this responsibility. Seeing that they were all targeting themselves, Zhao Qianhu had no choice but to retreat 10 feet. Princess Tai Ning saw that the annoying guy was far away and whispered, Xiaoyi, this way, exciting. Keep your voice down, River Song is around. She won't eavesdrop on me, we'll sleep together tonight. Oh, are you crazy? This is the temple of the Heavenly Dragon, and we're sleeping together in front of Chancellor Zhao? Scared of what? Why don't you hide inside my skirt? Princess Tai Ning tugged at her own white skirt, as if to say that it was specially prepared. Xiaoyi couldn't help but take a deep breath. This Tai Ning was simply too good at it. Was it really the clan's kind of rotten place to cultivate back? But thinking about it seems kinda. Xiaoyi immediately shook his head to stop himself from such perverted thoughts. How could a big man in the hall drill a skirt? You can forget it. Let me cut to the chase and ask you, what's up with that Han guy? Are you getting engaged? I thought that Princess Tai Ning would be perfunctory, but I didn't expect her to directly and generously admit it. This matter, I know, he has courted me and is to be engaged. The Empress Dowager has always looked favorably on him, but I don't like it. How can he compare to you with his skinny look? Compare with me? People are all famous enough to be heard here, and they still can't compare with me? If this is known by him, I shall not be split into 5 horses? He felt pitted. If this was discovered, Li Susu would be fine, and he, absolutely dead. Seeing that Princess Tai Ning only wanted to enjoy herself and didn't care about the future as look, Xiaoyi decided that he would have to temper her properly. Li Susu, this will speak, you don't worry, well, I will not agree with him, and I believe that the world does not have that man can be better than you, tasted good, which still have the mood to eat poor. The big deal is that I do not become a princess, when you are a small underground lover. Xiao He unexpectedly looked at Li Susu. This is for the sake of a quickie, don't want anything? The reasoning is this, but there are some things I must make clear. You help me get rid of Prime Minister Chao first, otherwise, if I can't pass this hurdle, in the future, you'll never want to feel what it means to be hot and rolling. Ah, that won't do, I'll go back and help you for sure. Li Susu's eyes became aggrieved, pitifully and helplessly peeking at Xiao He. The two of them walked in front, with Song Miao opening the way on the side, followed by a long line behind them, a scene that caused the rest of the people to avoid them. However, when the monks of the Heavenly Dragon Temple saw them, they only slightly saluted, treating them the same as they would treat a passerby. And the abbot of the Tenryu monastery didn't come out. There were 3 large halls in the Tianlong temple, built neatly and vertically. The last one was built on the edge of a cliff, and special characters that Xiao He couldn't understand were carved on the entrance of the hall. It's a Buddhist text, probably meaning past life. Princess Tai Ning explained. Xiao He looked at the hall with a large Buddha of an unreadable color sitting in the center, towering over the earth. The head of the great Buddha was submerged in the darkness, and even Xiao He's full-power Yuan turning star and moon eyes could hardly see through it for half a minute. It was because of this that Shaw had more doubts. Princess, the heavenly dragon incense is ready, you can go in now. Song Miao handed out 3 black incense sticks. Li Susu took the incense, also did not seal it, walked up the steps of the main hall. The rest of the group waited below, and Xiao He noticed that everyone else was at the first temple to offer incense. Those who could come to the third seat to offer incense were almost non-existent, and now Princess Tai Ning was the only one who walked in. Xiao He looked at Li Susu, who was ascending the steps, and couldn't help but ask Song Miao, who was beside him, is there anything special about this last hall? Unfortunately, Song Miao wasn't clear and could only say vaguely, I only know that the last one has the greatest possibility of communicating with the gods, but the price to pay is also very high. In any case, this is the Empress Dowager's intention, and I'm not sure of the exact reason. Xiao He looked up at Li Susu. From this angle, he could only see her head, kowtowing and kneeling above. Incense had been inserted below the Buddha statue. It was a slightly eerie scene as the incense was dwindling even though it wasn't lit. When Li Susu came down, Xiao He obviously felt a slight change in Li Susu's body. This change was something that only his pure yang saint body could sense. What a strong power of Yuan-in, this is dash. Xiao He seemed to have realized something. The Empress Dowager sensed that Li Susu had lost her Yuan-in and came here to replace it for her? Wouldn't that mean that the Empress Dowager already suspected something? Xiao He felt a chill wrap itself around him, and this time, it seemed that it was not only those people from Prime Minister Chao who wanted to kill himself, there was also the Empress Dowager who was staring at him, and he felt a numbness in his scalp. Li Susu hadn't realized anything yet and was still teasing Xiao He with her eyes as she said with a smile, it takes 3 days to offer incense, and the lodging has been arranged for us by the Empress Dowager, so let's rest here. Yes. The time soon came to evening. Only the princess and Song Miao had separate rooms, and the rest of them were guarded outside. Xiao He sat beside Pang Qing and talked and laughed. Zhao Qian who was seriously on duty, and everything seemed normal. Dr. Xiao, the princess asked you to come in. Imperial Dr. Xiao, why do you always let the princess call you? You mind your manners. Zhao Qian who couldn't help but chide. I'm a gynecologist, if I don't go, you do? Xiao He rolled his eyes at him. Pang Cheng also laughed. Zhao Qian who, if you want, go back and study gynecology, huh? When Xiao He entered, he realized that Miao Song was not there and asked, where is Miss Song? I told her to go to the left, there. Princess Tai Ning waved her hand, and there was an additional cubicle on the left side, which they had partitioned for themselves in the party. You are too obvious, Miss Song must have guessed it. Xiao He was speechless. With the princess like this, it was hard not to be discovered. What are you afraid of? Senior sister Song won't say anything about me. I'm on good terms with her. Get behind me. Li Susu bit her lower lip, actually carrying a hint of charm. Also behind you, do you know that you are now a yellow flower girl? Body recovery? We now absolutely not, otherwise the Empress Dowager will kill me. Xiao He directly refused. He did not want to be made to die. Li Susu, however, didn't believe it. I don't believe it. You help me see. It's definitely not okay. Chapter 44, Acacia Sect Night Attack, Emperor's Anger. Aya, you really believe it? You've misunderstood. Princess Tai Ning saw that Xiao He took it seriously and immediately turned around to ruffle his head. Blushing, she said, this incense is just to enhance my certain Yuan-in power. The Empress Dowager has no other ideas, so don't you worry about it. Really? Xiao He was overjoyed. If the Empress Dowager found evidence of this, he would be dead. It's not enough to lie to you, it's not like you're a kid. After an incense burned, Xiao He used his medical skills to make sure Princess Tai Ning wasn't lying. But the next step was to face Zhao Qinhu and his party outside the door. Prevent these people from turning on themselves. Suddenly, Song Miao rushed out from one side. Seeing the ambiguous behavior of the two of them, Song Miao's face stiffened. Why did you suddenly come out? Didn't I tell you to listen to my news? Princess Tai Ning immediately got up, her face greatly embarrassed. Xiaoyi also had wanted to say a few words, but Song Miao Miao looked at the door with a grave expression. Just as he was about to ask something, the sound of violent explosions suddenly came from outside the door, as well as the belligerent roars of the divine guards. Acacia sect, you guys are so bold, you still dare to come to my Diqian. Diqian? I heard that the princess has come to the heavenly dragon temple, so we naturally have to give her a good reception or two. Kill them all. Great Qian has forced our harmony sect into a desperate situation. They don't want to have a good time either. Capture the princess and take her to negotiate a price with Great Qian. Quickly, form a troop formation. Song Miaomia stood at the doorway, already ready to fight. The sounds of violent fighting outside the door were enough to show that the cultivation of the visitor was not bad, making it difficult for both Pang Qing and Zhao Qinhu to resist. Xiaoyi, quickly escort the princess away, quick! Pang Qing's voice yelling came into the house. The person coming is a marquee realm-gathering tripod powerhouse. Run. Marquee? Xiaoyi's pupils contracted violently. Who are you kidding? The gathering tripod realm is capable of flying through the air. How does this run? A superpower who has condensed the three flowers, and the empress is in this realm, to assassinate the princess? 1. Take the initiative to fight, get rewarded 10 years of cultivation experience. Note, to the host's current strength to go out the probability is to send food, a certain to 10 years of cultivation experience to send to death. 2. Take the princess to escape, get Thunderbolt pills 10. Note, escape still have a chance of survival. Thunderbolt pills can be used properly, can destroy the dragon cultivator, but pay attention to do not accidentally hurt themselves. 3. Give up the princess to escape alone, get a reward, self-healing ability increased by 10%. Note, give up the princess, you will face the pursuit of Dakian even if you survive, the survival rate is extremely low. Looks like there's only 2. Xiaoyi wandered around and found that there are no other exits from this temple, so if he goes out head-on he will surely face a siege, so he can only use the Earth Escape Talisman. And at this moment, the sounds of battle outside were already approaching, and it seemed that the divine guards could no longer resist. Princess, run! Pang Qing shouted angrily, only to hear thunder and fire rising from the sky outside, as well as the unusual sound of blood and flesh falling to the ground. Coming! Song Miao Miao's complexion was aghast, and she had already crushed the Jade Talisman for help. But the Red Peak Sword sect was far away, so one could only hope that there were no fellow disciples nearby. Song Miao Miao gritted her teeth and said, Xiaoyi, find a way to take the princess and leave quickly. I'll overdraw my life. I should be able to fend off the Acacia sect's thieves. What nonsense, you two hold on to me. Xiaoyi knew that it would be too late if he didn't leave, so he decisively took out the Earth Escape Talisman. Earth Escape Talisman? This isn't something only found in the Taoist sect. How did you get it? Song Miao Miao was filled with surprise. Don't ask so many questions, get in the car. Xiaoyi had already started to activate the Earth Escape Talisman. Li Susu directly hugged Xiaoyi's waist, and Song Miao Miao didn't know where to put her hands. What are you waiting for? Hold me tight. What if you fall off in a while? Xiaoyi yelled. The talisman had already been activated by him. The first time to use the Earth Escape Talisman, also do not know the scope of the cage, afraid of accidents, so let Song Miao Miao hold a little tighter, absolutely no other take advantage of the idea. Song Miao Miao sniffed and let out an oh-oh sound, immediately following Li Susu's example. A flash of golden light from the Earth Escape Talisman, and the three of them instantly disappeared inside the house. Just moments after they had just disappeared, the doors were slammed open and two blood-covered figures were thrown in. It was certainly Pang Qing, with Zhao Qiandu, who was already down to his last breath, with both eyes carrying resignation and disbelief, muttering, why, am I just a pawn too? Pang Qing's limbs were broken, and when he looked inside the house, it was empty, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although I don't know how they escaped, at least they're safe for now. A demonic man approached the doorway, dressed in white robes, walking barefoot in the void, while behind him were corpses all over the ground, all 70-odd divine guards dead. Only to see him patting the blood on his body, his brow wrinkled slightly. There's not much of a backdoor to this temple, actually running away? Say, where is the person? Pang Qing was grabbed by him in the air, and as the demonic man exerted force, Pang Qing hissed in pain. Tell me who arranged for you to come and I'll tell you, Prime Minister Chao? Pang Qing revealed a bloody cold smile as the pain ended. Tough mouth, I can find it even if you don't. Pang Qing immediately lowered his voice again, or is it the Empress Dowager? A shrewd aura flashed under the demonic man's eyes. Die. With a bang, Pang Qing's body exploded. On the other side, Zhao Qianhu's breath shriveled and he raised his head with difficulty. Are you mistaken? I am Prime Minister Chao's man. Said mouth couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood, and the wound on his chest split open. Prime Minister Chao? The demonic man came and crouched down. What? Isn't it right? I was ordered to kill Xiaoyi, aren't you guys? The Acacia sect, not Chao Dash. Just as Zhao Qianhu finished speaking, the demonic man chopped off his head with a knife. What's the point of talking so much? I killed all of you, including the princess. The demonic man beckoned. More than 20 cultivators rushed in outside the door, each with deep yuan qi and emitting a terrifying aura. Chase, within a radius of 1,000 miles, but wherever any trace is found, kill, live and die. Yes. As the crowd dispersed, the demonic man walked out of the room and came to the last temple, bending down to pay his respects. Spare the god in Buddha's purification, no offense, no offense. He said and took out 3 black incense sticks and walked up to light them. Only after seeing that incense start to smoke did the demonic man let out a long sigh of relief, and then walked out of the temple and stood on the top of the mountain, looking in all directions from a high vantage point, with tall dense forests, rising and falling mountains and rivers, and everything was as it should be. Running really fast, blocking all the roads back to Sky City. I don't believe you can walk away. In the meantime, in the Dakian palace, Li Chenxian violently slapped the table. Assholes, in my great Qian overland you still dare to rob a princess of my dynasty, Heptian sect. I think you want to exterminate the sect. Eunuch Wan bowed and said, Your Majesty, the person who came here is a high-ranking member of the Acacia sect, and the fact that this kind of person can smoothly enter such an important place as the Heavenly Dragon Temple is obviously someone's willful act. I know, it's just that I can't explain well at the Empress Dowager's place. Besides, Li Chenxian realized something more serious. If this was the work of Prime Minister Chao, then it meant that he was already able to control the armament forces in the 4 guardian cities surrounding Heavenly City? Li Chenxian felt a chill. I'm going to see the Queen Mother. Eunuch Wan couldn't help but remind, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has been spying on the imperial government for a long time. There has been no reason to do so, but this time she may make a move, and if we connect the dots, this attack on the princess was most likely facilitated by a number of parties, and I'm afraid that. Afraid of what? But if this matter is not dealt with, if something really happens to Tai Ning, then I will have a greater impact. The Hall of Great Qian was assassinated by someone in the Overland Princess. The world will be how to laugh at me as the Emperor of Great Qian, Eunuch Wan. The slave is in. I'll see the Empress Dowager myself. You go out yourself, make sure you find it, and no matter who stands in the way, kill them as usual, and capture them alive if you can. In addition, put out the message that if anyone can save the princess, I will have a heavy reward, and the official's helicopter 1 rank, no 2. Yes. Eunuch Wan's complexion moved as he looked at the departing emperor, and his body gradually turned into a stump, before the sky flickered with a starlight and disappeared. Chapter 45, Hellish Options. Dirty, muddy swamp, slowly crawling out 3 figures. After climbing out, the 3 didn't linger, but kept their heads down and hid in a stone cave in the distance. Right at that moment, 3 figures on the ground swept past their square position and cut through numerous trees along the way, causing great damage. But just then, in front of those 3 people ushered in 2 men clad in armor, who were armed with long spears and were heroic. Acacia sect's dog traders, kill. No good, it's someone from the Jinshin division, run. However, these 2 gun-wielding men were extremely powerful and quickly killed the 3 Acacia sect disciples cleanly. The princess is not here, go to the west. Your Highness, the Jinshin Sea has come to escort you. If you are there, please come out immediately so that we can escort you back to the palace. The 3 people who were wrapped in mud inside the stone cave, Li Susu did not care about being covered in mud when she saw this. Xiaobi felt something was wrong, but seeing that Li Susu and Song Miao Miao didn't suspect anything, he also followed. Don't worry, this place is the closest to the 4 guardian cities Green Dragon City, and the Jinshin Sea there is not something that Prime Minister Chao can control, so nothing will happen to us. Song Miao Miao explained. Xiaobi breathed a long sigh of relief. It seems to be safe. De Qian is quite fast. He knew that the 4 major cities in the southeast, northwest, and north of Heavenly City were the 4 cities of Green Dragon, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird, each with their own exclusive cultivation forces. I'm here. Quickly take me back to the palace. Li Su jogged over. It's the princess. The 2-town god division of the people surprised, rushed forward, although the princess is covered with mud, but the princess in the hands of the identity of the jade pendant do not fake. Great. What a princess! Your Highness, princess, we hope to atone for our late rescue. The 2-town divine priests knelt down on one knee. Both of them were middle-aged looking with thick breaths. Your Highness, the Acacia sect has come with an expert of the gathering tripod marquee realm. Let's go quickly or else we'll be in danger if we're found. Li Susu nodded and didn't dare to delay, rushing to follow. But Xiao He had a prompt in his mind at the moment. Trigger advanced mission options. 1. Kill the Jinshin Sea. Get the reward, Pure Yang Holy Body upgrade to Extreme Yang Holy Body. Note, kill the Jinshin Sea, then there is a ray of life. Follow the Jinshin Sea to leave, must die, the more hesitation the closer to death. When he saw this option, Xiaoyi also fiercely managed Y, and yanked back Li Susu and Song Miao Miao as soon as he could. With that, he directly threw out 3 Thunder Blast pills. There's something wrong with these 2, withdraw. At the same time, he unfolded the Immortal Wind and Cloud Body technique to turn into a trail of stumps and retreat rapidly. It was just less than a breath the moment he made those movements. The people of the 2 towns' divine divisions hadn't fully reacted, and the Thunder Blast pill exploded almost face to face. Boom! Violent thunder rumbled and exploded. The range of 300 feet was transformed into a sea of thunder, and the 2 experts of the Jinshin division were already too dead to die. No time to explain, run first. Xiao He ignored the 2 women's doubts and found a random direction to flee in a hurry. Hearing the sounds of searching around them, they didn't dare to stay for a moment, and there were even strong divine thoughts sweeping through the air. It's the old monster of the Acacia sect. Xiaohui pressed the two women's heads and pressed them to the ground. Fortunately, Fong had directly acquired the extreme young sacred body, relying on the special nature of his physique as well as the amazing god skill. He was able to escape the probing of that tripod, gathering great power without any danger. An hour later, the three of them were only able to catch their breath at the bottom of a waterfall. What's wrong with those two Zenshinji? Why did you kill them? Song Miao Miao got up and looked at Xiaohui warily. Xiaohui knew that the other party had misunderstood. Don't worry, I will definitely not harm the princess. Li Susu came from inside the waterfall, her delicate figure hidden in the moonlight, draped in a simple white sarong, the youthfulness of a young girl mixed with a certain sensuality. I believe him, there must be a reason, right? Xiaohui got up and said, we're bound to die if we follow those two true god divisions. I don't know what's wrong with the Jinshin division in Qinglong City, but I know that I'm sure to die if we go there. The Jinshin division of Qinglong City is not under the control of Prime Minister Chao. There can only be a Qinglong City lord, or the royal family dash. The royal family dash. Song Miao Miao's eyes widened, then she looked at Princess Taining. There won't be any royal people trying to harm Princess Taining. Song Miao Miao was surprised. Xiaohui nodded, his eyes glanced at Song Miao Miao, who had just finished her bath, and since her clothes had just been washed and had not yet dried, they clung to her body, and through the moonlight she could occasionally catch a glimpse of her white and red skin. Ahem, so to speak, we seem to be involved in a politician's fight now, and the only way to get back to Celestial City alive or to meet someone who will genuinely save us. Who can truly save me us? Besides the Emperor, there's also the Empress Dowager, but how can we tell them apart? Song Miao Miao was still a bit uneasy. Just as he spoke, another movement came from the distance. The three of them immediately hid behind the boulder. Due to the small space, Xiaohui was in the innermost part, being squeezed by the two jade bodies. Xiaohui helplessly shook his head and, just sighing, River Song does have to have some meat on her bones. There seems to be more than a dozen people. I don't know what their identities are, but the visitors are obviously not good. What do we do? Song Miao Miao looked at Xiaohui. Although Xiaohui's cultivation level was lower than hers, unconsciously, her heart gradually began to rely on it. Li Susu, on the other hand, squatted on the ground and secretly pulled Xiaohui's hand, taking advantage of Song Miao Miao's lack of attention to kiss a few times, not forgetting to make out by this point. Xiaohui, it looks like you can't hide for long, you can only kill. Seeing that the incoming people were getting closer and closer, Song Miao Miao whispered, kill all these people as fast as you can. One of them has transformed into a dragon, 5 of them have 4 poles, and the rest are all spirit platforms. On your left, on my right, in the middle of the princess, killed. Xiaohui clenched his fists, his heart protector hidden in his chest. Just as the group jumped off the waterfall and crossed the pond, Song Miao Miao suddenly snapped, killing the 3 in an instant with her blazing swordlight. Xiaohui dodged across 100 feet and punched with all his might against a 4 extremes cultivator, who sneered, so you're hiding here, making it easy for us to find you. Die. A mere 9th rank cultivator, volunteering to die. He met him with the same punch. But the next moment, he felt like he was hitting a mountain. What? There was a click. Miserable scream. Arm broken, the person flew out backwards, sliding on the ground 100 feet into the water, never got up. So strong? Xiaohui looked at his fist. He could have lost the 4 poles with 1 punch? This what a counterintuitive battle. Kill him, quick, this guy is a body refiner. What natural power, cut him down. Seeing the crowd surrounded, Li Susu whip killed out. The 3 of them for a time to fight more than a dozen people cannot fight. One of them crushed a popper, bursting into dazzling fireworks in the air. Xiaohui's face changed when he saw this. It's not advisable to stay for a long time, go. He decisively threw out a thunder blast pill, and Miao Miao Song, who has the highest cultivation level, exerted her stance and led Xiaohui to leave quickly. You hug my waist, not my legs. Song Miao Miao's face darkened and she kicked Xiaohui. The 3 of them crossed the official road, shook off the pursuers, and were just about to enter the jurisdiction of Heavenly City when a red-colored sharp blade surfaced in the sky 10,000 feet away and shot up, stopping the 3 of them in their tracks. Boom! The sharp blade tore through 100 feet of land, a huge pit that was too deep to be seen, showing the great power and the terrifying cultivation of the person who came. Finally found. There was a demonic man suspended in midair. This person smiled faintly after seeing that it was the princess, confirming that it is the real princess. This seat's mission is accomplished. Saying that, he condensed an illusory spear and raised his hand, blinking and shooting it to Li Susu's eyes. Really here to kill the princess? Xiaohui subconsciously threw out the heart protector, as well as 2 thunder blast pills. With a violent sound, the 3 were knocked back hundreds of feet by the terrifying impact. Li Susu was blown dizzy and was held by Xiaohui with blurred consciousness, and Song Miao Miao had a high cultivation level, but she also suffered some minor injuries. Oh, actually able to block my red peak spear. The demonic man struck again. Damn, isn't it that villains die from too many words? How come this guy doesn't say a word and kills people directly? Xiaohui had already prepared the 9-turn soul recovery pill, and the remaining 4 thunderstorm pills were the final bottom card. Suddenly, another prompt came from the system. Trigger the hellish difficulty option. 1. Hold on for 10 breaths, successfully save the princess, get the reward star and moon eyes upgraded again to become martial heavenly eyes, get the reward self-healing ability increased by 15%, after 10 breaths, there will be a mysterious strong man to rescue, as long as you hold on, the host's career path will be even higher. General options. 2. Abandon the princess and go to the end of the world, get the reward sunflower treasure dictionary. What's the meaning of this second one? A sunflower sutra for escaping? Are you mocking him? 10 breaths, you can obtain the martial arts heavenly eye, but also a smooth career, self-healing ability increased by 15%, plus the previous is 20%, although I do not know what the concept of 20% self-healing power, but it must be very perverted, a little serious injuries is nothing. He himself would have had a superb physical body, spelled out. Seeing the next blow coming, Xiaoyi hugged Li Susu to protect him in front of his chest. This scene moved Li Susu's heart greatly, and she cried out with tears in her eyes, Xiaoyi, go away and leave me alone, they will only kill me and won't care about you. Chapter 46, Eunuch 1, 10,000 Rivers Returning to the Sea. Xiaoyi certainly won't give up the key moment to enhance the relationship. The shocking spear in the back whistled, and it looked like it was about to pierce through the two of them. Song Miao Miao on the side held her sword to resist, but her strength was limited, and she was knocked back hundreds of feet before being drowned unconscious in the dust. It looked like the two were about to be pierced through. Xiaoyi said with affection, Susu, I Xiaoyi don't want to regret in my life, but unfortunately, the time between us is too short. If I could do it again, I would say. Li Susu looked at Xiaoyi with wide and bitter eyes. 10,000 years. Xiaoyi said and threw out the last 4 thunderstorm pills with a fling of his hand, rumble. With this shocking sound, the energy of that spear was consumed immensely and then stabbed into Xiaoyi's back. Xiaoyi! Li Susu exclaimed. All that could be seen was the spray of blood behind Xiaoyi, and their bodies were sent flying thousands of feet by the tremendous inertia. The demonic man in the air was quite surprised, actually didn't die, just injured? The thunder bomb from the party was somewhat interesting. And this kid's flesh is a bit tough. Xiaoyi only felt that his back had bled out, but fortunately it didn't hurt his spine, and now that his adrenaline was soaring, coupled with his already amazing physique, there was no feeling of pain. Xiaoyi, don't mind me, go away, your strength is so strong, let go of me. Li Susu nervously yelled. She wanted to push Xiaoyi away, but she realized that she couldn't actually break free with her 4th level cultivation. What surprised her even more was that after Xiaoyi landed on the ground, he just held her for a few rolls on the ground and didn't lose his mobility right away, but grabbed her and pulled her legs to run. Don't you scream, assist me to run away together, support 10 breaths and you'll be fine. Li Susu had wanted to say something more after hearing this, but after glancing at Xiaoyi's intense look of desire for survival, she was also touched. Raising his hand, he flung out 3 diamond-shaped shuttles from his storage ring, and these shuttles cut through the air with a piercing sound. Concealed weapon, 6-meter shuttle. The demonic man had originally rushed forward and prepared to catch Xiaoyi and his 2 men with his bare hands. Upon seeing the shuttle, he immediately backed up. His expression was grave, and he condensed 3 body protection divine lines in front of him. After 2 consecutive dodges, one of the shuttles pierced his body protection divine lines. The invincible demonic man took out a copper mirror at the last minute to block the flying shuttle. Seeing this, Li Susu revealed a look of disappointment. It's over, the Ju-Ding cultivator is too strong, and the 6 instruments shuttle can't even work. Xiaoyi was tempted to say that you used it too hastily, but come to think of it, the princess had too little real-world experience. After all, Princess de Qian, there are many cards, in order to avoid the gutter. The demonic man came to 1,000 feet above the duo's heads. The hands continuously patterned, and in no time, large swaths of divine patterns emerged above Xiaoyi and his duo's heads, which emitted a nice-smelling pollen. As the divine pattern emerged, countless fine flowers surfaced in the void. Song Miao Miao rushed up at this moment and said in horror, this is the high-level secret technique of the Acacia sect, the sea of extreme blissful flowers. If we get hit, our lives will be over, we'll be in an illusionary realm forever. Xiaoyi, I'll see you in the next life. If there is an afterlife, I'll definitely give you a baby. Li Susu didn't care that Song Miao Miao was present and spoke words of love. Don't talk foolishly, there'll be help soon, we're in kin. Just as Xiaoyi finished his words, the divine pattern in the air that covered 100 feet fell violently, and then the 3 of them were wrapped in a sea of flowers, instantly falling into an illusionary realm. Moreover, a flushed color inexplicably surfaced on Li Susu's face, not knowing what she had fallen into. The demonic man landed at this moment. Looking at the 3 people being fixed here, he didn't have the slightest doubt in his ability to deal with 3 little brats and use a great divine ability like the sea of extreme bliss flowers. Spreading the word and losing this seat's face is considered a great loss. With that said, he was ready to kill Xiaoyi, Song Miao Miao before taking Princess Tai Ning away. The eyes coalesced into 2 sharp blades, ready to pierce through the duo's skulls. But in the next second, Xiaoyi, who should have been unable to move, threw a punch towards his facade. This punch used 10% of the Dragon Tiger Fist's calendars, including the strongest of the Xuanwu True Technique's 10 directions all destroyed. This punch was so powerful that it moved mountains and rivers. How is it possible? The demonic man's pupils contracted in front of his body as he subconsciously raised his shield. How could you possibly resist the sea of ultimate bliss? Boom! Xiaohe's fist struck the demonic man's shield, erupting in a smoldering, brilliant divine light. Xiaohe only felt that he was hitting a huge mountain and could not be shaken at all. He knew that there was a huge gap in strength, so he didn't care and grabbed the two immobile women and retreated sharply. To actually be able to break free from my sea of extreme blossoms, boy, I'm going to eat your secret. For the first time, the demonic man's emotions fluctuated a few times, and he charged forward, holding a spear in his hand that would pierce through Xiaohe in the next moment. But suddenly, just as he was about to make his move, an even more powerful fluctuation surged in the distance. 10,000 rivers returned to the sea. Before the person arrived, the voice came first, followed by a golden palm descending from the sky under the night sky. The demonic man's complexion changed drastically. 10,000 rivers returning to the sea? It's that horrible dog eunuch beside the great Qian emperor. Facing the large golden palm, the demonic man decisively turned back, and the spear in front of him coalesced into 100 feet against the sky. However, the golden palm was as unbreakable as adamantine, and the power of annihilation overwhelmed heaven and earth, crushing his spear directly. How can a eunuch be so strong? For the first time, the demonic man's eyes showed horror. The golden palm had already pressed down horizontally, and at the critical moment, the demonic man decisively sprayed out a mouthful of essence blood, which then dissipated into a blood mist in the air. No one this eunuch wants to capture has yet to run away. A soft chortle came from the sky. The golden palm was seen transforming into one with the 10,000 rivers and trees in heaven and earth, and then only the mountains and rivers shook, the earth shook, and a large area of mountains hundreds of miles away burst into pieces. A stone man then swooped down with a slap from the top. Eunuch Wan smoothly landed on the side of Xiaohe, raised his hand and a golden thread emerged in his hand, as he pulled and pulled. The unbeatable demon of the party was now led back as if he were a kite. Knowing that he had no good ending, the demonic man couldn't help but curse, "Dog thief, you misogynistic thing, sooner or later you will die too." Eunuch Wan didn't care about his insults, but instead unraveled the state of Princess Tai Ning and Song Miao Miao. "Lord Xiao, Her Highness the Princess, Miss Song, are you all alright?" Xiaohe was only relieved at this moment. "It's alright, thanks to Eunuch Wan for saving me." His heart was extremely appalled at the moment. What kind of strength did this eunuch have? The one who chased them was considered a big shot in the Acacia sect, right? And was actually killed by him in seconds? Didn't they say eunuchs are not strong? Could it be a fake eunuch? But listening to Eunuch Wan's voice doesn't sound like it either. Only then did Eunuch Wan look at the captured demonic man. "What is your name?" The demonic man pooh-poohed, "Dead eunuch, you deserve to know this seat's name too? Don't think I don't know what kind of virtue you are." When Eunuch Wan saw that he was unable to communicate, he then shook his head and looked at Xiaohe and the others. "Three of you, let me send you back," he said, and offered a green leaf, which grew just big enough to hold the size of 5 people. "Thank you, Eunuch Wan. A few of you stand firm, this eunuch is about to take off." A green light cut through the sky, instantly disappearing into the air. 5 hours later, at the entrance of the imperial palace in Tianchang, Xiaohe landed on his feet with his heart hanging in the air. The empress, as well as noble consort Lian, and the 5th prince, whom they had met once, personally stood at the entrance of the palace to greet them. Today's empress is still as dignified as before. The skin below her neck is not exposed, and she is elegant and graceful. Noble consort Lian's eager gaze was captured by Xiaohe. The beauty's eyes were slightly red, obviously caused by excessive worry, and wearing a long black dress, which was lifted up by the wind from time to time to reveal a mesmerizing scenery. She remembered that Xiaohe had said that he liked black, so she wore this specially to greet him. The empress hurriedly stepped forward to hold Princess Tai Ning's hand. "Great, if something happens to you, I'm afraid that the entire court will be shaken. This time the Acacia sect has committed a great crime. His Majesty will surely uncover the mastermind behind it to return justice to you." Li Susu nodded. "Mother, this time it's all because of Dr. Xiao who protected me. If it wasn't for him, I would have died long ago, I think. Xiaohe knew that Princess Tai Ning, the little nymph, must be impulsive to say some nonsense, so he hurriedly stepped forward and said loudly, reporting back to the empress, "The Microchin just did what he should do. It's not enough to worry about, as long as the princess is fine." The empress glanced deeply at Xiaohe. "Come in quickly, the emperor is waiting for you." "Xiaohe, you've made a great achievement this time. His Majesty will surely reward you." Chapter 47, Taishang Division, the 3rd grade. Xiaohe silently saluted. Li Susu's affection for the host reaches unrelenting, currently 80% unlocked. Progress 100% can obtain Li Susu's full function. Xiaohe was secretly happy inwardly. "I did not expect it to be so fast, and I could not help but look forward to what Li Susu's function has." Just then, Xiaohe sensed 2 eager gazes. It's Princess Lian and Li Susu. The former, in particular, implied that his intention to come to her after he was finished was all too obvious. The hidden affection in those fiery eyes only overflowed. Xiaohe could understand, but didn't dare to respond for fear of being seen by someone with a heart of gold. Who knew that noble consort Lian took the initiative to walk up? "Dr. Xiao, I see that you don't look well. Are you injured?" Li Susu jumped ahead and said, "He was stabbed and injured by that demon, but fortunately it wasn't serious." Xiaohe arched his hand and said, "It's all what I should do." when he said that he blanched and looked like he was in pain. This scene made the crowd startled, but Xiaohe immediately this color said it doesn't matter, it's just a small injury. This scene made Princess Lian's heart ache even more as she watched. Eunuch Wanan already couldn't wait, he grabbed the demon and went in early. Empress Mother, Fifth Highness, the slave still has important matters that need to be reported to His Majesty. I'm afraid that there will be many changes if I'm late. Well, you go. The Empress nodded, her expression indifferent, a detail that was noticed by Xiaohe. Eunuch Wan did not forget to add, Dr. Xiao has courage and resourcefulness, alone against the Heping sect Guding Gaoran, only to protect the princess' safety. If not for him, I'm afraid that the old slave can only carry the head back. With that, he went into the palace. This statement is even more surprising to the whole audience when Li Susu says that Xiaohe has protected her. Most of them thought that the little girl was easy to fool, and the matter was still to be checked. After all, a weakling who was not even in the spiritual platform realm and a gynecologist could also protect the genius princess? But what Eunuch Wan said was very golden, and Xiaohe instantly realized that everyone's gaze at him had changed. How can the 9th rank fight against a gathering tripod powerhouse? It's impossible. It's impossible for Eunuch Wan to lie about his rigorous work. He must have supported himself for a moment. Seeing that he wasn't seriously injured, I'm sure the process wasn't very treacherous, but it was rare. The whispers were interspersed with eager, amazed, and contemplative glances of various unknown kinds. The Empress, in particular, looked at him with a pair of beautiful eyes that were even deeper. Noble consort Lian, on the other hand, was heartfeltly happy and said softly, if we had known that Dr. Xiao had made such a great achievement, we would have greeted him warmly with a sandwich, and now that you have injuries, go back and rest. Concubine Lian lady overstated, Micro-Minister is just a lackey, which can be subjected to such a big gift. This injury is nothing, not to mention that have not seen His Majesty which dares to rest first. Xiaohe's face began to turn white again. When he spoke he kept coughing. This scene is obviously not lightly injured. This will be in the hard to hold on. Li Susu was originally talking with the Empress, seeing that noble consort Lian was chatting with Xiaohe again, and seeing that Xiaohe's body was indeed not feeling well, she was also worried about his health, and said with an aggravated tone of voice, hurry up and go inside, father must be waiting impatiently. The people got into their respective chariots, and Xiaohe and Song Miao Miao followed in the center of the group. Congratulations, gynecologist, Dr. Xiao. Song Miao Miao very carefully transmitted her voice as she got closer. Isn't it the same for Miss Water? The credit is all ours together. What's going on with your injuries? On the road it looked like you were still alive and kicking. How come you started to fail when you got to the palace gates? This will seize up. Cough. Xiaohe immediately coughed twice. Song Miao Miao seemed to understand something and smiled wryly. I can give you a share of my credit, but aren't you a gynecological sage who can help people make breakthroughs? You can't forget about this. Breakthrough? Xiaohe recalled that the water girl walked out of the lake last night after washing from the lake. The beauty of the water droplets rippling and sliding off her body was vivid in his mind, only the light was too dim at that time, not seeing the details, if he could find a place to light the candle to the brightest. Thinking about what, Xiaohe shook his head violently and coughed twice. If Miss Water really wants to make a breakthrough, there will be plenty of time in the future, so when this storm passes, we'll have a good exchange in. Song Miao Miao smiled wanly, don't forget, Dr. Xiao, when the time comes, be serious about me. Xiaohe said, I'm afraid that Miss Water has changed her name to. What is the meaning of this? Song Miao Miao was greatly puzzled. Here we are, stop talking. Xiaohe pointed ahead, having arrived at the Emperor's imperial study. Noble consort Lian had wanted to go in as well, but considering not to be seen by the Emperor, she returned to the palace. Only the Empress, the Princess, Miao Miao Song, and Xiaohe entered the imperial study room. Li Qinxian was looking at walking and Eunuch Wan was saying something, but looking at Li Qinxuan's expression, he should be very happy. Seeing Princess Tai Ning and the others approaching, Li Qinxian immediately got up and took the initiative to walk up. Susu, it's been a frightening journey. Li Qinxian checked Li Susu's body and was relieved to find it intact. Father, it's all your fault. Li Susu muttered in dissatisfaction. Father was indeed wrong to let you be frightened. I should have known to let the Divine Guard commander escort you. Humph, I was indeed frightened on this journey. Li Susu glanced at Xiaohe, but Dr. Xiao is too badly injured, you have to help him. If it wasn't for Dr. Xiao, I really couldn't come back, you know? That demon ended up striking at me 3 times, it was all because of Dr. Xiao Taiha who saved me, humph. The Empress added, Your Majesty, Imperial Dr. Xiao has done a good job of protecting the driver, it's just a pity that his cultivation level is a bit lower, or else he could be even more useful. I have already heard from Eunuch Wan about this matter. He watched from afar as Dr. Xiao used his body to protect the princess, and finally took the initiative to break free from the Acacia sect's secret technique of the Sea of Extreme Bliss. I am also very surprised. Li Qinxian patted Xiaohe's shoulder and checked Xiaohe's injury in passing. Xiaohe knew what the Emperor meant and shocked his organs in advance. Li Qinxian sighed, Aiqing, your injury is not light. I will compensate you properly. Your Majesty, I am just lucky. Xiaohe continued to be modest, but it was a bit strange. How did this Empress seem like she was suppressing him and didn't want him to get promoted and get rich? Father, how about this, you promote him to become the Grand Commander of the Divine Guard Army, then bestow it on me to become my exclusive guard army and give him 1,000 men, how about that? Lee Susu said with glowing eyes. Nonsense, how can the commander be a child's play? It's Imperial Dr. Zhao's duty to protect you, so don't think too much about it. The one from the Taishu Palace will be coming over in the near future, so don't mess around with it. Li Qinxian warned. In his heart, Xiaoyi just hoped that the princess would stop talking, and then this credit would become a following offense. But I have a question about how you and the princess escaped from the Temple of the Heavenly Dragon. Xiaoyi said truthfully, I have an Earth Escape Talisman, which was left behind by my father. As to how I got it, I don't know. The Taoist sect's Earth Escape Talisman? Li Qinxian was slightly surprised, but he didn't look into it too deeply. Then how did you break the Acacia sect's secret technique, the Sea of Extreme Blissful Flowers? Xiaoyi had an early response, I don't understand this matter either, perhaps the man despised me? Li Qinxian nodded and didn't dwell on it. I said before that if anyone can save Princess Taining, they will be promoted 2 ranks in the government and rewarded with a separate residence. Xiaoyi was happy when he heard the words, but he also had more worries. The higher the position, the stronger the enemy he faced. In the past, it might not have entered Prime Minister Chao's eyes, but now it was only to be seen by him with his afterimage. And Prime Minister Chao is not the only one behind this attack on the princess. The Empress looked at Imperial Dr. Xiao and inquired, Imperial Dr. Xiao, your Xiao family has been Imperial Doctors for 3 generations, and you're only the first to be able to enter the official position of the positive 3rd rank. Exactly. Xiao he didn't dare to have any comments. Li Qinxian said, Empress, this time, I learned that it is the Xiao Tai Doctor to save people. I have already had a decision in my mind. Xiao Tai Doctor force cannot, cultivation is too low, do military officials certainly not, civil officials his political achievements are too little, combined with his position, is a Tai Doctor and gynecological doctor. Just too often Secretary Lu adults now old has not been suitable for the imperial government, he has also mentioned many times. Want to return to his hometown in his old age, but why don't we just let Dr. Xiao take his place? Xiaoyi quickly kowtowed at his words, thank you, Lord. Li Qinxian, however, you still need to be in charge of the imperial hospital. Nowadays it can be said that you are wearing 2 jobs, you can be busy. Back to your majesty, I'm sure I'll be able to keep busy. There is also noble consort Lian's place, she has always said that her fetus is not good in the past 2 days. I think it must be that after I made a mistake in my cultivation, it led to a bad body, making her pregnancy and its pain, these you also need to help to regulate it properly. Li Qinxian spoke with a smile. Xiaoyi smiled and said, although I am busy with my affairs, I will definitely take better care of noble consort Lian's place. Dr. Xiao, this is a 3 blood pill, it will allow you to recover some vitality. After you eat it, your body will get a little better. When it's better, remember to go to noble consort Lian's place to give her a look at her body. Li Qinxian waved his hand and looked at Song Miaomiao. Xiaoyi knew that this was going to be a reward for the water girl, and shouted out that the microminister was excusing himself, and then rushed towards the Qingluan Palace in a hurry. Chapter 48, Jinshin CMO's IA. Inside the Qingluan Palace, return to pick lotus liquid he Tian, small he just showed the tip of the corner, there is a bright moon standing on the head. Lover boy, you must never risk your life like that again, okay? Xinu, I won't leave you behind, when I'm on the brink of life and death, you're all I can think about. Then you let me turn around. Dash. A few moments later, Xiaoyi looked at Xinu's stunningly beautiful face, his heart throbbed, how could such a beauty who was devoted to herself not be loved, and murmured, I will never leave you. Husband, you are my husband, don't ever leave me. Lian Xinu was completely moved, her hands clasped Xiaoyi's neck to death, her fear of losing Xiaoyi reached its peak. Xiaoyi didn't know inside that he had a seed secretly germinating, now his strength is slowly growing and his position is getting higher and higher. How long has it been that he has already jumped a few levels in a row? But today it's still a matter of holding back. Half an hour later, the doorman suddenly came with a His Majesty has arrived. Xiaoyi calmly sat down, holding a silver needle as he was treating noble consort Lian's physical therapy. Li Qinxian came in and scanned the room. Glancing at the lotus noble consort's rosy cheeks and much better chi, while seeing the pale Xiaoyi, he couldn't help but ask with concern. Xiao Aiqing, didn't I tell you to go nurse your body? Why are you in such a hurry to come to see the doctor? Ifei's body is important, Aiqing's body is also important, if you break down, how can you take care of Ifei? Xiaoyi got up and said faithfully, what's it to die with noble consort Lian for the sake of His Majesty? Lian Guifei smiled faintly as she pursed her lips, she believed that it was true, but if anyone died first, it must be herself, right? Xiaoyi's flesh was just too strong, it felt like some god physique in the legend. Let's ask him later. Li Qinxian sniffed and fiercely praised Xiaoyi's loyalty. Aiqing, you are too dedicated, if all the courtiers of Daqian are like you, I don't need to worry about it. And your medical skills are indeed powerful, Ifei's complexion has gotten much better. It's all because concubine Lian's bottom is good, the micro-minister is just going along for the ride. Xiaoyi was still speaking modestly and coughed twice again, his body shaking. Li Qinxian personally helped him to sit down. You too, it's a pity that you have a low cultivation level and don't know politics, otherwise I would have reused a loyal subject like you. Xiaoyi slightly arched his hand. Thank you, Your Majesty. Secretly saying that the Emperor is hinting at himself? But thinking about it, it also felt normal. The Emperor had only said this 1,000 times if not 10,000 times. You are just too modest. Just now in the Imperial study, some words I'm not good to say directly. I also have to remind you of the Imperial Horse Division, don't forget, and you live in the 3rd grade, although it is an idle position, but it is not an outsider to take it at will. Xiaoyi listened attentively, secretly saying that the Emperor is planning to cultivate him into a powerful cannon fodder. It seems that he wants to bring down Prime Minister Chao through its move? Probably just one of the pawns to bring down old Chao, probably more so. Your Majesty's instructions are in my mind. You quickly go back to rest. I purposely give you a month's vacation to let you recuperate. In addition, to introduce you to a helper, Shinshinsi, 1,000 households Mo Zijia. This time the princess suffered an attack. I need you together to investigate the mastermind. And, of course, the Royal Horse Division must not be forgotten. Outside the door walked in a military general in armor. This person was probably in his 30s, 8 feet tall, with small eyes, wearing a smile that Xiaoyi could tell at a glance was too false to be false. Xiaoyi recognized at a glance that this person is definitely a dog thief who sees the wind at the helm, hides a knife in his sleeve, and is always able to use himself for an official position. Lord Xiao, more guidance in the future. Lord Mo, more guidance. Both of them laughed at the same time. And noble consort Lian would suddenly have her breath become unstable as she hurriedly said, Your Majesty, it seems like I'm about to make a breakthrough. I'm going to close the door. Actually breakthrough at this time. I still want to accompany the love consort, Shoutai Doctor, during the period of your recuperation. Also hope that you also don't forget to take care of the Lotus noble consort. I am busy with affairs, it's hard for you. Li Chuanxian heart also depressed, said a long time known Lian Fei intimate. How so unfortunate, Lian Fei again to breakthrough, this again had to leave. This is the duty of the humble servant, and the humble servant will do everything in his power. After the emperor left, noble consort Lian subsided, leaving Xiaoyi alone to help pacify her for a while. Xiaoyi, I noble consort Lian wanted to speak, but Xiaoyi pressed her red lips. I know what you're going to say, but right now, definitely not. To no longer? Noble consort Lian's eyes unconsciously closed after seeing that there were only 2 people in the room again. After the burning of an incense, Xiaoyi didn't dare to delay for too long, so he reluctantly left noble consort Lian. When he left, noble consort Lian's flirtatious appearance almost made Xiaoyi difficult to extricate himself. The main feeling is that it does seem like Princess Lian is going to have a realm breakthrough at the end, and staying would indeed delay people. He had just stepped out of the Green Luan Palace a few hundred meters away, passing through a sea of flowers, when he turned the corner and passed a stone wall. A voice of greeting came from one side, Lord Xiao. Xiaoyi looked to his right, only to see Mo Zijia standing in the corner with a smile on his face, seemingly waiting for him specifically. Mr. Mo, what are you doing? Xiaoyi secretly said that this guy wouldn't be spying on himself and noble consort Lian, but the idea was quickly dispelled. Mo Zijia smiled heartily at him and said, Lord Xiao was seriously injured and still managed to keep working to save the princess and your consort. It really made me admire you, that's why I waited for Lord Xiao to come out, wanting to formally make friends with you. Xiaoyi reached out his hand, signaling to walk as he walked. Lord Mo was modest. I have also heard of Lord Mo's valor and extraordinary deeds. But compared with Lord Xiaoyu, it is nothing, especially see His Majesty's attitude towards you, really let us envy, Lord Xiao, and so young. In the future there will be some Mo Zijia said more and more exaggerated. Don't know also thought that Xiaoyi went out to fight the war, the merit to get the hand soft. Lord Xiao, I admire you from the bottom of my heart, and my admiration is like a flood of celestial water that goes on and on. Xiaoyi's eyes flinched, and they both said in unison, one shot dash. Oh ha 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 ha. Mo Zijia laughed, and so did Xiaoyi. Both of them seemed to see that the other was not an idle person, not a good thing. Lord Xiao, you are injured. I will take you to the sky, let's investigate properly. The 69,800 there, I will take you there, you can get a discount. Oh. Mo Zijia climbed Xiaoyi's shoulder, the two of them were like brothers. Really? It's not good, we're ministers of the court, it's against the rules, I'd rather dash. Lord Xiao said yes, it's the little one who's tacky, we're there to track down. The main thing is to investigate the case properly, isn't it, huh? Until they came to a crossroads, Xiaoyi had to go back to the Thai hospital, and the two of them parted with a smile on their faces. As soon as Xiaoyi left, Mo Zijia's smiling face instantly recovered and turned cold and indifferent. Inside the Imperial Hospital, Xiaoyi went back to his room surrounded by a group of Imperial doctors, and Quan Chong personally poured a basin of foot-washing water for Xiaoyi. Enjoy your meal, my lord. Well, you get out. Extract the reward. Xiaoyi was excited inwardly, this was a great harvest, and he didn't know how far the realm could go. Chapter 49 Great Increase in Strength, All Kinds of Care. True Spirit 9 Transformations, 10 years of experience in cultivation of True Spirit 9 Transformations, Heavenly Eyes of Martial Arts, Self-Healing Ability increased by 15%. 4 rewards in all. The extreme young sacred body had already been obtained before, to say that today's physique compared to before. Xiaoyi's most intuitive feeling is that his body's internal organs have been strengthened by leaps and bounds. Bone density was enhanced several times over again, which is impossible to describe because there is no control. That Acacia sect expert demonic man's strike failed to pierce through him precisely because of the powerful vertebrae, or else he would have been cut off at the waist. In the meantime, Xiaohui clasped his hands together and a bit of vermilion appeared on his brow, which began to glow, illuminating the entire room. As he exerted his power, the temperature of the entire house began to rise, and within this area, Xiaohui's power, and the yuan power in his body were all increased to a certain extent. Is this a field? Let's call it the extreme yang domain. Subsequently 10 years of cultivation experience poured into his body. Xiaohui seemed to have gone to another time and space to cultivate alone for 10 years. The hair had grown a little, and in these 10 years, he had cultivated hard alone, and his cultivation had directly crossed over into the spiritual platform realm, early spiritual platform, middle spiritual platform, and late spiritual platform. Until the spiritual stage was complete, it eventually stayed at the early stage of the four poles. If an outsider is around Xiaohui, one could see the yuan power within his body boiling on the surface of his body, which was too much stronger than the average four extremes cultivator, and even a wisp of breath leaking out could collapse an ordinary person. Those who know how to do so know that through this pressure they can tell that the density of yuan qi in Xiaohui's body is 5 times that of an ordinary cultivator, or even higher. And his yuan power carried a force of extreme yang that was destructive, and one strand of yuan power could rival 10 strands of a normal person. At the same time, behind Xiaohui's back, the blurred shadows of the 9 true spirits emerged. These shadows are exceptionally vague, and even difficult to see with the naked eye, until the 9 changes of the true spirit cultivated to a certain degree before the real true spirit can be evolved. The moment he opened his eyes, his pupils took on a golden color. This was the heavenly eye of martial arts, the effects of which could only be known in actual combat. Let's see what 20% self-healing does. Should we try it on ourselves and see if it grows? Xiaohui had a sudden thought, but immediately shook his head. It was better to cut his hand, it was too risky a play. A bone-searing cut was made in the palm of his hand, and a crunchy tickle came from it. Immediately afterward, the wound began to recover as far as the eye could see. So strong, with this fleshly body of mine, if I were to encounter that demonic person, even if I don't use the heart protector mirror and the thunderstorm pill, I would still be able to hold on for more than 10 breaths. It was followed by a feeling of one's Buddhist mind, and it was a blow to the head. If I didn't have this heart technique, I would never have been able to break that old demon's illusion. What level of heart technique is this? It can actually withstand the illusion techniques of a gathering tripod powerhouse. It would be even better if he could improve this mental method again. There are still yuan stones in my pocket, and I have nothing to cultivate myself. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Xiao, the Empress has sent a message. Quan Chang's voice rang out from outside the door. Empress? Xiaohui thought about how this woman seemed to be unhappy about his promotion, and wondered where he had offended him. Tidied up, collected his breath, opened the door of the room. Outside the door was the Empress's personal courtesan Mylan, 2 women. They dragged 2 pills in their hands and placed them on a jade disc. When he saw Xiaohui walking, he spoke. Lord Xiao, the Empress thanked you for saving the princess and sent 2 divine pills. This one is the golden jade pill, which can help Lord Xiao recover from his injuries. As for this one, it is the great yuan pill, which can help Lord Xiao break through his cultivation level, and there are a total of 5 of them in there. Xiaohui slightly saluted. My humble servant thanks the Empress for her love. The Empress also said that Lord Xiao is busy with his affairs, but his heart has gone far away. There are some things that it is better not to forget, and a heart that has gone far away also means that the person has gone far away as well. Xiaohui's heart was flabbergasted. Is this a warning? Don't mess with it, Nyang Nyang. My humble servant knows. Please both of you tell the Empress mother for me. When my humble servant's wound is healed, I will definitely give her a satisfactory answer. The 2 Mylan girls looked at each other, then handed over the pills. After seeing the 2 women leave, Xiaohui felt even more pressure enveloping him. What is this queen's position? What a mess. Xiaohui, lying on the bed, analyzed the gradual analysis of this attack on the princess. It goes without saying that Prime Minister Chao, who is antagonistic to the emperor, will definitely try to kill the princess, and now that the emperor has a few powerful sons, it's possible that they too. And as for the empress to kill the princess? Empress? Xiaohui sat up violently. The last time noble consort Lian suffered an attack from the Acacia sect, the empress was there, and this time it was the princess who suffered an attack from the Acacia sect. Could it be that that man was arranged by the empress? Hiss. The queen's surname is Jiang. Jiang's family is also a top stream family in Deqian, striking out at noble consort Lian and striking out at the princess. If the princess dies, then the Red Peak Sword sect may not be supporting Deqian. The imperial power is further weakened. Could it be that the queen wants to conspire against the emperor as well? Thinking of this, Xiaohui feels that the water of this palace is too deep. Good guy. How many camps are there in this, each smiling and hiding a knife? Lord Xiao, noble consort Lu's people have brought medicine. Outside the door, Quan Chong came again. Xiaohui opened the door, and standing at the doorway was noble consort Lu's personal maidservant, bringing a Yuling pill, as well as the Chiyu blood recovery cream that was applied to her body. Thank you, noble consort Ryu, for your concern. My lord, this is a message for you from noble consort Lu. The maidservant took out a jade talisman. Xiaohui opened it and pasted it on his head, and Lu Guifei's voice came from inside. Lord Xiao has no intention of planting flowers but does not see them. Xiaohui was a little messed up at the words. These people were one better than the other at talking. He immediately understood what noble consort Lu meant, that is, she missed him. Shaw is all too aware of his charms, and any woman would linger. My humble servant knows, it's just that I'm injured, and I understand what noble consort Lu means. I will bring your words. That maidservant nodded and went back without saying much. Before Xiaohui could go home, there was another visitor at the door, and it was actually Song Miao Miao. Lord Xiao. Miss Water? Seeing that you've changed all your lines, could it be that you've been highly promoted as well? Xiaohui saw that Song Miao Miao was dressed in a valiant gold-striped black robe. Hanging on his waist was the jade pendant of the word Jin, which was the symbol of the Jinshin division. Song Miao Miao smiled. From now on, I will be a secret agent of the Jinshin division, directly under the commanding general, and will only follow the orders of the emperor, the commanding general, and the princess, and will not be subject to the control of any other person, and will enjoy the treatment of the fourth rank. Yo, going out for a trip to eat an iron rice bowl, congratulations. Xiaohui praised from the bottom of his heart, but he also understood that this was the emperor's way of adding more chess pieces to himself. Aren't you going to invite me in for a seat? Song Miao Miao wore a shallow smile. Miss Water, please. Take it, from the princess, and from me, who knows if you have a real injury or not. Song Miao Miao stuffed Xiaohui with a bottle of elixir. The potion bottle was hot and still had the fresh scent of a young girl. Upon entering the house, Quan Chong respectfully brought hot tea. The two of them sat in front of the incense table, two fragrant teas, each placed on a small table in front of them. Please, Miss Water. Song Miao Miao took the hot tea and said softly, I came to tell you that the Imperial Horse Division will arrive with a batch of military rations in 3 days, and that there is a line of sky outside the city, 300 miles to the east, where it's best to make a move. Where did this news come from? Song Miao Miao whispered, who else could it be but the princess? If it wasn't for the Empress Dowager calling her over, she would have come to see you long ago, and didn't you say you wanted to help to Prime Minister Chao? The Imperial Horse Division is the first step, and by giving you this information, you can be sure that there is something wrong with what's inside. It's really her, this girl. Xiaohui didn't expect Li Susu to give Song Miao Miao everything. Honestly, what exactly is the relationship between you and the princess? Did you have that? After Song Miao Miao asked, her snow-white neck brushed red. That? Why can't I understand what Miss Shui said? Xiaohui, an old oil man, naturally responded freely, this kind of thing should of course be beaten to death. It's just that, the thing about being able to have children. Song Miao Miao's body, which had been straight, sat back down. Xiaohui pretended to look around and shushed, Water girl, rice can be eaten indiscriminately, words cannot be said indiscriminately. The princess and I are innocent, how can we do that? I am just a gynecologist, will I take advantage of people's danger? Song Miao Miao coughed, cough cough, then I'm relieved, I'm stuck in my realm now, help me see if you can help me break through. Chapter 50, Difficulty Xiaohui So Will. The system worked as promised. 1. Help Miao Miao Song make a breakthrough, get rewarded with a Thunderfire talisman. Note, there are many ways to raise your cultivation level, otherwise using the wrong way will only part ways with River Song and make the other party wary, collapsing their persona. 2. Refuse, get rewarded with a top-grade weapon of the spiritual order, the Ink Rod Golden Hook. Note, refusing for the time being won't have too much effect. Xiaohui saw from the options that Song Miao Miao's attitude towards herself was that of a friend at best, and it seemed a long way from which. After all, the water girl was not a deep palace complainer and had a good character herself. As for the second, it makes sense that one would have been wounded and determined. Miss Water, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well right now, why don't we talk about it later? Song Miao Miao just smiled, I'm just asking, I can understand. In the end, the two of them talked about the Acacia sect, and all Song Miao Miao knew was that the emperor might let King Shun personally take action. After a strain of incense, the fragrant tea on the table had been finished, and the conversation between the two had come to an end. Song Miao Miao got up, straightened her wrinkled dress, and casually said, Lord Xiao, you'll be moving to the Taishang Temple residence soon, so if you need help then, you can look for me. How can I be so kind as to bother Miss Shui with this kind of thing? When I'm healed, I'll come back to inform you to help you make a breakthrough. Then I would like to thank Lord Xiao. By the way, the princess also said to be careful of the fifth highness. Got it, slow down. The fifth prince? The man you've seen twice, who doesn't have much of a presence. Xiaohui paid attention to a few things in his mind. Extract the reward. A golden lance, which appeared in Xiaohui's hand, weighed about 3,000 kilograms, and was like an arm to Xiaohui. Great gun. The gun sword was thick and with barbs, which increased the killing power even more, and if it was catalyzed with yuan power, the long gun sprayed out gunshots on its own. Xiaohui swung some time until he felt slightly tired, then he put away his gun and went back to the house. Now that I have 2 spirit rank weapons in my hands, with the Fei Hong chasing snow for long range and the Ink Rod Golden Hook for melee, my strength is too much higher than before. It's been 3 hours? Xiaohui hadn't slept for a long time, and after being tired for half a month, he could finally rest. The next day, The official uniform of the secretary of the Taishan temple came down, while the new director of the Tai hospital side has not been better selected. So Xiaohe is considered to be wearing 2 jobs, not to mention that his medical skills are now well known. Even if he is not in the imperial hospital, there will be a lot of people looking for him to see a doctor. When Xiaohe took over his new position, he also got his own mansion. The residence of the secretary of the Taishan temple was in the southern area of the city, where there were more than 20 residences surrounding it, all of which were officials of the 3rd grade, and further on, the residences of higher positions. Xiaohe didn't rush over to see the new house, but first went to the house that Princess Taining had given her to see her sister first. After all, I've been promoted, so I have to share the good news with my sister to make her happy. Leaving the palace, Xiaohe traveled in a low-profile manner, and possessing the heavenly eyes of martial Dao, he soon realized that there were people staring at him all around. There are a total of 4 people following me, and they're standing spread out, seemingly from 4 different forces. These 4 people did not make a move, but followed Xiaohe from afar. It was not until Xiaohe was close to the 100-feet range of the mansion given by the princess that these few people disappeared. Xiaohe stood at the entrance to the quiet mansion and looked back at the 2 attics in the rear, sandwiched by a street 50 feet long, separating ordinary life from the world of the officials. Those people didn't dare to overstep those 2 attics, only that they were still waiting outside. For 4 extreme realms for the people who followed me are looking down on me too much. Xiaohe took out the jade token and turned towards the princess's mansion, lifting his hand and sticking it on the entrance of the mansion. The gate made of that special material slowly opened a crack. Xiaohe pushed the door to enter. This mansion covers an area of 20,000 square meters, the east side of the courtyard, the west side of the building, 3 spans of 5 courtyards, halls and halls. And with such a large house, Zhu Xiaoming was the only one living there, and it wasn't like there weren't any servants in it. It was Zhu Xiaoming herself who asked not to. She wasn't used to being waited on. The yard was too big, but Xia could already hear a busy point in the distance. Xiaohe walked over lightly and saw Zhu Xiaoming with his sleeves rolled up and a hoe in his hand planting vegetables, melons and fruits, and on the other side there were many chickens, ducks, fish, pigs and cows. She actually does so much farm work by herself? Xiaohe looked a little heartbroken. His sister was doing this to give him something better to eat, right? Many of the ingredients on the market nowadays are processed through the cultivator's implements, and what they eat is not clean at all. In the past, there were no conditions to grow and raise their own food, but now there are, so my sister has taken on the burden alone. But Xiaohe noticed that his sister's hands had been soft and white, and that after all these years, despite all the hard work, her looks, her complexion, were perfect. Is this perhaps natural beauty? Just as Xiaohe was about to think about walking over to help, a familiar voice came from inside the house. Sis, why is this soup of mine always salty? Zhu Xiaoming said, if it's salty, add more water. Oh, I know. Zhu Xiaoming, is Xiaohe really coming back today? I think so. I heard Senior Sister Song say that he'll be back to rest today, and he just took over as secretary of the Taishan temple. He'll be very busy, and now that he has a month's vacation, what's the point of staying in the palace if he doesn't take advantage of the opportunity to rest? Zhu Xiaoming wiped his sweat and looked to the sky with a pleased smile. But he can't live here now that he's a 3rd-rank secretary of the Taishan temple, otherwise there would be more gossip. The voice in the room was a bit muffled. Zhu Xiaoming laughed. Xiaohe, he has already received too much care from you. I am happy for him to have a friend like you. By the way, Sister Xiaoming, why is your surname Zhu and his surname Xiaoa? Aren't you siblings? Well, we're not related by blood. What? The voice inside the house suddenly pulled up a few points, and Li Susu walked out from the house, both eyes empty as she looked at Zhu Xiaoming with an extremely complex expression. I don't know if it was tinged with hostility or respect. Xiaohe slapped his big hand on his face, both eyes black. How is it a princess? What's finished is that the woman still knows that her sister and he are not related. Although it was already a habit to sleep with his sister at night, if the princess knew about it, she would definitely be jealous and even quarrel, and the consequences would be unimaginable one way or the other. 1. Take the initiative to appear, like a man to conquer the 2 women, to obtain the reward, push the palace to live bloodhand. Note, not dealt with properly may make the princess will be sad and sad, resulting in differences. The 2 people have just experienced life and death will not reduce the degree of affection, but there will be trouble. 2. Directly leave, let the 2 women confront, get reward, avatar heavenly crippled feet. Note, women confrontation will only talk more and more outrageous, do not take the initiative to stop, maybe directly showdown, the consequences are unimaginable. At this moment, Li Susu whispered, so you 2 aren't pro, between you? Li Susu said, the thumbs of both hands pressed together and kept bumping, implying some kind of meaning. Zhu Xiaoming's ears reddened, thinking that he and Xiaohe sometimes cuddled together and slept together, indeed some. But it's been so many years, it's long been a habit, now. What is the princess talking about? I'm his sister, I won't go too far, the most I can do with him is. At most what? Princess Taining's eyes widened, her heart seemed to have an answer. No wonder Xiaohe was so skillful. Originally, it was someone who taught her. Chapter 51, Almost Shura. At most, just eat and wash dishes together, live their lives, support each other occasionally, have fights and conflicts. But the feelings are deep and impeccable, isn't it, sister? Xiaohe walked out. If he didn't come out, I guess Xu Xiaoming was going to say something about the two of them sleeping together. Xiao He. Xu Xiaoming smiled from the bottom of his heart and on the other side there was a man full of joy. Both of them lunged in unison with open arms. When he reached Xiaoyi's near, Xu Xiaoming realized that it didn't seem good for the princess to be here. Li Susu was also aware that she had lost her temper and immediately withdrew her hand. Your Highness, it seems that you like my brother a lot. Xu Xiaoming laughed lightly and winked at Xiao He. Li Susu's cheeks blushed slightly and she didn't deny it. Instead she asked with concern, how is your injury? It's all better already, Your Majesty and the Queen, and so much of your medicine, of course it's fine. Really? Li Su was skeptical. Come inside and I'll take a look for you. I really good almost. Xiao He quickly refused. This into the house may be standing on again. You guys? Xu Xiaoming always felt that the relationship between the two was not too close, a princess being so concerned about her brother, coupled with the princess's expression and dismay after hearing that she wasn't a pro just now, as well as treating her so well before. Xu Xiaoming understood something at once. She didn't point it out and took the initiative to pull Xiaoyi's wrist. Come on, I made you a winter scarf. Come and take a look. I've made you a delicious meal, so take a look too. Li Susu pulled on Xiaoyi's right wrist, not letting go at all. Wait. Xiao He exerted a slight force to stop the two women who were moving forward. Watch me cook first. Li Susu twisted her head, regardless of the 3 7s and 20, her mouth pouting and puffing. Today she deliberately wore a homemade short skirt with a ponytail, and underneath the white skirt were snow-white, round, slender calves, especially since the skirt was not above the knee. Because Xiaoyi had told him that the highest etiquette for meeting a boyfriend was a short skirt, with black silk. There is no such thing as black silk in Dakian, so the skirt can only be cut shorter, but Li Susu only dares to wear it like this at home, but not outside, otherwise she will be punished by the Empress Dowager. I made you my scarf for a year. Xu Xiaoming turned her face sideways, her eyes slightly red, biting her lower lip, not sure what she thought, but it must have been hard. The feeling that her brother, who belonged to her, seemed to be walking towards another woman, made her heart sink. The hardest part was that she couldn't stop it, didn't even have any identity to stop it, and for a while, her eyes grew red with crystals. 1. Go to eat the princess's meal, get reward, acupuncture, gold needle 18 points, note, went to eat the princess's meal, broke the sister's heart, the other party but for your handmade scarf. 2. Follow your sister, get reward, shrinking the sun into your belly. Note that the princess will suspect your relationship with your sister and be jealous, and in order to get you, she may rebel against the royal family and show her hand to marry you. This? It's not a good choice. Especially the second one. If this princess really went crazy and yelled to marry him, wouldn't she die faster? Neither can be chosen, so no, although the rewards of 12 are all very tempting. And a second reward that would keep him out of a lot of trouble. All slow down. Xiao He gave a low shout. Putting on that fierce expression when playing games with Li Susu, with this roar Li Susu suddenly looked like a soft rabbit and her eyes became mesmerized. Xu Xiaoming, on the other hand, was taken aback, never having seen his brother so fierce. Your things, all of them are important, but I can't favor one over the other isn't it? Look, you're cooking alone, and my sister, she's busy planting, and me, I'm enjoying myself as soon as I come. What's it like? And I see the ground, no one is sweeping it, no one is mopping it, I'll go and make the hygiene, and I'll try it one by one during dinner later on. But, Li Su muttered. No buts, Shaw winked, his eyes looking viciously at her ass, but quickly narrowed. Seeing this, Li Susu's buttocks subconsciously tightened and instantly became honest. Good then, we'll continue to be busy. Xu Xiaoming was a bit more understanding, letting go of Xiaoyi's hand and resuming her previous gentle appearance. Take off your clothes, I'll wash them for you, and the old ones, did you bring them back? That, I forgot. Xiaoyi scratched his head in embarrassment. It's fine, don't wear those for you, I prepared new ones for you, you gave me a lot of money last time, I bought a few sets of clothes for winter. Xu Xiaoming said in bits and pieces, skillfully going in and out of the house, changing Xiaoyi into other clothes. Li Susu, who was on the side, saw the scene and realized that she was completely unable to intervene. Unable to help himself, he asked, you guys do this all the time? Xu Xiaoming said, yeah, it's been like this since mom and dad left. So that's how it is. What happened just now? It was me who was impulsive. Li Susu also finally understood that. Xu Xiaoming had taken care of Xiaoyi for so long that it had become a habit to watch the actions of the two of them, so it could be imagined that this one who was the older sister had been taking care of Xiaoyi, and Li Susu couldn't help but feel a little bit guilty for the jealousy-fighting behavior that she had engaged in just now. Xu Xiaoming said that it was fine, and then went off to help with the cooking. Xiaoyi watched the two women busy themselves in the kitchen, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed Xu Xiaoming who was speeding up the stir-frying and cutting of vegetables. Li Susu had never been exposed to this after all, and the only dish that was ready before he came back was already burnt. Won't let me eat this. Xiaoyi laughed bitterly, but didn't say anything more, casually took a broom and winded up the house in a few moments. At mealtime, when Li Susu came up with a soup and a dish she had made, she was embarrassed with her small face when comparing it to Xu Xiaoming's dish. Own dish, only one color, black. As for Xu Xiaoming's dishes, they are green and red, with a full range of colors and flavors. Forget it. I'll dump my dish. Lee Susu got up and walked back to the kitchen with her plate. Don't, it's not easy to make it, so at least taste it. Xiao He said. This looks unpalatable, and I'm afraid it's going to poison you. It's fine, just a taste. Xiao He picked up his chopsticks and picked up a pile and put it in his mouth. How does it taste? Lee Susu was full of anticipation. Xia swallowed awkwardly. You did a good job, I suggest not doing it next time. Lee Su was a little bereft. Here, take a look, the wool for this scarf, I bought it from Sun's Home Spinning in the east of the city. The scarf that Zhu Xiaoming took out was azure in color, and on it was engraved with Sui's ominous green mountains and green water, and there was a young man carrying a medicine chest in that mountain, picking medicine. This person looks quite similar to Xiao He on closer inspection. Sis. Xiao He wanted to say thank you, but felt it was too light. He must take good care of Sis in the future. Lee Susu couldn't help but praise Zhu Xiaoming's dexterity from the side. Hurry up and eat, or the rice will get cold. Zhu Xiaoming reminded with a smile. I'm going to eat with one for you, one for me, one for you. Lee Susu pinched a pile for herself, another for Xiao He, and another for Zhu Xiaoming. At the same time, sneaking his foot on Xiao He's leg. Cough. Xiao He coughed a reminder warning not to mess around. Xiao He couldn't help coughing loudly. Cough cough cough. Lee Susu acted as if she couldn't hear, her mouth picking at the rice. What's the matter, is Lord Zhao's illness still not well? Slow down and drink some hot water. Zhu Xiaoming got up and poured a cup of water. It's already fine, the princess is overly concerned. Xiao He kept making eyes. Seeing that Lee Susu didn't listen, Xiao He also took off his shoes and put his feet over. Lee Susu, who was eating, shivered and almost dropped her rice bowl. What? Why are you guys eating strangely? And why is this table unstable? It keeps shaking. Zhu Xiaoming was surprised and then leaned back, ready to look under the table. Chapter 52, A Sudden Attack. Both men instantly took their feet back. Come on, sis, you eat more too, look at how thin you are. Xiao He was a bit vain. Lee Susu blushed, suddenly remembering that she hadn't finished her party's words, so she asked, Sister, what exactly did you say most just now? Zhu Xiaoming hesitated for a few moments, and after exchanging a glance with Xiao He, he understood what the other party was thinking. At the most, at the age of 10, there was very little contact. They all washed and slept in each other's beds. Lee Susu stretched her voice, looking like she was still a bit skeptical, but Xiao He didn't bother to explain. But Lee Susu thought, you washed the childhood, I washed the big time, now he is mine, or own scratch. And laughed again. After the meal, Zhu Xiaoming went to wash the dishes, and Lee Susu still wanted to pull Xiao He to make a bad move. Stop it and behave, I'm telling you, if you keep this up, I'm not going to play right and smoke turtle with you anymore, okay? Okay, but we haven't even been for a couple days. Su Li bounced. Xiao He heavily slapped Lee Susu's ass. Alright, be honest. Aha. Lee Su nodded obediently. Seeing that Lee Susu was honest, Xiao He, sister, let me help you wash. When it's all over. Xia is ready to go back to his house. At the main entrance, Xiao He and Lee Susu walked out together, and Song Miao Miao followed behind at an unknown time. Xiao He sighed, it can't be helped, there are too many people in the court and too many mouths to feed, and although your place is one of the few safest in the city, as long as I'm here, others will be suspicious for one more day, and instead there are too many handles. Lee Susu also understood this, and did not overly disregard Xiao He's danger for her own selfish desires. Several people got into a carriage and traveled to the residence of the secretary of the Imperial Standing Temple. Although it was only 5,000 square feet in size, with 4 courtyards and not much of a garden, it was still considered luxurious. It's more than 1,000 times better than the homes that existed before Xia. Lee Susu had wanted to go in and sit down, but not long after she arrived, a white-haired woman walked in the distance. The pupils of this woman's eyes were also white and looked strange. Xiao He noticed that although this woman was walking on the ground, her feet did not touch the ground. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has an invitation. Lee Susu immediately became honest upon hearing the word Empress Dowager. Got it, I'll go right away. He didn't even dare to look at Xiao He when he left. After Lee Susu left, only Xiao He and Zhu Xiaoming were left at the door. The Empress Dowager again? Xiao He stroked his chin, always feeling that whenever he heard the Empress Dowager, there would always be an invisible pressure over his head. I hope I don't have nothing to summon him for that day. Turning toward his new future home. There were 2 guards at the door, dressed in simple clothes and armed with spears. You are the former secretary of the Taishan Temple Guards? Xiao He asked, while taking out the proof of official position in his hand. The 2 guards saw that it was their new master and immediately saluted back. To your lordship. Yes, we have been working here for 2.5 years. Xiao He, how many guards are left in the mansion now, underlings? The man on the left hastily said, there are a total of 5 maids, 10 guards, and 2 cooks. Xiao He nodded his head and checked the cultivation of these 2 guards. They were only at the 5th rank. What could they do? But there's no way to find something awesome on your own, so you'll just have to take one step at a time. Gather everyone up and I'll check them out one by one. Yes. When Xiao He walked into the mansion, there were 2 corridors on the left and right sides, a meeting hall at the very front, and the rooms for the guards as well as the maids and cooks were on the west side. The 3 rear buildings have 3 dining rooms, 3 main rooms, and 7 bedrooms. Xiao He first checked all the rooms to make sure there were no problems, and then he came to the front yard with Xu Xiaoming, and all the people in the mansion had arrived. "Good day, my lord." The crowd saluted when they saw Xiao He's arrival, while their eyes were filled with surprise, wondering that this lord was actually so young. Xiao He nodded, and then began to scrutinize these people, his bland gaze carrying some pressure, causing this group of people to cower and bow their heads. "You can all go home now." "Ha? My lord, have we done something wrong?" "My lord, don't, where will we find work after we leave?" Xiao He said, "That's your business, it has nothing to do with me, I'll give you an incense stick of time to hurry up and I'll leave." "Lord don't." Those two cooks and a few maids came over on their knees, their faces full of supplication. But Xiao He did not soften his heart, but looked at them with a bland gaze. Xu Xiaoming on the side didn't say anything and silently stood behind Xiao He. Suddenly, the two cooks, as well as the three maids and two guards, suddenly stormed up and killed Xiao He with sharp blades in their hands. At this moment, the distance was only 1 foot, close at hand, and Xu Xiaoming let out a cry of alarm, wanting to step forward to help fend it off. Xiao He shielded him and threw a punch. Boom! These people who struck out, flew backward at an even faster speed, each of them had their ribs shattered, their internal organs broken, and after collapsing a few wigwams, they fell into the water. When the rest of the people saw this scene, they turned around and ran in fear. "Did I tell you to leave?" Xiao He said in a deep voice. The rest of the people were so scared that their faces turned pale and their legs went weak as they fell to their knees. "My lord, it's none of our business, we didn't know, spare our lives." Xiao He didn't pay attention to the remaining few people, lifting his hand and releasing yuan power in his hand. Those few that fell into the water were moved to the ground. All but 2 of the cooks are still alive and everyone else is dead. Actually, they are chefs of the Lingtai realm, say it, who arranged for you to come. Xiao He took out an inked rod and golden hook and stabbed at the higu point, the back of the hand, at the midpoint of the radial side of the metacarpal bone, and the senyengio point, the location of 3 inches of the ankle, behind the inner side of the shin bone. Under Xiao He's familiarity with human acupuncture points, the 2 chefs wailed in pain, and the cold sweat was suddenly more than water. Xiao He pointed the tip of his gun at the location of the trigeminal nerve of one of the men, say, "This pain, it can keep you from dying, but you let you experience the extreme pain of your divine soul and flesh, it's all a death anyway, so why don't you say that it's arranged?" Seeing that the cook gritted his teeth, but a hint of hesitation had arisen in his eyes, Xiao He squatted down and said again, "Tell you a secret, as long as you die, the person behind you, will absolutely kill your family, no need to make sure you say it or not." The cook's eyes widened. "No way, he promised me. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, if you tell me, at least I can help you get revenge." After the cook on the ground turned inside out, he nervously said, "It's the previous secretary of the Taishang Temple, Lord Wang Jixin." "Got it, old thing suing for old age, still not honest." Xiao He snorted coldly and then killed the cook on the ground. "Xiao He, what do we do?" Xu Xiaoming was full of worry, not expecting to encounter such a bloody matter just after moving, and also realizing how dangerous Xiao He was in the courtroom. Trigger special options. 1. To find the murderer behind the scenes. Note that this option is a progress reward. The murderer is a total of 5 people, each kill 1. You can get the corresponding reward. The reward contains cultivation, divine weapons, magical powers, techniques, special treasures, or miscellaneous items, etc. Option is dangerous, be careful as, if you do not pay attention to fall into the land of doom. 2. Pretend you don't know it didn't happen, get rewarded with the art of fighting left and right. Note, being a softie at home fighting left and right is your perfect life. This system is definitely here to taunt, even if the system does not have the option Xiao He has to find out the murderer. But this second option is really a bit insulting. How can a 7-foot man spend his prime years fighting left and right at home? Have revenge, follow the trail and find out the real murderer. Xiao He looked at Xu Xiaoming and then at the several shivering guards and maids on the ground. "You 2 stay as witnesses enough, the other few, sorry." Xiao He left the 2 standing guard at the door. "The rest of the people have a small amount of suspicion, do not dare to let them out," closed his eyes and swept a gun, the ground to add a few more corpses. "The old Taichung Temple secretary wanted to harm you, I think it's definitely not the mastermind, but he should have returned to his hometown," Xu Xiaoming reminded. Xiao He nodded. "This old thing, before he left, he still wanted to backstab me. Don't worry, this old thing doesn't need me to do it myself yet, I already have the right person to find him." Chapter 53 Servant General, Minister. "Lord Xiao, what brings you here?" Mo Zijia's mansion was located a bit in front of the south of the city, although it was not as big as Xiao He's, his location was quite ingenious, and it was easy to make a mistake if you didn't look carefully. "I came to tell you something, I have clues about what the emperor said, but you know, I'm just a secretary of the Taichung Temple, but I don't have the function of catching the court officials, this thing only you can do, it's a pity to take this credit off." Xiao He was full of despondency. Mo's eyes flashed under a smile. "Lord Xiao, who is it that makes you not dare to make a move? Could it be that it comes from a great source? This matter needs to be plotted in secret, not to frighten the snakes. You now hasten to apprehend this man, none other than the old secretary of the Taichung Temple, Wang Jixin." "Him? This old man, with no force at all, can take a shot at you?" Xiao He narrowed his eyes and said, "He is just a lead, the big head is still behind, I have other things to do at the moment, I don't have time to accompany you, Mr. Mo, don't forget that the Emperor is asking us to work together. After Imo Zijia calculated in his mind for a while, he felt that there was no difficulty in catching a Wang Jixin, so he readily agreed. Good, I know where this Wang Jixin's hometown is as well, I'll go there, 5 days, no, 3 days and it'll be done, wait for my good news. Then I'll take care of Mr. M.O. Moja unexpectedly glanced at Zhu Xiaoming as he passed by Xiaohe. And this is? My sister. Sha said. Your sister? Mo touched his head at home and muttered, why does it look a bit familiar? What looks familiar? Go and arrest someone, still thinking of hitting my sister? Xiao, he said without any good humor. Imo Zijia galloped away on a white-furred demonic beast. This was the white demon wolf, suitable for riding alone. Generally the experts of the Jinshin division would be equipped with this kind of mount, flexible, resourceful, and able to fight with their masters. After Xiaohe informs Imo Zijia, he once again finds Song Miao Miao, who was home alone. Song Miao Miao stayed in her mansion outside the palace because the princess had gone to the Empress Dowager's place, and she was now also a secret agent by the Emperor's side, so of course she had her own mansion. She was taking a bath, and when she heard that it was Xiaohe who came to the door, she went to open the door, wrapped in her long, wide skirt, her wet hair not even dry. Lord Xiao, your injuries are healed and you've come to help me make a breakthrough? Xiaohe looked at the dripping wet water girl, her smiling face through the red. A long leg was not blocked, snow white and round exposed. 1. Help break through. 2. No need to choose 2. And don't look at when, this will break through. Xiaohe didn't wait for the system to finish, then muttered inside his head. 1. Help break through, get reward, yin yang 10 points needle, note, Song Miao Miao, and you have not yet reached that level of relationship, may be counterproductive. 2. Control yourself, do the right thing, get the reward, a wonderful healer, note, Song Miao Miao is a good helper, it will be a pleasure to work together, and it can also enhance the breakthrough relationship. I've been attacked at the secretary of the Taisho, it's a big deal and I need you to follow me to arrest someone. Song Miao Miao sniffed and immediately invited Xiaohe in. Zhu Xiaoming had been following Xiaohe without saying a word and was very good. That is the residence of a third-grade official, strictly guarded, who could be so bold as to attack an imperial official. Song Miao Miao felt a bit unbelievable. The previous Xiaohe was just a sesame official, an imperial physician of the 8th or 9th rank. In this heavenly city, death was death, no one cared, and even if it was investigated, those big shots could use many means to absolve themselves of responsibility. Now Xiaohe is the 3rd grade, death is not a small matter, if something happens absolutely alarmed the court. The murderer took a huge risk and dared to strike at the residence of the secretary of the imperial household, so the source behind the scene must not be small. Unfortunately, the person who arranged this underestimated my strength too much. It's not too late, first go with me to arrest Xiao Qing, he may be able to ask something from his mouth. The young secretary is the deputy of the secretary of the Taishang Temple, equivalent to the second-in-command of the Taishang Temple. In order to directly apprehend them, it is imperative to bring along Song Miao Miao, who has the power to enforce the law, in order to be the most appropriate. Wait for me to change my clothes, I'll accompany you. Song Miao Miao moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, she was dressed in the special clothing of the Jinshin division, the black uniform making her even more heroic. Miss Shui has a different kind of beauty when she changes into this. Get going, Song Miao Miao gave Xiaohe a blank look without any good humor. The residence of the young secretary was also in the south of the city, only there was a distance of about 10 miles from the residence of the 3rd grade. When Xiaohe and Song Miao Miao arrived, a weak light was on in Xiaoqing's house, and vaguely, they heard the sound of children's jostling, and women's laughter inside. After Song Miao Miao and Xiaohe exchanged a glance, the two of them flew over the high wall in a single bound, and although there was a thin wall of spells, it was cut off by Song Miao Miao's sword. The guard was just about to make a move when he was sent to the west by Song Miao Miao's sword. Xiaoqing, who was eating and drinking heavily in the house, looked up and saw his face change violently after the two men descended from the sky. Just as he was about to get up and yell, he was pointed at the neck by Xiaohe, and he opened his big mouth and could only send out a silent plea for help. At the same time appalled Xiaohe's strength, although he is a civil official but at least he is a small master of the late stage of Lingtai, actually was subdued by one move. The wife and daughter on the side were instantly controlled by Song Miao Miao. After Miao Miao Song traveled through the house to check, she had an extra secret letter in her hand. Lord Xiao, there's no one in the house, only a letter, still fresh. The young secretary, who was controlled by Xiaohe, clearly flashed a hint of panic under his eyes when he saw this letter. Oh, do you know who I am? The young secretary shook his head. I'm the new secretary of the Taishang Temple, you can only speak when I tell you to speak now, if you dare to yell and scream, Nuwa. Xiaohe yanked over the young secretary's wife. If you scream, I will kill one, understand? Xiaohe said and opened the secret letter. The content inside made him look puzzled. The young secretary nodded his head in horror, not realizing that he was the new secretary of the Taishang Temple, and didn't his strength mean that he was a piece of trash of the 9th order? Finished. Cough. Xiaoqing said incredulously after being unlocked from his acupoints, how can you still be alive, you're not dash. Shouldn't it be dead? A few Ling Tai realms also want to kill me, Xiaoyi pointed to the secret letter and asked, say, after killing me, who is this Liu Yao, who is preparing to be the new secretary of Taichung Temple? He's the minister of household, Zhong Tao's nephew. Zhang Tu? Dr. Shui was killed by him, and he didn't expect to be hit by him again, and his own old man, whom he hadn't met yet, might also be killed by him. Yeah, that's him. Ridiculous, a positive third-grade official, on what grounds to arrange a secretary of the Taishan Temple? He is so capable? The young secretary's face showed bitterness. My lord, please spare me, if I say too much. If you don't kill me, my whole family will be killed by outsiders. Song Miaomiao interjected, you colluded with the secretary of the Taishan Temple to murder the new secretary of the Taishan Temple. You have already committed a major crime. The maximum punishment is to be sentenced to death by thunder. Who are you? I've never seen your kind before in the Jinshin division. See it now? Song Miaomia took out the unique token, and when Xiaoqing looked at it, he instantly turned ashen. How could he not have imagined that the new secretary of the Taishan Temple actually had a relationship with the people of the Jinshin division as well? In his mind, even if it didn't work out, this new secretary of the Taishan Temple wouldn't dare to do anything to him, and when he had been in office for a few days, he would unite with external forces to make him know what to do. But I didn't expect the other side to be so decisive and ruthless, and killed him directly at his home that night. Xiaoyi continued to laugh. You intend to murder an imperial official, your wife is corrupt in your name, exploiting tax revenue, committing crimes against your superiors, and even bribing an imperial official with your body, which is punishable by being immersed in a pigsty, and even your daughters have to be sold to the Department of Correctional Faculties. Xiaoqing's eyes turned crimson as he angrily said, you're spitting blood. What proof do you have that my wife has never done any of this? Xiaoyi smiled indifferently. You forgot that I have another profession, that is, gynecologist. Miss Shui, bring Mrs. Xiaoqing into the house. Let me properly check if there are any traces of a certain minister on her, or if there are any traces of me left behind in order to bribe me. Song Miaomiao blushed, but she understood what Xiaoyi meant, so she smothered her head and did as she was told, pulling the beautiful woman into the house. The woman's face was horrified. Husband, save me, I don't want. Xiaoqing looked at his wife who was dragged in, the defense line in his heart completely collapsed. After all, at any rate, it's death. Can't let his wife be humiliated for nothing. Wait, I said, it's the Minister of Households, Mr. Qin, who agreed that he could help with the appointment. It's him. Complete the progress quest, catch one of the murderers, Su Liang, and get the reward of 10 years of training experience in the amazing God technique. Chapter 54, Don't you salute me when you see me? After all was said and done, Xiaoqing sat down paralyzed, knowing he was finished. The two cooks of the secretary of the Taishan Temple, and who arranged them? Xiao he continued to ask. This I'm not sure, really not sure. Even if you sell my whole family to the hooker, sell me and let me sell my ass, I can't say it. Xiaoqing was anxious, afraid that Xiao he would not believe. Really? I do know that some of the big shots in Sky City like Dragon and Yang, especially to some people in high positions. Xiaoqing blushed miserably and said with resignation, I'll admit it then, if you like it, take it. At the same time, he pouted his buttocks with a lifeless look. Off. Xiaoyi kicked him away. It seemed that what needed to be squeezed had already been squeezed. Currently 5 behind the scenes, the most trashy young secretary has been captured. Mo Zijia is chasing the old secretary of the Taishan Temple, followed by the minister of the Ministry of the Household, and the secretary of the Ministry of the Household. These two are big fish, especially Qin Shizhong, the Minister of Households, the highest official of the Ministry of Households, in charge of the land, tax, household registration, financial rights, and so on. He's so powerful, who dares to touch him? Even the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, an official of the same rank, had much more power compared to him, the secretary of the Taishan Temple in charge of the Ministry of Rights. Not to mention the minister of the household. I'm afraid that even Prime Minister Chao will be polite when he sees him. Even this guy might be secretly hooking up with Prime Minister Chao. Song Miaomiao said, you can rest assured that the dungeon of the Jinshin division is not something that those people can meddle with, and currently the Jinshin division still belongs to the imperial power directly, and outsiders can meddle with a very small amount of power. Then I'll trouble Miss Water. Xiao he was very relieved of this woman, all on the same page for now. Song Miaomiao detained Xiaoqing's family and carefully walked out of the room, looking left and right before realizing that no one was paying attention to them, and carefully escorted the people away. Along the way Shaw notices that when he passes some of the mansions, there are people snooping around inside. But Song Miaomiao was very professional, directly blocking the faces of Xiaoqing's family and not allowing them to make a single sound. After leaving this area of officials' residences, Xiao He and Miao Miaosong parted ways, with Miao Miaosong bringing the person back to the dungeon of the Jinshin division. Xiao He, on the other hand, calmly returned to his house. After Xiao He left, a group of people came to the young secretary's house in a hurry. At the head of the group was a divine guardsman in red armor, with 1,000 household token hanging from his waist. See that the house is not popular. The leader's face changed. Bad, find someone. The group rummaged through the house and no one was to be seen. The leading Qin whose face was extremely gloomy. Could it be that the imperial doctor arrested him? I just heard that Xiaoyi came out of the Taishang temple. It should be him. Come with me, go to the secretary of the Taishang temple to ask for someone. Secretary of the Taishang temple. Since there weren't many people, the mansion was dim, and it was only when Zhu Xiaoming lit candles that there was more color. The two guards who were guarding the gate stood shivering in front of Xiaoyi. What are the names of the two of you? Xiaoyi sat in the main seat of the front hall, his right hand resting on the tea table. The two of us are brothers. My name is Chen Sanxiao and my brother's name is Chen Wulong. Mihashi, Goro. Xiaoyi tapped his fingers and muttered, say it, how much was charged? Money? The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly, then honestly knelt down. We collected a total of 1,000 Daqin coins, which we've already sent home, but we didn't think of taking a shot at you, ever. Chen Sanxiao cowed out as he spoke, his head cracking. Xiaoyi waved his hand, take the money over, someone will come to pick you up in a while. As long as you are truthful at that time, I can protect your lives. If you are not honest, don't blame me for being ruthless. My lord, we will do as we are told. Just then, outside the main door, there was a violent banging sound. Open the door, open the door. If it were not for the good material of the gate of the secretary of the Taishang temple, I am afraid that it would have rotted. Xiaoyi's martial heavenly eyes opened and saw the external situation. There were 11 people in total. The one at the head had a thick breath. It was clearly a divine guardian 1000. Behind them were 10 people, 8 ninth order incompatible products and 1 spiritual platform realm expert. Just after arresting the young secretary, the divine guards are coming for me, so it seems like this person should be an accomplice. Xiaoyi counted the time. Song Miao Miao should be here soon. Sis, you follow me. Aha! Xu Xiaoming nodded her head. She didn't go anywhere this entire journey. She kept following Xiaoyi, not even saying a word, as if she was an air person. Xiaoyi came to the door, and the sound of the crash outside the door was like thunder, and it even startled the mansion 100 feet away next door. Open the door, hurry up, I am 1,000 lun, open the door, or I will break in. Obviously the official position of the residents here is high, making these people dare not come openly. If Xiaoyi was still an ordinary imperial doctor before, I am afraid that he will not greet at all, and directly rushed in to violently cut and kill. Xiaoyi casually a stroke, the door opened, that Lu Mun was about to open, was Xiaoyi a loud shout, this one mixed with the lion's roar of Hadong. Good big guts, do not know here is the secretary of the Taishang temple house? Yelling in the middle of the night into what behavior? Luan was a little confused by this roar, scalp is numb, cochlea was shocked tinnitus cannot hear. If it wasn't for his high cultivation, he would have been injured, but the few people behind him weren't so lucky, the ones spitting out blood and the ones who were shaken away were 100 feet away. You! Luan pointed his finger at Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi put on a dignified look reprimanded, once again interrupted his words, what you, Lulvia, you are 1,000 households, see this official should perform 2 bows, now do not salute not to mention, but also yell outside the house, this is disrespectful to this official, but also to the Dacian law of contempt, the light will be punished by salary, the heavy will be court caning, demotion, I think you want to die. Luan originally wanted to say words and thinking this will all be disrupted, he saw those powerful third-grade officials will indeed salute. But a secretary of the Taishang temple from the Tai hospital luckily walked up. What is worth his salute? No real power, no strength. This position in the court is a jerk, who will not be taken seriously. Now being pressed so hard by Xiaoyi, as if he was being shat on by a brat, holding an imperial decree over his head, and finally had to eat it. It was disgusting to think about it, but it was powerless. Luvia right, this official remembered, to be tomorrow, even if I do not recuperate from my injuries, I will go to the emperor to enlighten a book. You flouted the laws of Daqian, disrespect to this official. Xiaoyi arched his hand in the direction of the palace. Slowly. Luan clenched his teeth, although inwardly unwilling, still bent over and saluted. The next official cowed out to see Lord Xiao, just now was under the rudeness, but also look forward to bear with me. I hope that adults do not remember the small man over. Xiaoyi nodded, well, got it. You can roll back, remember to use roll. Lord Xiao, slow down, I have something to ask you. Luan hurriedly stepped forward and blocked the door that was about to close with his hand. What? One salute is enough, do you still want to bribe this official? Luan old face a black, who ing bribe you ah. I went to look for young secretary Su Liang just now, but I realized that he wasn't there, so I came to ask Lord Xiao here. Me here? Are you kidding? I haven't even seen what young secretary Su Liang looks like, and you come here to ask me, what? Has Su Liang disappeared? Xiaoyi squinted his eyes, his skin smiling. Lun stretched his head to look at the house, inside a dark, have the heart to go to see, but the strength of this in front of him is odd not to mention, but also not good to deal with, a time to make a problem. Secretly, this matter still must be immediately reported to the Lord Squire, let him to decide, this new secretary of the Taishang temple, a little evil, not my good to take. Thinking of this, Lu Mian arched his hand, Lord Xiao, that may be my misreading, if there is any disturbance, I hope to understand, I will take my leave. Chapter 55, Pushing the Palace and Living Bloodhand. Remember to use the roll. With a bang, the door slammed heavily. The man behind Luluan asked carefully, my lord, what to do? If something happens to the young secretary Su Liang, he might say a lot of things that should not be said. That's not something we worry about. A Su Liang proves nothing. LV Luan looked at the injuries of a few of his men, and after checking them, he was even more alarmed. This Xiaoyi is definitely more than 9th rank. I'll go see Lord Squire. You lead the people to continue searching for Su Liang's whereabouts. Yes. A few people just walked a few steps. Inside came again rebuke Luluvia, let you roll, do not understand? Otherwise tomorrow I report to the emperor. Luan instantly shivered with anger, unwillingly shouted everyone roll a little. Half an hour later, Miao Miao Song returned. And brought a good news, that young secretary confessed to many, he cooperated with the Ministry of Households to do false accounts, these years, the previous secretary of the Taishan Temple, to assist the Ministry of Households, embezzled a large number of finances, the specific amount of I'm not clear, but the account book in the old secretary of the Taishan Temple, with the Ministry of Households, or Zhong Tao. Xiaoyi was delighted at his words, indeed, the secretary of the Taishan Temple is responsible for many ceremonial activities in Deqian, and the minister of the household department is responsible for the financial taxation of the bodyguard, one does the accounting and the other sends out the money, and the two parties are transformed into gourmets constantly sucking the money of the imperial court and all the world's people. By the way, how did you get him to talk so much? Song Miao Miao smiled wryly, I said that Lord Xiao likes married women, if you don't say more, Lord Xiao might not be able to help himself. Xiaoyi's face darkened. You are daring to say anything, don't spoil my reputation outside. By the way, the people from the Two Towns Divine Division who attacked the princess last time we went to the Heavenly Dragon Temple were faking it. Xiaoyi, no wonder, the Jinshan Sea is under the control of the imperial power, and I also wonder how anyone could have gone to attack the princess. Well, the princess is almost out at this hour, so I'm going to go find her. Song Miao Miao took away both Chen Sanqiao and Chen Wulong, and the Taishan Temple instantly went cold. Xiaoyi was sitting in his chair closing his eyes and thinking about the information he had gotten so far. Extract the reward. The sacred hand of the wonderful doctor, the hand of pushing the palace and live in blood, and 10 years experience of practicing the amazing god's determination. The myriad healer's sacred hands, was a healing technique that could treat external injuries, internal injuries, and even broken arms could be articulated, and what was consumed was also the body's yuan power essence. The pushing palace and activating blood hands, on the other hand, is a pleasurable massage technique that, when used, can bring one to a state of forgetfulness and emptying of all. With 10 years of experience in cultivation, the amazing God technique enters the third level, the power of the divine soul is enhanced by 30%, and the outward divine soul can perceive 30 feet. This divine soul technique, there were 10 layers, each layer of improvement would increase the power of the divine soul, improve the divine soul defense as well as expand the range of one's intention. If one cultivated to the 10th layer, one could learn the shocking God thrust, an offensive divine soul divine technique. After Xiaoyi collected the rewards, he secretly said, in this imperial society, as long as the imperial power does not collapse, everything still has to follow the rules. Unless you are too weak, the price people pay to kill you is not worth mentioning. By the time you get to the positive third grade you can also be said to be in the eyes of those people. Suddenly, Xiaoyi felt his shoes being taken off. What are you doing? Help you wash your feet. Xu Xiaoming squatted in front of Xiaoyi with a water basin. I'll do it myself, how can I let you do something like washing my feet? It's not like washing my body. Xiaoyi quickly refused, this is all the maid's work, how can she let her sister do it? Xu Xiaoming's eyes stirred, you can't ask me to do nothing, I can't do anything except for being able to make your clothes, wash your clothes, cook your meals, and clean up your house, so what's washing a foot? Xiaoyi said, no, just no. Tell you what, I'll wash it for you, and you'll wash it for me too? Just washing feet? Xia was surprised. Xu Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, you can also wash your legs, right, is that okay? The case inside Xiaoyi's brain just now dissipated, and he couldn't help but skim downward. 1. Help Xu Xiao dash. 111, no need for a second, I'll take 1 dash. At this moment, Xiaoyi, as if in the store with a large handful of coins tapped the table and shouted, check out, hurry up, no need to choose. But the system is an honest one. 1. Help Xu Xiaoming wash his feet, get the reward 18 points of golden needle, foot washing is the highest etiquette, can increase the inexplicable friendship between each other. 2. Refusing to wash your feet, get reward, emotionless sword, note, Xu Xiaoming will be sad, but has gotten used to it, and will just be silently sad, and will still continue to cook, wash clothes, take a bath, mop the floor, clean up the house, and wait for you to come home every day for you. This second option is also too sentimental. Looking at Xu Xiaoming who was squatting on the ground, Xiaoyi nodded, then you wash it for me, I'll wash it for you later. Good. Xu Xiaoming lowered his head, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised upwards. Suddenly, Xu Xiaoming asked, does the princess and you have some special relationship? What relationship? It's the relationship between a man and a woman. In fact, at dinner today, I sensed your movement under the table. It's not like a gentleman and a courtier, it's more like a couple. Are you and her getting along? Xu Xiaoming suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing and waved his hand in a panic. I don't mean that. I didn't say that you guys are not suitable or anything like that. I'm just asking. 1. Admit your relationship with the princess, get a reward, the immortal wind and cloud physical art is upgraded to become the spirit market step, Note that after admitting it, your sister's attitude towards you will still be the same, she will just be sad inside. 2. Deny, get reward, Dragon Tiger Fist is upgraded to Xiaoyang Fist. Note, sister still treats you like this, but her heart will be happy. Xiaobi didn't know how to answer for a moment, admit it for fear of hurting his sister's heart. If her sister herself suddenly told her that she had taken up with a man, Xiaobi must not feel good either. What if you don't admit it? Again, you're cheating on your sister, and that's not right either. But with the current situation, the matter with the princess cannot be exposed 100%. But don't admit it, always feel like a scumbag, so scumbag it is. It's true that she and I are closer than the average ruler and courtier, but we're just close friends, and it doesn't go anywhere. Yeah. Xu Xiaoming murmured, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rising. Well, how could she, a princess, look at me, a poor boy, so be relieved? Xu Xiaoming looked skeptical, and without waiting for her to think, Xiaobi got up. Sis, get up, it's my turn. Oh. Xu Xiaoming's cheeks blushed slightly as she sat on the stool, and Xiaobi didn't take a moment to bring a basin of clean water. Seeing that Xu Xiaoming's shoes weren't even off, Xiaobi went straight for it. Xu Xiaoming apologized, don't move, where it's dirty, I'll do it myself. It's okay, I'm not afraid to get dirty, how could my sisters get dirty? Astonished. No, I'll do it myself. But how powerful Xiaobi was, having the dragon statues in your feet, and the extreme young holy body, how could her little feet possibly dodge Xiaobi's big hands? In no time, the shoes and socks were all stripped by Xiaobi. A pair of suet-like jade, such as heaven and earth finely carved jade feet appeared, but unfortunately, the socks are still broken, shoes are 7 or 8 patches. It's like gold in a latrine. I'll start. Soon the sound of water running came from the house. Sis, is the water the right temperature? It's okay, it fits. For some reason, Xu Xiaoming always felt that this foot washing was different from before. There was a strange, indescribable feeling. Shaw's hands are so big that he can hold most of his feet in one hand. Suddenly in his mind, he thought of the pushing palace living blood hand that he had just obtained. He said, try this. So Xiaobi began to follow the maneuver in his mind and started to run. The acupoints on the soles of his feet and legs he knew like the back of his hand. As his palms began to heat up, Xu Xiaoming intuited that the blood in his calves as well as the soles of his feet began to stir. An indescribable awesomeness began to spread upward. Xu Xiaoming hastily covered her mouth, her neck blushing to her forehead. What's wrong? This technique is a massage technique that I just learned. It can unclog the meridians, keep the qi and blood flowing, and for the human body there is detoxification and nourishment, and even improve the width of the meridians in the body to enhance a certain strength. No, it's nothing, this technique is awesome. Xu Xiaoming's but moved towards the back of the chair, his legs unconsciously straightened, his back leaning against the chair, his eyes closed. Chapter 56 Mo Zijia's Strength. The next day, Xu Xiaoming hazily got up and realized that he was already lying on the bed. Subconsciously remembering last night. Yesterday, it seems like I fell asleep when he pressed me. Xu Xiaoming covered her face, feeling so humiliated. Because it's just so comfortable, even a little scandalous. AI, why am I like this? But where did he learn his techniques? Father never knew these. This brother is getting more and more mysterious, and the strength is dash. Sis, you're awake. Come have breakfast, try the noodles I cooked. Xiaohi pushed the door in. Last night Xu Xiaoming wanted to speak. Oh, you fell asleep in the chair yesterday, so I carried you in. But I didn't change your clothes. It's fine, even if you change it for me. Xiaobi secretly said this sister in the end would mind. Obviously to their own feelings did not reach that point. Why can I do some intimate behavior with her? Not long after breakfast, Xiaobi had to go out, because 2 days later, a batch of goods from the Imperial Horse Division was going to arrive. You have to get someone together to do this. I just went out, but I didn't expect to meet Mo Zijia who was coming back. Mo Zijia was dusty, his pants legs were covered in blood, and he even had a bit of a wound on his waist. Xiaobi asked suspiciously, what's this? You've caught the man. Go in and talk. Mo Zijia looked left and right and pushed the door in without waiting for Xiaobi to say anything. Just entered the door immediately squatted on the ground, rolled up his pants leg. Lord Xiao, you pit me so bitter. That Wang Jixin almost died. No? What's going on? You tell me in detail. Xiaobi said and suddenly realized something, taking out a Deyuan Dan and handing it to him. This is an elixir from the empress, eat it. Deyuan Dan? Mo Zijia's eyes lit up and instead of eating it, he took it over and stuffed it into his pocket. Is this amount of money necessary? He was incredulous. At least it's a 2,000 Xian Yuan elixir, it's not a pity to eat it, I can endure this injury on my own. Mo Zijia continued, I traveled 10,000 miles at night on a fast horse, close to a jungle Latinan city, and saw that all of this Wang Jixin's guards had been killed, and that a total of 3 assassins were surrounding him. What's the status of those 3 killers? Mo Zijia shook his head, I don't know, I can't see the road at all, it's like a Jianghu casual cultivator, anyway, it's not a famous and numbered cultivator, but the strength is very strong. The leader is even at the early stage of the dragon realm, but, hey, under the intimidation of this great lord, all of them were beheaded by me, and that Wang Jixin has now been escorted by me to the dungeon of the Jinshin. How is it? You brought it directly to the Jinshin division? Xiao He slapped his head and had an immense headache. This guy is afraid of being robbed of the credit, but you at least figure out what the case is before you do it. Right, Wang Jixin's family members I have also inquired clearly, they have all been sent back ahead of time, under my coercion, he has confessed pretty much everything. Want to know what he said? Mo Zijia hemmed and hawed, his fingers kept rubbing back and forth. Xiao He understood what the other party meant, messing up is waiting for me here. Want money? You're kidding. Lord Mo, you're being unkind, I'm still planning to call you along for the operation the day after tomorrow? Mo Zijia froze at his words. Action? What news again? I've gotten word that there's a problem with a shipment from the Royal Horsemen, are you interested? Lord Xiao, you misunderstand, I just have a little callus on my hands to rub, which do not want a rub hot, to give you a cigarette. Mo Zijia was all smiles, and in his heart he did wonder where Xiao He had learned this information. The import route of the Imperial Horse Division, but any problematic goods, are very secretive, he has been investigating for more than 10 years, there is no shadow, this Xiao He just came to know, it seems to be really a little bit capable. Thinking about this, Mo Zijia's attitude towards Xiao He changed even more. Taking a pipe from his pocket, he lit it for Xiao. Xiao He knew that there were cigarettes in this era, after all, many people in the Imperial Hospital smoked them, he just wasn't interested. I don't smoke. Mo Zijia smiled, it's good not to smoke, smoking too much is bad for your lungs. After touching the bar in the pumped two mouths, continued, I'll tell you the truth, that Wang Jixin recruited a lot, he embezzled with the Ministry of Households, but this bastard, for the sake of peace and quiet in his old age, the ledger to burn, the other ledger can only be in the Ministry of Households where the Minister of the Ministry of Households, it is said that a total of more than 80 billions of embezzlement. What, more than $8 billion? Xiao He got up violently, the entire Thai hospital's expenses for a year is only $1 million or so, this is equal to the Thai hospital drying up for more than 8,000 years? This is the Great Qian's version of Lord He? This is still the Minister of the Household Department, then the Minister of the Household Department is only even more unimaginable. Hey, don't be surprised, this is still Wang Jixin don't know is estimated to be more, after all, the Minister of the Ministry of Households, but also with the tax, finance have dealings, including the Royal Horse Division and the Divine Guard's Army's expenses, are all in his place. Moja smoked a cigarette and simply leaned against a pillar. I was also shocked when I heard this figure, ******, 8 billion can pile up this waste of mine to the gathering of tripods realm, right, then the Minister of the Household What realm is the Minister of Household? Xiao He asked intently. This, I really don't seem to know, these civil officials are all low-key, having so much money, even if their own talent potential is drained, they will still cultivate a lot of henchmen, it's only going to be difficult to investigate a Minister of the Household. No, there's still a chance. Xiao touched and thought of a good place to. Mo Zijia instantly understood as well, you mean heavens beyond? When you have money, of course you have to try these great locations. The day passed quickly. The sun was setting, the moon was high in the sky, and the Heavens Beyond building was located in the center of the northern part of the city, in the middle of this area. There are 19 floors in the penthouse, with the lowest consumption on the bottom floor, and the higher the floor, the better the service and the higher the quality. The consumption gap between tiers, which ordinary people could not even think about, could be the wealth of an ordinary cultivator's lifetime. Egu, these two gentlemen, at a glance, they are upper-class people, come in. From inside the door came out a beautiful woman with a lingering charm, and at a glance, she recognized Xiao He and Mo Zijia who were walking in the distance. Without waiting for Xiao He to open his mouth, the beautiful woman pressed against the two's ears and said, the two of you have special status, I know it's inconvenient, follow me. Xiao He and the two of them were shocked, both of them were wearing ordinary clothes, even their faces were slightly processed, how could this woman tell at a glance that the two of them were officials? After all, Dakian also has rules and regulations that do not allow officials to go to the place of the wind and snow. There are penalties when caught, serious to be demoted. The two were quickly led by the beautiful woman to a sparsely populated corner of the second floor, where they were seated in comfortable, soft recliners. Mo Zijia asked, how did you see that the two of us have special identities? Gao Yunlan covered her mouth and laughed softly, I've been working here for more than 70 years, I can tell what kind of people are here at a glance, and I've received many of the adults in the court, your temperaments are too similar. So it is. Xiao He nodded. Gao Yunlan said, both of you, it's just right for you to come today, we have recently arrived with a new batch of goods, the most positive thing is that there is a pair of twins, not only are they mentally connected, but they even share the sense of touch as well. Chapter 57 Zhang Xian, Minister of War, Prime Minister Chao is angry. Skyward Penthouse. There were 8 luxurious private rooms in total, and in the largest of them, there were 2 people sitting in front of a small table with fragrant tea on it. Judging by the temperature of the tea, the two should be at the end of their conversation. On the left side sat a man dressed in white, there is no anger from the appearance of authority, domineering, is clearly the Prime Minister of the dynasty Chao Prime Minister. And the right side, actually in this outside the sky-flying fairy building, wearing a black official robe, belonged to the real alien. But there was no woman in the room. Lord Zhang, there are no 10,000-year dynasties in history. I don't believe you can't see the problems within Deqian, but why are you always obsessed? Prime Minister Chao poured another cup of tea. When he poured tea for Zhang Xian raised his hand and blocked the teacup. No need, the paths are different. Prime Minister Chao's grand ambitions are of no interest to this official. Prime Minister Chao was surprised, but Mr. Zhang, yesterday also argued with His Majesty in the public hall above. Apparently there are many dissatisfaction with the Emperor. Today see why the attitude of 18 changes? Zhang Xian laughed coldly. The Emperor's mediocrity is the Emperor's incompetence. But the country can't be without a ruler for a day. Prime Minister Chao, if you really want to wreak havoc on the people, you have to pass through my Ministry of War first. Prime Minister Chao's tone was flat, and he was not angered by Zhang Xian's bluntness. Senior Zhang, do you have to go against me? Against you? Lord Chao, as long as we don't plague the court and jeopardize the world, we're colleagues, otherwise, we're enemies. Prime Minister Chao smiled lightly at his words, but there was a special energy surging in his palms, and he apparently still resisted the urge to strike. Then sighed, Lord Zhang is overly concerned. I am just worried about the safety and security of my Dakian. Nowadays the life of the country is also more than 8,000 years. The Northern War is worrying about Xingxing, coupled with internal disasters. You and I are better off working together, is that right? When your Chao family actually sends troops to the north instead of hoarding them in the south, then come back to talk to me about cooperation. Zhang Xian flung his sleeves and got up to leave. Prime Minister Chao's face, which was originally smiling, also froze instantly when he heard this, and he said in a deep voice, Senior Zhang, this is a greenhouse after all, so next time you come over, it would be better for you to wear civilian clothes. Zhang Xian snorted coldly, into this kind of hiding place, Zhang Xian, don't play or have fun, why can't I come in with a straight face? Prime Minister Chao was rendered speechless and had no choice but to watch Zhang Xian grab the door and leave. When the people left, Prime Minister Chao crushed the golden cup in his hand with one hand. Asshole, as long as this Zhang Xian is not removed, Chao, will not be able to truly subvert the great Qian. After a few moments, the door was pushed open and a man with an elegant face walked in. Lord Chao. The man spoke gently, giving off an innate sense of closeness. Lord Qin, sit. Prime Minister Chao reached out to indicate the seat on his left. Just now I saw that Zhang Xian fellow walk out, and Lord Chao really sought him out for negotiations? Qin Shizhong asked. Well, but he still won't back down and has a tough attitude. Elegant man, if you get rid of him, but move the foundation of the great Qian, even without him, the emperor where there is still the last threshold of the Jinshin division of the general commander of the department of the mysterious way to come, even if it is the Jinshin division of the internal people, there is no one a person to see the real face. Prime Minister Chao took a sip of tea, and interjected as well, I remember it's still a woman, isn't it, and by the sound of her voice, she's very young. Yes, because of this, some people suspect that the woman is actually someone within the palace, but it's only a suspicion. Qin Shizhong knew everything about the palace like the back of his hand, and the people he suspected, no more than 3, were all highly similar. It's true that the Jinshin division is also a nuisance, but if that Zhang Xian can be of use to me, in less than 10 years, the inside and outside of the world, humph. Zhang Xian, this person has an odd nature, not to mention his rigidity, he is also a clean person, and he doesn't deal with anyone above the court, I think it's better to forget about it. Qin Shizhong said and took out a piece of letter. After opening it to Prime Minister Chao, he explained, the latest news is that Wang Jixin didn't make it, and was taken away, and Junior Secretary Su Lian was taken away, and the new secretary of the Taichung Temple managed to take office, and the assassination failed. The new secretary of the Taishan Temple, just that eunuch is it? Prime Minister Chao's mind floated to Xiaoyi's cheap smile, and villainous look, losing his face in front of the emperor, not to mention that it also made the matter of forcing the emperor to go on the northern expedition delayed. Yes, that's him, this kid's strength is wrong, the outside world says he's at the 9th rank, but the latest news looks like it's suspected to be at the 4th pole realm, otherwise those 2 assassins that were arranged would be enough to take his life. Qin Shizhong continued, moreover, the disappearance of Wang Jixin and Su Liang, I suspect it's possible that he did it dash. Prime Minister Chao raised his hand to stop his words and closed his eyes and thought for a while before asking, he saved the princess, didn't he? Yes. The one beside the princess, from the Red Peak Sword sect, is Elder Red Moon's personal heir, isn't he? Qin Shizhong hesitated for a moment before nodding, yes. That's right then, this woman has now joined the Jinshin division and has been appointed to the 4th rank from the 4th rank, belonging to the Jinshin division's department of the Fushin division, not subject to control and free to move about. The Wang Jixin duo should have been captured by her with her help. It seems that your dealings with the secretary of the Taishan Temple are going to be found out. Prime Minister Chao's intelligence sources were extensive, and all of Miao Miao-san's affairs were dug up. Qin Shizhong didn't care about this, the Jinshin Sea doesn't have the ability to find me out, and even if he did, so what? Could it be that he convicted me for embezzlement? Besides, all of this is in the hands of the squire. What does it have to do with me? Prime Minister Chao said, I don't want to care about anything else, this shouty, I don't want to see him bouncing around. I heard that the emperor gave him a month's vacation, and I don't want him to show up in the courtroom after a month. Yes, don't worry about that, with your words, he won't live past this month. Prime Minister Chao nodded. That concubine Lien, is she really pregnant? Xin Shizhong's eyes showed a thoughtful look. I'm not too sure about this, but I think it should be true that the emperor cares a lot about her. That's strange, it's impossible. Prime Minister Chao thought a lot. Could it be that this concubine Lien is a fake pregnancy? No, or rather, there is another man? Xin Shizhong, this is not good to make a conclusion, right? You have to have the child born to know. Whatever, even if he has another son, he doesn't have the time to cultivate him. Nowadays the few remaining imperial sons can't turn the waves. This Xiaohe, you remember. Lord Chao, my humble servant understands. Downstairs on the second floor, the pimp Gao Yulan was still patiently narrating for Xiaohe. How about it, gentlemen? That twin, when Can Mo rubbed his little hands together at home, already unable to resist. Xiaohe interrupted his obscene actions. Feel free to arrange something for us. Besides, I would like to ask, what level is required to go to the top floor? The old bod laughed. Those are all places where only superb people can go. You too, if you show your identity, and out some money. What status and position is required? If one's cultivation is at least dragon transformation, or above the 4th rank, one will be able to go to the top 5 floors. Gao Yunlan pulled her fan with an expectant face. Through Xiaohe's two people's look she could already tell that their official positions were not small. The two of you, go to the upper twins can choose in advance, no need to wait below, otherwise you can only wait until the 11th hour of the campaign clock. Xiaohe nodded and said decisively, Mr. Mo, then I'll trouble you, you're a 4th rank official. Me? But aren't you more? Mo Zijia pointed at Xiaohe, not expecting this guy to directly explode his identity. Do you still want to be together the day after tomorrow? Shaw glared over. Of course I want to. Mo Zijia eventually collected himself, but looking at his expression it was clear that he was very unhappy. He then revealed his cultivation, as well as the information of a 4th grade official, but did not reveal that he was from the Jinshin division. In addition, you need to take 1 million Diqian coins to join the membership, otherwise, the two of you will still have to wait below. Oh. Gao Yulan blinked her eyes. Pay up, big brother. Mo Zijia clasped his hands on his chest and twisted his head directly. Xiaohe had no choice but to take the money. Money was not enough, so he could only use yuan. Sure. When he went upstairs, Xiaohe said to the bod in a meaty voice, the twins bring them to us. Chapter 58 Between the Sisters. Inside the private room, songs and dances were sung and danced together, accompanied by good wine and good company. Xiaohe and his two men were sitting on the main seat, and in front of them 2 women of the same height and almost the same appearance were singing and dancing. They moved so neatly that they couldn't pick out any faults, and on closer inspection, they thought a mirror had been placed between them. Dancing with a light smile, despite the veil, those looking bright eyes could hook any man's heart. Twisting dance when, from time to time puckered buttocks, slender waist, wrapped in that under the vegetarian skirt, always let a person have to go to grasp the impulse of hard. Suddenly, a chopstick flew out of Xiaohe's hand and struck the woman on the left shoulder. Ouch! The 2 women spoke in unison, touching their shoulders together. My lord, is it because we didn't dance well? The 2 women said together, their voices flowing like clear springs. It's fine, I'll just try, you guys continue. Xiaohe waved his hand. Yes. The 2 women looked at each other and began to dance a tantalizing dance again. Mo Zijia revealed a lewd expression. How was it, my lord? Didn't come for nothing. For nothing? I thought you said you could get a discount. Where's the discount? This official also filled up 1 million members. Do you know how much 1 million is? I didn't even cover it before it was gone. Xiaohe felt pitted by Mo Zijia. This guy is really unreliable. He himself only totaled over 600,000, and ended up with 400 yuan stones. I thought Mo Zijia was an old client, but after all, she was a newbie with a high mouth, and the pimp didn't even recognize her. Lord Xiao, you are in this position, 1 million is not a casual finger? What's more, Wang Jixin's oil and water are more than 1 million. When the time comes, casually scavenge a little. Ben is not back. Mo Zijia had a fawning smile on his face, looking at the twins in front of him. He's pressed the point. What do you say, Lord Xiao, is it the same pleasure? Or, off, we're here on business, what do you think we're here for? Xiaohe gave him a blank look. The errand is not in a hurry this moment, don't spend the money in vain. Mo Zijia already rubbed his hands and got up. Just as he approached the woman on his left with a sneer on his face, a shocking change occurred. The woman's hands appeared a large fluorescent powder sprinkled. Mo Zijia at the moment has been controlled by the small head of the big head. A time did not pay attention, actually got into the way. When he reacted and urged his yuan power to fight back, he found that he couldn't lift his body. Poison! Mo Zijia weakly exclaimed. In the next second, a sword pierced his shoulder. Be honest. The woman on the right side was also extremely fast, coming in front of Xiaohe in a flash with a finger pointing out a spiritual light striking on Xiaohe's head, followed by a flip, buckling Xiaohe's neck from behind, with the blade of the sword against his neck. Finished. Mo Zijia showed a look of despair. 2 female warriors, have a word. Who are you arranged to come? I just came over to check your body without any other malice in my party. Lord Xiao, why don't you even fight back? Shut up, two dog officials, anyone who can come to play in the sky beyond the sky is not a good thing, the woman controlling Emozija said coldly. And Xiaoyi would then say, beauty, you can't catch me with your hands like this, move your body forward a bit, yes, so that your arms can be hard. The woman who grabbed Xiaoyi's back sniffed and really did as she was told, but realized that her chest jewel was directly against Xiaoyi's back, and the inexplicable touch made her blush all of a sudden. The woman who grabbed Emozija also blushed. Xinger, what are you doing? Sister, I just listened to his words and did as I was told, I didn't pay attention. The woman named Xinger felt something was wrong and took a step back. Denizen, not honest even now, cut out his tongue first. The woman called sister said fiercely. Slow down. Xiaoyi shouted, he was now calm in his heart, because these two women were both four-pole cultivators, that fluorescent powder was thousand illusory mystery, an acute poison that was extremely fast-acting. If there was a defense it wouldn't work at all, but without a defense, the dragon transformation cultivator would also suffer. No, Moja suffered. And Xiaoyi was fine even if he wasn't prepared. After all, the extreme Yang Saint body was not afraid of all toxins. The cultivation of the two women was simply not dangerous to him, so why didn't Xiao take the opportunity to play with them? What other tricks do you have? Xinger couldn't help but squeeze Xiaoyi's neck tightly, but Xiaoyi moved on purpose, frightening her, and she hastened to push a little harder, and the two of them stuck together again. Xinger, don't move, this stinky man is taking advantage of you, don't you know? That sister shouted. I know, but this guy is too strong, it can only be like this. Xinger said rather embarrassed, seeing that she had a soft character. I say you too, what do you mean by suddenly striking out at us? Who instructed you? What's your purpose? Tell us, could it be that you guys know our identities? Xiao was surprised. Yeah, are you guys arranged by that whoever, or instructed by that whoever to kill us? If it's for money, then fine, I have as much as I need here. Emozija followed and chimed in. Money? Oh, is it important? I came here to kill you dog officials, especially the one surnamed Chao, causing our family to be broken. See, you two officials are not small. Say, where is the one surnamed Chao? Sister said sternly, the sword in her hand still stabbed into Emozija's neck a few points. Lady warrior, slow down, the surname Chao is at home. You go there is not to send death? How about you say something practical? How much do you want? Xiaoyi sniffed and immediately called out. I'd say give it 1 million or so, how about it? So much money? The sisters were shocked at the words, they had never seen so much money before, these dog officials were indeed corrupt. Then you take it out first. Xinger pointed her sword at Emozija, then immediately rested it on Xiaoyi's neck again. Yes, get the money first. Sister chimed in. Both of you, you'll let me go after I take the money, right? Emozija asked carefully. It's up to you to perform, if you can help me give up the location of Chao's thieves, I'll let you go. Sister said coldly. Upon hearing this, Emozija twisted his head to look at Xiaoyi, showing an apologetic look, and cried out, my lord, it's not that I'm cruel, I really have something to say. Emozija, what do you mean? Xiaoyi realized something, this bastard is probably going to pit people. Lord Chao, in a time of crisis, I had to do it. Two sisters, in fact, he is the Chao thief. Emozija pointed at Xiaoyi. What, you are the Chao thief? Xinger, who was controlling Xiaoyi, was shocked at the words and pushed harder, sticking to Xiaoyi to death in order to prevent him from running away. Sister didn't care about the special feeling, but her eyes flashed with killing intent. Chao thief, I didn't expect to find you so easily, and also, is he really a Chao thief? Emozija nodded his head repeatedly, then took out $1 million of Dakian bills from his pocket. The two heroines, I have absolutely no falsehoods, if there is half a bit of deception, I will give birth to a son with no butthole. In addition, this is a token of my intentions. You see, I told who the Chao thieves are on the basis of the money back to you, let go of me, okay? Nonsense, you are with the Chao thief, if we let you go, aren't we screwed? Sister coldly laughed, but she couldn't help but be moved after seeing the $1 million bill. Xinger also nodded her head repeatedly and said yes. Xiaoyi, on the other hand, after seeing the $1 million note, his eyes stared straight. This MO in the A side just gave me to pretend to be poor. See, I do not properly pit you to death. So he said fiercely, Emozija, I have long known that you are wolfish and ill-intentioned. How dare you betray me and slander me? I am not surnamed Chao, don't believe him. If this official escapes from this, I will definitely break your body into pieces. Listen, he's going to kill me. Two ladies, my parents were killed by the Chao thieves. Now I'm also trying to find a way to take revenge. Must believe me. Emozija's tearful voice, his appearance was as genuine as it could be. The two women glanced at each other and seemed to be transmitting, then nodded, and the sister said, Chao thief deserves to die, and you don't want to leave, but seeing as you are so pitiful, we will knock you out, and we can guarantee that we won't harm you, and by the time you wake up, we'll have already killed Chao thief, and will have long since left the celestial city. Emozija hesitated for a moment and then looked at Xiaoyi, showing a look of apology, as if to say, Lord Xiao, I will burn paper for you next year. Turning back to his sister, he said, okay, I'll pay as much as you guys want as long as you help me kill the Chao traitors. The meat of the matter then came out at over $4 million. Chapter 59, The Poor Twins. This is all I have. If you guys ask for more, I can only take off my pants. Emo Zijia cried miserably. Sister's face was happy when she got the money, then she said fiercely, Xinger, do it. Xinger took out a 7-colored silver needle, and Emo Zijia exclaimed in shock when he saw the object. What? The tail needle of the 5 poisonous bee. In the next moment, the tailed needle pierced into his brow, and his entire person instantly lost consciousness and passed out. He had guessed the identity of the 2 women at this moment. The 5 poisonous bees were only in the south, and it was the extreme south of Deqian, even across the border. In this area, Deqian's control over them was weak, so it was extremely chaotic there. However, there are many sects, and most of the practitioners in the south like to use parasites and poisonous insects as a means of fighting against the enemy, so the Great Qian suffered a lot here, so they simply didn't care. These 2 women were most likely from a certain ethnic group in the south. The south was more than a year's walk away from even the 4 extreme realms of Heavenly City, and it was really amazing perseverance for these 2 women to be able to get here. Xiao Thief, I didn't expect us to be so lucky. Do you know who we are? Sister kicked away the unconscious Emo Zijia and came forward with her sword against Xiaoyi's head. Xiaoyi simply acted out to extract more information, so he sneered, this prime minister has killed countless people, how would I know who you are? Xinger said, he admitted it, it's really you dog thief. Let me tell you, our 2 are Miao Witch clan, Ma Shaoqing, Mao Zhenjin, you dog thief in order to train your own forces, researching poisonous parasites and divine insects, killed a large portion of our Miao Witch clansmen, millions of clansmen died and fled, today let you give my clan a burial with you. It turns out that the older sister is Mao Zhenjin, the younger sister is Mao Shaoqing, but the 2 are twins, nothing more than just a moment older. Sister, kill him quickly, I heard that the Qiao thief is powerful and was broken free by him. Mao Zhenjin raised her sword and stabbed at Xiaoyi's brow, die and come. With a clang, the sword was caught in Xiaoyi's fingers. What? Didn't you get hit by the 1,000 illusions maze? Why? Yukio Jinjin drew her sword with all the force she could muster. The 2 women suddenly realized something and both took out poison needles glowing with green light to stab over together. Do it! Xiaoyi didn't even dodge, resisting the 2 needles hard, and both hands hit the key acupoints of the 2 women at the same time, sealing their yuan power. Subsequently, one person hit a Xiaoyang fist in the abdomen of the 2 women. This boxing originally contains the power of Xiaoyang, for the ghosts also have great killing power, powerful and domineering. It is easy to destroy the other party's meridians. Together with his extreme young saint body, the power was even increased by 5 points. The 2 women only felt burning heat in their abdomen, and then they were weak, and fell limply to the ground, full of despair and panic. If Xiaoyi did not collect his strength, these 2 women were only afraid that they would have died. Sister, what should we do? He seems to be fine. Since we can't kill the Qiao thief, we can't be humiliated by him, take poison and kill ourselves. The second woman really took out an elixir from her sleeve and stuffed it into her mouth. Xiaoyi saw this and pointed a finger to strike away the 2 women's poison. What the hell, mouths aren't for eating poison. Qiao thief, it's us who are not good at learning the art. Kill us or die as you wish, but after we die, we will definitely become stern ghosts to take revenge. Mao Zhenjin was lying on the ground, her eyes were ruthless, although she was the same as her younger sister Mao Shaoqing, she had a fierce nature and stern eyes. On the other side, Mao Shaoqing was gentle and lovely, but she also looked at Xiaoyi stubbornly. I say, you too, you believe him when he says I'm a Qiao thief? Xiaoyi squatted down and laughed at the 2 women. But didn't you admit it too? Yukio stammered. I admitted to know your identities, Prime Minister Qiao is much more powerful than me. I'm just a minor official. What a joke. Then what proof do you have that you're not a Qiao thief? Mao Zhenjin still didn't believe it. Xiaoyi, if I were him, you would be dead by now. Prime Minister Qiao has killed countless people. How could he let you go? Believe it or not. But are you really Miaowu clan members? Of course we are. We, the Miao Witch clan, all have a mark on our bellies. Mao Shaoqing answered honestly. Sister, what are you doing talking about this? Mao Zhenjin chided. Oh, let's see. Xiaoyi didn't say anything, walked up and started to lift the other party's skirt. What are you doing? Go away. Mao Zhenjin tried to push Xiaoyi away with force, but she didn't have enough strength. What's the rush? I'm just looking. I'm not doing anything. Hands off. But that's not how you undo a skirt. There's a string in the back. It's not from the bottom up. Yukiojin was flustered beyond belief. That's so. I thought that all of your kind of skirts can only be worn from the bottom up. Xiaoyi also learned, after all, never paid attention to these. Lian Guifei, Li Susu also all own initiative. On the side, Mao Shaoqing blushed in embarrassment, and Xiaoyi, under a burst of busy work, finally looked at the seal belonging to the Miao Witch clan. The pattern kind of looks like a moon and sun intertwined with a person holding them up in the center. You really aren't Prime Minister Qiao? Mao Shaoqing asked. Prime Minister Qiao would come to a place like this? He's a big man with power over the whole country, you guys are underestimating him too much. But we heard that he comes often. Mao Shaoqing was puzzled. He's coming here too? He captured the important information. Well, but if you're not, who the hell are you? Mao Shaoqing asked. Xiaoyi sighed. To be honest, I am also a victim of the Qiao thief. I have 3 generations from the doctor, father, grandfather, all died in the hands of the Qiao thief. I do not share the same with him. Originally the family has money and fields. Who knows that the barbaric Qiao prime minister, kill my father, bully me. cause my family to be broken and dead, if not I am too stirring, now 9 deaths to mix up to the present, I am afraid that also have long been gone. Xiao said shaking his head, voice in voice, and when he talked about his father's death, there were tears in his eyes. The scene instantly touched Qing to the core. Ah, sister, he's so pitiful too, so we misunderstood. But my sister wasn't that easy to fool, and pointing to the unconscious Emozija, she said, what about him? What's wrong with him? Xiao clapped his big hand. It is true that he is not a person of the Chao thieves, but he is not a good thing either. He is the one who brought me to this place. This person has a bad reputation, hijacking people's wives and robbing people's women without any evil. So it's also such a villain, damn it. I should have killed him if I had known. Yukio Jinjin tried to reach for her sword, but found herself completely powerless. Xiao silently collected 5 million Dakian coins on the ground, which were all Emozija's life savings of corruption. Since it's a misunderstanding and our enemies are both Prime Minister Chao, can you release us? Mao Xinjin's tone became gentle as she struggled to sit up and leaned against the edge of the bed, covering her exposed legs with her skirt. 1. Let them go, get reward, 5 years of experience in Shaiyang fist training. Note, they are very simple and only want to take revenge, but they will end up as playthings and die a horrible death on the streets. 2. Take them in, get a reward. The immortal wind and cloud kicking technique is upgraded to spiritual void steps. Note, the main host has this in mind. Shaw, what do you mean, system? Am I such a person? Chapter 60, is it? Mr. Xiao. Reanalyze. Note, the 2 women are amazingly talented. In the Miao-witch family belongs to the top. Poisonous insects and parasites, if properly cultivated, it can become a powerful good helper. That's right. Both of you, it's not that I'm saying that if I let you go, will you still be here waiting for Prime Minister Chao to come to your door and assassinate you? Mao Xiaoqing and Mao Xinjin exchanged a glance, and her sister said, or what, here is the only chance. Xiaobi asked again, what if a guest comes to defile you? Willing to lose what is precious? Mao Xiaoqing gritted her teeth and nodded, if I can kill the Chao traitors, I'm willing to do so even if I'm tasted by 10,000 people. His Xiaobi asked, then what if someone helped you kill the Chao traitors? Mao Xinjin said, then we can only marry him and give him 10 children in return. Xiaobi nodded, it's a pity, with this amount of kung fu of yours, not to mention killing Prime Minister Chao, even if it's a dog by his side, you're no match. But we can poison. Poison? I'm not even afraid of it, would Prime Minister Chao be afraid of it? Let me tell you, Prime Minister Chao pinches me to death like an ant, let alone dealing with you. Ah, Yukio stretched her voice. You're so strong, but you're also a mole in front of Prime Minister Chao? Mao Xinjin felt a wave of despair, how could this be revenge? They have already said that they are rare centuries-old geniuses, but they are still like ants in the face of Xiao He, and if they are even stronger Prime Minister Chao, wouldn't they have no chance at all? Xiao He saw that the 2 women had already developed a fear of Prime Minister Chao, and followed up with, but it's not like there's no chance, I want to kill Prime Minister Chao as well, so I'm already plotting and recruiting, would you 2 be interested in joining my team? Join you? Yukio looked to her sister. Mao Xinjin said suspiciously, you're not lying to us, are you? What do you 2 have to lie about? You're lying here now and I paid to do whatever I want to you, and you need to be lying about it? The 2 women felt the same, but Duo Xinjin still asked carefully, are you really Prime Minister Chao's enemy? This official has spoken, do not believe me to go, farewell. Xiao He got up and wanted to escape. Wait. Mao Xiaoqing was really in a hurry and pulled Mao Xinjin, sister, I think he's quite nice. Oomph, I think you think he's handsome. Mao Xinjin said without a trace of humor. But Mao Xinjin heart at the moment also convinced a few points Xiao He, after all, the 2 women said to revenge is really a nightmare, or perhaps also insulted for nothing. Dare I ask for your honorable name? What's my name? I won't tell you now, let's talk about it when you return to the mansion with me, and after you're with me, you're not allowed to go out privately except within my mansion where you're free to move around, got it? Then aren't we your slave girls? Xiao He explained, because you are unfamiliar with the rules of Heavenly City, going out will only cause trouble, such as this time, when the situation was unclear and you started to make a move, if you hadn't encountered this lord, the 2 of you would have been stripped naked and thrown on the bed by now, suffering from all the abuse. Xiao He's words caused the 2 women's bodies to tremble, and in such a comparison, this lord was indeed much better. Subsequently, Mao Xinjin and Mao Xiaoqing glanced at each other, and with their hearts set, they knelt on the ground and bowed, my lord, we, the 2 daughters of the Mao family, will follow you from now on. Get up, get up. Xiao He hurriedly went forward and held the 2 women's soft little hands. But we need a lot of money to leave heavens beyond, at least $3 million. Mao Xinjin's face was full of entanglement. $3 million? It's fine, mister. Mo has money, put it on his account. Xiao He said indifferently, taking the 2 girls and preparing to leave. Ah, your honor is talking about this one? Mao Xiaoqing walked to the door, glanced back at Mo Zijia lying on the bed, and muttered, my lord, do you really not care about him? What do you care what he does? Check out yourself when he wakes up. Xiao He shook his shoulders indifferently. When he went downstairs, the pimp did come to inquire, however, offered a price of $7 million to take the duo away. Xiao He pointed upwards, the one inside is Mr. Mo, he is tired just now, he wants to get off these 2 women, Shenhua, he can just pay. I am now taking them back to Mr. Mo's residence. That's good to know. The boss smiled with a raised eyebrow. Right, there's something I hope you can help with. Xiaobi pressed into Gao Yunlan's ear and said, when he wakes up, don't tell him where I went, just say you don't know, got it? Gao Yunlanben instantly understood what was going on, knowing that this was the two men poking at each other, and knowing the situation in the officialdom. She also saw through her old-fashioned experience that Xiaoyi's status was a bit higher, and so she readily agreed. I understand what your honor means, I understand. You are a smart man, cooperate more in the future. Xiaoyi arched his hand, said polite words and left with a smile on his face, as he descended to the first floor and prepared to leave. Two men walked down the steps of the crowded first and second floor. Seeing these two, Xiaoyi immediately collected his breath and hid in the crowd to observe without moving. Xiao Thief is really here, the one next to him, looks a bit like Li Chenxian, could it be some royal son? In the distance, Prime Minister Chao was dressed in civilian clothes, one hand behind his back, and on his right side was a man with an elegant face that bore a 4-point resemblance to Li Chuanxian, not the third prince he had seen, nor the fifth prince with whom he had met twice. Luckily, there were many people watching Prime Minister Chao, so the other side did not find Xiaoyi's trail. Only after watching Prime Minister Chao walk out did Xiaoyi breathe a sigh of relief. My lord, who was that person just now? Ma Xiaoqing, wearing a veil, asked curiously. She was also attracted by that Prime Minister Chao just now. She had a sense of insignificance in the face of an overlord, unconsciously wanting to bow her head, secretly saying that it must be a superb person. Xiaoyi didn't tell them for fear of their emotions, but silently took them home. Taishangshi House. When Xu Xiaoming saw the two women, he was initially puzzled, thinking that his brother was in need of something. After going through Xiaoyi's introduction, Xu Xiaoming also began to sympathize with the two women. There are many rooms here, so you guys can go to the east room. Xiaoyi pointed to the room on the right. It was also the first time that Mao Xiaoqing had seen such a large private house, and she looked around curiously. Doesn't anyone take care of such a big home? Yujin sighed. It's all taken care of by my sister. In the future, if you guys are free, you can also help out. In addition, the cultivation level of the two of you is too low, although among ordinary people, it's already outstanding, but in the celestial city, it's not worth mentioning. Instead of retorting, Mao Xinjin said with a pleading face, my lord, we have our own feats and paths, the only thing we lack are resources. No problem with the resources, but there's still a few days of inspection to go, so if you have second thoughts, won't I have hit the jackpot? After Xiaoyi took the duo around the house for a few moments to familiarize themselves, Xu Xiaoming showed them their room. The same evening, Xia extracted a series of rewards. Immortal Wind and Cloud Physical Technique upgraded to Spirit Void Steps. The Spiritual Void Steps likewise have 10 levels of realm. Rather than being a minor accomplishment and a major accomplishment consummated, it seems that the level is high. Xiaoyi got up on the ground and tried to perform his footwork, only to see his body suddenly appear 5 meters away like a horizontal shift. This footwork can increase my usual dodging speed by 10 times over a short distance, and it can also produce a disorienting residual shadow. Although it's not as fancy as the Immortal Wind and Cloud Body technique, it's much more practical. Also, and a reward for catching Zhangte. Reward, 5 years of training experience in Xiaoyang Fist. Xiaoyi intuited that he had entered a confined space and practiced hard for 5 years, and when he came out, his fist intent was divine, and when he went down in a circle, he did not have any vision, but he was able to make the space around him fluctuate. The 9th layer of the Xiaoyang Fist is up, 1 layer short of perfection. If it reaches the 10th layer, a single punch can appear as a Xiaoyang vision, and nothing is unbreakable. Xiaoyi was satisfied with the results of his cultivation, and in the evening, he slept peacefully. In my dream, I felt like I was being held in my arms as I slept, and it was warm and soft behind me. Chapter 61. The concubine Lian wants to elope. The morrow. At the Heavens Beyond Flying Immortal building, Mo Zijia hemorrhaged and wrote a huge IOU before he could leave the Heavens Beyond Flying Immortal building. Come out and go straight to the palace. Li Qinshin Imperial Study. Mo Zijia cried bitterly and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, for me to do justice I was outside the Tianwai Flying Immortal House, pit 10 million and Lord Xiao was also killed, and now the corpse has not survived. The next official doubly pained. If Lord Xiao know in his heart, he will definitely entrust his sister to me to take care of it. Really? Li Qinshian was skeptical. Your Majesty, 1,000 times true Lord Xiao had to pull me to play. I vowed not to obey, but still was taken by him. I then began to work on the case inside, the results of the Lord Xiao lust, pointing out the twins. Unfortunately, the twins' cultivation is high, and I am not a rival, and finally knocked unconscious. I see Lord Xiao has not been. Your Majesty, the Lord Xiao's home I go to help check the case. Li Qinshian looked to his left. Is that so? Xiao Aiqing? Only Xiaoyi stepped out from behind the stone pillar with a hint of a smile. Xiao. Mo Zijia was immediately shocked, and even stuttered a little. Xiao. Xiaoyi walked forward, his eyes slightly narrowed as he stared at Mo Zijia. The two of them confronted each other for a long time, and Mo Zijia, with cold sweat on his forehead, said in a trembling voice, Xiao, Lord Xiao, you're not dead. Xiao he, what? Are you disappointed that I'm not dead? How could that be, Lord Xiao? You and I are like old friends at first sight. I was thinking about how to take care of the aftermath for you and avenge you yesterday, and now it's really great to see that you didn't die. Xiao Yi stroked his chin and sneered, really? Mo Zijia pointed to the sky and swore furiously, Lord Xiao, if I violate this oath, I will be executed by heaven and earth. Where's my sister? I just sincerely wanted to give help, nothing else. Mo Zijia smiled awkwardly. Yesterday my last name was Chao? Xiao He again pursued, Mo in a moment of speech. But he quickly thought of a countermeasure and said righteously, Lord Xiao, I actually saw long ago that you weren't poison at all, and saying that you were Lord Xiao was just a way to get those two women to confess everything. By the way, where are those two women? Xiao He waved his hand, deal with it, the man is gone. People are gone? Such a superb sister flower, you actually destroyed the flower with a hot hand. Mo Zijia was doubly pained, and suddenly turned the tables, where did you bury them? Dash? Xiao He was shocked and took a step back, have you got it wrong, corpses are also of interest, I burned them all. Alright, stop arguing. Li Chenxian interrupted the two. Your Majesty, just now, the micro-minister resolved from the bottom of his heart, and did not know that Lord Xiao was alive. Mo Zijia knew that he had lost face this time, and hurriedly knelt on the ground, his heart was in a state of turmoil, not knowing whether the emperor would blame and punish him. However, Li Chenxian did not talk about him, but talked about Prime Minister Chao. Yesterday, Xiao Yi found out that Prime Minister Chao was infested in the sky, and I have heard about this matter for a long time, but the fact that he was with one of my royal sons was a bit of a surprise to me. Li Chenxian continued, Wang Jixin and also Su Liang's matter, I am clear about it, this time Lord Zhao's credit is great, Mo Zijia, you have been in the Jinshin division for so many years, and you were almost harmed by two women in the four extreme realm, it's the more you live, the more you go back Mo Zijia's face was bitter, Your Majesty, I know that I was wrong, I was really careless. Well, this shows that Xiao Yiqing is still skillful, so let's do it, Mona, you later assist Xiao Yiqing as the main, no? Mo Zijia looked up with a bitter face, hadn't this become Xiao Yi's subordinate? In the past, he was still equal, and he even had some sense of superiority, but now he was completely a head lower than Xiao Yi, so how could he play in the future? Thinking of losing $10 million in one night, the heart is even more difficult, and in the future the sky is not going to be able to go. You can only go to the West End's flavorful side streets for fast food, and it's a miserable day to think about. It's a pig in a poke. Xiao Yi was overjoyed and smiled with a big smile on his face, Mr. Mo, please give me more guidance in the future. That's right, Lord Xiao, more guidance in the future. Mo Zijia was also able to flex and immediately adjusted his mindset. Li Chenxian added, Xiao Yi, I let you rest for a month, I also hope that you can collect a large amount of incriminating evidence within this month. I heard that Chao traders are hoarding a large number of people in the south, among them there is no lack of top-level masters, I'm very worried Your Majesty, I will certainly bow and die. Xiao Yi seriously arched his hand. On the side of the Mo and the A heart is dark, this guy, all emotions provide, not the slightest commitment, really insidious. So he similarly arched his hand and said, Your Majesty, the micro-ministers likewise hate the Chao traders to the bone, and will make him hurt his bones. What if you didn't manage to break his bones? Li Chenxian said. This Mo Zijia was speechless for a while, not knowing how to answer. Alright, Xiao Yi came here to report about Prime Minister Chao, if you are fine, you should also go down. Li Chenxian waved his hand. Mo Zijia was lost in his heart, lowered his head, shouted his farewell and left. Li Chenxian said, Xiao Yi, you also go down, there are still more than 20 days to the court, your time is very tight, nowadays the national treasury is tense, the generals on the front line are suffering, and even the king of the north cold, many times to look for me to ask for military food, cultivation of the Yuan stone, weapons, healing elixir, but they are not enough. If you can check out the minister of the Ministry of the Household, the position, I would rather give it to you to do. Xiao Yi hurriedly arched his hand and stated, Thank you for your Majesty's love, I will definitely not fail your Majesty's expectations. Go down, I hope to see you perform wonderfully in the courtroom in a month. Trigger high-level task options. 1. Go to the court 1 month later to take down the Minister of the Household to convict him, and receive a reward of 10 years of cultivation experience in True Spirit 9 transformations and 10 years of cultivation experience in Spiritual Void steps. Note, this task is very challenging for you. 2. Regardless of all this, it doesn't matter if it's important to be alive. Get rewarded, Sunflower Treasure Tree. Note, after you go to the court, you will only be ostracized by most of the people and finally impeached and laid off. This task must be chosen in advance. Please make your choice within 3 days. Xiao Yi only felt a great deal of pressure, and after leaving the imperial study, he found an excuse to go to Qinghuan Palace. Of course it's for the reason of showing her body to the queen. Although she had only been missing for a few days, noble consort Lian had long been like a puddle of parched desert just waiting to be watered. The desert, on the other hand, hides all kinds of underground water underneath, and when it gets traction, it completely transforms into an oasis. Lian Xian lay in Xiao Yi's arms and softly said with pink cheeks, Xiao Lang, I like you so much. With that, she rolled over and pressed herself against Xiao Yi, the simple tool slipping down her back, her proud jewel plastered down. Xiao Yi, just now when the love was deep, I had a special urge. What impulse? Xiao Yi guessed what was going on and reached out to stroke the hair on Lian Xian's forehead that was already a little damp from sweat. I want to elope with you. I don't want to be the imperial consort anymore, you take me away. Lian Xinyu's eyes looked at Xiaoyi tenderly, as if Xiaoyi only needed to nod her head, she could immediately pack her clothes and escape with him. 1. Promise Lian Xinu, elope with her that night, get a reward, 20 years of cultivation experience in True Spirit 9 transformations. Note, this is a death-defying option, you can't walk out of Sky City. 2. Patience and dissuasion, get rewarded with a stealth talisman, divine rank. Note, although safe, your woman may be touched by the Emperor, can you bear this? Chapter 62, Till Death Do Us Part. Lian Xinu, function unlocked. This system was doing it on purpose. Xiaoyi ignored the system's taunts. Xiaoyi looked at Lian Xinu's impeccable face, his hot red lips slightly open, flushed with crystals. After not being able to resist taking a shallow taste, Xiaoyi saw Lian Xinu's eyes close slightly before he whispered, if we leave now, we will end up dying at the entrance of the palace. Lian Xinyu understood all of this as well. I was just being impulsive. I didn't mean to pressure you. Look, what is this? Xiaoyi's hand, slightly raised, in his hands appeared a yuanli red energy ball, emitting a certain amount of pressure. You're actually at the Four Extremes realm, how is that possible? I've been hiding my cultivation, so you have to trust me, okay? Lian Xinu smiled lightly, her heart once again filled with hope for the future. Lian Xinu's love for you has reached 100%. Some of the functions of Lianxin Moon can be turned on at present, is it turned on? Turn it on. Lian Xinu function opens. Character introduction, Lian Xinu, his father is the Ministry of Industry Minister Lian Ferling, there is a younger brother Lian Qing, because of the childhood appearance of stunning rumors into the palace, was the emperor's thoughts, and thus married in, but Lian Xinu from a young age of strict tutelage, character of the original soft, until the palace to know the matter of men and women. But the good times do not last long, in the palace by other concubine suppression, in order to survive can only fight back, from the weak character to become ruthless, the use of looks to make the emperor for him to do a lot of things, but because the emperor cannot, always unable to birth an heir with the emperor, and thus embarked on a divergent path, and then met Xiaoyi fell in love, the future is even more confusing, there are signs of great evil. Not good, this woman. Enable Lian Xinu's special function, prejudgment, will alert the host when Lian Xinu is about to make a wrong choice. Xiaoyi dawned, so it is this sort of can increase Xinu's safety, after all, in the harem every day is like walking on thin ice. Lian Xinu asked at this point, look, are we having a baby? Shaw pinched his pulse, which would make him a true healer. Regretfully, he shook his head, no, it's empty. Lian Xinu was quite regretful, she secretly counted the time, I'll have that tomorrow, my period is about to come, when it's gone, you're coming over. I remember someone said that it's easiest to get pregnant about 10 days after the end of the period. Well, I knew Xiaoyi doubted whether his physique is not easy to conceive, after all, the number of times the two of them is definitely enough. Lian Guifei's body is not a problem, and it is even more unlikely that he will have a problem. That's the problem with bad pregnancies in particular body types. After staying here with noble consort Lian for also a little half an hour, Xiaoyi knew that the time could not stay too long, and parted with noble consort Lian reluctantly. Walking to the door, Lian Xinu could not help but pounce again to claim a kiss, and momentarily delayed another incense burner. I have to go, you clean up the floor, otherwise it's not good for outsiders to find out. Xiaoyi solemnly reminded. Lian Xinu blushed slightly and nodded, leaning against the gate and looking away. Xiaoyi, who had just walked out of the Qinghuan palace, did not expect to be invited by the two men. Lord Xiao, the Empress has invited you to come. Lord Xiao, noble consort Lu asks you to go. 1. Choose to go to the Queen, get the reward 7 Dragon Dan. Note, the Queen will be forced to ask you, need to play on the spot to cope with, such as if the play is not good, will offend the Queen, affecting the future, and hard to move. 2. Choose noble consort Lu, get the reward Anger Wine. Note that if you go to noble consort Lu, it will be taken as a provocation by the Empress, and you may be beaten with 10 slaps. Would you please inform noble consort Lu that I will come back to her when I go to where the Empress mother is? Aha! Feng Kuan Palace. The Empress, who hadn't seen her for a long time, was still as graceful as ever, and Xiaoyi felt even more plump than he had 2 days before. See you, Empress. Get up. Empress Jiang was sitting on a wooden chair, and 2 palace maids were massaging her behind her. Thank you, mistress. Lord Xiao, lately it's been quite a sight to behold. In just a few days, from a small imperial physician, he has become the head of the imperial hospital, yet that's not all, he has also become the secretary of the imperial standing temple, which has surprised this palace. Empress Jiang's voice was drawn out, as if she cared to refer to something. Xiaoyi didn't dare to talk nonsense but said respectfully, this is all due to the emperor's cultivation, and I am also dedicated to Diqian. You're the secretary of the Taishan temple and you still call yourself a villain? Xiaoyi bent over slightly and didn't say anything. Keep your head up. Xiaoyi did as he was told and met the empress' stern Danfeng eyes. Haven't seen you for a few days, but you are getting more and more handsome, more and more manly. What I asked you to do, how is it? The empress waved her hand, and the palace maids behind her, as well as the other palace maids in the house, all retreated. Xiao He knew that the Empress was talking about the matter of noble consort Lian, so he said with a straight face, everything is normal at noble consort Lian's place, and the micro-consultant hasn't found much for the time being. Not much discovery? Lord Xiao, do you know how long you went to Qingluan Palace in total these days, and what hour it was each time? While you guys were inside Qingluan Palace, the door was closed tightly, and each time, it was one incense burner, or half an hour. So do you really think that this palace is a little cutie? Is it? Empress Jiang slapped the table and chair, emitting a terrifying aura crushing towards Xiao He. Even if Xiao He's cultivation had increased greatly now, he felt terrified that this Empress was definitely a gathering tripod powerhouse. Your Highness, what I said is all true. I was also inside to give Consort Lian normal medical treatment and healing. Her fetus was very unstable and required me to use many medical treatments in order to maintain the balance, and it took a bit longer because of that. Really? The Empress walked forward. She was very tall, the same as Xiao He, with a pair of phoenix eyes staring at Xiao He's eyes in death. The two were no more than 3 inches apart, a distance that was either a kiss or an enemy. But Xiao is certainly not kissing now. When he got closer, Xiao He realized that the Empress's skin was unusually delicate and fair, her nose was straight, and her features were so delicate that there were no blemishes when she looked at them separately. Lord Xiao, you said that concubine Lian's body has problems. Well, then take me to take a look. I, as the Empress, naturally have to care about caring for my sister's bodies, don't you think so? Of course, Empress, of course. Summon Imperial Dr. He Zhong to come in. The Empress suddenly passed the order. Only to see the doorway came an old man with grey hair. Xiao He remembered this person, which is also the Thai hospital, but he is all at home resting unless it is a big man in the palace personally summoned, he will only come out. Dr. He, as an old-timer of the Imperial Hospital, I believe that naturally no one is better than you when it comes to medical skills. He Zhong revealed his crippled teeth and piled on the smile. Empress Dowager, I'm just an ordinary eunuch. There are many people who are better than me. Empress Jiang glanced at Xiao He. Lord Xiao, let's go. You just came out from noble consort Lian. You must still be lingering. This palace is taking you back once to see if noble consort Lian is really physically ill. Xiao He looked as usual. Yes, Your Highness.